Chapter 1039. There was a bloodthirsty look in Kong Xian's eyes. In order to help himself break through to the great circle, Kong Xian was willing to give it his all. Moreover, in the previous exchange of palms, Kong Xian could tell that this Duwan demon was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to it because his foundation was not as good as his. Kong Xian did not have the inheritance of the Peacock tribe in the past. He had fought his way up. His foundation was extremely solid. Most of the time, he was invincible among his peers. Kong Xian did not know how Heavenly Demon Duwan reached the great fulfillment realm. Anyway, Kong Xian dared to fight with him, even risking his life. In an instant, Kong Xian threw out his six-colored divine light and rushed towards Duwan. He fought with his life on the line, even exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! Pooh! Heavenly Demon Duwan's palm landed on Kong Xian's chest. Kong Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his six-colored divine light cut off a piece of flesh from Heavenly Demon Duwan's shoulder. It seemed like Heavenly Demon Duwan was at a disadvantage. However, Heavenly Demon Duwan only suffered external injuries, while Kong Xian suffered internal injuries. However, Kong Xian did not care. The burning desire in his eyes urged Kong Xian to continue exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of attacks, the battle between the two became more and more fierce and desperate. Kong Xian's robes were torn, and there were many wounds on his body. However, Kong Xian did not care. He continued to charge forward without hesitation. Kong Xian, you lunatic! Heavenly Demon Duwan was shocked and angry. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Not far away, Mosquito Darren and Dragon Goding, who were cooperating with Kong Xian, also felt their eyelids twitching. I finally understand why I am not as good as Kong Xian. Mosquito Doran's eyes flashed with shock. Thinking about his cultivation, Mosquito Darren felt that he was really lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. Rumble! The three experts besieged Heavenly Demon Azalea. Although they were still suppressed by Heavenly Demon Azalea, Kong Xian's craziness made Heavenly Demon Azalea shudder with fear. No matter what, Gu Hai was safe for the time being. Gao Chen and the unborn man guarded Zhou Che. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land followed the skeletons into this world. At that time, the skeletons were not sure where the bone god was, so they split up. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land also split up. However, the huge battle here quickly attracted the attention of the other two people. Suddenly, Old Eight's face sank. Who? In an instant, Old Eight flew close to him. Ha! Old Nine, you can fight against three people who have yet to reach the perfection stage. Old Eight sneered in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Old Eight, come and help. Duwan said gloomily. She clearly had the upper hand, but she kept getting injured. At this moment, Duwan was very anxious. Although Kong Xian's injuries were more serious, this suicidal battle was very awkward. Old Eight did not go to help, but looked around. Countless skeletons knelt down in front of the skeleton grave. Gao Chen and the unborn man stood beside it. It's over, it's over. Call him Old Eight. That was Old Nine, and this is Old Eight. Isn't that more powerful? Gao Chen's face changed. Old Nine, what's in the grave that the skeletons are worshipping? Old Eight asked. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is in there, having a mental battle with the bone god. If you don't help me, then go and kill Gu Hai. Duwan shouted. You dare. Mosquito Darren shouted in shock. Ha 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 ha, you three lunatics, are you worried now? It's too late. At this time, even if I have to suffer more injuries, none of you can leave. Duwan laughed. Rumble. Du-Wan immediately blocked the three with all her might. "Quick, inform His Majesty, quick!" Dragon Shenning shouted anxiously. "Inform? Haha, it's too late. Guhai? Last time at the infinite celestial capital, you caused us so much trouble. Poison expert? You didn't bring him here, did you?" Old Eight said coldly, with a cold voice. He hit the skeleton grave with his palm. Gauchen's face changed. Although his cultivation was very weak, he did not hesitate to hit back. The unborn man stood at the grave's entrance, not moving his fingers, as if he was also about to attack. "Ha ha 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 ha, Central Celestial Palace. Ha ha ha. Funny, a Central Celestial Palace wants to stop me? You and that Guhai will die together." Old Eight laughed. As he laughed, the power in his hand shook the void, and a strong pressure pressed down on Gauchen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Before the palm hit, Gauchen could not take it anymore. Seeing the palm coming for him, Gauchen's eyes filled with despair. "Save me!" Gauchen cried out in alarm. But at this moment, a palm appeared beside Gauchen and met Old Eight's palm. Her slender palm was extremely small, but it seemed to carry the power of the most magnificent river in the world. It collided with Old Eight's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge black hole appeared in the void. Thud, 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 thud. Old Eight actually took 8 steps back, crushing countless bones under his feet before coming to a stop. "What? How is this possible? Who are you?" Old Eight said in surprise. However, at this critical moment, Long Wanqing arrived and met Old Eight's attack with a palm. Beside her stood Ziwei and Chang Sheng. "Mistress, that's great. You're finally here." Gauchen was excited. "Gauchen, your pants are wet." Chang Sheng glared at Gauchen and shouted. He must be scared. How strange. This is the first time I've seen Gauchen pee in his pants. Ziwei laughed. "Who said I peed in my pants? This is sweat. Sweat." Gauchen's face turned red. "Where's Guhai?" Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen. "Over there. His Majesty didn't let us disturb him." Gauchen shouted. Long Wanqing saw the grave that all the skeletons were worshipping. At the same time, she saw the unborn man. The moment she saw the unborn man, Long Wanqing frowned. "Why didn't you attack? The unborn man's cultivation is not enough." Gauchen said blankly. The unborn man shook his head. "Guhai is not in a life-and-death situation. I don't need to attack." Gauchen was confused by the unborn man's words, but Long Wanqing understood. The unborn man would only attack when Guhai was in a life-and-death situation, for the sake of Long Wanqing and her sister. At other times, he would not attack. As for other people, he would not attack. Long Wanqing frowned slightly, but she did not blame him. Instead, she looked at Old Eight, who was not far away. "You wanted to kill my husband just now," Long Wanqing said coldly. "So what? Little girl, I didn't expect that Guhai was hiding a great fulfillment. What kind of power did you use just now? Why did you have the aura of a great river?" Old Eight said coldly. "Feel it yourself. Humph, you want to kill my husband? I'll take your life." Long Wanqing glared at him. She waved her hand. Boom. Hundreds of huge black rivers rushed out. Wherever the black rivers passed, all the bones were instantly decomposed. These black rivers were naturally the river Styx. Back then, when Guhai killed the Nether River Patriarch, he used the Nether River Patriarch's storage to reconstruct Long Wanqing's body. Now, Long Wanqing controlled the hundreds of river Styx with a wave of her hand. Wherever they passed, everything was decomposed. What is this? Humph, it doesn't matter what kind of river you have. I have the body of a carp. I can swim in all the rivers in the world. Old Eight said coldly. With a wave of his hand, It was like a sea of golden fish scales rushing towards the hundreds of river Styx. Boom! Crack! Crack! Wherever the hundreds of river Styx passed, the sea of golden fish scales dispersed. Long Wanqing went down the river Styx and arrived at Old Eight's place in the blink of an eye. She struck again. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and Old Eight was sent flying again. Impossible! How can Gu Hai have a great perfection-level wife? Old Eight cried out gloomily. Long Wanqing did not give up. The 100 underworld rivers instantly disintegrated the fish scale sea and soared into the sky. They were like 100 huge dragons that covered the sky and earth as they swept towards Old Eight. Walla lalla! Old Eight was instantly drowned in the river Styx. While resisting the decomposing power of the river Styx, he had to deal with Long Wanqing's monstrous killing intent. Since you want to kill my husband, then die. Long Wanqing kept attacking Old Eight. Under the concentrated attacks, Old Eight was immediately defeated. No, this is impossible. Old Eight roared gloomily. In the distance, Heavenly Demon Duwan, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Godding were all staring in shock. This is Empress Long Wanqing? Then the terrifying aura from the endless celestial capital that I sensed previously was hers. Isn't she too powerful? Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Niece Wanqing? Dragon Godding said in shock. This was his sister's daughter. How could she be so powerful? Kong Xian saw Long Wanqing's strength, and his desire for great perfection-level cultivation grew. Even though he was covered in blood, he still pounced on Heavenly Demon Du-Wan ferociously. Heavenly Demon Du-Wan was extremely gloomy. She was counting on Old Eight to save her. Why did he get involved too? Boom! The battle between the two parties broke out again. Just as Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were worried, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Gu Hai's wife, you do have some ability. Stop now. Otherwise, I'll kill Gu Hai immediately. A voice suddenly sounded. The people fighting in all directions suddenly turned their heads to look. They saw that Gu Hai's grave was already enveloped by a large area of spider webs. Heavenly Demon Ponzi, the unborn man, said in a low voice. Old Six, you're finally here. Heavenly Demon Du-Wan said in surprise. This woman is too powerful. Damn, Old Six, you deal with her. Old Eight said urgently. Countless spider webs enveloped the surroundings. A black-robed figure was standing on the spider webs. It was Heavenly Demon Ponzi. It's over. They called him Old Six. Old Six? Isn't that even more powerful? Gaochen said in despair. Husband, Long Wanqing was anxious. She didn't dare to attack with all her strength for fear of breaking the vases. Heavenly Demon Ponzi looked at the skeleton grave, as if she was going to attack at any time. Crash! But at this moment, the skeleton grave suddenly collapsed. From inside, a figure immediately stood up. It was precisely Gu Hai. Just as everyone was holding back Old Eight and Old Nine, Gu Hai finally completely erased the skeleton clone's recondensed consciousness. That skeleton clone was already formed. It was just that he had just cultivated a clone. Gu Hai was still not too familiar with it and temporarily stored it in the Immortal Dome of Ancient. After storing the Immortal Dome of Ancient, Gu Hai stepped out. A large amount of withered bones scattered. Gu Hai was immediately exposed and saw everyone. Husband, master, Gu Hai. It was exceptionally happy to meet friends and family. Chapter 1040. Gu Hai stepped out of the skeleton graveyard. All of his friends and family had joy on their faces, but the three great Skyfiend's expressions changed. Bone God was destroyed. Skyfiend Du-Wan suddenly cried out in alarm. Gu Hai. Celestial Fiend Ponzi, was the closest. Her expression was even colder. Previously, in the infinite celestial capital, because she dealt with Gu Hai, she almost died under the lethal poison. This fear made Celestial Fiend Ponzi feel as if she was facing a great enemy. At the same time, she waved the surrounding spider webs. Immediately, waves of pink poison gas emerged, charging straight for Gu Hai. Your poison has already been figured out by Xian Air. Do you think that this poison can still hurt us? Gu Hai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi with a cold smile. However, nothing happened to Gu Hai as he stood in the poisonous gas. While reaching out, Gu Hai took out the life-punishing saber. Gu Hai, be careful! Long Wanqing immediately cried out worriedly. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Long Wanqing, revealing a trace of gentleness. Relax, I'm still fine. Take care of yourself. Long Wanqing nodded. Reaching out, even more Styx River strangled towards Old Eighth. On the other side, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing suddenly pounced towards Celestial Fiend Duan. The great battle started once more. Gu Hai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi. Celestial Fiend Poison Gas did not achieve any effect. Reaching out, she waved. Boom. All around, rolling spider silk suddenly rolled up. Like a spider silk sea, it twisted towards Gu Hai. Zhou Qianzhou. Gu Hai shouted coldly. A blade slashed past. The rolling blade energy instantly chopped the entire spider silk sea in half, exploding in two directions. That torrential might of Zhou Qianzhou instantly arrived in front of Celestial Fiend Ponzi. What? Celestial Fiend Ponzi's expression changed, welcoming with a palm. Boom. The massive blade shattered a large expanse of the void. Celestial Fiend Ponzi's figure suddenly stopped. How do you have such great strength? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This blade was actually evenly matched with Ponzi's Sky Fiend. Gu Hai waved his hand. Swoosh. All the skeletons were stored in the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai did not waste words with Ponzi Heavenly Demon either. Stepping forward, he slashed down with a blade once more. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the tremendous power, Ponzi Sky Fiend was immediately forced to take a step back. At the same time, she looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Impossible. You haven't even reached the Great Circle. So how can you have such great power? In the past, didn't the Heavenly Cycle 9 need to mobilize the power of a dynasty before it can be accomplished? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. In the past, the foundation of Gu Hai's cultivation was so solid that even Long Zhanghua was ashamed of his inferiority. Every level of cultivation started with the perfect 3 souls. In the past, when he was at the second level of Heavenly Palace, he already had the power of an ordinary 7th or 8th level of Heavenly Palace. Presently, it was at the 7th level of Heavenly Palace. It could be seen how great Gu Hai's strength was. Furthermore, what Gu Hai cultivated was not one kind of qi. At the beginning, he could not see through its mysteries. As the types of qi became more and more, Gu Hai discovered that the power they produced was not just superimposed, but a kind of sublimation. With each additional type of qi, the power rose more than tenfold. In the past, the Heavenly Cycle 9 needed to mobilize the power of a dynasty, and it would even harm the fleshy body. But now, slashing out the Heavenly Cycle 9 was like handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The Heavenly Cycle 9 was able to injure Rokudo Shinkuan in the past. It already had the might of a great circle. At this moment, since Gu Hai identified Ponzi Heavenly Demon, he naturally did not waste his breath. Kill. Boom. Another blade. The Heavenly Cycle 9. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was immediately slashed, flying into the sky. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was the 6th, and in the past, Jiang Rulai was the 7th. Although he was stronger than Jiang Rulai, Gu Hai's explosive growth in cultivation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Impossible! Ponzi domain! Ponzi, heavenly demon exclaimed. With a wave of his hand, boundless spiderwebs filled the surroundings. A domain formed by spiderwebs seemed to envelop all of Gu Hai's paths. However, when the heavenly cycle 9 appeared, it immediately formed a huge domain of saber chi. Around each of the 200 large-sized saber chis were 200 medium-sized saber chis. Around each medium-sized saber chis were 200 small-sized saber chis. Layer by layer, it was like the condensation of Gu Hai's 100,000 Go play. When he advanced, when the saber chi domain appeared, all the spiderwebs were shredded into nothingness. The heavenly cycle 9 slashed at Ponzi, heavenly demon again. Boom! After another heavy blow to Ponzi, heavenly demon, the two immediately fought high up in the sky. This is the cultivation of a great circle consummation? It's nothing much. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. The life-punishing saber in his hand continuously slashed, sending Ponzi, heavenly demon, flying backward again and again. Ponzi, heavenly demon, was stronger than Jiang Rulai. Her biggest reliance was poison. However, poison, it did not have the slightest effect on Gu Hai. Chun Xian had long been on guard against Ponzi, heavenly demon. Naturally, she set things up for Gu Hai's body. Boom, 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 boom. Above the starry sky, Gu Hai and Ponzi, heavenly demon, fought along the way, shattering quite a few stars. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would come out on top. Gu Hai even had a slight advantage. Impossible. Unless your cultivation of the gods is close to great circle consummation. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong foundation strength. How big is your human soul? How big is your earthly soul? How big is your celestial soul? Ponzi, heavenly demon, said anxiously. Haven't you heard before? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What? It looks like you did not investigate my information carefully. The leaders of all the major factions in the world should have information on me. I have a human soul of 495 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. What? Perfect human soul? Ponzi, heavenly demon, said in shock. Earthly soul, 64 meters. Celestial soul, 81 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Under 9 cycles, Ponzi, heavenly demon's figure retreated once more. However, when she looked at Gu Hai now, it was like she had seen a ghost. Impossible. Perfect 3 souls. Only a great circle consummation person can do it. Furthermore, it is not an ordinary great circle consummation person. Only those great circle consummation deities can achieve perfect 3 souls. Why would you reach great circle consummation once you break through great circle consummation? I cultivated for 300,000 years and reincarnated 76 times, but I couldn't do it. Why you? How is it possible? Ponzi, heavenly demon, cried out in shock. Great circle consummation deities? Gu Hai's brows slightly furrowed. This was because in the battle between Chiyu and Matriarch Ji in the past, the two seemed to have mentioned that the two of them were great circle consummation deities. Furthermore, Gu Hai knew that Long Zhanghua was also great circle consummation deities. Even if you have a perfect human soul, I also won't let you become a great circle consummation cultivator. Because today I'm going to kill you and eat your 3 souls. Perhaps it will be of great help to my cultivation. Ha ha ha. Ponzi, heavenly demon, laughed nastily. Kill me? You seem to be inferior to me right now, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What do you know? Great circle consummation cultivators can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what the power of heaven and earth is? Oh, perhaps the great circle consummation cultivators you encountered in the past were too weak. They simply weren't on the same level. I'll let you see what the power of heaven and earth is. Ponzi Heavenly Demon sneered. As she sneered, her figure suddenly swelled, instantly turning into a giant black spider that was 1,000 feet long. Once the 1,000 feet long spider appeared, strands of black chi emerged from behind it. The black chi soared into the sky, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it was like thin threads stirring up the void law. Buzz. Behind the 1,000 feet long spider, the illusory image of a large Tongtian tree appeared. When that large tree appeared, it seemed to carry a power that could destroy heaven and earth. As the large tree swayed, it seemed to draw endless power of heaven and earth through the black chi threads, pouring into the spider's body. The 1,000 feet long spider's body immediately grew in size again. Guhai could feel that the aura around this spider's body was expanding without limit. Its power was becoming stronger. This big tree that reaches the sky and roots the earth, is it a great Tao? Is it the laws of heaven and earth? Guhai's face sank. That's right, it's the laws of heaven and earth. Right now, I'm mobilizing the power of great Tao. The cultivation of Old 8 and Old 9 isn't enough to draw out an entire great Tao. Consummation deity sovereigns can directly mobilize an entire great Tao, or even more. As for me, I am in the center. Although I have not reached the level of completely mobilizing a great Tao, I can still do so after paying a certain price. Great Tao energy, the world's great Tao, I can mobilize it. Amid the loud laughter, Guhai saw cracks appearing on the shell of the 1,000 feet long spider. Clearly, Old 8's cultivation was still insufficient. Forcefully mobilizing a great Tao energy put too much of a burden on his body. However, even if he could, the continuously rising strength made Guhai's heart pound. Great Tao energy. When Guhai mobilized the Go Great Tao, he had always been successful against the corpse bug Heavenly Demon and the others. Now, although he did not know what Great Tao Ponzi Heavenly Demon mobilized, as long as it involved a Great Tao, its strength would be incredibly horrifying. 9 cycles. Guhai chopped down with his saber again. Boom. With the Great Tao energy, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's spider claw actually blocked the life-punishing saber. My strength has not reached the limits yet. However, it has already increased by more than 5 times. Ha ha ha. You still want to use the 9 cycles? It's useless. All of your methods are useless, including that Go Tao ritual array of yours. They are all useless. This is because I am also mobilizing Great Tao energy. The Great Tao is undefeatable. Prepare to die. Ponzi Heavenly Demon laughed sinisterly. You increased your strength by 5 times? This Emperor understands. Since that is the case, take a look at this Emperor's saber strike. Guhai's eyes turned cold as he chopped down with his saber again. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, the surrounding domain of saber chi suddenly expanded by close to 100 times. This domain instantly enveloped the entire starry heavens. When this saber strike appeared, the image of a large tree suddenly appeared behind Guhai. The Go Great Tao, it is not a ritual array, but directly the Go Tao laws. How can you mobilize the Great Tao's might? You have not reached consummation cultivation yet. Ponzi Heavenly Demon suddenly exclaimed. 10 cycles. 10. Guhai chopped down with his saber. Boundless saber chi gathered, seeming to carry the strongest energy in the world. A small portion of the saber chi washed over Guhai's physical body. However, the impact made Guhai's body feel like it would fall apart. This saber strike drained Guhai's full power. It also tore open many internal injuries in Guhai's body. Right now, Gu Hai executed the strongest saber strike of the cycle saber technique for the first time after reaching the 7th layer of the heavenly palace. Furthermore, he barely managed to execute it. Even so, every layer of the cycle saber technique increased its might by 100 times. It made this saber strike seem like it could split the world. Buzz! The saber light flashed brightly, and the entire immortal flawed dome of heaven seemed to turn purple from this saber strike. No! Ponzi, heavenly demon, cried out. The battles in the surroundings paused. When this saber strike appeared, everyone felt a heavenly might descend. Everyone felt stifled in their hearts. They even felt fear. Ponzi, heavenly demon, did her best to block. Hung! A vast black hole immediately appeared in the boundless starry heavens, shattering several galaxies. Everyone felt like their hearts were being squeezed. It felt like a crack opened in the immortal dome of heaven. When the life-extinguishing saber struck, Ponzi, heavenly demon's huge spider body suddenly exploded. Perhaps the great Tao energy that Ponzi, heavenly demon, used to protect it did not turn it into dust. However, it instantly split in half. No! Old 8th and Old 9th cried out. Old 6th, who was stronger than them, got chopped in half by Gu Hai. The saber light slowly disappeared, and the void slowly returned to normal. There seemed to be an unrecoverable crack in the starry heavens. The 300-meter-long spider's body was split in half. Gu Hai's figure trembled. Bang! Large cracks appeared on Gu Hai's body, and large amounts of blood flowed out. The Cycle 10 was too much of a burden on Gu Hai. Xiao Chen's heaven replenishing energy surged out, healing his injuries. Gu Hai released a long breath and looked at the two halves of the spider corpse. Chapter 1041. The power of Zhou Tian 10 was too great. That most powerful coiling silk sky fiend was actually chopped into two halves by Gu Hai with one blade. Old 8 and Old 9 felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How? How is this possible? Your backing is dead. Let's see what else you can rely on. Roar! Kong Xian pounced on Old 9 again with a sinister expression. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing also fought fiercely with Old 9 amidst their shock. Seeing Old 6 being cut in half, Old 9's battle strategy was also a little messed up. On the other side, Long Wanqing immediately felt relieved. She also attacked Old 8 with all her might, causing Old 8 to suffer even more injuries. Everyone saw Gu Hai's brilliance, but they did not know how much burden Gu Hai's previous slash carried. Perhaps he could only use the power of the Dahan under the heavens without hindrance. Now, just relying on himself, he suffered countless internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the power of heaven mending, which was rapidly mending his body. Ka-ka-ka! Suddenly, the two halves of the spider's body trembled. Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Not good. They want to merge. Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the two halves of the spider. Zhou Tian 10? Why didn't I know you had Zhou Tian 10? The two halves of the spider cried out in shock. Not dead. Gao Chen cried out in shock from afar. Gu Hai once again stepped forward with his saber. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the heavy attack, the two halves of the spider were immediately forced back, unable to merge. However, at this moment, perhaps it was frightened by Zhou Tian 10. It turned around and shot into the distance. In the distance, Old 9 still had the upper hand. The two halves of the spider quickly shot toward Old 9. Gu Hai naturally chased closely. Even if his body was injured, he had to endure. Otherwise, once the two halves of the celestial demon merged, he would be in trouble. Old 6, you're still alive? Old 9 was pleasantly surprised. However, in the next moment, Old Ninth was alarmed. You lured Guhai to me? The might of Guhai's 10 cycles had left a deep impression on OL9. Only Ol 6 could survive that terrifying attack. If it had been him, he would have definitely died. Guhai won't be able to slash out the 10 cycles. Stop him and allow me to restore my body. Watch me crush Guhai into pieces. The two halves of the spider roared at the same time. What? Old Ninth was startled, but Guhai's expression fell. His injuries were seen through by Ponzi, heavenly fiend. Stop him. The two halves of the spider roared. Good. Old Ninth roared. Despite being hit by Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light, he instantly pounced on Guhai. On the other side, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Godding knew that things weren't going well and immediately pounced on the two halves of the spider. Boom. Boom. Even though the two halves of the spider were heavily injured, it was still not something that Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Godding could handle. With a wave of its claws, the two were sent flying. Old Nine threw himself at Guhai. Guhai's complexion sunk. He knew that this was a moment of crisis. Once he gave Ponzi, Celestial Devil, a chance to catch her breath. All their previous efforts would be for naught. Guhai, prepare to die. Old Ninth waved his palm, and the sky full of azaleas whistled towards Guhai. Guhai was currently suffering from countless internal injuries. He could no longer use the 10th cycle. Although the 9th cycle could still resist the 9th cycle, every time he used it, his injuries would worsen. Just as the azaleas, that sky full of azaleas, transformed into an earth-shattering palm, Guhai suddenly paused. He waved his hand. Who? A black-robed man stepped out from the Immortal Dome. It was the skeleton clone, formed by the Life Ender Saber, that walked out. This skeleton clone had just been refined and was still not familiar with its body's strength. Hence, it was sent into the Immortal Dome and came out after a short time. This was because several days had already passed in the Immortal Dome. Guhai was already familiar with this additional clone. When the skeleton clone stepped out, it gave off a sinister aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. Here, take the Life Slayer Saber. Guhai cut his skin. A crimson saber immediately rushed out of his blood vessel. The black-robed Guhai's skeleton clone reached out and grabbed the Life Slayer Saber. 9th cycle. Old 9th cycle instantly executed the 9th cycle. Boom. The palm full of azaleas suddenly exploded. The Life Slayer Saber carried an indomitable might as it turned into a beam of scarlet light and instantly arrived before Old Ninth. When the Life Slayer Saber slashed out, a scarlet light soared into the sky. The scarlet light seemed to contain an illusion of hell. In the dreamland, all the people who were killed were reduced to white bones. It was like Old Ninth. When he saw himself being killed in the illusion, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Old Ninth immediately showed a panicked expression. However, this momentary panic was incomparably fatal. Boom. The Life Slayer Saber instantly chopped off most of Old Ninth's shoulder. At the same time, black fog and scarlet mist appeared around the Life Slayer Saber. Countless small skulls and evil spirits seemed to be gnawing at Old Ninth's flesh. Arg! Old Ninth screamed miserably. Old Ninth's right arm went flying. At the same time, a large amount of blood was drained. After the skeleton clone executed the saber strike, it instantly chased after the two halves of the spider. It executed the 9th cycle again. Old Ninth's spider body, which had just recovered, was cut in half again. If not for the great Tao energy protecting Old Ninth, this saber strike would have cut off a large piece of flesh. What? It's also the 9th cycle, the coiling life demon exclaimed. On the other side, Old Ninth's arm was chopped off by the skeleton clone, which cut off a large piece of flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a huge peacock flew over and swallowed Old Ninth's severed arm in one gulp. No, Old Ninth desperately tried to break free. There's no great Tao energy in my stomach. Refine. Kong Xian shouted excitedly. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds came from Kong Xian's stomach. Kong Xian's face immediately turned ugly. Quick, Mosquito Dowren, Dragon Shennying, help me. I need energy. Inject your energy into me, so that I can refine the Azalea demon. Kong Xian exclaimed. All right. The two immediately jumped onto the back of the peacock and clapped their hands on Kong Xian's back, injecting energy into him. Kong Xian desperately tried to refine the thing in his stomach. Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh! Kong Xian led Dragon Shennying and Mosquito Dowren into the celestial dome of ancients. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the celestial dome of ancients. Let's slowly refine there. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked toward the two halves of the spider. The skeleton doppelganger used the life-slaying saber, producing a destructive effect. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 cycles, the 9 cycles was stronger under the enhancement of the life-slaying saber's illusion. No. The two halves of the spider shouted angrily. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body also arrived. However, he did not participate in the battle. He only supported the skeleton doppelganger to prevent celestial demon Ponzi from escaping. For a moment, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds. The battle on Long Wanching's side was also about to end. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is this possible? I know all about Gu Hai's background. Where did that black-robed man come from? The aura of a skeleton ghost? 9 cycles? Not everyone can use that. The unborn man clenched his fists. This stupid spider is so hard to kill. Gauchen said in shock. The battle in the sky continued for a while. There was still no victor. Phew! The exit of the celestial dome of the ancients opened again. Kong Xian and the other two came out again. Kong Xian's body was emitting a red light. Kong Xian, have you broken through? Gu Hai's main body asked from afar. I've already refined celestial demon Du Wan. However, I'm still lacking. It's not enough. Kong Xian said gloomily. Kong Xian, you want to eat a great perfection stage, cultivator, to break through? Long Wanqing, who was at the Netherworld River, suddenly shouted, Yes, Empress. Kong Xian answered immediately. Coincidentally, this old 8 is about to die. I won't kill him. You can eat him. Long Wanqing said. Happiness came too suddenly. Kong Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Old 8 is about to die. The two halves of the spider suddenly trembled. He was blocked by the black-robed man. If this dragged on, he would die. Explode. The two halves of the spider suddenly roared loudly. Boom, boom. The two halves of the spider suddenly exploded with a huge energy wave and knocked the skeleton clone away. Of course, the price of the sudden explosion of energy was that the spider's body cracked again. However, the price was worth it. After knocking the skeleton clone away, he could escape. The two halves of the spider immediately split into two. Whoosh, whoosh. They turned into flowing lights and shot in 2 different directions. Even Gu Hai's main body could not keep up with the speed of a great perfection stage cultivator from Heavenly Palace fleeing aimlessly, especially now that he was severely injured. The skeleton clone caught up with the other half of the spider in an instant. Zhou Tianjiu. The skeleton clone slashed down. Boom. The escaping half of the spider was instantly blasted back. The explosion of energy just now had overloaded the injuries all over his body. Now that he was slashed again, a huge crack appeared on his body. He was extremely weak. Kong Xian, swallow! Gu Hai's main body ordered. Screech. Kong Xian immediately pounced on the heavily injured half of the spider. Whoosh! He swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Kong Xian's stomach rumbled again. Mosquito Daoran, please help me again. This half of the spider is more powerful than the Du Wan demon just now. However, I have improved a lot just now. One person is enough. Kong Xian was in pain, but happy at the same time. It was a huge blessing, but it did not disappear. It was a huge sorrow. Fortunately, there was someone to help him, and he could also subdue this half of the spider. All right. Once again, Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the two of them into the immortal dome of antiquity. The other half of the spider had already escaped to the horizon. Your Majesty, the other half of the Ponzi demon escaped. Dragon Sheniying asked anxiously. It can't escape. Gu Hai's main body said indifferently. As he spoke, the skeleton clone in black robes flashed and chased after the other half of the spider. Even the two halves of the spider were not a match for the skeleton clone, let alone the other half of the spider. In an instant, the skeleton clone and the other half of the spider disappeared into the horizon. On Long Wanqing's side, she had severely injured Old Eight to the point that he was on the verge of death. After waiting for a while, Gu Hai waved his hand. Swish! Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran appeared again. Kong Xian had not broken through yet. Kong Xian was depressed. Your Majesty, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kong Xian, catch! Long Wanqing shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the heavily injured Old Eight was thrown over. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Kong Xian said excitedly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heavily injured Old Eight into his stomach. Rumble! Old Eight hit Kong Xian's stomach heavily, but Kong Xian's face was cold. This time, I alone am enough, Kong Xian said. After saying that, Kong Xian sat down cross-legged. His body emitted bursts of green light. Gu Hai and the others waited patiently for a while, but they saw that behind Kong Xian there was a sudden burst of light. In the light, there seemed to be a six-colored rainbow rushing to the sky. Wang, the six-colored rainbow, seemed to be connected with a looming shadow of a big tree. Tongtian was extremely vast. Boom! The last loud sound was heard. With Kong Xian as the center, a superstorm broke out. The storm stirred up the void, and the void shook violently. Kong Xian opened his eyes. Wang! Two rays of seven-colored divine light shot out from his eyes. The divine light rushed to the sky and shot into the sea of stars. Phew! Kong Xian trembled slightly with excitement. He quickly got up and bowed to Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Godding gratefully. I have reached the peak of the heavenly palace and sense the existence of the heavenly Tao. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress. Peak. Mosquito Daoran was envious. Congratulations, Master Kong. Dragon Godding took a deep breath and said, enviously. Chapter 1042. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian tree behind Kong Xian. Great Tao. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already sensed a great Tao of heaven and earth. However, I can only use a little of its power. Even so, it is much more powerful than before. Kong Xian explained. Oh, you can sense a great Tao and use it? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he thought about the reason. Long Wanqing stepped forward and said, I heard one you say that when you cultivate to the great perfection realm, your physical body will become a Tao body. Because of the Tao body, you can sense the corresponding great Tao. What is a Tao body? Gu Hai was puzzled. I am not sure. I heard one you say that it is similar to the manifestation of a physical body. It can be consistent with a certain great Tao, Long Wanqing explained. Same frequency, resonance? Gu Hai's expression changed instantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth has a special frequency of vibration. The Tao body was to cultivate the physical body to the same frequency, then form resonance, and use the power of the great Tao. This subject feels that only when the three spiritual souls have completely achieved the perfect three spiritual souls, like your Majesty, can one completely grasp a great Tao. Kong Xian analyzed. That is called Great Perfection Realm. Mosquito Darren said with jealousy. Gu Hai nodded and said, since that is the case, then properly cultivate. Find a way to reach Great Perfection Realm as soon as possible. Yes, Kong Xian answered. No matter what, Kong Xian's achievement of Great Perfection Realm was a huge help to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's strength would be stronger. Wanqing, I have kept you waiting all these years. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing's hand and said with guilt in his eyes, Wanqing is already very happy that my husband can come. Long Wanqing also said softly. It was not appropriate for the others to interrupt. They all turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Master, I, Gaochen, am very touched that you came to save me. Gaochen wants to write a song for you. Gaochen's shout immediately disrupted the beautiful atmosphere of the couple's reunion. Mr. Good, I haven't seen you in a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You're amazing. Chang Sheng said anxiously. That's right. Do you have any ideas to increase our strength? The kind where you don't need to suffer hardships to improve your cultivation. Ziwei also asked anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Every time I improve, I break through at the edge of life and death. Huh. Ziwei's face stiffened. The brink of life and death. Forget it. This is good. Chang Sheng shook his head. When the unborn man flew over, he looked deeply at Kong Xian. Kong Xian was also at the great fulfillment realm. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's strength was growing too fast. Husband, I heard from Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing that you fought with the bone god. Long Wanqing asked, although there were a lot of husband and wife whispers to each other. Long Wanqing could not bring herself to say it in front of so many people. She could only go back to the previous topic. That's right. It has been destroyed. Oh no. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Wan Yu is in danger. Before the bone god was destroyed, he cursed himself and sent a message to the Immortal of Six Paths. He asked the Immortal of Six Paths to come to the flawed celestial dome. Gu Hai said, What? Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal of Six Paths? When the Immortal of Six Paths came and found Wan Yu, he would have destroyed her immediately. Your Majesty, why didn't you stop him? The unborn man anxiously blamed Gu Hai. It's not your fault. You just watched. If you had acted earlier, this would not have happened. Long Wanqing looked angrily at the unborn man. Let's go. We're going back now. The unborn man could only shout gloomily. Whoosh! Everyone instantly flew into the distance. While flying, Gaochen asked curiously, Master, where are the countless skeleton race members? They are in the Immortal of Ancient Dome. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Immortal of Ancient Dome? Gaochen was slightly stunned. Gu Hai did not explain further. It didn't take long before they arrived at a white cloud. Wan Yu is in there. Long Wanqing explained. Time is of the essence. Let's go in quickly. The unborn man said anxiously. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly stopped everyone. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Was there a battle recently? Gu Hai asked in confusion. No, this place is peaceful. It has been a long time since outsiders came here. Long Wanqing looked Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai pointed at a few mountains below. Everyone looked down. He saw that the mountains were charred black, as if they had just been burned not long ago. Is this Mao Tianyun's fire? Ziwei stared. Maybe that darn cat set the fire for fun. Gao Chen said. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a frown, although Mao Tianyun is a little capricious sometimes, he won't make a mistake when it comes to major issues. It's also impossible for him to wreak havoc outside goddess Ho Tu's array. Are you saying that the fire was not set by Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daoran waved his hand, and a large number of mosquitoes swarmed into the charred land. They searched carefully for a while. Your Majesty, there is still a faint smell of fire in the charred land. Although the fire has been put out, it should have been put out not long ago. Mosquito Daoran explained. Did something happen inside? The unborn man's face changed. Meow! Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the white cloud. Everyone was stunned. Mao Tianyun walked out of the white cloud. I was the one who set the fire. Is there any meaning in your analysis? When I excrete feces, do you want to study it? Mao Tianyun said in annoyance. Everyone's face stiffened. The unborn man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Long Wanqing also smiled bitterly, as if she was ashamed of her earlier suspicion. Only Gu Hai did not relax his brows. He looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. Have you dealt with the celestial demon? That was fast, Mao Tianyun said with a smile. How did you know it was the celestial demon? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. When Mao Tianyun was called back by Ho Qing, Long Wanqing could tell that Mao Tianyun should not have known about the celestial demon's ambush. But now, Mao Tianyun said it out loud. Mao Tianyun panicked slightly. Then he smiled coldly and said, I don't know how to see with my eyes. Do you think that with my strength I could not see the battle just now? Long Wanqing was relieved. However, Gu Hai felt that Mao Tianyun was getting weirder and weirder. Let's go. Let's go in, the unborn man said. This was a large array in the clouds. There seemed to be a small space inside. Gu Hai could see that there were some Go Dao arrays in this space. However, this Go Dao array was not as good as his. The group immediately entered. There were many palaces in the small space. Divine power of faith gathered in the air. It seemed to come from all directions and slowly gathered in the central main palace. Heaven's Palace. A large number of guards stood at the entrance of Heaven's Palace, ready for battle. What's going on? When I left, weren't all the guards cultivating in their own palaces? Why did they come out together? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. When you left, Long Wanyu came out once. She said that she was going to cultivate in seclusion and that no one was to disturb her. She asked us to stand guard outside and not get close. Mao Tianyun explained. What? Cultivate in seclusion? Not now. How can she cultivate in seclusion now? I want to see Wanyu, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Immortal Six Paths received the news. Although he was not sure if she would come, Wanyu would be in trouble. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun suddenly stood in front of Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanyu said that no one is to disturb her. Even if the sky falls, no one is to get close. I am her sister, Long Wanqing said angrily. I'm sorry. We are also waiting for her orders. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Get out of the way. Long Wanqing glared at him. At this moment, Ho Qing stepped forward and said, Long Wanqing, although Long Wanyu is your sister, she is also the reincarnation of heaven. At this moment, her cultivation has reached a critical juncture. My sister said that once you get close, you will cause irreparable harm to Long Wanyu. So, if you care about your sister, Please stand guard for her with us. Ho Ching also stood in front of them. Irreparable harm? What's going on? What are Wan Yu and Goddess Huta doing inside? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I am not sure, but please believe in my sister, Ho Ching said solemnly. Long Wanqing was confused and looked at Gu Hai. Calling out Long, Wan Yu might not work. If the immortal of the six paths came, no one would be able to escape. The unborn man also looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at all the guards and frowned. Finally, he said, All right, let's wait for a while. Everyone nodded, although Mao Tianyun and Ho Ching were on guard against Gu Hai, and the others, they did not stop Gu Hai and let him land in a pavilion. I feel that the cat was acting weird just now. Ziwei was confused. Me too. In the past, it would slack off whenever it could. Why would it stand in front of us? Changsheng asked curiously. That damn cat even dares to stop my master. Does it know the relationship between Long Wanyu and my master? Gaochen was also depressed. Only Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the hall. Gaochen, back then, you and Mu Qinfeng's rumbling sky camp entered the netherworld together. Where is Mu Qinfeng's rumbling sky camp? Gu Hai was confused. He's cultivating in that palace over there. Gaochen pointed at one of the palaces. Bring them all here, Gu Hai said. Yes. Gaochen nodded. Soon, Mu Qinfeng walked over from a large hall in the distance. Where are the others? Gu Hai was confused. I don't know. They are not here. Gaochen shook his head. Mu Qinfeng stepped forward and bowed happily. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Hearing Mu Qinfeng's greeting, the others did not take it seriously. Only Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank, because Mu Qinfeng usually only called him Hall Master of the first class hall, not His Majesty. This person is not Mu Qinfeng. Chapter 1043. When Gu Hai was dealing with the Bone God's head, Ho Ching discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two. He wanted to use them to kill Gu Hai, so he left the battlefield with Mao Tianyun. Ho Ching discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two, but he didn't notice 50 white-robed men standing in a village far away. The leader was the minister sent by matriarch Ji Dahong. Ho Ching didn't notice because the 50 of them blended in perfectly with the village. It was as though they were a part of the village, and no one would notice anything unusual. Ho Ching left with Mao Tianyun. The leader, Dahong, squinted his eyes. This is getting more and more interesting. This flawed immortal dome? What are Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun doing here? And that Gaochen? No wonder Gu Hai wants to come. My lord, Sky Fiend Du Wan, and Ponzi Sky Fiend are over there. Gu Hai is dead, for sure. A subordinate laughed. Dahong nodded. Let's go and take a look. Look, what are we looking at? Are we not going to kill Gu Hai? The subordinate asked curiously. 3 perfected earthly immortals can't kill Gu Hai? Isn't the heavenly demon Holy Land a joke? I have a feeling that this group of people has a huge secret in the flawed immortal dome. We have to follow them. Let's go. Dahong said. Yes. The 50 of them immediately followed Dahong and quietly tailed Mao Tianyun and Ho Ching. Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun didn't notice. They chased until they reached the land of clouds where the Hall of Heavens was. They have entered, a subordinate said in surprise. Dahong's eyes suddenly glowed red. He seemed to have seen something different. My lord, are we going in? A subordinate asked. The power of faith. The people of this world worship Rokudo Shinkuan crazily. All living beings worship him, and the power of faith produced is extremely vast. A portion of the power of faith is gathered in the statues of Rokudo Shinkuan in the various sections. However, the majority of the power of faith is directed here. The power of faith filled the sky. De Hong said in surprise. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned, following which everyone followed De Hong's example. Their eyes instantly emitted a large amount of red light as they looked at the fearful power of faith coming from all directions. It was like the water of the sea pouring into a hole in the eye of the sea. So much power of faith. Compared to the 800,000 years of faith that Tai Chu had the angels gather, it's far inferior. A subordinate said, was the faith of the flawed immortal firmament deliberately guided by someone? De Hong's expression changed. Deliberately leading? The creatures in the immortal flawed dome are the descendants of Rokudo Shinkuen's divine, heaven's sect disciples. They worship Rokudo Shinkuen. If we guide them, all the creatures in the world will worship him. Anyone who doesn't believe in him will be considered a heretic, and we will kill them with full force, said one of the subordinates. That's right, Yang Qi said. Someone's been collecting faith power for 800,000 years. All of the faith power of all living beings has been gathered here. At the very most, some of it will be left in the statues of the various sects and clans. Most of the power of faith has entered here. De Hong's expression froze. Is it Rokudo Shinkuen? The subordinates asked worriedly. No, the people in the flawed, immortal firmament don't know about this place. That means it's not Rokudo Shinkuen. De Hong said in a low voice, if it's not Rokudo Shinkuen, then it could be... If I'm not wrong, it should be Goddess Hutu. De Hong said in a low voice. Goddess Hutu? That's right. 800,000 years ago, after the heaven-defying battle, Hutu has been hiding in the netherworld. Although she has a few residences, she doesn't stay there for long. There's Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun here. That explains everything. It's Hutu. She's here to trick all the creatures in the world into believing in Rokudo Shinkuen. Meanwhile, she's secretly taking all the power of faith for herself. But how did she do it? A subordinate asked in surprise. Sun Yuan, De Hong said in a low voice. Sun Yuan? Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their breathing quickened. Everyone knew that Sun Yuan was the only immortal in heaven back then. He ruled the entire world, and the laws of heaven and earth were at his disposal. After that, Rokudo Shinkuen tricked him out of heaven and earth, and was killed by Rokudo Shinkuen. Rokudo Shinkuen obtained Sun Yuan. When he returned to heaven and earth, Rokudo Shinkuen became the only immortal. Whoever obtained Sun Yuan would obtain the immortal firmament. From then on, he would become an immortal and live forever. All lives would be subdued. If Sun Yuan had the flawed immortal firmament, he could indeed collect most of the power of faith. A subordinate said in shock. However, my lord, this flawed immortal firmament should have a huge flaw. It could collapse at any time. Another subordinate said worriedly. What do you know? Sun Yuan, heaven trusted Rokudo Shinkuen very much back then and helped Rokudo Shinkuen create a new immortal firmament. Therefore, the 3,000 great Tao of heaven and earth must have been recorded in Sun Yuan here. In other words, there are records of the 3,000 great Tao in Sun Yuan here. Even if it's not complete, it's not far from it. De Hong said excitedly. Records of the 3,000 great Tao. Heaven imitates the great Tao of heaven and earth in our world. Once it's obtained by the great Yellow Dynasty, a subordinate said in shock. This is a peerless heavenly art. If the great Yellow Dynasty obtains the records of the 3,000 great Tao, His Holiness will replace the immortal of 6 paths. There's a high chance of that happening. De Hong said excitedly. We must obtain the flawed, immortal firmaments, Sun Yuan. A group of subordinates said excitedly. That's right. Even if we don't kill Gu Hai, we must obtain this Sun Yuan. Whether the great Yellow Dynasty can suppress the world and dominate both the Yin and Yang realms will depend on this. De Hong gritted his teeth and said, Yes, The 50 people answered immediately. Swish! However, at this moment, within the white clouds, Long Wanqing brought Ziwei and Changsheng and flew towards the battlefield in the distant ancient sea. Long Wanqing? Humph, ignore them. Let's go, Dahong said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. The 50 people soared into the sky and arrived at the white cloud in the blink of an eye. They began to study the entrance. Near the Hall of Heavens, Mao Tian Yun was looking gloomily at Mu Chenfeng leading a group of Elite Hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Senior, did Hall leader really come? Where is she? Can you tell me? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Meow. I don't know. Mao Tianyun was still throwing a tantrum. Senior, we've been obedient to you all these years. We're really excited that the hall leader is here. Please tell us. Mu Chenfeng pleaded. Senior, please tell us, the elite hall disciples said excitedly. Mao Tianyun looked at the crowd and felt uncomfortable. Is Gu Hai that good? Are all of you looking forward to him? However, these elite hall disciples did help Mao Tianyun resolve his loneliness over the years. Hutu, Long Wanqing, and the unborn man were too serious and could not play with him. Hoqing? He was too gloomy. Mao Tianyun did not like to play with him. Ziwei, Changsheng, and Gaochen? Mao Tianyun did not know how those three reincarnated. They were all weirdos. After suffering a few losses at Mao Tianyun's hands, they stopped chatting with him. Fortunately, these elite hall disciples were more normal. When Mao Tianyun went out to catch fish, they accompanied him. When Mao Tianyun went out to hunt, they helped him with the sky-piercing cannon. They were also obedient. Now that they were begging him, Mao Tianyun's heart softened. Gu Hai and the others are very far away. It will take you a long time. When you are halfway there, Long Wanqing might have brought them back. Mao Tianyun advised. Then we'll wait and watch from the outside. Mu Chenfeng was still looking forward to it. That's right. Senior, just give us a direction. We will look there. The elite hall disciples said excitedly. All right, a little to the east. Go and wait there. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Okay, thank you, Senior. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed to the outside of the small space. Seeing this group of people leave happily, Mao Tianyun frowned. Did I go overboard? Looking in the direction where Hoqing was, Mao Tianyun's face darkened. It's that bastard Hoqing's fault. I shouldn't have bothered with him. Forget it. I will be a good cat until the end. I will bring this group of brats to Gu Hai. At that time, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng will have no reason to scold me. Mao Tianyun immediately thought through everything. Immediately, Mao Tianyun flew to the exit. However, once he was out of the white clouds, rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out. Ah! 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 The group of people who had flown out impatiently just a moment ago were all blasted apart by the group of white-robed experts. No, only Mu Chenfeng barely managed to escape. She looked desperate. Meow! How dare you? Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. A monstrous rage instantly rushed to his head. This group of people were his only friends. And they were actually killed. They were killed. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames. A mountain below was engulfed in flames and started burning. A fire dragon had rushed towards a group of white-clothed people. This group of white-clothed people was naturally Dahong and his group, a group of people who suddenly came out, wanted to go back when they saw them. Go back. How could they let them pass the message? Kill. In an instant, the elite hall disciples couldn't escape from the clutches of Dahong and his group. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun came out. Kill them all. I will deal with this cat. De Hong stared. Buzz. His red eyes looked at Mao Tianyun's eyes. Mao Tianyun also stared into De Hong's eyes. Under this stare, Mao Tianyun suddenly fell into a trance. In a trance, the flames around him suddenly dissipated. Meow. You want to control my mind? Meow. This is impossible. This is the secret technique of the ancient sorcerer tribe. This isn't. Mao Tianyun exclaimed in shock. However, Mao Tianyun's eyes slowly lost focus. As they lost focus, they gradually became hollow. Then he stopped struggling. Buzz. Mao Tianyun's eyes narrowed and returned to normal. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun was extremely respectful towards De Hong. Greetings, master. Mao Tianyun actually knelt down. Ancient sorcerer tribe, one of the 5 main tribes. Mind control. This is what His Holiness just extracted from the Divine Path Sorcerer book. It is really powerful. However, you have consumed a lot of my divine power. De Hong sneered. Sir, don't worry. Even if there are other people inside, we can still control them. The group of subordinates immediately shouted. As for Mu Chenfeng, who was the only one alive, she was controlled by a white-clothed subordinate. All right, Mao Tianyun. Now, bring us in and control everyone. De Hong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun said respectfully. Chapter 1044. Mao Tianyun was being controlled. Mu Chenfeng was also being controlled, with Mao Tianyun leading the way. De Hong and the other 50 people swaggered into the small space within the palace. The people in the surrounding palaces were curious, but Mao Tianyun didn't care. He led the 50 people to a large hall. The door of the large hall was closed. In just a short while, Quam, the door of the large hall opened again, and Mao Tianyun led the 50 people in white robes out. At the same time, a large number of internal guards followed them out respectfully. The group of guards led the 50 people in white robes and spread out. Not long after, all the guards in this small space were under the control of their hearts. After everyone was controlled, De Hong led the 50 people in white robes to the large hall where Ho Qing was. Quam. He pushed open the door of the large hall. What are you doing? Ho Qing was furious. Ho Qing, I have something to ask you. Mao Tianyun shouted coldly. If you have something to ask me, don't you know how to knock? Mao Tianyun? Who are they? Ho Qing looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. He then looked at the group of people in white robes. Look at his eyes, and you will know. Mao Tianyun shouted. Ho Qing didn't react and looked at De Hong's eyes instinctively. De Hong's eyes were red, and Ho Qing was in a daze. Oh no, mind control? That's impossible. It has long been lost. Could it be Jiang Lianshan's Divine Path Sorcerer's Code? Ho Qing shouted as he struggled. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun immediately used the law of fire to trap Ho Qing. If it were any other time, Ho Qing would be able to break free. However, his mind was restrained, and he couldn't move. Come together! De Hong shouted. Yes. The 50 people in white robes stared at Ho Qing with red eyes. You. Ho Qing was furious. You are indeed a wind zombie ancestor. You can resist my mind control. However, you won't be able to hold on for long. De Hong said coldly. Sister, come out. Ho Qing shouted in a daze. It's useless. We have already set up an array formation outside your hall. Your voice won't be heard. De Hong said coldly. With Mao Tianyun's help, Ho Qing's pupils dilated after a while. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Greetings, master, Ho Qing said respectfully. Okay. De Hong nodded. The entire small space was under De Hong's control. Next would be the Heavenly Hall. Are Ho Tu and Long want you inside? De Hong looked at Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Yes. The two nodded. What's inside? Dahong asked. I don't know. Ho-Tu never let us in. Mao Tianyin shook his head. Everyone shook their heads. My lord, all the power of faith in the surroundings is pouring into the heavens palace. Sun Yuan is definitely inside. A white-robed subordinate said in a deep voice. Dahong nodded. A group of people slowly surrounded the heavenly palace. Looking at the hall in front of him, Dahong gave Ho Ching a look. Ho Ching nodded and stepped forward. Quang. Ho Ching immediately opened the door. Who is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? A cold female voice sounded from within the hall. Sister, there's an urgent matter. Ho Ching shouted. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter, Goddess Ho-Tu said coldly. Dahong looked inside. The interior of the hall was a smaller space. Around the space, there were small floating islands. They surrounded the space in the hall. In the center of the space in the hall was a platform. At the top of the platform was a small ball emitting white light. The small ball emitted a hazy fog that made one's mind waver. Sun Yuan? Dahong instantly confirmed what the small white ball was. His face lit up. Around Sun Yuan, the power of faith was being drawn. As it was being drawn, the power of faith was being channeled into a humongous object below. It was a golden dragon that exuded a boundless noble aura. It seemed to be dead as it crawled in the void and absorbed the endless power of faith. It wasn't a golden dragon of destiny, but a real golden dragon. However, some parts of the golden dragon were illusory, as if it was absorbing the power of faith to repair its physical body. His Majesty mentioned that the previous generation's firmament was a golden dragon. Is this Heaven's corpse? That's not right. Heaven was killed by the 6 paths back then and was smashed into pieces. Is he using the power of faith to revive himself? Goddess Ho-Tu was Heaven's subordinate in the past. She has been collecting the power of faith for 800,000 years to revive Heaven and rebuild his physical body. Dahong's pupils suddenly constricted as he understood everything. On the golden dragon's head, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. She was Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu had her eyes closed as if she was meditating. Dahong didn't care about Long Wanyu. His focus was on the beautiful woman in a gorgeous black robe on the platform. She was none other than Goddess Ho-Tuesday. Dahong saw Goddess Ho-Tu, and Goddess Ho-Tu also saw everything outside the hall. When Dahong and his group appeared, Goddess Ho-Tu's pupils constricted. Ho Ching, Mao Tianyin, what are you doing? Who are they? Are you trying to rebel? Goddess Ho-Tu said with a cold expression. Rebel? Ha ha ha, Goddess Ho-Tu, you are the one who wants to rebel, right? The world belongs to the 6 paths now. Aren't you rebelling by reviving Heaven here? Dahong sneered. As he spoke, he was about to step into the hall with a group of white-robed men. Ho Ching and Mao Tianyin followed, closely behind with a respectful expression. Are you crazy? Why are you listening to him? No, you are being controlled. Are you being controlled? Goddess Ho-Tu's expression changed. Goddess Ho-Tu is knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at who I am? Dahong laughed. As he laughed, Dahong's eyes turned red. As long as Goddess Ho-Tu stared at his eyes, he would immediately capture her mind and make her at his mercy. Since Goddess Ho-Tu knew that he was being controlled, she naturally wouldn't fall for it. She waved her hand. Boom! Instantly, countless small floating islands started to revolve around the space inside the hall. Rolling fog rose as Goddess Ho-Tu set up an array formation. Humph! What kind of array formation can you set up in such a small place? Mao Tianyin, break it! Dahong said coldly. Meow! Boom! All of a sudden, scorching flames surged directly into the hall, causing the surrounding space to tremor violently as well as countless clouds of mist to tremor. Remove the fog, and let me see Goddess Ho Tuesday Humph. Let's see how he can escape from our eyes. De Hong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyan shouted. At this moment, Hong. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire space outside the Hall of Heaven shook. What's going on? De Hong said in shock. It's the sound outside. I'll go and take a look. Ho Qing immediately flew out of the small space. Soon, Ho Qing flew back. Not good, master. The loud sound was Gu Hai's saber, slashing Heavenly Demon Ponzi in half. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is suppressing Old 8 of the Heavenly Demon's sacred ground. Kong Xian and the rest are holding Old 9 back. Ho Qing said anxiously. Gu Hai? Humph, what an annoying thing. De Hong's face darkened. Long Wanqing went to fetch them. Gu Hai should be back soon. Mao Tianyan explained. De Hong's eyes were filled with uncertainty. All of you, stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come close. De Hong said in a low voice. Yes, Mao Tianyan answered. De Hong led 50 white-robed men into the hall. Creak. The doors of the hall closed. Mao Tianyan, Ho Qing, and the rest stood guard outside. Mind manipulation wasn't as simple as a puppet without intelligence. It had its own intelligence and quickly dealt with the surroundings. They were waiting for Gu Hai to return. Indeed, after a while, Gu Hai and the rest arrived. Mao Tianyan went to welcome them. He was afraid of being seen through, so he only stopped Gu Hai and the rest from approaching the Hall of Heavens before he left. Right now, Mu Chenfeng was the only one left in Class 1 Hall. As the others trusted Ho Qing and Mao Tianyan too much, they weren't too suspicious. Only Gu Hai was suspicious from the moment he entered. When Mu Chenfeng addressed him as Your Majesty, Gu Hai was sure that something was wrong. Mu Chenfeng? The best way to get to the bottom of this was to put Mu Chenfeng into the immortal dome of antiquity and interrogate him. She was his subordinate, so no one could say anything. However, Gu Hai didn't do that. He only nodded and didn't alert the enemy. That was because many pairs of eyes were staring at Mu Chenfeng. Everything was unusual and dangerous. Gu Hai looked around. He wanted to know what was going on. At the same time, Gu Hai gave Kong Xian a look. Kong Xian and Gu Hai had fought together many times. Gu Hai knew what he meant with just a look. Although he looked calm, Kong Xian was instantly on guard. At the same time, in the outside world, Gu Hai's skeleton clone stabbed the Life Slayer saber into half of the spider's body. Countless evil spirits and small skulls gnawed at the spider's body in the blood and black fog. After a few slashes, the heavenly demon had nowhere to run. It could only release poison. Gu Hai's main body wasn't afraid of its poison, let alone his skeleton body. My legs. You bit off all my legs. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. The heavenly demon begged. You followed us here. Aren't you going to fight us to the death? If it were you, would you let us go? The skeleton, Gu Hai said coldly. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji sent people to your location. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty's orders. They are the culprits. The heavenly demon cried out in despair. What? The Great Yellow Dynasty? The skeleton Gu Hai suddenly paused. At the same time, in the pavilion in the small space, the pupils of Gu Hai's main body shrank. He instantly understood everything. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyan weren't targeting him. There was a third party. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji was such a reliable person. She even sent a few groups of people to capture Gu Tang's soul. This time, she only wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? No, there must be someone else. The problem here was caused by the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were guarding the Heavenly Palace. Something must have happened in the Heavenly Palace. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty must be inside. Do it. Wanyu is in danger. Quick! Gu Hai immediately pounced toward the heavenly palace. Kong Xian immediately attacked. Swoosh! The six-colored divine light was thrown toward the heavenly palace. Stop! Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun's expressions changed. They immediately came forward to stop him. Long Wanqing, Gao Chen, Changsheng, and Ziwei still didn't understand. The unborn man suddenly understood. Wanyu was in danger. Chapter 1045. Swoosh! The moment Kong Xian's six-colored divine light was thrown out, Ho Qing extended his hand, and a white gust of wind rushed forward. With a loud boom, the six-colored divine light and the white gust of wind exploded. Kong Xian and Ho Qing clashed together. Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by fierce flames. Kong Xian had a ferocious expression, while Ho Qing had a murderous look on his face. When the two of them clashed, huge spatial waves were created. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed. All the guards guarding the Hall of Heavens were instantly sucked into the ancient celestial dome. Meow! Mao Tianyun swung his claws. Instantly, huge flames were created in all directions. A huge flaming dragon had rushed towards Gu Hai. Styx River! Long Wanqing shouted. Walala! The surging water of the Styx River rushed towards the flames. The huge flaming dragon had plunged into the Styx River. Long Wanqing, what are you doing? I told you that the Long Wanyu cannot be disturbed. Are you trying to kill the Long Wanyu? Mao Tianyun shouted. I believe in my husband. Long Wanqing said coldly. When the unborn man heard that the Long Wanyu was in danger, he panicked. Almost at the same time as Gu Hai, he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heavens. Boom! The two of them slammed open the huge door of the Hall of Heavens without hesitation. The moment the door was opened, a huge fog surged out from the inside. At this moment, everyone could see everything clearly. The surrounding small floating islands were all blown into pieces. Clearly, Dahong and the rest had destroyed them. The Long Wanyu above, Sinuan, and the golden dragon's head was still there. Goddess Hutu, who was wearing a black robe, was in a confrontation with the 50 white-robed men. Goddess Hutu waved a huge river, and the 50 white-robed men resisted with all their might. The 50 white-robed men had their backs facing Gu Hai and the unborn man. Just as Gu Hai and the unborn man were rejoicing that they had arrived in time, Goddess Earth Mother's eyes suddenly turned red. Buzz! The battle in the hall came to a sudden stop. Greetings, Master! Goddess Hutu suddenly greeted Dahong and the others respectfully. Pay respects to Master? You're crazy, Hutu! The unborn man shouted in shock and anger. Goddess Ho Tuesday, Gu Hai had met her once 800,000 years ago, so they could be considered acquaintances. Goddess Hutu took these white-robed figures as her master. Master, Gu Hai and the others have entered. Be careful! Mao Tianyun shouted from outside. Master? Master? Who's your master? The unborn man shouted angrily. However, the group of white-robed people slowly turned around and looked at Gu Hai and the others. 50 people. Each of them had a red light in their eyes, making one's heart and soul tremble. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shook violently. Gu Hai's heart trembled, and he almost fell into a trance. Don't look into their eyes. Gu Hai shouted. However, everything was a little too late. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing Yi, who were following Gu Hai, fell into a trance. Dragon God Ing Yi fell into a trance and suddenly knelt down. Greetings, Master. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daoran who was in a trance, regained his composure. "I'm fine. I remember now. This is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. Your Majesty, this is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. I heard Taoist Fly mention it in the corpse tomb world. Mind control," Mosquito Darren exclaimed. "Mind control?" The unborn man was also surprised. "Don't look into their eyes. It seems to be one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Mind control. I don't know where Taoist Fly heard it from, but he said that in ancient times there were very few sorcerer race members. At that time, there was a bloodline that shone brightly and controlled a large number of demons. Be careful of their eyes," Mosquito Darren said anxiously. "Mind control?" Guhai's face fell. "Guhai, you are really lucky. You actually survived the encirclement of 3 sky fiends." Dahong sneered. Not far away, Long Wanyu seemed to be meditating. Guhai, who was behind them, felt anxious. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The immortal dome of ancients formed a suction force that was about to suck them all in. "How dare you?" Goddess Hutu snorted coldly. She extended her hand and struck with her palm. Boom! Suddenly, the void rippled, and the entrance to the immortal dome of ancients was knocked back. Mind control. You really controlled everyone. The unborn man said with a gloomy expression. The unborn man was also very worried about Long Wanyu, so he naturally rushed over immediately. "Unborn man, do you want to die?" Goddess Huta struck at the unborn man with her palm. Boom! When the palm landed on the unborn man's body seemed to explode. "He's dead?" Dahong said in shock. The unborn man was dealt with just like that. However, just as everyone thought that the unborn man had died from the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Lady of Earth and struck her back with a palm strike. Boom! Goddess Hutu instantly staggered from the impact. Goddess Hutu was sent flying, but the unborn man instantly pounced on Long Wanyu. "You've come back." Dahong's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Boom! A huge net seemed to appear in the void and instantly blocked the unborn man. The unborn man tore at the net with his palms, instantly tearing it apart. However, during this short delay, Goddess Hutu reacted and instantly appeared in front of the unborn man. "Bastard, get lost!" Goddess Hutu slammed her palm down. Hung! The shockwave crashed, and the unborn man paused. It wasn't that the unborn man didn't have enough strength, but he didn't dare to use too much strength. Once he tore through the void, Long Wanyu would also be affected. Guhai also pounced over immediately. However, Guhai saw that there seemed to be a chess array formation inside, so he extended his hand and waved. Buzz! Guhai controlled the array formation, and a white barrier enveloped Long Wanyu. "Unborn man, you can use your full strength now. I have already protected Wanyu." Guhai shouted. "All right," the unborn man said coldly. Dahong waved his hand and threw all the white-robed men out of the hall. "You are courting death." The Mosquito Darren pounced with a cold expression. The Mosquito Darren couldn't deal with Goddess Hutu and Dahong, but he could deal with this group of white-robed men. The moment the white-robed men left the hall, they immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Darren caught one of them. That person looked at the Mosquito Darren with red eyes. "I have the heart of a mosquito. Your mind control is useless against me." The Mosquito Darren laughed sinisterly. Buzz! Instantly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded him. With just a scream, he was devoured until only a layer of skin was left. After devouring the white-robed man, the Mosquito Darren was overjoyed. This devouring you can strengthen my heart of a mosquito? The mosquito Doran's heart thumped violently, just as he was about to turn his head and continue. Swoosh! A beam of six-colored divine light suddenly shot towards the mosquito Doran. Kongxian, you are crazy! The mosquito Doran shouted in shock. Boom! With his full defense, the mosquito Doran was instantly blown away by the six-colored divine light. However, Kongxian suddenly stopped fighting with Ho Qing. Under the mind control of the group of white-robed men, he suddenly bowed to Dahong, who was inside the hall. Greetings, master, the Kongxian said respectfully. While bowing respectfully, the Kongxian and Ho Qing instantly pounced towards the Hall of Heavens. Oh no, Kongxian is also being controlled. The mosquito Doran shouted in shock. The mosquito Doran's scalp went numb. This mind control was too terrifying. Empress, be careful. Don't look at their eyes. The mosquito Doran shouted in shock as he looked at the Long Wanqing, who was fighting with Mao Tianyun. At this moment, a large group of white-robed men had already rushed over. All of them looked at the Long Wanqing with red eyes. Meow! Although Mao Tianyun was being suppressed by the Long Wanqing, he was able to stall the Long Wanqing. As long as the Long Wanqing was controlled, everything would be over. At this moment, the Long Wanqing did not know what was going on. When she saw the situation, she was in a daze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a large group of mosquitoes surrounded the Long Wanqing and blocked the red light in the white-robed men's eyes. Bastard black mosquitoes, die. Mao Tianyun used fire to burn the mosquitoes. Long Wanqing, on the other hand, quivered and suddenly sobered up. That was close. The Long Wanqing shouted in shock. I will kill them. Empress, be careful of Mao Tianyun. The mosquito Doran shouted with injuries. While they were talking, the black mosquitoes covered the sky and covered the earth. Meow! Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Long Wanqing instantly unleashed a torrential flood towards Mao Tianyun. With a boom, Mao Tianyun's body suddenly retreated. The remaining white-robed men were all surrounded by the black mosquitoes. My lord, save us! My lord! The group of white-robed men shouted in shock. In the Hall of Heavens, the arrival of the Kongxian and Ho Qing reduced the pressure on Dahong's side. Suddenly, Dahong heard the cries from outside, and his face sank. Ho Tu, go and save them. Dahong said in a deep voice. Yes. Ho Tu immediately rushed out of the hall. Ho Tu waved her hand, and the water of the heavenly river gushed towards the white-robed men who were surrounded by the black mosquitoes. On the other side, after the Long Wanqing used the Styx River to knock Mao Tianyun away, she suddenly waved hundreds of streams of Styx River water towards Ho Tu's heavenly river water. Rumble! The water rushed over. Amid the screams, the group of white-robed men were all sucked by the black mosquitoes until only a layer of skin was left. The mosquito Doran sucked the flesh of the white-robed men and suddenly trembled. It was very uncomfortable. Bastard! Ho Tu said, angrily. Ho Tu, stop them. I will go and help master. Mao Tianyun shouted. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun rushed into the hall. Crazy, crazy. What are Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing doing? Gao Chen shouted in shock. Kongxian betrayed us. How did this happen? Chang Sheng said in confusion. Mind control. This is not good. Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun are being controlled. Ziwei also shouted in shock. Control. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Long Wanqing, it's best if you don't move. Once master is done, he'll let you live, Goddess Huda said coldly. Mosquito Doran, protect Gao Chen and the rest. Long Wanqing shouted. Yes. Mosquito Doran rushed over. Long Wanqing waved her hand. boundless Styx River. Rumble. The huge black water instantly destroyed all the buildings in the small space. The small space also collapsed in an instant. The black water surged towards Goddess Ho Tuesday, boundless heavenly river. Goddess Ho Tu was not afraid as she waved her hand. Rumble. Boundless blue water covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly competing with the black water. Mosquito Dauren led Gauchen, Changsheng, Ziwei, and Mu Chenfeng and rushed into the distance. Long Wanqing was anxious as she fought with Goddess Ho Tuesday. It was hard to tell who would win. The 4 small spaces were destroyed. Countless palaces were destroyed. Only the Heavens Hall was intact. The chaotic battle in the Heavens Hall stopped. Guhai and the unborn man stood on one side. Opposite them were Dahong, Hoqing, Mao Tianyun, and Kong Xian. Looking at Kong Xian, who was standing behind Dahong, Guhai was shocked. Mind control, this is too terrifying. That day, Qi Yu led the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If Dahong controlled the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to deal with Qi Yu, Matriarch Ji would not have to do anything. Is this Matriarch Ji's trump card? What a terrifying trump card. Chapter 1046. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xian was being controlled. Guhai and the unborn man were horrified. This person was so perverse that it made one's hair stand on end. No wonder he could become one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Kong Xian was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Hoqing was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Mao Tianyun might have broken through and was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Gu Hai knew that Dahong was Empress Ji's subordinate, but he didn't expect Dahong to be at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection as well. For Great Perfection, at that moment, he looked coldly at Gu Hai and the unborn man. The outside world couldn't count on them. Gu Hai only hoped that Long Wanqing wouldn't be hurt. Master, they want Long Wanyu. One is Long Wanyu's father, and the other is Long Wanyu's brother-in-law. Hoqing explained. Oh, you are after this girl. Hoqing looked at Long Wanyu on the golden dragon's head in surprise. Sun Yuan, the golden dragon, and Long Wanyu. Dahong looked down on Long Wanyu the most. What was the use of a little girl? That's right. We only want her. Give her to us, and we will leave. The unborn man said in a low voice. The unborn man was worried that Dahong would hurt Long Wanyu. Dahong, you can have everything in this hall. We only want to take Long Wanyu away. Gu Hai said again. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, do you care so much for your sister-in-law? Do you think I will give Long Wanyu to you now? What a joke. Dahong sneered. Dahong wanted to kill Gu Hai. It would be better if Gu Hai was afraid of Long Wanyu. How could he give her away? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man said solemnly, leave them to me. You save Wanyu. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in surprise. You want to deal with the 4 of them? Was the unborn man really that powerful? All right. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man's figure blurred as he pounced over. Hee, unborn man, you are just a longevity master. Yet you want to be my enemy? Do you think I don't know your background? Kong Xian suddenly sneered and waved his hand, sending out the 6-colored divine light. Boom! The 6-colored divine light exploded on the unborn man. The unborn man seemed to have exploded into a cloud of black fog. In the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian in a strange manner. Kong Xian's face changed. He surrounded himself with a protective aura. He was sure that he would be fine, even if the unborn man struck him with a palm strike. The profoundness of a longevity master isn't something a bunch of boorish people like you can understand. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. become old for me. The unborn man waved his hand at Kong Xian. Swish! A gray light surged towards Kong Xian and the rest. However, wherever the gray light shone on, it would rapidly age. In just a moment, some white strands appeared on Kong Xian's hair. What? Kong Xian's face darkened. His body swayed, and green light surged into the sky. The peacock territory erupted. Instantly, tens of thousands of Kong Xian shadows appeared, and were about to pounce on the unborn man. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. When will the years end? Flowing light time. The unborn man formed a seal with both hands. Billions of gray light appeared around the unborn man. The gray light enveloped a circle with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It was the gray territory. Kong Xian was within the circle. Tens of thousands of Kong Xian's doppelgangers threw out 6 colored divine lights at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, as soon as they entered the gray light domain, the 6 colored divine lights instantly dissipated. Even the doppelgangers strangely disappeared all of a sudden. The unborn man pounced on Kong Xian. As the gray light shrouded Kong Xian, more and more white strands of hair appeared. Impossible! Break! Kong Xian slapped the unborn man's body. Boom! The unborn man's body exploded and turned into black fog. However, in the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian again and continued to age Kong Xian. The bizarre lifespan, Tao cultivation method left everyone astounded. Attack! De Hong shouted. Meow! Humph! Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing pounced on the unborn man together. The unborn man was still using the flowing light time domain. He moved in the middle of the 3 unparalleled experts, but they couldn't hit him. Their hair was turning white bit by bit. That's not right. Kong Xian's aging speed is slowing down. In other words, the more people enter your flowing light time domain, the weaker the effect. De Hong's expression changed. As he spoke, De Hong was about to pounce on the unborn man. At this moment, Gu Hai was charging towards the Long Wanyu. Ha! I was almost fooled by you. You want the Long Wanyu? Don't even think about it. De Hong stared and immediately stopped Gu Hai. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. De Hong took out a long sword and slashed at Gu Hai. Boom! The saber and sword clashed, but there was no clear victor. Gu Hai, His Holiness asked me to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, you were just lucky. Now, you don't have the chance. Zhou Tianjiu, what a good move. However, it seems like your Zhou Tianjiu is weaker than mine. De Hong laughed coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Even though his injuries had not healed, Gu Hai couldn't care less. He used Zhou Tianjiu's full power and clashed with De Hong again and again. Even the heavenly palace hall exploded, revealing everything inside. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Long Wanyu was pinned down by Goddess Hutu and couldn't do anything else. On the other side, Mosquito Daoren and the others couldn't even get close. Although Gu Hai fought with De Hong time and time again, he couldn't look into De Hong's eyes. As a result, his combat prowess was greatly reduced. Long Wanyu, the Golden Dragon, and Sun Yuan were enveloped in the chess formation that Gu Hai had set up temporarily. They were fine for now. However, Gu Hai was also suppressed because he couldn't look into De Hong's eyes. Far away, Gu Hai dragged half of the spider's corpse and flew over quickly. The small skeletons and evil spirits in the black fog and blood fog kept gnawing at the spider. Finally, half of the spider was eaten clean. After the spider was eaten clean, a small transparent ball dropped from the spider's body. Mystic Realm, Immortal Dome. Gu Hai immediately picked it up and guessed what it was. However, this wasn't the time to investigate. He quickly flew to the location of the main body in the distance. The battle there had reached a stalemate. He had to get there as soon as possible. At the location of Gu Hai's main body, the battle was in a stalemate. Long Wanyu, who was inside, suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Buzz! That golden light twisted around Long Wanyu's body and slowly entered the golden dragon's body. I have a body. This is great. I finally have a body. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Long Wanyu, many thanks. I finally don't have to live as a parasite in your body, and you even gave me this golden dragon's body. Woo! The golden dragon let out extremely moved cries. Demon ghost spirit, Hichu? Gu Hai's expression changed. Had the demon ghost spirit been separated from Long Wanyu's body? Gu Hai guessed the reason, but Dahong didn't. When he suddenly heard the golden dragon's voice, his expression changed. Oh no, the little girl wants to revive the golden dragon? Dahong reached out and shattered the chess formation. Then he grabbed at Long Wanyu. Oh no, Gu Hai's expression changed. Heavenly Cycle 10. Gu Hai used all his strength again and slashed down with his saber. An illusory image of a huge Tongtian tree appeared behind him. When the saber slashed out, Gu Hai's back exploded with a large number of bloody wounds. It was already difficult to execute Heavenly Cycle 9, let alone Heavenly Cycle 10. The burden was horrifying. Gu Hai's injuries had yet to recover. When he executed it, his body exploded with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. When he executed Heavenly Cycle 10, its power was greatly reduced. However, it was more than 10 times stronger than Heavenly Cycle 9. He had no choice but to execute it. Once Dahong hurt Long Wanyu, it would be too late for him to regret it. A heavenly saber aura suddenly appeared. Dahong could originally suppress Gu Hai. However, when he saw the saber aura, he was horrified. No, Dahong screamed. Hung. There was a loud sound. The world seemed to have been split open. The huge impact sent everyone in the surroundings flying. Dahong tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't. Bam! From the waist down, everything exploded into dust. His flesh was mangled, and it was a tragic sight. PFFF. Half of Dahong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, but he didn't die. Gu Hai was in a worse state. After the saber slash, he was completely drained of energy. His body was mangled, and everyone was worried. Perhaps it was because of Sun Yuan, but Long Wanyu's surroundings were still calm. The huge tremor woke Long Wanyu up completely. Long Wanyu slowly opened her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Hai, who was covered in blood. What? Brother-in-law, how did you become like this? Long Wanyu screamed and pounced over. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai was covered in blood. When he saw Long Wanyu pouncing over, his weak eyes revealed a trace of relief. Half of Dahong also spat out blood. He immediately pounced toward Sun Yuan. Gu Hai, I will remember this slash. I will make you pay with your lives. Dahong roared with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Hudu still wanted to pounce over, but the unborn man and Long Wanyu blocked them with all their might. They couldn't help. Brother-in-law, don't scare me. Why are you like this? Long Wanyu hugged Gu Hai, who was so weak that he was about to fall. Her eyes were watery. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. I just need to recuperate for a while. Gu Hai said weakly. Inside his body, waves of heaven replenishing power surged into his injured body. This time, the burden almost made him collapse. Long Wanyu was still terrified. She wanted to save Gu Hai. Whoosh! Suddenly, the skeleton Gu Hai arrived. Who are you? Long Wanyu's expression changed. She was about to attack. Don't attack. He's my clone, Gu Hai's main body said weakly. Clone? Long Wanyu was stunned. She saw a huge amount of power surging into the skeleton Gu Hai's main body. This time, his injuries were too severe. He didn't have enough heaven replenishing power. Fortunately, the Life Ender Saber could replenish Gu Hai's energy after consuming flesh and blood according to Gu Hai's needs. After consuming Ponzi Heavenly Demon, Gu Hai's main body naturally had a huge amount of energy to nourish it. Buzz. Gu Hai's main body immediately felt much better. Ha 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 ha. Sun Yuan. De Hong only had the upper half of his body left. He was severely injured. However, he was still very excited when he was about to catch Sun Yuan. De Hong was about to catch Sun Yuan. However, at the very last moment, a jade white hand actually managed to grab the immortal origin before him. What? De Hong looked at the hand that appeared out of nowhere in shock. Buzz. It was a white-robed man who gently grabbed the celestial origin in his hand, snatching it first. Who dares to snatch my Sun Yuan? De Hong roared with a ferocious expression. De Hong looked up at the white-robed man. The moment he saw the white-robed man, his expression changed drastically. Primordial, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. De Hong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at De Hong with disgust. This Sun Yuan doesn't belong to you. Chapter 1047. Primordial, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. De Hong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at De Hong with disgust. Sun Yuan doesn't belong to you. Yuanshi Tianzuan gently grabbed Sun Yuan. With a buzz, Sun Yuan seemed to be connected to the entire immortal dome. It wasn't easy to take it away. However, this was Yuanshi Tianzuan. How could he not take the ownerless Sun Yuan? Rumble! The heavenly lord of primordial beginning pulled, and the void trembled. De Hong watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan grabbed Sun Yuan. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Yuanshi Tianzuan, he couldn't accept it. A group of his subordinates had died, and he was injured to the point where he only had the upper half of his body left. He had fought so hard and was about to succeed. Suddenly, someone came to take the fruits of his labor. Sun Yuan was his. Yuanshi Tianzuan was strong. So what? What he had was the secret technique of the sorcerer race, mind control. Weren't the great perfection heavenly palaces instantly controlled as well? Yuanshi Tianzuan, look at my eyes. De Hong suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Buzz. De Hong's eyes turned red instantly. They were like two lanterns emitting a dazzling red light. The shout attracted Yuanshi Tianzuan's attention. He turned his head and looked at De Hong. Oh no! Gu Hai's face darkened. De Hong wanted to control Yuanshi Tianzuan. Once he was controlled, everything would be over. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at him. De Hong was so agitated that his body trembled. He saw it. He really saw it. Ha ha ha. As long as you look into my eyes, no one can escape from my mind control. However, when Yuanshi Tianzuan looked, the scene of him being controlled didn't happen. Yuanshi Tianzuan was still as cold and callous as ever. Why? Not being manipulated? That's impossible. Continue. A look of horror flashed across De Hong's eyes. The ancient sorcerer tribe can manipulate people's minds. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly asked. De Hong's expression changed drastically. Was Yuanshi Tianzuan really not being controlled? That was impossible. His ability to manipulate people's hearts had always been successful. How could he fail? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly extended his other hand and tapped on Dahong's glabella. Dahong's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand didn't seem fast, but it gave people a sense of hopelessness. He watched as the fingers curled into the shape of an awl. It hit Dahong's glabella. No, no! Dahong roared in despair. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Even his holiness couldn't deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan. So why did he have to deal with him? Wasn't this courting death? Tisk! There was a dull sound, but a hole was opened into Dahong's glabella by Yuanshi Tianzuan's finger. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand went into Dahong's glabella. Everyone who saw this trembled. Was Dahong so powerless in front of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? Kuji! Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand retracted from Dahong's glabella again. When he did so, there was a sarcoma-like object in his palm that was emitting a red light. After the sarcoma-like object was taken out, the red light in Dahong's eyes instantly disappeared. How did you know? Dahong said weakly in shock, manipulating people's minds. Everything must have originated from this heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan curiously activated the sarcoma-like object. Ah! No! Demon, save me! The sarcoma-like heart source let out extremely shrill screams. Oh, these screams came from pregnant women. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with curiosity as he activated the sarcoma-like object again. Buzz! As if history was replaying, many virtual images appeared in front of him. The situation in each image was the same, but the characters were different. In the images, Dahong cut open a pregnant woman's stomach in front of her. He took out the baby in her womb and broke the baby's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as he laughed maniacally. When the pregnant woman saw her baby's head being taken out and broken, the bloody scene made her go crazy with fear, despair, fear, hatred, resentment, helplessness, and grief accumulated in the pregnant woman's screams. The intensity of the resentment seemed to surpass all the resentment in the world. That immense resentment strangely surged into Dahong's glabella. It fused with this wish. So the heart source is refined using the most vicious method. There are 100,000 resentment here. That means you killed 100,000 pregnant women and took out the babies in their wombs in front of them. You made them watch as their heads were broken and used their resentment to refine this wish. This resentment is so strong that even a perfected heavenly palace couldn't withstand it. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Dahong. Dahong's head had been taken out, and he was on the verge of death. Give me back my heart source. Give me back my heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the people around him and said coldly, "It seems like there are more than 100,000 pregnant women. This resentment is a consumable. The more you use it, the less it will be used. It seems like you have used up a portion of these people. You still have 100,000 resentment left. Are you going to use it on me?" Pa! Yuanshi Tianzuan clenched his hand gently, and the sarcoma-like heart source exploded instantly. No! Uffed! As if his mind was affected, Dahong spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know. This is a great sin. Those who have committed grave sins will die a horrible death. This is the cycle of heaven. You can't escape the karma of heaven and earth. I don't care about karma, but it doesn't mean that trash like you can. You are Matriarch G's subordinate, right? Why didn't Matriarch G cultivate this mystic technique? It is because the karma is too great. Back then, that branch of the sorcerer race relied on this person's manipulation and was successful. However, do you know how they died? They died the most miserably among the sorcerer race. It wasn't that they didn't take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. You have offended me today. You deserve to die in hell. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. Who? The crushed heart source released surging resentment. With a wave of his hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan gathered all the resentment and pushed it into Dahong's body. Give me back my child. My child. Demon, you will die a horrible death. Don't kill me. Ah. Dahong was suddenly filled with endless resentment, this time without the heart source to restrain the resentment. The most despairing resentment instantly crushed Dahong's will. The scenes of the pregnant women before they died made Dahong feel as though he was there. No, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't bite my flesh. Dahong seemed to have gone crazy. He kept tearing his own flesh with his hands. At the same time, he gnawed on his own flesh like a maniac. In an instant, Dahong's self-harming appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The moment Yuanshi Tianzuan crushed the heart source, Buzz, Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Hutu, and Mao Tianyan instantly woke up. What happened? Unborn man, you made me old. Kong Xian exclaimed. Me? Long Wanqing, why am I fighting with you? Hutu also exclaimed. Meow, my black fur. Unborn man, you old man, give me back my lifespan. Mao Tianyan immediately exclaimed. Ho Qing also looked at the unborn man in shock. The unborn man and Long Wanqing were slightly stunned. Looking at Gu Hai in the distance, Gu Hai's main body nodded. I haven't extinguished your lifespan. Take it, the unborn man said in a deep voice. Whoosh! 3 rays of rainbow light instantly surged towards Kong Xian, Mao Tianyan, and Ho Qing. The 3 of them quickly swallowed it. In an instant, their bodies emitted rays of rainbow light. Their white hair slowly returned to its original state. Hutu and Long Wanqing quickly gathered towards Gu Hai. Husband, that Dahong is so cruel. He even killed a pregnant woman. Long Wanqing said in shock. Some people are willing to do anything in order to become stronger. However, it was really terrifying just now. Heavenly Palace Peak. Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. His Heavenly Palace Peak is fake. Because of this secret technique, he pushed his heavenly soul to the Heavenly Palace Peak. Long Wanyu said, Oh. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. This cruel technique can only be endured by those who are extremely ruthless. As for those who are ruthless, their heavenly soul will be emotionless and can be pushed to the perfection stage because of this technique. However, it's all fake. When he reached the perfection stage, he just entered the Heavenly Palace Peak. He will never be able to become stronger. Long Wanyu said, he had 50 subordinates just now, but I ate all of them. Can all of them be controlled? Mosquito Daoren said, those 50 people are definitely not as ruthless as Dahong. Therefore, they can't push their cultivation to the perfection stage. Moreover, they need Dahong's guidance to cultivate this technique. They can only be Dahong's assistant. However, none of them are good people. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Long Wanyu said, Indeed, their deaths are not to be regretted. However, I don't know if Matriarch Ji only has Dahong as her subordinate. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Since Matriarch Ji had sent Dahong to cultivate this technique, could she have sent someone else? Brother-in-law, don't worry. There are too few people who are extremely ruthless. Dahong's appearance is already a special case. Those who cultivate this technique by themselves will instantly be driven crazy by this resentment. Of course, even if they cultivate this technique, they won't live long. The karma is too great, and they will die a horrible death. Long Wanyu explained. Everyone gathered around. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly pulled. Rumble! With a loud sound, San Yuan was completely pulled down from the void by Yuanshi Tianzuan. the entire flawed celestial dome suddenly shook as if there was a huge earthquake. I can move. The golden dragon under Sinuan suddenly twisted its body in ecstasy. Is that a demonic ghost? Guhai looked at the golden dragon. Yes, he is actually the reincarnation of Hichu. However, when he was reincarnated, he was unlucky and lost some of his memories. He also entered my body. I sent him out. Long One, you nodded. The golden dragon was excited. Boom. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the golden dragon. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan. He was holding Sun Yuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other. Don't tell me I'm still unlucky. The golden dragon looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Sun Yuan is mine. From now on, you are mine too. What? The golden dragon was shocked. It was screaming in its heart. Why am I so unlucky? I was just about to be free, but I was caught again. Save me, Empress Ho-Tu, save me. Hichu shouted in despair. Before Gu-Hai and the rest could speak, a voice suddenly came from the void in the distance. Sun Yuan of the sagely celestial dome, he doesn't belong to you. A majestic voice came from the sky. Gu-Hai had heard that voice more than once. Immortal of the Six Paths, Kong Xian's expression changed. Chapter 1048, The Flawed Immortal Dome. As Yuanshi Tianzuan pulled the immortal source out of the void, the entire immortal vault shook with a loud bang. If one was in the void, one would notice that large cracks had suddenly appeared on the flawed immortal dome. Crack, crack, crack. The previous 18 huge cracks turned into 800 in the blink of an eye and continued to expand. In the flawed immortal dome, countless disciples looked at the shaking sky and earth in shock. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Sacred leader, what's going on? While the disciples of the various sects were panicking, at this moment, a stream of light suddenly entered the flawed immortal dome from the road to the underworld. As the stream of light appeared, it slowly twisted and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man in a black Taoist robe. If Gu-Hai saw it, he would recognize the man at a glance. He was Rokudo Shinkuan, whom he had seen 800,000 years ago. At this moment, it was not Rokudo Shinkuan, but Immortal Six Paths Bone God sent a message to Immortal Six Paths through a curse. Immortal Six Paths, Eye of Heaven, wandered around the underworld sea for a while. He hesitated. Immortal Six Paths found the road to the underworld almost instantly. However, should he go over? Immortal Six Paths remembered the death of Firmament clearly. He was the one who had tricked Firmament to go out and then killed him. Now, would someone trick him out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and wait for him to fall into a trap? Because once he left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he would not be able to use the power of heaven and earth. He was curious about the other side of the road to the underworld. It was not that Ancestor Bone was still alive. Even if he was, what could he do? It would be easy for him to kill him. What made Immortal Six Paths curious was the Immortal Dome. Isn't that my Immortal Dome? It should have been destroyed long ago. It still exists. Immortal Six Paths was looking forward to it. Go over? Actually, it did not matter. His main body was still in seclusion. If he went over, it would at most be a strand of divine will. Even if something happened to this strand of divine will, so what? His main body was still in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, and he was invincible. Swish! He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the road to the Yellow Springs. Soon, Immortal Six Paths Divine will arrive at the Immortal Dome of Flaws. As soon as it entered the flawed Immortal Dome, this strand of divine will instantly mobilize the surrounding power to reconstruct a Taoist robed body. Standing in the void, the Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the world with a serious expression. Saintly Celestial Dome, does it really still exist? Immortal Six Paths said as he looked around. Buzz. Immortal Six Paths closed his eyes and sensed the world. The laws of heaven and earth here were modeled after the immortal dome of Six Paths, so Immortal Six Paths was able to sense countless places through the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was within his senses. Rumble. All of a sudden, the boundless faith power seemed to have found a target and strangely surged toward the Immortal of Six Paths. The surging power of faith shocked the Immortal of Six Paths. All the living beings in this world believe in me? Are they all fanatics? Immortal of Six Paths' eyes lit up. Suddenly, Immortal of Six Paths felt like he had returned to the days when he was the sect leader of the Divine Heavens sect. Yes, this is what I need. Humph. Unlike the Six Paths Immortal Dome, a bunch of traitors who only know how to fight and defy the heavens. Humph. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. This immortal dome of flaws is supposed to be cracked. 18 cracks? It has existed for 800,000 years. 800,000 years? Someone must have mobilized the Sinuan here to continuously use the power of Sinuan to repair this immortal dome. Unfortunately, in the end, it could not be repaired. This immortal dome is constantly being consumed and will eventually be destroyed. What a pity. So what if it is destroyed? The people here believe in me so much. When the time comes, I will bring all of you back. Immortal of Six Paths said lightly. Rumble. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan plucked the immortal origin from afar. The moment he did so, he stopped channeling the power of heaven and earth to mend the 18 cracks. The moment he stopped, the power of the void was fully exposed. In an instant, the void power corroded the immortal dome, causing countless cracks to appear on its periphery. The number of cracks multiplied exponentially. The whole world was shaking. The people were crying for help. Immortal of Six Paths' face turned cold and turned his head to look into the distance. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. From afar, he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan, Hutu, Mao Tianyan, Gaochen, and the others. Then he suddenly saw the golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Heaven's corpse? No, I have already destroyed Heaven's corpse. Was it resurrected with the power of faith? I have been wondering what else Heaven has. It turns out that she asked her lackeys to resurrect her corpse. Using my power of faith to resurrect her corpse? It's useless. No one can resurrect you. Even if you are resurrected, you are not you, even if you are the original you. So what? Without Sinuan, you are nothing. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice could be heard. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Sinuan is mine. You from now on are mine too. Yours? Sinuan of the immortal dome of sage heaven? This is not yours. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Boom. In an instant, Immortal of Six Paths arrived where everyone was. Immortal of Six Paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. The black-robed Immortal of the Six Paths stood in the air. Although he seemed to be illusory at the same time, everyone was frightened. Every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. He did not release his aura, but it formed a natural pressure that made Mosquito Doran's heart tremble. This is Immortal of Six Paths. Mosquito Doran opened his eyes wide and did not dare to say anything. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer. Golden Dragon Hichu, who was in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand, also opened his eyes wide and trembled. Hutu, is this what you have done all these years? You want to resurrect heaven? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Goddess Hutu coldly. Huta's face was gloomy, but she did not say anything. Ho-Ching, who was standing at the side, trembled. He was afraid of Immortal of Six Paths. Now that Immortal of Six Paths had arrived, he felt like the end of the world. I'm not heaven. You're wrong. I'm not. Hichu shouted. Hichu was scared when he was caught by Yuanshi Tianzuan, but Hichu was terrified when he saw Immortal of Six Paths, Yuanshi Tianzuan might not destroy him, but Immortal of Six Paths definitely would. Hichu's shout made Immortal of Six Paths turn around. He said coldly, "Humph, reconstructing the body and gathering the soul is just a cowardly consciousness. You're far inferior to heaven. That's all there is to it. Yes, that's all there is to it. I'm just a fart. Let me go." Hichu said anxiously. Immortal of Six Paths frowned and looked at Hichu. "Don't worry. The Sengyuan of the saintly sky is mine, and so are you. I'll crush you and make you disappear." Ah! Hichu's face froze. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Why am I so unlucky? Immortal of Six Paths raised his head and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Wancho Taoism?" Immortal of Six Paths asked in a low voice. "Wancho Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan." Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. Immortal Six Paths ordered, "Grand Supreme Tong Tian, you have served this immortal for 800,000 years. You have been very conscientious. Out of respect for them, this immortal will let you live. Give me the celestial source and the golden dragon." Immortal of Six Paths' tone was arrogant, as if it was a matter of course, and as if he had to listen to orders. "Give you?" Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Immortal of Six Paths. "Yes." Immortal of Six Paths said coldly, "What if I don't want to?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid at all. He sneered. "Don't want to?" Kong Xian, Hutu, and Ho-Ching looked at Immortal of Six Paths in surprise. This was the Immortal of the Six Paths. No one had ever dared to refuse or disobey the Immortal of the Six Paths. What did I just hear? Yuanshi Tianzuan refused Immortal of Six Paths? Immortal of Six Paths did not expect that Wancho Taoism would dare to disobey him. The saintly heaven and the immortal dome were his, so the immortal source should have been his as well. As for the golden dragon, it should not have been able to escape. It was a matter of course, but the primeval Lord of Heaven had dared to refuse. "Ha, you don't want to?" Immortal of Six Paths' eyes flashed coldly. A murderous aura was emitted from his body. As soon as the murderous aura was emitted, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A storm seemed to be brewing in those dark clouds. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the rolling dark clouds, and an eye of the heavens appeared. Just like the Immortal of Six Paths in the past, when the eye of heaven appeared, a heavenly aura pressed down. Everyone had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Mosquito Daoran knelt down subconsciously. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng did not escape and immediately knelt down. Swoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand. Mosquito Daoran, Mu Chenfeng, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changsheng, Long Wanyu, and the skeleton were all put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Even half of Dahong's body, which was self-mutilating, was also put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Only Gu Hai's main body, the unborn man, Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, Hutu, Ho-Ching, and Mao Tianyan were left outside, except for Gu Hai, who was lying there injured. The others were at the peak of the heavenly palace. They barely managed to stand and not kneel. Long Wanqing and Kong Xian supported Gu Hai. The others followed and slowly retreated. The Immortal of Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan were not people they could provoke. The two of them stared at each other fiercely. When the eye of heaven appeared, a fierce aura shot out in all directions and approached Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Do you think you're the only one who has the eye of heaven? Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold, and a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly appeared around him. Boom! Crack! Crack! Rolling dark clouds suddenly appeared above Yuanshi Tianzuan's head. As the dark clouds rolled, they suddenly split into two from the middle. Hum! Another eye of heaven appeared. No, this eye of heaven seemed to be on Yuanshi Tianzuan's side. Its pupils were purple. The eye of heaven of the Immortal of Six Paths had black pupils. The two eyes of heaven, separated by a distance, burst out with equally powerful auras at the same time. The two fierce auras seemed to be on par, but neither of them was backing down. The murderous auras stirred the entire void. Chapter 1049. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the Snuon in one hand and the golden dragon in the other as he stared coldly at the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths opened his eye of heaven, and a huge pressure surged out. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eye of heaven and stared at the Immortal of the Six Paths without backing down. Immortals were the rulers of heaven and earth, the most respected existence among all life. No one would dare to go against them. But now, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid of the Immortal of the Six Paths at all. In fact, his words were full of disdain. In the eyes of Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, and Ho Qing, all of this did not make sense. This was not like the hatred between Mao Tianyun and the dominator of samsara, nor was it a case of breaking a jar. But everything before them was so strange. Gu Hai did not speak, and neither did the others. They just watched quietly. Gu Hai sent the others into the Immortal Dome because the commotion was too big. Those people were not strong enough and would only be in danger if they stayed. Moreover, the skeleton clone and Long Wanyu did not want to be seen by the Immortal of the Six Paths. Even in the Immortal Dome, the skeleton clone could still release energy, which Gu Hai absorbed into his body to repair himself. Within the Immortal Dome, Gu Hai set up a time zone so that the people inside could see the outside world. Is this Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? Is he going against the Immortal of the Six Paths? Mosquito Darren was shocked. No, Yuanshi Tianzuan has cultivated a talent. Long Wanyu said in a low voice. Talent? Mosquito Darren was shocked. Yes, before I died in my previous life, I was worried that Rokudo Shinkuin would take all the spiritual light in the world. So, I put most of it into the divine continent. It turned into 4 talents. The remaining 1/5 must have been refined by Rokudo Shinkuin into the 5th part of the talent. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of the Heavens was one of his innate skills. He must have obtained an innate skill. Long Wanyu said, solemnly, his talent was that amazing. What is this divine light of heaven and earth? Mosquito Darren asked curiously. Spiritual light is spiritual light. Long Wanyu said impatiently, but I don't understand. What is the divine light produced? Is it nurtured by heaven and earth? Mosquito Darren asked curiously. Long Wanyu shook her head. Lifespan and divine literature spirits are all man-made. Yuanshi Tianzuan dared to challenge the Immortal of Six Paths. His talent must have reached a very high level. Everyone was stunned. You are the reincarnation of heaven. Have you recovered your memories? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The lifespan and divine literature spirits are man-made? How is that possible? Mosquito Darren said in astonishment. Of course, I recovered my memories from my previous life. Why is it impossible? Where did Shoushio come from? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Shoushio was created by Fushi. But the other 4 are impossible. How could they be man-made? Mosquito Darren said in disbelief. Shoushio was created by me in my previous life. Long One, you said indifferently. What? Impossible. You created Shoushio, the way of the emperor, destiny of heaven and earth. Dragon Shennying, who had recovered, said in disbelief. Long One, you looked at Dragon Shennying. Dragon Shennying, although you are my uncle in this life, even the old man Long Zhangua is very polite to me. Do you know why? Because Father respects the heavens. Dragon Shennying said with a frown. But why does the old man respect the heavens? When he was born, I had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Why does he respect me so much? Long One, you said indifferently. Dragon Shennying was at a loss. Indeed, even if Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of heaven, what did it have to do with Long Zhangua? Cultivating the emperor's destiny will form the golden dragon of luck, right? Long Wanyu glanced at Dragon Shennying. That's right. Dragon Shennying nodded. What is the shape of the golden dragon of luck? Long Wanyu asked again. Dragon Shennying was stunned. The golden dragon of luck was indeed the golden dragon of luck. Was there a need to ask? In confusion, Dragon Shennying looked at the golden dragon in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand. Dragon Shennying raised his eyebrows when he saw the golden dragon. The golden dragon of luck was too similar to the golden dragon outside. However, one was illusory, while the other was real. Back then, I controlled the Immortal Dome and commanded the 3,000 Great Tao. I merged with the 3,000 Great Tao and infused my mark into the 3,000 Great Tao. Therefore, the 3,000 Great Tao gave the Golden Dragon of Luck some special abilities. Because of me, there was the cultivation of luck. You understand? Long One, you said indifferently. Is this true? Dragon Shennying said in shock. Those who cultivate luck don't know where it comes from. What a joke. Back then, when Long Zhangua established the dynasty, he also cultivated luck. He knew my identity and knew that it was thanks to me that he had the Qian celestial dynasty. If it wasn't for me, there would be no such thing as luck. Is Long Zhangua not grateful to me? Does he not respect my previous life? Long One, you said indifferently. Yes. Dragon Shennying said bitterly. The others were stunned, including Gu Hai. So the golden dragon of luck's form came from heaven? My previous life was heaven, and the emperor had the golden dragon of luck, called the son of heaven, because all their golden dragons of luck were my marks. I am heaven. They are the son of heaven. I am the reincarnation of heaven, and I created the cultivation of luck. Long One, you said proudly. Everyone nodded and sighed. The cultivation of life was created by Fuxi, and the cultivation of luck was created by heaven. What about the spiritual light you mentioned? What about spiritual cultivation? Mosquito Darin asked curiously. Long One, you frowned. That person should be dead. Oh, who? Dead? What do you mean? Who is he? Guhai asked in surprise. His name is 30. Long One, you said with a frown. 30? Everyone was confused. Only skeleton Guhai was startled. The pupils of Guhai's main body in the outside world also constricted. 30? Others didn't know about 30, but Guhai was very familiar with this name. The deity dome of the six paths corresponded to the 30 deity dome. 30, the deity on earth, the absolute ruler on earth. The 30 deity dome was under 30's control. On earth, the peerless overlords like Laozi and Shakyamuni were hiding in the deity realm like mice. Guhai had never seen 30, but he knew how terrifying 30 was from the attitude of Laozi and Shakyamuni. It seemed that 30 had sensed the deity dome of the six paths 800,000 years ago and came to invade. At that time, Fuxi and 30's Immortal will perish together. 30? Shouldn't he be the ruler on earth? How did Long One know? No, she should say that she knew about 30 in the past. Had she seen 30? Was the spiritual light the cultivation method left by 30? Everything sounded like a heavenly book, making Gu Hai feel inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Hai knew that he couldn't talk too much about 30 at this time. He had to wait until the crisis was over and then ask Guan Yu. Yuan Shi Tianzuan can compete with the deity dome of the Six Paths because of his talent. Gu Hai changed the topic. Sure enough, everyone looked outside. Long Guan Yu shook her head. I don't know. In fact, the cultivation of each branch is very different. I studied the spiritual light for a long time, but I couldn't find a way. What? You were the heavens in your previous life. You couldn't find a way? Mosquito Darren said in disbelief. So what? Said Long Guan Yu disdainfully. Every branch of cultivation has special requirements. For example, brother-in-law's Go Dao is amazing. If he wants you to cultivate Go Dao, he'll give you 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Can you beat him? I get a headache when I see the chess game. I can't even learn it in 100 million years. However, you were the heavens in your previous life. You should be omnipotent. Why can't you study the spiritual light? Mosquito, Darren said with a smile. You don't know a lot. I was the heavens in my previous life. I'm not omnipotent. Long Guan Yu said. Oh no, that Dahong is crazy. He's going to kill the people here. Dragon God Ying's expression suddenly changed. Dahong self-mutilated for a while and started killing everywhere. It's useless to keep it. Destroy it, Gu Hai said indifferently. Don't. Give it to me. I want it. That resentment is good for me. Mosquito, Darren said excitedly. Skeleton Gu Hai was stunned, but he nodded and said, Go. Okay, don't snatch it from me. Mosquito, Darren said excitedly. A large number of mosquitoes swarmed toward the crazy Dahong and started devouring his flesh. Everyone looked outside again. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and the Immortal of the Six Paths were facing each other. Their eyes of heaven were looking at each other coldly. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, you better think about the consequences of going against me. From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan flipped his hand and pinched the golden dragon Hichu. He too's entire body seemed to have been restrained. Immortal of the Six Paths, this is not your immortal dome. If I'm not wrong, you are just a divine consciousness now, right? Even your main body is not qualified to make me lose my place in this world. What's more, you are just a strand of divine consciousness now. If you are so capable, why don't you come here personally? If your main body comes, I will reenact the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. How about that? However, this time it will not be the heavens, but you, the Six Paths, who will be killed. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan said coldly. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan's words made Ho Qing and the others' jaws drop. Is this a joke? Is Yuan Shi, Tianzuan courting death? Presumptuous, the Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Presumptuous? Here, you are just a strand of divine consciousness. I dare to be presumptuous because I have the strength. Do you believe that I can destroy your strand of divine consciousness with a flip of my hand? At the end of the day, you are not the ruler of this world. You are still far from being able to command me. The primeval divine pillar said coldly. The ruler of this sage heaven? How do you know that I am not the ruler here? In the Six Paths Immortal Dome, I am an immortal. Here, I am still an immortal. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The sinuan here is still in my hands. What kind of immortal are you? Yuan Shi, Tianzuan said coldly. All living beings believe in me, and I am an immortal. In this flawed immortal dome, all living beings believe in me. With a wave of my hand, I can mobilize the power of all living beings. Do you believe that? The immortal of the six paths said coldly. Oh, Yuan Shi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. The immortal of the six paths waved his hand. A golden dragon of luck that was 100,000 miles long suddenly appeared in the void. Roar! The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that echoed throughout the flawed immortal dome. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the six paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your strength. The immortal of the six paths shouted coldly. Ang! The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that was instantly heard by all living beings in the flawed immortal dome. Almost all living beings trembled and suddenly knelt down in excitement. It had been 800,000 years since the sacred leader's voice. Finally, the sacred leader's voice was heard again. Chapter 1050. The Flawed Celestial Dome. The moment the Snuan was pulled out by Yuan Shi Tianzuan, there was no longer any power of heaven and earth to repair the 18 cracks. Suddenly, the void power invaded, and large cracks appeared on the flawed celestial dome. The entire celestial dome was about to be destroyed by the void power. At this moment, the flawed celestial dome was shaking and shaking. The living beings inside were naturally the most terrified. The mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the sky, as if the end of the world was coming. The disciples of the various sects all knelt down. Sacred leader, what's going on? The sky is going to be destroyed. Are we all doomed? Sacred leader, you haven't appeared for 800,000 years. What should we do now? Sacred leader, the fear of the end of the world made everyone pin their hopes on the immortal of the six paths. Everyone knelt down and begged, but there was no other way. Just as everyone was in despair, the voice of the immortal of the six paths finally appeared, accompanied by a dragon's roar. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the six paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your power. The voice of the immortal of the six paths made everyone's eyes widen. I heard it. I heard it. It's the voice of the sacred leader. The sacred leader didn't abandon us. All kinds of blissful voices rang out. The sacred leader that they had worshipped all their lives had finally appeared. Quick, raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Sacred leader, please save us. Everyone was excited and kept raising their right hands. The flawed celestial dome was full of fanatics of the immortal of the six paths. When the immortal of the six paths spoke, the power of faith transmitted to everyone. Everything was real. Almost everyone raised their right hands. No hesitation, no waiting. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power from all directions rushed toward the golden dragon of destiny above the immortal of the six paths' head. The power of all living beings. Almost all of them gathered. How much power was the combined power of all the living beings in the immortal dome? Even if the number of living beings in the flawed celestial dome was only 1% of the six paths, it was still in the trillions. This surging power was even greater than the power that the six paths borrowed from His Holiness in one celestial dynasty. If such a scene had happened in the divine continent, many people would have been scared witless. The waves of power surged over like a tsunami. The golden dragon of luck was about to enter the body of the immortal of six paths, within the ancient immortal dome. Zealots borrowing power? Hutu and the others have made a wedding dress for the six paths, Zi Wei said with a displeased expression. Samsara? Humph, I was the one who spread this luck technique, and he actually used my method. Humph, Long One, you felt uncomfortable. But no matter what, The body formed by the immortal of the six paths divine was about to become much stronger. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid. Instead, he sneered, mobilizing the power of all living beings. It is indeed a method, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. How is it useless? Immortal of six paths said disdainfully. In the sky, the golden dragon of fate roared and dragged the power from all over the world towards the immortal of six paths. It was about to fuse with this boundless power. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand lightly. You want to kill me? It's still too early. Immortal of six paths sneered. I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about anyone who stands in my way. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Immortal of six paths did not care. After mobilizing the power of all living beings, he could immediately kill Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was useless to say anything more. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly stretched out his right hand and raised it to the sky. Suddenly, a gray energy ball that was 10 feet wide appeared in his right palm. There seemed to be countless sword chi condensing inside the gray energy ball. The gray energy ball gathered more and more power. 10 feet. No, it became 1,000 feet wide in the blink of an eye. Is that chaotic sword chi? Although it is powerful, it is still weaker than the immortal of six paths who can mobilize the power of all living beings, right? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. That's not right. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Kong Xian did not finish his question. Boom. The giant ball in the primeval Lord of Heaven's palm suddenly exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces, releasing billions of sword chi that shot in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Huh. His chaotic energy ball broke. Mao Tianyun stared in confusion. No, he wants to kill. Gu Hai said, as his eyelids twitched. Bastard, Yuanshi Tianzuan, how dare you? Immortal of six paths stared at him. However, it was too late. Each of the chaotic sword chi seemed to have transcended time and space. They were extremely fast and instantly spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic sword chi exploded everywhere in the world, creating huge craters. However, the most terrifying thing was that each of the sword chi pierced through a body. Each of the sword chi killed a living being in an instant. Ah! Don't! Help! Because of the golden dragon of luck, it could hear the screams of living beings everywhere. However, the screams only lasted for a short while. Buzz. Where the golden dragon of luck was, there was no sound. Rumble. All of the power of all living beings that had gathered suddenly collapsed. The golden dragon of luck also let out a wail and suddenly fell apart. The power that was about to enter Immortal Six Paths' body, or even had already entered it, suddenly vanished. Hiss! Not far from where Gu Hai was, a group of people gasped. What is going on? In the immortal dome of ancients, Gao Qin and Chang Sheng stared. Yuanshi Tianzuan just killed all the living beings in the world. Long Wan Yu said in shock. What? He killed all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws. Everyone is dead. All the demons are dead. Gao Qin exclaimed. Not only Gao Qin, but everyone was shocked by Yuanshi Tianzuan's means. Destroying the world with a flip of his hand, killing all the living beings because of a disagreement, except for Gu Hai's group. All the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws were dead. Even the dead spirits in the underworld were all destroyed. In an instant, they were all dead. What a ruthless killing intent. Long Wan Yu said in shock. This was the first time Long Wanqing had seen someone so ruthless and merciless. Trillions of living beings were killed in one move. It was not that he was strong, but that ruthlessness really made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. How much karma does he have? Is he not afraid? Ziwei said in shock. His talent should have been cultivated to the late stage. Only when he cultivated to the late stage can he not be affected by karma. Long Wanyu said in shock. Not be affected by karma? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, not be affected by karma. I just didn't expect him to be so ruthless. So many living beings were killed in one move, just because he was blocked, just because he was blocked. Long Wanyu said in shock. He also killed once when he was in the southern sea of the divine continent. Guhai said in a low voice, "Ah, he's heartless by nature." Guhai sighed slightly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his hand and killed all the living beings, making the power that was rushing towards the Immortal of Six Paths disappear. The Immortal of Six Paths also looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. He was angry, but he was also angry, because this was the first time the Immortal of Six Paths met someone as ruthless as him. Only by being ruthless could one be invincible. The Immortal of Six Paths looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had grown to such a level. Killing intent rose in him. Such a person could not be left alive. He had to kill him as soon as possible. He was the only one who was heartless and heartless. I've said it before. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes at Yuanshi Tianzuan and sneered. Wansho Taoism? I didn't expect you to be such a character. You killed my disciple. Today, you won't have a good ending. As he spoke, the Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand. Wang, the Immortal of Six Paths' eye of heaven, suddenly emitted a ray of black light. A huge ray of God-slaying light shot out from the eye of heaven. Humph, that's all you got, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Wang, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven also emitted a huge purple ray of God-slaying light. Boom! The two rays of God-slaying light collided, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole was expanding rapidly. Let's go! Guhai shouted. Whoosh! The group of people immediately shot off into the distance, escaping from this huge battlefield. Under the impact of the God-slaying light, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths finally attacked each other. Both of their palms collided, and a huge force rushed to the sky. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Guhai and the others saw the whole world being split into two by the collision of the two's power. The world was split vertically. The flawed immortal dome was already full of cracks. The strength of the two was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, a huge chain reaction occurred. The world was torn apart, and for a moment, the surging power of the void rushed in. The whole world exploded in countless places. Let's go. We'll go back to the road to the underworld, Guhai said. Yes, Kongxian immediately answered. They were about to return. Brother-in-law, it's better not to go back through the road to the underworld. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Why? Guhai asked. The Immortal of Six Paths is only a strand of divine thought. There must be a strand of divine thought guarding the underworld sea. Yuanshi Tianzuan is here, so he doesn't pay attention to us. However, once we leave the underworld sea, the Immortal of Six Paths will definitely not let us go. Long Wanyu said. Guhai's pupils shrank. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths started fighting. The terrifying battle strength, coupled with the invasion of the void power, caused the flawed immortal dome to be torn apart. It was as if the whole world was about to shatter. Brother-in-law, I have a formation that requires 5 perfect deities of Heavenly Palace to work together to form a formation. We can stay in the void for a short time. When the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths ends, and they leave, we can go back. I have a way to find the way back. Long One, you said. Rumble. The whole world was falling apart. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched, and he finally nodded. Let's go to the void and leave this battlefield. Listen to Wan Yu. Chapter 10:51. Gu Hai and the others flew straight into the starry sky. As they soared into the sky, the power of the void invaded them. Dark ribbons visible to the naked, I surged into the immortal dome of imperfection. Everyone dodged as they flew up. My formation is called the Primordial Five Elements Formation. I was going to let the 5 divine messengers use it, but now however, it's not impossible to let the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces use it. This is the formation diagram. The 5 great perfection heavenly palaces will form a 5 elements formation. Each of them will stand in a position. The 5 forces will fuse and form a primordial element. The consumption of power will be slowed down. It can last for at least 10 years. Long One, you said. As he spoke, he waved his hand and used a spell to form a formation diagram. Kong Xian, Wan Qing, Hutu, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyan, the 5 of you are all great perfection heavenly palaces. How about you set up the formation? Gu Hai asked. I'm fine with it. Long Wan Qing immediately shouted. The others also nodded. Long Wan Yu's formation diagram was displayed by Gu Hai. The 5 of them immediately occupied 5 positions and waved their hands. Boom! Suddenly, the 5 types of energy collided in the void according to a specific frequency. Then, a small spherical barrier was formed, surrounding everyone in the center. Looking at the billowing dark power of the void, everyone's expression turned solemn. Enter! The spherical enchantment enveloped everyone, and they instantly entered the pitch-black void. Hum! The barrier shook for a while like a drop of water falling on a soldering iron. It made a sizzling sound, as if the energy was evaporating. After evaporating, it disappeared. The void was depleting the power of the boundary, and it was also depleting the power of the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces. Once the power of the 5 was depleted, the boundary would break because there was no energy supply in the void. It's done. This is more than 100 times less than when I entered the void alone. Huta's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Long One, you said proudly. Look at the flawed immortal dome. Kong Xian said with a glare. Only by standing in the void and looking at the immortal flawed dome could one see clearly. At this moment, one could faintly see 2 forces colliding with each other inside. They were the 6 paths, Immortal, and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Boom! Every time they collided, the resulting force was like a saber cleaving the entire immortal dome in half. After a few times, the flawed immortal dome shattered into pieces. The Sage of 6 Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan are so powerful. Kong Xian was shocked. Kong Xian was now at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but he still didn't expect that the power of the 2 could shatter the whole world. You're overthinking things. The goddess Earth Mother shook her head. If it wasn't for Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths, they wouldn't have been able to do that. The reason why the heavens and earth shattered was because they already had countless internal injuries. The flawed immortal dome was already on the verge of shattering. At this moment, with the influx of void energy, the immortal dome shattered even faster. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 6 Paths Immortal are just a catalyst to accelerate the process of the flawed immortal dome shattering. They're just the straw that broke the camel's back. The goddess Earth Mother said, solemnly. Oh, Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Boom. Crack. Crack. The flawed immortal dome shattered into hundreds of large pieces. tens of thousands of small pieces. It was as if a planet had exploded. The magnificent scene shocked Gu Hai and the others. The power of the void was quickly melting these fragments. The large fragments still needed time to melt, but the small fragments melted away in an instant. Vaguely, they could see that in the remaining hundreds of large pieces, there were countless energy shadows in the shape of trees pulling at them, as if they wanted to fuse with these pieces. However, they couldn't resist the void energy and were still disappearing. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of the Six Paths wasn't over. The entire flawed Immortal Dome shattered, but the two of them instantly pounced into the void. Accompanying the two of them was the subdued golden dragon. The golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu let out a cry of despair and disappeared into the void with the two of them. They're gone. Let's go back and take a look. Gu Hai said. Whoosh! The barrier enveloped everyone as they rushed into the shattered, flawed, Immortal Dome. But now they couldn't tell what was right and what was wrong. The road to the underworld had also disappeared. The road to the underworld is gone. What should we do now? Ho Qing asked anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the countless tree shadows and the remaining fragments of the flawed Immortal Dome. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. I'm going to put these into the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai said. What? Everyone was slightly stunned. Just leave me an opening in the barrier. Gu Hai said. No, you're hastening our destruction. Ho Qing exclaimed. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Buzz. Kong Xian opened a small opening. No, do you want us to die with you? Ho Qing said angrily. Shut up. Kong Xian glared at him. Long Wanqing also glared at Ho Qing. Hutu and Mao Tianyan didn't say anything. They saw Gu Hai waving his hand at the small opening in the barrier. The Immortal Dome seemed to open a huge mouth and swallowed a fragment that was millions of miles large. Whoosh! The enormous fragment entered the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. At the same time, the Immortal Dome continued to swallow those tree-like energy shadows. Gu Hai knew that those were great Daos that were struggling in the void. The Six Paths Immortal Dome, the 3,000 great Daos were a whole. They formed a cycle and formed a perfect world. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the void invasion. Now, in the flawed Immortal Dome, these great Daos couldn't hold on alone. The Immortal Dome was shattered. This was the final struggle. It was like a drowning person suddenly finding a life-saving straw. They naturally rushed over. The Immortal Dome was the way to survive. All the struggling great Daos dragged the huge flawed Immortal Dome fragments into the Immortal Dome. Rumble! The great Daos entered the Immortal Dome. They were immediately recorded by the Book of Life and Death. Then they formed great Tao patterns and merged into the Immortal Dome. And those flawed Immortal Dome fragments were like the energy of the great Tao. They were quickly filling up the great Tao. In the past, Gu Hai used countless spiritual stones to shape the great Tao of chess. Now, he was directly using the world Tao to fill up the world Tao. This was more perfect than spiritual stones to nourish the great Tao. Where to find it? Rumble, rumble! The ancient Immortal Dome expanded rapidly as the great Tao merged with it. At the same time, the entire world seemed to have the shadow of a giant tree. That was the great Tao taking root in the Immortal Dome. This is the old man's Immortal Dome, right? Long One, you said in surprise. In the void force, and the Immortal Dome of the Ancients were competing to devour the fragments of the Immortal Dome 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 of the Ancients. Fortunately, the great Daos of the Immortal Dome of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients favored the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. It expanded the immortal dome. This time, there was no need for energy or the power of space. Everything in these fragments was self-contained. The living beings in the ancient immortal dome watched as the entire world underwent earth-shaking changes. 1 great Tao, 10 great Taos, 100 great Taos. The immortal dome continued to expand, and the spirit chi continued to rise. While everyone inside was shocked, outside, Ho Ching's expression changed drastically. "Gu Hai, enough is enough." Ho Ching said angrily. Ho Ching could see that Gu Hai had benefited greatly. He already had a problem with Gu Hai, and now he was even more jealous. At the same time, because Kong Xian had opened a small hole in the barrier, everyone had used up a lot of energy. The barrier said it could last 10 years, but who knew how long it could last? 1 year? It was a land of death outside. "How dare you?" Kong Xian glared at Ho Ching. "Ho Ching, now is not the time to argue." Long Wanqing said in a low voice, "What do you mean it's not the time to argue? Kong Xian is Gu Hai's subordinate. Long Wanqing, you are Gu Hai's woman. Of course, you'll side with him. He's messing around here, but he wants us to die with him. We don't even know where the immortal dome of the 6 paths is. We can't lose anything now. We'll play with him until we die. Sister, don't you think so? Mao Tianyun, do you want to die?" Ho Ching said coldly. Mao Tianyun and Huda frowned, but didn't say anything. They were hesitant. "Who said so? I know how to get to our immortal dome. I'll be there soon. I've been calculating how much energy my brother-in-law needs. If he can't handle it, we'll go back to our immortal dome immediately." Long Wanyu said angrily. The immortal dome of the ancients didn't block out Long Wanyu and the others' voices. You were heaven in your past life, and I respected you. But now, you're Gu Hai's sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know. You're siding with Gu Hai. You're asking us to die with him. Ho Ching glared. "How dare you? Ho Ching, how can you say that?" Huda glared. "Sister, the old heaven is dead. This is no longer heaven. It's just heaven's memories. Their personalities are completely different." Ho Ching said angrily, "Don't spout nonsense." Huda glared. "I don't care. If you can find our immortal dome, go ahead and find it. Tell me." Ho Ching said angrily. Long Wanyu was also annoyed. "Fine, you don't believe me? Fine, I'll make a void-piercing eye. See for yourself." With that said, Long Wanyu waved her hand and used magic to condense an eye-like magic treasure. She activated it gently. Wung. The eye-like magic treasure immediately spread out in all directions, forming pieces of light. Most of the light screens were empty. Suddenly, the immortal dome of the 6 paths appeared. There. Everyone's eyes lit up. Follow the direction of the void-piercing eye, and we'll be able to go back. What are you worried about? Long Wanyu said. Then let's go back. Ho Ching said happily. No, my brother-in-law's matter isn't over yet. We'll leave after it's over. Long Wanyu shouted. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Sister. Mao Tianyun, don't you want to go back immediately? Ho Ching said. Ho Ching, shut up. Listen to Long Wanyu. Huda said. No, I have to go back. I don't believe them. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Ho Ching shouted. You'll go? If you go, what about our array? Long Wanyu glared. So be it. I have to go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, are you sure you don't want to go? Ho Ching looked at the two of them. If the two of them left with him, the primordial 5 elements array would be completely destroyed. Gu Hai would not be able to stay in the void any longer. He would not be able to get any benefits from it. Meow. Ho Ching, I've been tricked by you once. Do you think I'll listen to you again? Mao Tianyun said coldly. Obviously, Mao Tianyun was on Long Wanyu's side. Ho Ching, you disappoint me too much. Goddess Hutu also had a look of disappointment on her face. Humph, it's fine if you don't want to go. But let me remind you, even though that unborn man fought against me, Kong Xian, and Mao Tianyun, he's not a heavenly palace greater perfection being. He only used Master Shou's methods. Once I leave, your primordial 5 elements array will be destroyed. You won't be able to stay for long. Ho Qing looked at Gu Hai coldly. With that, Ho Qing was about to deactivate his array. Ho Qing, you... Everyone was enraged. There had to be 5 heavenly palace greater perfection beings. One less wouldn't do. But now that Ho Qing had left, I'll fill in the gaps. Suddenly, Gu Hai stepped out of the Immortal Dome. Chapter 1052. Seeing Gu Hai's main body use the Immortal Dome of the Ancients to swallow the Immortal Dome, Ho Qing didn't know what was going on, but he knew that Gu Hai was getting great benefits, so he didn't want to let Gu Hai get what he wanted. That was why he wanted to leave, so that everyone would compromise and stop Gu Hai from getting benefits. But now, a black-robed man suddenly appeared. Ho Qing hadn't seen him fight, but Gu Hai wanted to replace him. So Ho Qing was shocked. Do you have Heavenly Palace Peak cultivation? You need to make up for it. Ho Qing sneered. Just a little bit. That's enough. Gu Hai said calmly, wrapped in a black robe. Skeleton, Gu Hai did not let Ho Qing see his appearance. A little bit. Haha, do you know how much this void costs us? You don't have Heavenly Palace Peak cultivation. You're asking for death. Ho Qing glared. Gu Hai's main body said, Ho Qing, do you want to leave or stay? Of course I want to leave. Ho Qing glared. If you want to leave, then don't be so noisy. Leave now, Gu Hai's main body said. You... Ho Qing glared. Gu Hai's expression of disdain made Ho Qing depressed. Ho Qing, if you dare to leave, then you're not my brother. Huda scolded Ho Qing anxiously. Humph, sister. I already said that the heavens are dead. Why are you still loyal to Long Wanyu? Ho Qing was depressed. Shut up, Huda said angrily. Humph, I don't care. This black-robed man hasn't reached Heavenly Palace Peak. You're just waiting for death here. See how this formation works? Without me, you'll all go to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome like me. Humph. Ho Qing snorted. Boom. Ho Qing left the formation and shot into the distance. As soon as Ho Qing left, the barrier immediately began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Gu Hai's body flashed and stopped at a spot where the formation was lacking. Immediately, skeleton energy surged into the formation. The formation stabilized again. However, it also used up a lot of Gu Hai's energy. However, Gu Hai extended his hand out of the formation. A skeletal hand stretched out, and everyone who saw it was slightly stunned. A skeleton? This black-robed man was a skeleton? Was it a bone god? However, the crowd was soon stunned by another scene. The skeletal hand reached out, but it didn't use a barrier to protect itself. Instead, the skeletal hand touched the void, but the strange thing was that the skeletal hand didn't melt. Meow. What the hell? That palm is unaffected by the void. Mao Tianyun was shocked. In its shock, it stretched out one of its paws. Sizzle. Sizzle. Zul. Zul, 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 zul. After a series of sizzling sounds, the fur on the cat's hand disappeared like water vapor. Meow, you're lying. How can you be fine? Mao Tianyun quickly retracted his hand and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was indeed fine. In fact, there were traces of mysterious void energy entering his body. Not only did it not dissolve Gu Hai, it even strengthened Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, this is... Long Wanyu's eyes lit up as if she had guessed something. Gu Hai nodded. That's right, it's him. Gu Hai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients. Long Wanyu was very excited. I thought it was destroyed. How did it come into being? Your ribs? Guhai asked curiously. No, it's actually my spine from my previous life. After most of it was melted by the void energy, it looked like a rib, and all the joints were fused into one. Long One, you said in shock. It's a pity that his consciousness now. Guhai frowned slightly. Brother-in-law, don't worry. It's useless to me. I'm very happy to be able to become brother-in-law's clone. Moreover, this spine was broken before. After I asked someone to fix it for me, I often felt uncomfortable. 800,000 years ago, it mutated in the void. I don't know what kind of mutation it was. Anyway, brother-in-law, you can figure it out yourself. Long One, you shook her head. Guhai's body nodded. In the outside world, as skeleton Guhai absorbed more and more void energy, the supply to the formation increased. For a moment, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Long Wanqing, and Kong Xian all looked at skeleton Guhai in shock. Meow, you really haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace. Why? Why is the formation filled with your energy? I don't even need to consume it? Yeah, it seems that we only need to stabilize the formation. We don't need to provide energy. Kong Xian was also surprised. Isn't it better that we don't need to provide energy? Thank you for your trouble. Solemnly, skeleton Guhai said. Guhai. Your voice, Guhai? Mao Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, when skeleton Guhai and Guhai's body were together, no one thought about it. Now that Guhai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients, they immediately realized that skeleton Guhai's voice and skeleton Guhai's body were the same person. Skeleton Guhai nodded. Everyone was surprised, but they immediately understood. A doppelganger? This skeleton is Guhai's doppelganger? Rolling void energy kept flowing into skeleton Guhai's body, strengthening skeleton Guhai. It seemed to be helping him to reach the peak of the Heaven Palace. On the other side, the celestial dome of ancients was constantly devouring great Daos. After being shattered by Immortal Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan, some of the flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients had already drifted away. Skeleton Guhai led everyone to search around for some time. At this moment, they didn't need to consume any of their energy. Naturally, no one complained. Within the celestial dome of ancients, more and more flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients and great Daos merged into the celestial dome of ancients. The entire celestial dome of ancients expanded by more than 100 times. Rumble! Great Daos were erected one after another. The entire world was undergoing a tremendous change. 220 great Daos. Brother-in-law, the celestial dome of ancients is also becoming more powerful. Long One, you said in surprise. The 220 great Daos were also surging power into Guhai's body, healing the injuries of Guhai's body. Not long after, Guhai's injuries were 80% healed. Other than the 5 people who were setting up the array outside, everyone else was brought into the celestial dome of ancients by Guhai. How many great Daos are there in the flawed celestial dome of ancients? Guhai's body looked at Long Wanyu. A total of 300 great Daos. They are the treasures of 6 paths, and over the years. Long Wanyu exclaimed. Oh, treasures? Guhai was puzzled. Of course. Great Daos are not so easy to form. You need to have the most thorough understanding of a great Dao and have endless energy to fill in the gaps. I have collected them for countless years. In every era, various geniuses helped me comprehend and perfect the rules of each branch of the great Dao. How many generations did it take to complete the accumulation of one great Dao? I have collected 200 great Daos. I don't know where 6 paths found 100 great Daos. With these 300 great Daos as the foundation, he collected countless rules to create the embryonic form of the great Dao. I helped Six Paths wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. Long One, you said angrily. We have only found 220 great Daos. It seems that the other 80 great Daos have disappeared. Guhai sighed slightly. No, the strength of each great Tao is more powerful than the complete heavenly palace. They will not disappear within a year. Long One, you said immediately. If that's the case, let's continue to search. Guhai's eyes lit up. The group continued to search in the void. Sure enough, one great Tao after another was found and collected by Guhai. Half a year later, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from skeleton Guhai's body. It seemed to have formed a wave of air that rushed toward the group. Meow! You made a breakthrough, complete heavenly palace? Mao Tianyan exclaimed. Hudu also looked at skeleton Guhai blankly. Luck! Skeleton Guhai nodded. The group looked at skeleton Guhai blankly. This doesn't make sense. In this place, there is only consumption, not accumulation. How did you make a breakthrough? What did you use to make a breakthrough? However, that was the truth. Skeleton Guhai really made a breakthrough. The group was speechless and continued to search for Great Tao. 2 months later, they finally found the last Great Tao. Boom! The immortal dome of the ancients swallowed and then closed its mouth. The entire immortal dome of the ancients was now 1% the size of the immortal dome of the Six Paths, and there were 2 realms of yin and yang. A smaller immortal dome of the Six Paths was born. After all, a lot of it was consumed by the void. It is half of the flawed immortal dome. Long One, you frowned. I am satisfied. Guhai smiled. Brother-in-law, you have the great Tao of chess. Oh, there is also the Hell Tao, Human Tao, Azura Tao, and Beast Tao. However, there is no extra energy for them to condense. These are the records of the 4 paths of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation. They are the foundation of the 3,000 paths of Tao. If you want to use energy to make them appear, you will need to consume 100 times more energy. Long One, you said in surprise. It doesn't matter. We will think of a way to deal with the 4 paths of reincarnation in the future, Guhai said with a smile. But brother-in-law, how did you get their pictures? Isn't it only possible to draw a great Tao after completely comprehending it? How did you? Long One, you said in surprise. Guhai did not hide it. He reached out and took the Book of Life and Death. The 305 great Tao patterns in the Book of Life and Death made Long Wan Yu's eyes light up. The Book of Life and Death. It is really the Book of Life and Death. I thought it was taken away by 30. Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Guhai dismissed everyone. Only Guhai and Long Wan Yu stood at the entrance of a large hall. Wan Yu, you mentioned 30 just now? What is going on? Also, 30 knows about the Book of Life and Death? Guhai said in surprise. Of course. However, most people would not know that 30 is already here. He is too old. Long Wan Yu recalled. Oh, Guhai said in surprise. Brother-in-law, do you know how I became heaven in my previous life? Long Wan Yu looked at Guhai. You are the first living being born in heaven and earth. Guhai looked at Long Wan Yu. No, I am the third, the second living being born in heaven and earth. I am called 30. Long Wan Yu recalled. 30? 30 is from the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. Guhai said in shock. 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Fine, I will also call it the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. However, speaking of which, 30 is indeed the second creature of the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. Back then, he was the true ruler of the Immortal Dome, the ruler of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome's development was extremely slow, and there were too few creatures. One day, 30 came to find me, saying that he wanted to search the void to see if there were any other immortal dominions. 30? He wants to search for other immortal domes in the void, Guhai said in shock. Yes, he said that our world was too boring. There were too few living beings. He had no desire to rule, so he wanted to leave. Hence, he took out the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death had 3,000 records of law, which could mobilize 3,000 great Tao. He forcefully removed the 3,000 records of law from the Book of Life and Death and refined them into Snuon. He gave me the Snuon, and I became the heavens. Then I ruled heaven and earth. As for him, he left heaven and earth and went to the void. He might have died long ago. Long Wanyu said, regretfully. Guhai's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? 30 from Earth was the ruler of the 6 Tao Immortal Dome, and then invaded Earth. 30 was from the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. Guhai would not have believed it if it were someone else. However, Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of the heavens. Her words were naturally the truth. Even so, Guhai took a long time to recover from the shock of the news. Chapter 1053. 30 is the second living being, and was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Did you just say that 30 has a strong desire to rule? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu. Yes, he cares more about his own strength. In order to perfect his cultivation system, he slaughtered almost all the living beings in the world and collected their souls to practice his techniques. After that, new living beings were born. He ruled over billions of living beings, but he felt that it was too little and too weak. It was like a human ruling over ants. There was no sense of accomplishment. So he went to the void to find another immortal firmament. But how could there be another immortal firmament in the void? Infinity begets Taiji. Infinity begets nothing, and Taiji begets something. The void is the opposite of our immortal firmament. Long Wanyu frowned. What will happen if the 30th returns? Guhai asked with a frown. 30? Comes back. Isn't he dead? Long Wanyu was stunned. What if he's not dead? Guhai asked again. Solemnly, Long Wanyu looked at Guhai in surprise, then frowned. He will immediately seize control of heaven and earth. Moreover, he treats the common people even more coldly than Yuanshi Tianzuan and the dominator of samsara. Oh, moreover, with 30 strength, the dominator of samsara might not be able to stop him. 30 gave me Sun Yuan before he left, but he must have a backup plan. It won't be difficult for him to take control of the immortal firmament. Long Wanyu recalled. I understand. Guhai nodded solemnly. But brother-in-law, 30 is most likely dead. The one we should worry about the most is still Jiangchen. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. Jiangchen? Guhai was confused. Yes, although I was killed by Rokudo Shinkuan, perhaps Jiangchen's shadow was also involved. Long Wanyu guessed. Why? Guhai was puzzled. He's the source of chaos. Long Wanyu said with a frown. What do you mean? What's the background of this Jiangchen? Guhai asked curiously. I'm not too sure either. He appeared out of nowhere 30,000 years after 30 years' time. At that time, the world was peaceful, and I was a peace-loving person. However, Jiangchen was always causing wars and riots. Long Wanyu recalled. Why would he want to cause a riot? Guhai was puzzled. He said that the people of this world are too weak, and they can't stand up to the wind and rain. He needs to make the people of this world stronger. Peace can't be exchanged for strength. Only battles, continuous battles, can nurture peerless experts one after another. Long Wanyu recalled. Nurture peerless experts? Why? Guhai asked in shock. This Jiangchen didn't want to seize the world, but was nurturing the experts of the divine continent. He seems to know of 30's existence, so he hopes to nurture peerless experts to deal with 30. Long Wanyu recalled. Jiangchen has a grudge with 30? Guhai asked in shock. Perhaps, but it's also very strange. 30 and Jiang Chun have never met before. I don't understand either. Oh, right. Back then, the witch tribe was created by Jiang Chun. He led a group of humans and taught them strange cultivation techniques. No, he only led them through the door, but let the witch tribe explore on their own. They explored one strange cultivation technique after another, and then fought against the demons. He didn't want the results. He only wanted the process. He only wanted the strong. He didn't want the witch tribe, but he controlled the war between the witch tribe and the demons. He wanted to use the war to make the strongest in the world stronger. Long Wanyu recalled. No wonder Jiang Chun stopped the war when the witch tribe was about to win. Guhai said with a frown. No one knows what Jiang Chun is thinking. Back then, the war between the witch tribe and the demons caused countless casualties. Of course, I couldn't bear to see it, so I went to find Jiang Chun to reason. But Jiang Chun kept avoiding me, and I didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted war, and I wanted peace. Perhaps Rokudo Shinkuin's appearance was to help Jiang Chun kick away this stumbling block. Ha! Long Wanyu laughed bitterly. You're right. In times of peace, humans are humans. In times of war, humans are worse than dogs. Your policy of peace allowed all living things to retain their dignity. Guhai consoled. Long Wanyu nodded. Right that day, you merged Hichu into the golden dragon. Why? Guhai asked curiously. I think it's good to have Long Wanyu's body in this life. Although Hutu and the others used the power of faith to help me rebuild my physical body, the golden dragon's physical body was very different from my previous lives. I didn't want it. I didn't want them to work for nothing, so I absorbed some of the power I needed to improve my cultivation. Then I gave it to Hichu. Long Wanyu said with a smile. How much did your cultivation improve? Guhai asked curiously. I'm now at the second level of Heavenly Palace. Long Wanyu said proudly. All right, you decide for yourself your own path. Guhai nodded. It's a pity that Hichu seems to be very unlucky. Long Wanyu said regretfully. Yes, I don't know what the result is now. However, the flawed Immortal Dome has been collected. We should go back. Guhai said, solemnly. Long Wanyu nodded. 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Divine Continent. Wancho Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair was a little messy. He grabbed the golden dragon and returned to the premier hall. Boom! The golden dragon fell on the square of the main hall and smashed a large number of stone slabs. At this moment, his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't move. The golden dragon Hichu was in despair. Why am I so unlucky? Greetings, sect leader. A group of Wancho Taoism disciples came forward to pay their respects in surprise. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored them and looked up at the sky. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky and rolled down. Wung! A crack appeared in the middle. Suddenly, the black eye of heaven stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Walala! In an instant, all the Wancho Taoism disciples knelt down under the heavenly might. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Immortal of 6 Paths, shouted coldly from the sky. Oh, Immortal of 6 Paths? You know what I'm capable of in the previous battle. Why? Do you want to fight again? Your main body is still in seclusion, right? Come out and let me fight you again. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan did not give in at all. He looked at the eye of heaven with a cold expression. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, all the Wancho Taoism disciples shuddered. As for the others who were paying attention to this place, they were also shocked. Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? How dare he speak to the Immortal of 6 Paths like this? However, the Immortal of 6 Paths didn't say anything. He just stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. For a moment, the Wanshou Taoism entrance fell into a strange atmosphere. Far away, at the entrance of the divine temple in the western spirit mountain, Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the entrance of the Wanshou Taoism entrance with a smile. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you've cultivated the spiritual light left by 30. To this level, even the Immortal of 6 paths hesitated. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. It seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's gaze. The eye of heaven in the distance suddenly turned around. From a distance, it looked coldly at Jiang Chun, who was at the entrance of the divine temple. Jiang Chen? Yuanshi Tianzuan? Wait a little longer and enjoy yourself. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The Immortal of 6 paths snorted coldly in the sky. Let's wait and see. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Jiang Chun in the distance also smiled slightly. Rumble. The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. The Immortal of 6 paths finally left. At this moment, the disciples of the Wanshou Taoism were stunned because they seemed to understand something from the Immortal of 6 paths' words. Even the Immortal of 6 paths couldn't do anything to the sect leader now. Just how strong was the sect leader? Everyone was shocked. The Immortal of 6 paths couldn't do anything even though he knew there was a heaven-defying person. Only the Long Zhanghua could be so domineering. Is the sect leader as strong as the Long Zhanghua? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared coldly at Jiang Chun, who just arrived at the entrance of the temple. Jiang Chun looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He smiled at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Jiang Chun and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a little confused, but he also knew that Jiang Chun was powerful. He relied on his true strength to make the Immortal of 6 paths compromise while his real body was in seclusion. Is Jiang Chun the same? Humph. He snorted coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored Jiang Chun. He turned his head and looked at the golden dragon on the ground. Transform into your human form and come in with me. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at the golden dragon. The golden dragon was instantly freed from the restraints, as if it was free. Yuanshi Tianzuan put his hands behind his back and entered the primeval hall. The golden dragon slowly transformed into a thin man. His appearance was exactly the same as the He-Tu from 800,000 years ago. He-Tu watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the primeval hall. This was the best time to escape, but He-Tu didn't dare. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who didn't even take the Immortal of 6 paths seriously. He was like a chicken in his hands. Escape? Wasn't that courting death? Why am I so unlucky? He-Tu cried sadly as he followed Yuanshi Tianzuan into the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan has traces of the great path in his hands. Could it be the pattern of the laws? Looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength is going to rise to another level. Allah, there's a message from the Guqin figurine of Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan is challenging the Immortal of 6 paths. Long Aotian hurried over. Long Aotian, the son of Dragon Goding, was now following Jiang Chun. I already know. Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes, Allah is invincible. Long Aotian said respectfully. It looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan fought with the Immortal of 6 paths in the void, and Yuanshi Tianzuan got the golden dragon, and could that be the sinuan of the Immortal of Sage Heaven? Jiang Chun frowned and analyzed. What did you say, Allah? Long Aotian was puzzled. Long Aotian, Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes, Long Outyen's face suddenly became serious. Go to the underworld's Yellow Spring Sea and help me find out the situation there. Jiang Chun said lightly, Yes, but what do you need? Long Outyen was puzzled. The Yellow Spring Sea? I haven't been there for 100,000 years. There are a few yellow spring paths there that lead to the Immortal of Sage Heaven. Hudu was doing something there, and I didn't disturb her. But it looks like all her plans were in vain. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan got a lot of benefits. The Immortal of Sage Heaven must have been destroyed without the protection of Sinyuan. Go and take a look. If there's anything unusual, report to me. If there's nothing unusual, just leave it. Jiang Chun said, lightly, Yes. I have to go somewhere, so I don't have time to find out. When you come back, if I'm not there, just wait for me. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Chun said, Yes. Long Outyen replied. Whoosh. Jiang Chen's body swayed and disappeared. Chapter 1054. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Mosquito Doran's black mosquito had swallowed the crazy Dahong. The boundless resentment had also replenished Mosquito Doran's heart of darkness, which was the heart of the mosquito. Mosquito Doran's body suddenly expanded, and a powerful aura was emitted. Mosquito Doran, have you reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm? Dragon Shenying asked. Mosquito Doran shook his head. Not yet. It's not enough. I need this resentment. Gu Hai was puzzled. I'm still a little short. Your Majesty, I'm useless. Mosquito Doran smiled bitterly. It's fine if you haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm. Just increase your cultivation. Gu Hai consoled. Yes. Mosquito Doran nodded. Since Matriarch Ji sent someone to cultivate the heart control, it shouldn't be just a Hong. There should be others. We will wait for an opportunity in the future, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, in the great Yellow Dynasty of the Divine Continent, in an extremely remote mountain valley, Matriarch Ji stood outside the mountain valley, listening to the miserable screams of a woman coming from within. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Give me back my son. A woman's miserable screams rang out. A torrential resentment seemed to have dyed the sky black. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It was as though something had exploded. Soon, a white-robed man was dragged out by a group of great Yellow Dynasty guards. The white-robed man's head exploded, and he died miserably. His holiness failed again. A guard said respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. What's the situation inside? Your Majesty, we have imitated Dahong's original method to assist in the cultivation of this sorcerer tribe's secret technique. However, until now, only Dahong has been able to withstand the resentment of a pregnant woman who lost her child while cultivating this technique. The others have all been overwhelmed by resentment, and their brains exploded. A guard said bitterly, Only Dahong was able to cultivate it. Matriarch Ji asked with an ugly expression. Yes, for now, no one was able to endure it, except for those that Lord Dahong extradited. However, those people were Dahong's subordinates. Dahong had to pass some sorcerer chi to them every now and then. Otherwise, their 3 souls would explode and die. Only Lord Dahong was able to cultivate it. Matriarch Ji said matriarch. Matriarch Ji's expression. Matriarch Ji followed. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji U.S. body. Said Matriarch Arch. Dahong extradited a total of 100 people. This time, he only brought 50 people to chase after Gu Hai. The other 50 people remained in Xianyuan City. However, they all died in one night. With Dahong's death, the heart essence in their glabella was no longer restrained. They were all overwhelmed by resentment. Matriarch Ji coldly said, "I wonder if Guhai is dead." Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression, "When using the mind control technique, we have to exhaust the resentment. I have not used it for many years because I was waiting for an opportunity to control all the emperors and matriarchs. Unfortunately, before I could do it, he was—" Matriarch Ji's expression turned gloomy. "What should we do now?" Matriarch Ji asked anxiously. "Continue. Continue to find people to test. Find those heinous people from the prison and test them one by one. Eventually, we will find someone similar to De Hong. I don't believe that no one can cultivate this technique after losing De Hong." Matriarch Ji said coldly, "Yes, in the void. It's in that direction. Quick, we are back." Mao Tianyun said happily. After choosing to return, Gu Hai and his group wandered in the void for almost a month. Under Long Wanyu's guidance, they found the way back to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. They saw a huge object in front of them. The outer area was naturally filled with stars that were distorted by time. Seeing these stars, everyone felt a sense of familiarity. This is the Six Paths Immortal Dome. We are back. Just as everyone was about to rush into the stars, Goddess Ho Tu's expression suddenly changed. "That is Ho Qing?" Goddess Ho Tu exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Goddess Ho Tu's exclamation. They saw a huge yellow net at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The net was flowing in a liquid state, as though yellow energy was continuously flowing out from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. In the center of the net, Ho Qing was tied up in the shape of the Chinese character. His body was emitting waves of black gas, as though his strength was melting away. "Ho Qing is tied up. He didn't return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome?" Kong Xian said in surprise. "Serves him right. Meow, he should have run." Mao Tianyun said with a glare, "Is this the power of the Yellow Spring Sea? The Yellow Spring water is continuously supplying the formation to prevent Ho Qing from returning. It has been more than half a year. Ho Qing can't hold on any longer, right?" Long Wanqing said in shock. "He has been in the void for more than half a year. Ho Qing can't hold on any longer. Mr. Good." Goddess Ho Tu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of pleading in her eyes. No matter how angry she was, Ho Qing was still her younger brother. She naturally wanted to save Ho Qing. However, she knew that Long Wanyu listened to Gu Hai. Everything still needed Gu Hai's approval. "Let's go." Gu Hai nodded. "Thank you," Goddess Ho Tu said gratefully. When Ho Qing left the group earlier, it could be said that he had betrayed everyone. Gu Hai had gone to save Ho Qing because of him. The group quickly walked towards the Yellow Spring Great Array and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. "Let me go." Ho Qing was extremely weak at this moment. He couldn't even speak. The void power surged into his body and kept breaking down Ho Qing's strength. Ho Qing no longer had the strength to struggle. His body would be broken down soon. A green ball of light was between Ho Qing's eyebrows. Half of it was in Ho Qing's body, while the other half was exposed. "Keek. Ho Qing, you're so stubborn. You're still alive. Don't blame us. Blame your zombie progenitor seed for being too precious, or blame yourself for being too stupid. We just finished setting up the array, and you came back. Keek. A sinister laugh came from the great array. Ho Qing trembled. "I can give you the zombie progenitor seed. Let me go." "Let you go? Keek. Do you think we're stupid? When Chun Shinsho asked me to come here, I was only going to kill Gu Hai and get my revenge. But I didn't expect to get such a reward. Once the zombie progenitor seed is removed from your body, I can create a new wind zombie progenitor. Ho Qing, you haven't matured for so many years. It's a waste for the zombie progenitor seed to fall into your hands." The sinister voice laughed again. Let me go, let me go. Dongfang Shou, let me go if you dare. Fight me one-on-one. Ho Qing roared. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? One-on-one, even against Gu Hai, I'm not going to show up. Instead, I'm going to activate the array on the Yellow Spring Sea. The array here was set up by Jiang Lianshan. It uses the yellow spring water as the foundation and can extend beyond the void. Humph, Jiang Lianshan wanted to learn from Rokudo Shinkuan and kill beyond the Immortal Dome. That's why he set up this yellow spring water array. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this array is a joke. It can't stop Immortal of Six Paths. Even a peak, heavenly palace wouldn't fall for it if they were careful. But, Ho Qing, you're so stupid. Ha ha. Jiang Lianshan didn't even set it up, and you fell for it. Dongfang Shou's mocking voice came again. Roar. Ho Qing roared gloomily. Just you wait. Soon, your body will be decomposed. The moment you're completely dismembered will be the moment I take the zombie progenitor seed. Dongfang Shou's voice came from the array. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ho Qing was filled with grief and indignation, but now he couldn't break free at all. The array was being drained, but the yellow spring water kept pouring out to replenish it. He couldn't do anything. At this moment, Ho Qing finally regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come back alone. It was all Gu Hai's fault. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, he wouldn't have lost his composure. In a daze, Ho Qing weakly closed his eyes. Whoosh! Just as Ho Qing was in despair, a ball of light suddenly appeared. It was Gu Hai and the others. Is this a longevity array? The unborn man was shocked. A longevity array? Gu Hai was shocked. Yes, Your Majesty. You just need to hit the 8 yellow spring ropeways to break the array. The unborn man pointed out. Ho Qing, how did you become like this? Huda shouted. Hutu anxiously followed the unborn man's instructions and sent out 8 beams of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow spring weak water array exploded with a loud boom. Ho Qing was immediately relieved. Sister, is that you? Sister. Ho Qing immediately woke up. He was overjoyed when he saw Hutu. Who dares to break my array? A furious voice suddenly came from the other side of the array. Gu Hai sneered. Dongfang Shou, you've been searching high and low, and now you've run into me? Whoosh! The group instantly rushed into the Six Paths Immortal Dome among the billions of stars. They returned to the sky above the Yellow Spring Sea. As soon as they entered the Six Paths Immortal Dome, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Although there wasn't much danger before, they were on tenterhooks every day in that void. They had enough. The moment they stepped into the Six Paths Immortal Dome, everyone suddenly felt relieved. As for Master Shou, Dongfang Shou, Kong Xian, find Dongfang Shou and capture him. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Kong Xian's figure flashed and rushed towards the direction of the voice. Hutu kept channeling energy into Ho Qing's body to help him heal his injuries. Although Ho Qing was awake now, he seemed to have lost a lot of his cultivation. He couldn't move his body, and there were large cracks on his body. Sister, I'm sorry, Ho Qing said regretfully. Meow. Ha, Ho Qing, weren't you reluctant to admit your mistake earlier? Mao Tianyan mocked. Gu Hai's main body stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients. Long Wanqing immediately stepped forward and held Gu Hai's hand. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. Wanqing, we're back. Gu Hai's main body held Long Wanqing's hand and said, Long Wanqing said gently. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, and Long Wanyu all stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients with Gu Hai's main body. Long Wanyu looked at her sister enviously. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, and the unborn man rushed towards Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Chapter 10:55. The Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai had left the infinite sky for almost a year. Most of the officials thought that Gu Hai was in seclusion. Only a minority knew that Gu Hai had gone out on business. In these days, some major events had happened in the Divine Continent, casting a shadow over the Dahan imperial dynasty. Outside the Great Strength Hall, Chun Xian was waiting with Guqin and the other officials. Some of the officials were pacing back and forth anxiously. Quam. The door to the Great Strength Hall opened suddenly. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Mahavarakana, who had walked out. Mahavarakana, how are Shangguanhen, Ao Sheng, and Gu Han? Qinxian asked anxiously. Amitba, they have already passed the most dangerous period. They will recover in a while. Mahavarakana said solemnly. Phew. Everyone outside the hall breathed a sigh of relief. However, Montez, Gao Xianji, Guqin, and Chen Tianshan were still shrouded in a shadow. Shangguanhen and Gu Han were great circle heavenly palaces. Yet they had suffered such injuries. They had been in great danger previously. Empress Chun, I will treat Shangguanhen and the others. But those outside... Mahavarakana frowned. Those who dared to trespass in the infinite sky capital have all been poisoned to death by me. Don't worry. Unless Matriarch Ji and her army come, no one can enter. Qinxian said angrily, Empress Chen is mighty. However, there are also some spies in the infinite sky capital. Mahavarakana frowned. Mahavarakana Buddha, don't worry. The embroidered uniform guards have already placed the entire city under martial law. They will definitely find all the spies. Montez said immediately. Mahavarakana nodded. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Too many things have happened this year. I only hope that Mr. Good will return soon. Mahavarakana sighed softly. Everyone nodded. Only Empress Chun felt tormented. This was because when Immortal 6 Dao and Yuanshi Tianzun fought and shattered the Immortal Dome, the Yellow Springs Road was cut off. Thus, Qinxian couldn't sense Gu Hai anymore. At first, Qinxian was terrified, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. He had been bearing it all by himself. She firmly believed that her husband would be fine, but after half a year, Qinxian was also afraid. What if? What should he do? There was a thick layer of fog surrounding the limitless celestial capital. On a mountain peak outside the fog stood a group of black-robed men. Sir, the boundless heavenly capital is too hard to chew on. We've already lost so many people. What should we do now? The group of black-robed men looked at their leader. No one knows what's going on inside. Has no one ever come out? The black-robed leader asked in a deep voice, How can they come out? The fog is poisonous. Even perfection, heavenly palace cultivators can't stand it. Who dares to go in? A subordinate shook his head. Don't worry. His Holiness will soon be free to destroy the limitless celestial capital. Also, I heard that Old Fourth of the heavenly demon Holy Land is coming soon. The black-robed leader said, What about Old Fourth? That great demon? The group of black-robed men shuddered instinctively. Yes, the Dahan imperial dynasty suffered a great loss this time. Gu Hai didn't appear. I think he must have met with misfortune. His fate is gone, his emperor is dead, and the Dahan is a thing of the past. The black-robed leader sneered. Yes, his fate is gone. Gu Hai must have died long ago. The group of black-robed men nodded, just as everyone looked at the limitless celestial capital mockingly. Gu Hai and his group returned to the immortal dome of the 6 Dao and entered the Yellow Springs Sea. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed in the sky above the limitless celestial capital. In the cloudless sky, golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. waves of fate came from all directions and rushed toward the limitless celestial capital. Fate, endless and boundless fate. A rolling sea of fate suddenly appeared and condensed into a 40,000-mile-long golden dragon of fate. Roar! The golden dragon of fate roared. Its voice spread to all parts of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Heaven and earth shook. Silence! The group of black-robed men outside the limitless celestial capital suddenly froze. They just said that the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate was gone, and the emperor was dead. In the blink of an eye, the fate was back. How? How is this possible? And my lord, the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate is back. Guhai is back. A subordinate said blankly, Go, leave the limitless celestial capital immediately. The black-robed leader shivered and turned to shoot into the distance. The limitless celestial capital, without Guhai, was already scary enough. Now that Guhai was back, he would definitely take revenge. Revenge? Then the first thing he would do would be to get rid of these troublemakers outside. The black-robed men all fled. The spies from all over the world also left quickly to avoid harming the innocent. After almost a year, Guhai appeared again above the limitless celestial capital. Everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. The rolling fate and the huge golden dragon made everyone's eyes turn red. Father is coming back. Guqin shouted excitedly. The fate is back. Everything is going to be good. Emo Yike secretly sighed. Good things come after bad. Mahavairakana said, with a smile. Chen Xian, Er's eyes suddenly turned red. Little Qin, you'll be in charge here. Chen Xianer said before disappearing in a flash. Chen Xian returned to her bedroom because she didn't want others to see her tears. She was worried for so long. Chen Xian was so happy that she cried. Husband, you're still alive. That's great. Xian is so scared that we will be separated from each other again. Chen Xianer cried very loudly and laughed very loudly. Yin Realm, Extreme North, Yellow Springs Sea. Guhai's group returned. Dongfang Shou used the Yellow Springs weak water formation to trap Ho Qing, causing him to be extremely weak. The moment Guhai's group entered the 6 Immortal Dome, he ordered Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Kong Xian naturally obeyed the order and left. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Shenying followed closely behind. However, the strange thing was that the unborn man also took the initiative to chase after them. The Yellow Springs Sea was a huge sea with waves that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, the yellow water soared into the sky. Below, on what seemed to be an island, a group of figures stood. Most of them were Yin Realm's ghost kings. At this moment, they were looking at the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars that soared into the sky and into the void. The Yellow Springs weak water formation in the void was broken, and the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars descended again. In front of the group of ghost kings stood 2 figures. One was a skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a short young man in white robes. Dongfang Shou, something happened. Is that Kong Xian? The skinny old man in black robes asked worriedly. Chun Shinshou, what are you afraid of? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if that's Kong Xian? You are now under the heavenly demon, Holy Land. When you came to ask me for help, you were not so cowardly. The white-robed Dongfang Shou sneered. How can that be the same? I thought that the formation set up by Jiang Lianshan was powerful, but wasn't it broken in an instant? Kong Xian is in the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Our cultivation is far from his. Chun Shinshou said anxiously, What are you worried about? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if he is in the consummation of Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou said coldly. As he spoke, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. Boom! A towering fog surged out of the Yellow Springs Sea. In an instant, Tong Tian Shou was enveloped in it. Screech! Kong Xian shouted and entered the yellow fog. For a moment, he seemed to be lost in it. What a powerful formation! Dongfang Shou, you can control the formation here? Chun, Shinshou said in surprise. Didn't you look for me because you want to use the formation here? That's right. Back then, I followed Jiang Lianshan here to set up the formation, so I have some understanding of it. However, you know that old bastard Jiang Lianshan. He won't tell you all his trump cards. I know at most 1/10 of the formation here. There are still 90% that I don't know. However, even this 1/10 is enough to deal with Kong Xian and the others. Dongfang Shou sneered. Why? Chun Shinshou asked in confusion. Do you know how Jiang Lianshan obtained so many secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe? Also, the divine path sorcerer canon? Dongfang Shou said solemnly, Oh, that's because of a survivor of the sorcerer tribe. Legend has it that in the last battle between the sorcerer tribe and the sorcerer tribe, Jiang Chun suddenly turned against the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's intention. All the branches of the sorcerer tribe gathered their secret techniques, and a great elder escaped with them. That great elder even escaped from Jiang Chen's surveillance. After several reincarnations, he finally met Jiang Lianshan and was subdued by Jiang Lianshan. He gave all the secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe to Jiang Lianshan and wanted to restore the sorcerer tribe's glory. This is the last place that Great Elder stayed. Here, he set up a strange formation for Jiang Lianshan to help Jiang Lianshan kill the Immortal of 6 Paths in the future. The underworld weak water formation just now was one of the formations. Dongfang Shou said solemnly, What about the Great Elder? Chun Shinshou asked curiously. He was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Why? Chun Shinshou asked in surprise. I don't know why the Great Elder went crazy, but he drowned Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. Dongfang Shou recalled. That Jing Wei was drowned by that Great Elder? Chun Shinshou asked in surprise. That's right. That's why Jing Wei is just a spirit body. Isn't he attached to Lin Wan Er's body now? That Lin Wan Er seems to be Gu Hai's woman. Sooner or later, they will fight. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. He drowned the girl, and the girl's spirit turned into Jing Wei. What about the girl's body? Wouldn't it be fine to find the body and possess it again? Chun Shinshou asked doubtfully. I don't know. The girl's body fell into the sea and disappeared. It should have been eaten by the fish and prawns. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Then why did the Great Elder want to drown Jing Wei? Who knows? In any case, Jiang Lianshan was incomparably angry and buried the Great Elder with him. Dongfang Shou said coldly, All of you follow my instructions and enter the formation. It's best to find Gu Hai and kill him quickly. Kill him as soon as possible. Dongfang Shou said to the ghost kings behind him, Us. Don't worry. This great underworld formation has the poison of the weak water. They won't be able to survive very soon. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. They can't escape in this fog. Chun Shinshou laughed. That's right. The great underworld fog. They can't break it. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly, just as Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black gust of wind swept in all directions. All of a sudden, the earth-shattering yellow fog was sucked into a huge mouth. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the yellow fog disappeared and entered Kong Xian's mouth. Kong Xian floated in midair and looked coldly at Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinshou, and the others on the island. What? Impossible. How did he? Dongfang Shou said in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinshou, surrender. Kong Xian glared and shouted coldly. Chapter 1056. What? Impossible. How did he? Dongfang Shou exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chunshin Shou, surrender yourselves. Kong Xian glared and shouted coldly. Kong Xian was standing in the air. Even though he was far away, he still posed a great threat to Dongfang Shou and Chunshin Shou. Fly? He can fly on the Yellow Spring Sea? Isn't he at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace? Shou's expression changed. Complete Heavenly Palace. Dongfang Shou's expression changed as well. Although he spoke arrogantly, Kong Xian's breakthrough in cultivation had completely disrupted Dongfang Shou's train of thought. It's fine if you don't surrender yourselves. Your formation is useless against me. I'll catch you myself. Kong Xian's figure flashed as he charged towards Dongfang Shou. Not good. Activate. Chunshin Shou, quick. Activate the formation with me. Dongfang Shou's expression darkened. Boom. The two of them quickly activated a huge rock on the island. Wang. Suddenly, the Yellow Spring Sea around them seemed to have exploded. A large amount of seawater shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the island and Kong Xian. Huge waves surged in the Yellow Spring Sea. Just as Kong Xian's palm was about to grab everyone, a palm strangely surged out of the Yellow Springs Sea and clashed with Kong Xian's palm. Hong! The collision of the two palms caused the Yellow Spring Sea, which was already in chaos, to surge again. Under the palm, Kong Xian paused and looked at the person in front of him in shock. It was a human figure formed by the Yellow Spring sea water. It was none other than Kong Xian. What? Kong Xian's expression darkened. Kong Xian looked at him, and he looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian did not move, and neither did Kong Xian in the Yellow Spring Sea. You want to stop me with a broken puppet? Kong Xian's expression turned cold. The 6-colored divine light was flung out. What was strange was that Yellow Spring Kong Xian also threw out a 6-colored divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, the two 6-colored divine lights seemed to be evenly matched. Impossible! Kong Xian immediately rushed forward. Boom! 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 Kong Xian and Huangquan Kong Xian immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Ha! Ha! Dongfang Longevity Array. This array is not bad. It's not a longevity array, right? What is this? Chunshin Shou asked in shock. That was the consummate level of the Heavenly Palace. How could he block it? I told you, this is a formation set up by the Great Elder of the Sorcerer Tribe. I can only activate 1/10 of it at most. However, it's already activated 1/10 of it. It's enough. As long as we're on this island, we won't lose. Dongfang Shou said proudly. In the distance, Kong Xian and Huangquan Kong Xian were engaged in a fierce battle. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ing had also arrived. However, above the Yellow Spring Sea, the rules were chaotic. There was even a strange force that suppressed their flight. Both of them fell into the Yellow Spring Sea at almost the same time. This is the Sorcerer Tribe's formation. The unborn man's expression changed. He also fell. However, the unborn man took out a huge mountain and threw it into the Yellow Spring Sea, forming a huge island. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ing immediately climbed onto the island. Wang, Wang, Wang. On the Yellow Spring Sea, 3 figures of yellow spring water slowly condensed. They were Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Deity Ing, and the unborn man, exactly the same as us. This formation is really strange. Dragon Deity Ing said in surprise. I don't believe that they have my special ability. I'll go first. Mosquito Daoran glared and was about to attack. Wait, don't move. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Mosquito Daoran paused and looked up into the sky. Gu Hai and his group had landed on the island. Hum, hum, hum. On the surface of the sea, Gu Hai, Long Wan Qing, Long Wan Yu, and the others condensed from the yellow springs appeared. Don't move. This is one of the strongest formations of the sorcerer tribe in the past, the Yellow Springs self-formation. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Witchcraft array? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, actually, these Yellow Springs doppelgangers are all fake. No, they can be considered real. They are formed because of your heart. If your heart is not moved, they are trash and will not do anything. If you have any thoughts of attacking them, they will immediately attack you. Moreover, they have the same strength as you. Their strength comes from your heart, so as long as you attack, you will be attacking yourself. Long Wan Yu explained. Huh. Mosquito Darren was surprised. If you don't move, they won't move. Ask Kong Xian to stop. Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Kong Xian, back off. Gu Hai shouted. Kong Xian, who was fighting furiously in the distance, was startled. However, he still obeyed the order and quickly retreated. Buzz. When Kong Xian retreated, the Yellow Springs Kong Xian also retreated. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent Yellow Springs sea calmed down. The Yellow Springs sea would condense a corresponding Yellow Springs doppelganger. If they continue to fight, they will be exhausted to death. It is indeed a strange formation. Gu Hai said in surprise. The sea gradually calmed down. Gradually, they saw Chun, Xinshou, Dongfang Shou, and the others on the opposite island. They even had their own Yellow Springs doppelgangers on the periphery of the island. Dongfang Shou. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Chun Xinshou was anxious. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Why don't they fight? Dongfang Shou, hurry up and activate it. What should we do next? Hee, if we don't move, why don't you let them do it? Gu Hai laughed. Dongfang Shou's face turned ugly. How do you know about this formation? Just the few of you? Gu Hai sneered. What's wrong with us? If you have the ability, why don't you come and catch us? Dongfang Shou said with hatred. Gu Hai would not be fooled. If he rushed up now, the Yellow Springs doppelganger would attack him. Gu Hai smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble! The entrance to the Immortal Dome of Ancients opened. A powerful suction force instantly sucked in the Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water surged into the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Don't worry, this emperor will come. When this emperor drains the Yellow Springs water, let's see how you escape. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned at this moment. Not long ago, in the void, he forcefully absorbed the fragments of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. However, in the Yellow Springs Sea, it was extremely difficult to extract them. It was as if there was a force dragging the Yellow Springs water. However, Gu Hai still pretended to be casual. This scene made Dongfang Shou's face change drastically. This formation was indeed powerful. However, without the Yellow Springs water, this formation was nothing. If Gu Hai drained all of the Yellow Springs water, wouldn't he be dead? Let's go. Chun Xinshou led the Ghost Kings to leave. Boom. Chun Xinshou's Yellow Springs doppelganger appeared on the surface of the sea, blocking their way. Dongfang Shou, we can't leave too? What kind of formation is this? Chun Xinshou complained immediately. How would I know? Dongfang Shou said anxiously. However, this longevity array is indeed powerful. If it can block Kong Xian, then there must be even more powerful ones. Can you activate it to block them? At least let us leave, right? Chun Xinshou said anxiously. I can't do anything. Once this 10th is activated, it can't be stopped. If I activate the remaining 90%, it will be out of my control. Jiang Lianshan, that old fool, didn't tell me. Dongfang Shou said anxiously. Then why don't you try activating it? Chun Shin-sho said anxiously. But what if? Is there anything worse than this? Once Gu-hai drains the Yellow Springs water, we won't be able to escape. Chun Shin-sho urged. Okay, I'll try, but no buts. Quick, I'll help you. How? Chun Shin-sho said anxiously. Activate this. We'll completely activate this formation. Dongfang Sho pointed at the formation diagram on a large rock. Okay, the two moved at almost the same time. Buzz. Suddenly, the formation diagram lit up. At the same time, the entire Yellow Springs Sea suddenly became as flat as a mirror. A huge formation diagram strangely appeared. The formation diagram emitted a dazzling yellow light and suddenly froze. Boom! A huge force pressed down on the Yellow Springs Sea. It seemed to have created a powerful defensive force that prevented the ancient Immortal dome from absorbing the Yellow Springs water. Gu-hai's face darkened. It's working. He can't absorb the Yellow Springs water. Chun Shin-sho suddenly said excitedly. But it seems like we can escape. Dongfang Sho said with an ugly expression. That was because the Yellow Springs avatars around them did not disappear. They were still in the same place, staring at their main bodies. A ghost king rushed out. Immediately, the corresponding Yellow Springs avatars blocked it. They won't let us go. What should we do? Chun Shin-sho said anxiously. Your Majesty. Dragon Godding suddenly shouted from afar. Everyone looked over. They saw that Dragon God Ying's Yellow Springs avatars had disappeared. Meow. Dragon Godding, why is your Yellow Springs avatars gone? Mao Tianyan said in surprise. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. I don't know either. Long Wanyu shook its head. Although Long Wanyu had heard of this formation, it did not know the specific details. Kong Xian tested it again. As long as Kong Xian attacked, the Yellow Springs avatars would fight him again. Furthermore, they would stop everyone from leaving. Wait, I feel like my blood is disappearing. Dragon Godding said in surprise. Dragon God Ying's pores were emitting faint blood qi. The blood qi was being absorbed by the Yellow Springs Sea's formation. And Ho Ching? Ho Ching too? Huta said in surprise. Ho Ching was also extremely weak at the moment. However, the zombie ancestor seed between his eyebrows was emitting waves of green light. It seemed like it was going to fly out and enter the Yellow Springs Sea's formation. Dragon Godding and Ho Ching's Yellow Springs avatars are gone. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation does not target zombies? The two of them can leave the Yellow Springs Sea, but it is absorbing their blood qi. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation has something to do with zombies? Gu-hai said in a low voice. That's right. Everyone's eyes lit up. Dragon Godding, you are now unimpeded in the Yellow Springs Sea. Take us out of the Yellow Springs Sea and take down Dongfang Sho and the others. Gu-hai said in a low voice. Yes. Dragon Godding answered. Although they did not know what was going on, Dragon Godding was no longer restricted. Dongfang Sho and the others were terrified. Dongfang Sho, what's going on? I asked you to activate the formation. How are you going to activate it against us? Chun Shin-sho said anxiously. I don't know either. I can't control this formation. Dongfang Sho said gloomily. Your Majesty, I will lift this island from the bottom of the sea and bring it to the shore. We will leave this formation together. Don't fight. Dragon Godding said. Okay. Gu-hai and the others answered. Dongfang Sho and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Dragon Godding was about to enter the Yellow Springs Sea. However, at this moment, a voice interrupted Dragon Godding. Father, Gu-hai is Grandpa Sheng's murderer. How can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. they saw Long Outyen on the shore. Chapter 10:57. Imperial Father, Gu Hai is Grandpa Sheng's murderer. How can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. They saw Long Outyen on the shore. Outyen! Long Shenying's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. However, Long Outyen furrowed his brows and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Imperial Father, don't you want to kill Gu Hai to avenge Grandpa Sheng? Outyen, many things are not what you think. It's great that you're back. Father was thinking about how to find you, but since you're back, come home with me. Long Shenying said with a smile. Home. Humph, Imperial Father, we no longer have a home. The moment Gu Hai killed Grandpa Sheng, we no longer have a home. Even if you don't take revenge, your son will. Also, I've already told Allah. As long as Father is willing to enter the seizing shrine, Allah will give you a seat. Long Outyen said. Long Shenying narrowed his eyes. Outyen, what nonsense are you saying? What do you mean no home? Father is telling you, it's not what you think. There's more to your Grandpa Sheng's death. Why don't you believe me? Moreover, that Jiang Chen doesn't have good intentions. Being his subordinate is like asking a tiger for its skin. Imperial Father, I think you're confused. Allah gave me power, and Allah gave you power. How dare you say he doesn't have good intentions? Humph. Anyway, I don't believe this Gu Hai. Long Outyen said angrily. Presumptuous. Long Shenying said angrily. Long Outyen suddenly looked at Ho Ching, and his eyes lit up. Ho Ching? He's Ho Ching? Long Outyen said in surprise. That's right. Long Shenying said with a frown. That's the zombie ancestor's seed between his eyebrows. Long Outyen's eyes turned red. What? You know him? Dragon Shenying asked in a low voice. It's impossible for them to complete Heavenly Palace. However, the zombie ancestor's seed is different. As long as you have the zombie ancestor's seed, you'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace. That's what happened to Hui, and it's the same for Ho Ching. As long as the zombies refine the zombie ancestor seed, they'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace very quickly. They're the 3 most precious treasures of the shaman race. Long Outyen said excitedly. Oh, where did you hear that from? Dragon Shenying asked doubtfully. Although Zhenju didn't say it, I got the news from his subordinates and the prisoners that he imprisoned. Back then, the sorcerer tribe was developing on its own, and Jiang Chun was guiding them from the side. However, there were too many geniuses in the sorcerer tribe, and they created countless branches of cultivation. There was one branch that was extremely bold. Because Zhenju was powerful, they wanted to use Zhenju as a blueprint to create experts like Zhenju. Long Outyen recalled. Oh, I heard that Jiang Chen wanted more experts to be born? Dragon Shenying asked doubtfully. That's right. As long as there are experts, Zhenju naturally wouldn't object. He even took a small cup of blood essence for those geniuses to study. Initially, Zhenju didn't have much hope, but those geniuses really did study it. They found the secret to Zhenju's body and refined 4 zombie ancestors' seeds. At that time, the appearance of the 4 zombie ancestors' seeds changed the color of heaven and earth. I heard that many Daos trembled. Those geniuses used one of the seeds to merge with a great shaman. That seed was the earth element zombie ancestor. Soon, that zombie ancestor became extremely powerful, and his strength was close to Zhenju's. Zhenju was happy to see that. However, that zombie ancestor was courting death. He wanted to take Zhenju's position as the leader. In the end, Zhenju spent a lot of effort to kill him and destroy the zombie ancestor's seed. Now, there were only 3 zombie ancestors' seeds left. Moreover, they were taken away by a traitor of the sorcerer tribe and disappeared. Who would have thought that Jiang Lianshan would get them in the end? Long Aotian recalled. A traitor of the sorcerer tribe. Not far away, Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Was it the Grand Elder that was subdued by Jiang Lianshan? Zhen Zhu doesn't mind people becoming stronger, but he doesn't mind the sorcerer tribe disobeying him. As long as I don't betray Zhen Zhu and get the zombie ancestor seed, I can break through to the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace. Long Aotian said excitedly. In his excitement, Long Aotian rushed over. On the Yellow Springs Sea, those below the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace couldn't fly. However, Long Aotian was extremely fast, so fast that he could run on the Yellow Springs Sea. In the blink of an eye, he was about to reach Zhenju. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Dragon Shenyan glared at Long Aotian and blocked his path. Father, if you don't want the zombie ancestor seed, then don't stop me. I just heard that because of the formation, they can't fight. They can't even fight. Well, I'll take the zombie ancestor seed, said Long Aotian. You dare. Dragon Shenyan glared at Long Aotian. Humph. Long Aotian snorted coldly, ignoring Dragon Shenyan. In the blink of an eye, Long Aotian was in front of Dragon Shenyan, and Dragon Shenyan punched. Long Aotian's eyes narrowed, and he also punched. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the two were pushed back a step. Unfilial son, how dare you? Dragon Shenyan glared at Long Aotian. Royal father, you obtained Zhenju's blood essence, and your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. I also obtained a drop of Zhenju's blood essence. Moreover, my drop is more than yours. You even shared a drop with third uncle. My strength is not weaker than yours. Royal father, if you still recognize me as your son, then don't stop me, Long Aotian said solemnly. Unfilial son, it seems like I have spoiled you too much in the past. You dare to attack your father? Dragon Shenyan said coldly. Humph, I only recognize Zhenju now, Long Aotian said coldly. Humph, the two rushed over again. Boom, boom, boom. The father and son immediately fought with all their strength. He ran quickly on the Yellow Springs Sea as if he was running on flat ground. This Yellow Springs Sea is strange. Why didn't there be any waves? Mosquito Darren said in surprise. Moreover, their fight did not cause any ripples in the void. They are both elites in the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. Mao Tianyan said in surprise. It should be because of the formation of the Yellow Springs Sea. Long Aotian really doesn't recognize his own family. Long Wanqing's face fell, and he was about to attack. Gu Hai gently pulled Long Wanqing and shook his head. This is a matter between the father and son. Don't interfere. But Long Wanqing said worriedly, it's not appropriate for others to interfere when a father is teaching his son a lesson. Long Aotian used to be headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he has gained some power, he is even more arrogant. He doesn't even respect his father. Let's leave this matter to Dragon Shenyan. Gu Hai advised. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. TSS, 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 TSS. More and more blood mist came out of Ho Ching's body and entered the Yellow Springs Sea. The zombie progenitor's seed in his forehead was about to fly out. Sister, sister, help me stop the zombie progenitor's seed. I feel like it's going to fly away. Ho Ching said weakly. Slap. Goddess Earth Mother pressed down on the zombie ancestor seed as she turned toward the Yellow Springs Sea with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the distance, the battle continued for a while. Boom. There was a loud boom as Ao Tian was sent flying by the punch. He crashed into a mountain on the shore and destroyed it. In the battle between father and son, the dragon god won in the end. Unfilial son, you still haven't woken up. Dragon Sheniying furiously shouted. Long Outyen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "You're my father? You know that the zombie progenitor seed is useful to us, but why are you stopping me from taking it? It's because of that Guhai, isn't it? He killed Grandpa Shum. You're willing to be loyal to him? He killed your father, so you are willing to be his lackey to avenge your father. What did you say? You unfilial son?" Dragon Sheniying shouted angrily. Fine, fine, fine. I can't beat you. Humph, one day Allah will avenge me. Goodbye, Long Outyen shouted gloomily. With that, he turned around and left. Stop right there, Dragon Sheniying shouted. I won't be on the same side as a traitor, Long Outyen shouted angrily, and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching his son leave, Dragon Sheniying felt gloomy. But there was nothing he could do. He turned around and returned to Guhai with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, please forgive my unfilial son for being immature. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. It's not entirely his fault, Guhai said with a smile. Dragon Sheniying smiled bitterly. Yes, I didn't teach him well in the past. Now, he's so arrogant and ignorant. He's always thinking of relying on the strong. Asking Jiangqin for help? He doesn't know that relying on a mountain will make it fall. Only by becoming stronger is the most important. Forget it. It's fine as long as he's fine now. We'll slowly educate him in the future. Guhai said. Dragon Sheniying nodded and was about to lead Guhai and the others away from the Yellow Springs Sea's array. Something's not right. Why is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Everyone turned around and saw that the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be fading. The rolling yellow seawater seemed to be fading slowly. Gurgle! Bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea as if it was boiling. Whoosh! Suddenly, all of the Yellow Springs clones collapsed and disappeared. On the opposite side, Chun Shinsho was overjoyed. Those Yellow Springs clones are gone. We can go now. Let's go. The laws of the Yellow Springs Sea are chaotic. We can't open a passage to the world of the living. We'll be saved once we reach the shore. Chun Shinsho led a group of evil spirits to escape. Dongfeng Shou, however, was aghast. Wrong, all wrong. What's wrong? Chun Shinsho was confused. Jiang Lianshan, that liar, he lied to me and said that this was only an array to deal with the immortal of the six paths. No, this is not an array. This is a seal. I didn't activate the array, but open the seal. There's a monster under the Yellow Springs Sea. Jiang Lianshan is hiding a monster under the Yellow Springs Sea. He and the Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe colluded to deceive me. Dongfeng Shou's expression changed. Dongfeng Shou and Chun Shinsho turned around and fled to the shore. That was because as the Yellow Springs Sea suddenly bubbled, as if it was boiling, the water in the Yellow Springs Sea became thinner. The countless evil spirits that had struggled on the surface of the sea and at the bottom of the sea seemed to be sucked into the depths of the Yellow Springs Sea by a suction force. It was as if there was a monster somewhere at the bottom of the sea that opened its bloody mouth and devoured these evil spirits. Roar! A loud roar came from the bottom of the sea. Dongfeng Shou and Chun Shinsho fled even faster. You want to escape. Isn't it too late? Kong Xian's eyes turned cold as he rushed out. The unborn man followed closely behind and chased after the two longevity masters. Guhai and the rest watched the changes in the Yellow Springs Sea coldly. They were also shocked and looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know either. Long Wanyu was at a loss. Go to the shore first, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, everyone followed Guhai and flew to the shore. When Gu Hai and the rest reached the shore, Kong Xian had already caught Chun Xinsho and Dongfang Shou. He opened his mouth and sucked. Rumble! All the evil spirits that followed Chun Xinsho were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Chapter 1058. Let go of me. Dongfang Shou and Chun Xinsho screamed in fear. Although the unborn man wanted to capture the two, Kong Xian was stronger in the end. He managed to capture the two at the first moment. With them in his hands, the two struggled and panicked. Lord Kong, can you let me deal with these two? The unborn man asked expectantly. Kong Xian ignored him and brought the two to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I don't know where these two people got the news and ambushed us here. Those little ghosts have been eaten by this subject. These two culprits will be handed over to your Majesty to deal with. Kong Xian said respectfully. Seeing Gu Hai's gaze, the two were terrified. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The restrictions of Heavenly Palace at great perfection were not that easy to break. Ambush us? I don't even need to think to know. If it is not the heavenly demon, Holy Land, it is the great Yellow Dynasty. Gu Hai said coldly, Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Please spare us. We were tricked by the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Chun Xinsho said in fear. That's right. Ancient Emperor, please be magnanimous. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the Ancient Emperor. Please take us in. Dongfang Shou said in fear. Gu Hai looked at the two coldly. I do admire your abilities. However, I detest your conduct. Chun Xinsho, you played a part in the deaths of 200 million people in Three Mountain City. As for Dongfang Shou, you are a despicable person. This is not the first time we have met. Betraying your master for glory. I cannot afford to use you. No, we won't dare. The two said in fear. Your Majesty, shall we kill them? Kong Xian asked. Gu Hai nodded. Wait, the unborn man suddenly said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Your Majesty, can you hand these two over to this subject to deal with? Masters of longevity are extremely special. They all have a longevity soul. Once the longevity soul leaves the body, even if you kill these two, a new Dongfang Shou, a new Chun Xinsho will appear from somewhere else before long. Oh, Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. Take Baiming Shou, for example. Long Zhanghua was killed by the Immortal of the Six Paths during his heaven-defying battle. But now there's another Baiming Shou. Therefore, even if they die, new Dongfang Shou and Chun Xinshu will be born, and they will avenge them. The unborn man said. Regardless of whether there is a new Chun Xinsho or Dongfang Shou, these two have committed a heinous crime. They must die, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Obviously, he rejected the unborn man's plea. Your Majesty, the unborn man said anxiously again. Your Majesty, didn't you ask me that day how to open the passage between the two realms and maintain it at all times? The unborn man said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai was confused. Long Wanyu frowned and said, Don't lie to my brother-in-law. How come I don't know about maintaining the passage between the two realms? The unborn man was slightly bitter. His daughter was helping an outsider. Can it be done? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Anyway, I don't know. Long Wanyu shook her head. You can, the unborn man said immediately. Oh, everyone looked at the unborn man. That day, when I said no, it's not true. It's just that the method is special. The unborn man said. What kind of special method? Gu Hai was confused. Refining the formation of the entrance between the two realms. The formation base of this formation is special and hard to find in the world. And the unborn man sighed. What formation base? Gu Hai was confused. Master Shou, the unborn man, said solemnly. Master Show, everyone was surprised. Yes, using people to refine the formation, using Master Show as the formation base. Instead of killing Master Show, it's like suppressing Master Show. Master Show will be suppressed in the formation, making him beg for death. It will continuously convert the vitality between heaven and earth into the energy of the entrance between the two realms, opening the gate between the two realms that will never close. The unborn man explained. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Shou and Chunshin Shou were shocked and angry. Gu Hai looked at the two of them. Your Majesty, give them to me, and I will be responsible for refining the gate between the two realms. From now on, the Emperor and his subjects of the Dahan Empire can freely travel between the two realms without any hindrance. The unborn man said respectfully. Gu Hai stared at the unborn man and said, Why didn't you say that day? I am also a Master Show. The unborn man smiled bitterly. The unborn man meant that he was also a Master Show. Should he say that he would refine himself to set up the formation? Of course, Gu Hai didn't believe the unborn man's excuse. Instead, he looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know. When Master Show appeared, my previous life had already fallen. Long Wanyu shook her head. Your Majesty, please allow it. The unborn man begged again. Gu Hai looked at the Dongfang Shou and Chunshin Shou, then looked at the unborn man and asked, How long will it take to set up the formation? Your Majesty, if you send someone to help, the formation can be completed within half a year. The unborn man said confidently. Okay, I will send someone to help you. Gu Hai nodded. Chunshin Shou and Dongfang Shou had committed countless sins. Gu Hai didn't care about their miserable state. They had only themselves to blame, so who could they blame? If the two of them hadn't committed so many sins, Gu Hai would even be willing to take them as his subordinates. Unfortunately, yes, Your Majesty, don't worry, the unborn man replied. Immediately, the unborn man stepped forward and placed restrictions on the two masters of Shou. Then, he took them from Kongxian. Roar. In the Acheron Sea, the roar became louder and louder. At the same time, the light of a complicated formation appeared on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, it formed a strong suction force. Under the suction force, everyone was about to be sucked into the huge formation. However, everyone's cultivation base was very high. They all stopped in their tracks. That's not right. Is this suction force only targeting us? Why aren't the surrounding plants and rocks being sucked in? The mosquito Darren said in surprise. Help! Put me down! Suddenly, screams came from afar. They saw ghosts from the netherworld being sucked in from all directions and surged into the underworld sea. Once they entered the underworld sea, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. This suction force is only targeting souls. What's down there? Kong Xian's face darkened. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation cracked from the center. The underworld sea also cracked from the center and strangely split into two halves. Slowly, the things at the bottom of the sea were exposed. Countless ghosts were sucked in from all directions and all entered the body of a red-robed person. The red-robed person was holding a walking stick. His appearance under the robe could not be seen clearly. However, there were bestial roars coming from under the blood-red hat. The brim of the hat was like a bottomless pit, sucking in the rolling ghosts. The red-robed person was sitting on a coffin. The color of the underworld sea faded. All the weak water entered the coffin. It was like the coffin was endlessly absorbing the underworld sea. On the shore, Gu Hai's face darkened. Even the ancient celestial dome found it difficult to absorb the underworld sea. What was in the coffin that could absorb the essence of the underworld sea? Who is that red-robed person on the coffin? Why do I feel like my heart is trembling? The mosquito, Darren said in surprise. Everyone looked at the person and the coffin in confusion. The witch tribe's grand elder? The eyes of the restrained Dongfang Shou suddenly lit up. What witch tribe's grand elder? Chun Shinsho asked in fear. Not dead. He wasn't killed by Jiang Lianshan. Why is he here? This aura. Yes, it is the witch tribe's grand elder. He gave Jiang Lianshan countless witch tribe's secret techniques. Grand elder, save me. I am Dongfang Shou, grand elder. Dongfang Shou said, excitedly, with ecstasy. In the distance, the red-robed person slowly stood up. When he stood up, he slowly revealed his 4 limbs. However, when they looked at the red-robed person's 4 limbs, everyone was shocked. Those 4 limbs had no skin, only bloody muscles. Where is Jiang Lianshan? It is not time yet. Why did you open the array? The red-robed person revealed a cold expression. Which tribe? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Sniff. The red-robed person sniffed. Great perfection of the demon tribe. Are you from the heavenly demon, Holy Land? The red-robed person said coldly. No. Kong Xian said coldly. That's good. Ha 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 ha. The red-robed person laughed. That's good. Kong Xian frowned. Since you are not White Tiger, I can eat as much as I want. It is not time yet, and I have not recovered to my peak. You can be my blood food. The red-robed person said calmly. Blood food? Ha 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 ha. You are so confident. Kong Xian laughed coldly. The red-robed person did not rush forward. Instead, he slowly stepped down from the coffin. He bowed respectfully to the coffin. Next, we will depend on you to revive the witch tribe. The red-robed person said respectfully to the coffin. Then, he gently activated the coffin. Boom. Crack. The coffin lid opened. The moment the coffin was opened, an overwhelming amount of white cold air gushed out from the coffin. Whoosh. The white cold air rushed out and filled the entire Acheron Sea. In just 5 breaths of time, the Acheron Sea, which was thousands of miles wide, froze into ice. In fact, surging cold chi even surged towards Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's face darkened. She waved her hand. Boom! The Styx River appeared and absorbed the cold air with water. It stopped the cold air from invading. The cold air froze the Acheron Sea. Then, the frozen Acheron Sea suddenly vaporized and was sucked into the coffin. The Acheron Sea is full of weak water. What is in the coffin? Why did it absorb all the weak water? Mosquito Darren was shocked. The Acheron Sea was swallowed by the monster in the coffin. Long Shennying's face darkened. It must be a water-type monster in there. Meow. Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. The white cold air was also sucked into the coffin. The red-robed person was also covered in a layer of frost. However, the scene in the coffin was exposed. There was a little girl lying quietly in the coffin. The girl had her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. She smiled sweetly. Elite guards. Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. This girl's appearance, wasn't she an elite guard? Jiang Lianshan's daughter, Jingwei, his sister. However, Jingwei was a soul. She possessed Lin Wanair's body. But this is Jingwei's corpse. She didn't get eaten by the fishes and shrimps, but fell into the Acheron Sea. Dongfang Shou was shocked. Jingwei's corpse? The corpses of the elite guards lie in this coffin. What does Jiang Lianshan want to do? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Your Majesty, the zombie aura is very strong. Long Shennying looked at the sleeping girl in the coffin and said, Wang. The little girl in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. Wallalala. The temperature within a radius of 10 million li suddenly dropped. In the short time it took to open her eyes, a large amount of snow fell. The extreme een and extreme cold descended on the earth. Snow falling for 1,000,000 li. Guhai raised his eyebrows. He thought of Shiyu, the great of Day One Imperial Dynasty. He cultivated the Ingo body and caused snow to fall for 1,000,000 li. Now, snow covered the entire world. Water-type zombie ancestor seed. Ingo? In the past, I felt this aura. That's right, it's Ingo. The weak Ho-Ching was shocked. Ingo? Jiang Lianshan refined his daughter's corpse into a zombie ancestor. Ingo? Guhai's eyes narrowed. Chapter 10:59. As soon as he opened his eyes, cold air burst out, and snow started to fall from the sky. Ingo's appearance made everyone's heart sink. The face of Ingo in the coffin suddenly contorted, as if he was in great pain. The pain caused the surrounding temperature to drop once again. A bone-piercing gale suddenly swept up in all directions. The ground instantly froze, and a large number of mountains and rivers even froze and cracked. It's so cold. Ingo, meow. Both of you have the body of the ancestor zombie, but Ingo seems to be more powerful than you. Ho-Ching. Mao Tianyun looked at the weak Ho-Ching. Ho-Ching was also feeling cold. What's wrong with him? Guhai frowned. He saw the first elder of the sorcerer tribe mumbling something as if he was reciting some kind of spell. Strange runes slowly entered Ingo's mind from within the coffin. The grand elder of the sorcerer tribe wants to control Ingo. Dragon God Ying's eyes widened. The scene in front of him was very similar. Ingo had just woken up, and the grand elder of the sorcerer tribe was using a secret technique to control Ingo. Stop him. Guhai said. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Screech. With a loud shout, Kong Xian dashed towards the grand elder of the sorcerer tribe. The grand elder suddenly stopped talking and turned his head. Peacock Demon, do you think you can stop me? Blood, see, condenses the heart. The grand elder snorted. As he snorted, he tapped the ground with his walking stick. Whoosh! With the first elder as the center, a torrential wave of blood suddenly surged out. A vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. As the sea of blood churned, a figure that looked exactly like Kong Xian appeared, except that his entire body was blood red. The blood-red Kong Xian went towards Kong Xian and hit him with their palms. Hung! The void trembled, and they were evenly matched. Isn't this the self-underworld formation? What's going on? Mosquito Darren said in surprise. In the distance, Scarlet Kong Xian was fighting against Kong Xian. Surprisingly, he was using the same technique as his opponent. I understand now. The ego of the Netherworld Array was created by this great shaman. He was the great shaman, blood shaman, great elder of the shaman tribe. However, didn't the great shaman great elder die? I remember that he was indeed killed by Jiangchen. Long Wanyu exclaimed, the great elder of the blood witches. Guhai asked in confusion. Yes, in the corpse tomb realm, there is a blood sorcerer resentful spirit. It is the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer grand elder. It wanders in the corpse tomb realm every day. Long Wanyu recalled. Did you keep saying I died an unjust death? Mosquito Darren asked. Yes, it was the great elder of the shaman tribe. He was a formation genius of the shaman tribe. With the blood sea as the formation base, he created thousands of sorcerer formations. He was one of the elders of the shaman tribe and the commander of the blood elementalists. Long Wanyu recalled. Mosquito Darren looked at Guhai in shock. Your Majesty wasn't the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer refined by Changming. This is not the great elder of the blood sorcerer grand elder. Guhai said in a low voice. In the distance, the blood-robed Great Elder seemed to have heard Gu Hai's voice. That's right. I am him. Then aren't you dead? Mosquito Darren asked in shock. Do you think it is so easy to escape from under Jiang Chen's nose? Back then, I practiced the 3 souls tearing technique and split my soul into 2. I left one in the battle of the shamans and demons, hiding it from Jiang Chen and everyone else. That was how I managed to escape with the Divine Path Sorcerer Code. You know me, so you naturally know my methods. Instead of saying that the shaman tribe perished together with the demon tribe, it would be more accurate to say that they were destroyed by Jiang Chen. Commander? Commander? Ha 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 ha. The shaman tribe stopped fighting when they were about to achieve a great victory. How dare they betray us? Jiang Chen, what exactly do you want? Humph! I will avenge the shaman tribe. I will make sure that Jiang Chen dies a horrible death. All of you will die with him. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder said coldly. Split your soul into 2. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. What kind of strange secret technique was this? On the other side, in the Blood Sea, Kong Xian and the Bloody Clone kept fighting. After many heavy attacks, they could not do anything to each other. Kong Xian was also very angry. Should I go and help Kong Xian? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Help? Ha ha. In this world, there is nothing that my array cannot gather. Since you are here, it will gather another one of you. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder said with a laugh. However, Gu Hai's main body pulled Long Wanqing. Kong Xian, come back. Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. Yes. Although Kong Xian was very angry, he still retreated after Gu Hai gave the order. Whoosh! The blood-colored peacock also disappeared. Gu Hai looked at the coffin behind the Blood Sea. Ingo's face was still twisted. The runes on the coffin kept surging into Ingo's mind. Retreating in the face of difficulties? It's useless. You will all become my food. Consummation of the heavenly palace? It was truly a rare sight. After I succeed, I will kill Jiang Chen and restore the glory of the ancient sorcerer race. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder said with a cold smile. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder slammed his walking stick on the ground again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Blood Sea from earlier instantly expanded by countless times. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Gu Hai and his surroundings. The Blood Sea flooded the surroundings, blocking everyone's path. Kong Xian showed a furious expression and wanted to continue attacking. However, at this moment, the skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward. Oh, who are you? You want to die first? That's fine. Come. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder gently stirred the Blood Sea. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure formed in the Blood Sea. It was the skeleton Gu Hai's bloody clone. Walala! However, right after it was formed, the blood-colored clone collapsed. It collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Why can't my array formation condense your blood clone? Don't you have any fighting spirit? The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder said in surprise. Who said I don't? You want to kill me? How can I not have any fighting spirit? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. The skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward, and the Blood Sea on the ground instantly turned into dry bones. It was as if he was using the skeleton's power to change the essence of the Blood Sea. With every step the skeleton Gu Hai took, a large portion of the Blood Sea turned into dry bones. More and more dry bones gradually drowned the Blood Sea. Impossible. How can you affect my Blood Sea array? Form. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. However, the Blood Sea was getting smaller and smaller. It could no longer form the array. Brother-in-law, be careful. All of the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's tricks are in the blood sea. He can use the blood sea to set up a sorcerer array. However, he can't use it in front of brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Long One, you said excitedly. You want to kill Jiangqin? What a joke. If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have curled up like a turtle for 1,000,000 years. The skeleton, Guhai said coldly. No, no. My blood sea can simulate all of the 3,000 great paths. Why can't it work when it comes to you? You're not in the 3,000 great paths. Impossible. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. The skeleton Guhai didn't waste time talking to him. He waved his hand. Rolling black fog emerged. Crack, 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 crack. Countless little skeletons appeared in the black fog. The little skeletons rushed forward, and the remaining blood sea was devoured in the blink of an eye. The rolling black fog surged toward the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder. Does the heavens want to destroy the sorcerer tribe? No. The sorcerer tribe's rule is that if the demons destroy me, I will destroy the demons. If the earth destroys me, I will destroy the earth. If the heavens want to destroy me, I will kill the heavens. Ha 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 ha. The sorcerer tribe is immortal. No one can destroy us. No one. Ancient sorcerer Chi, with me as the guide, help the new commander of the sorcerer tribe, Ingo, achieve the supreme sorcerer body. At #yen% and asterisk, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly shouted. Whoosh! Rolling black fog suddenly surged from all directions of the netherworld and rushed toward the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's body. Then, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder quickly poured the sorcerer chi from his body into the coffin. In an instant, Ingo's expression eased. The runes in the coffin entered his body and no longer caused him pain. However, at this moment, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly began to corrode. His robes quickly corroded, and his flesh and blood quickly melted. He guided the rolling sorcerer chi into Ingo's body. In an instant, the cold aura emitted by Ingo became stronger and stronger. No, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder isn't controlling Ingo. Instead, he's using some kind of sacrificial curse to help Ingo. What is he doing? Long One, you said in surprise. Sacrifice? Ingo. Let Ingo become the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. Long One, you said with a frown. Ah. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder roared at the top of his lungs. Immediately, his entire physical body dissipated. As the rolling sorcerer chi turned into a special energy, it all entered Ingo's body in the coffin. Splash, splash. All the blood sea also dissipated. Buzz. The space immediately fell silent. The instant the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder dissipated, the sorcerer chi also stopped entering the coffin. Everything calmed down. The coffin also calmed down. However, the rolling black sorcerer chi inside drowned Ingo. Buzz. A horrifying aura spread out from the coffin, blowing away the surrounding bones. I remember now. The runes in the coffin are the most primitive words of the sorcerer tribe. Is it all the inheritance of the sorcerer tribe? Ingo is the corpse of an elite guard, but he does not have a soul or memories. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder passed down everything of the sorcerer tribe, including hatred, to Ingo, commander of the sorcerer tribe. He is. Long One, you said in shock. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder, although he is too cruel, his beliefs are extremely firm. The sorcerer tribe, he only has the sorcerer tribe in his heart. For the sorcerer tribe, he is even willing to sacrifice his life, and everything he has. Long One, you said in shock. It's too early to say that. Guhai suddenly said coldly. As he said that, the life-slaying saber slashed into the space in the distance. Boom! As the saber slashed down, a large amount of blood suddenly appeared in the space. Ah! The great elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder's scream came from the blood. I will remember all of you. I will come back to take revenge on you. Ah! The great elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder's voice was filled with resentment, but he instantly disappeared into the distance. Where are you going? Kong Xian immediately chased after him. However, he could only chase after empty air. What happened just now? The great elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder didn't die. Mosquito Darren said in surprise. Guhai narrowed his eyes. He sacrificed his life, but the sorcerer tribe's secret technique is strange. He still left a strand of his soul consciousness. This consciousness escaped, but it has been injured by me. It won't be that easy for him to recover. What a haunting fellow. Mosquito Darren watched the Blood Sorcerer Vengeful Spirit leave and was worried. Just as everyone was solemn, a voice suddenly came from the coffin. Ha! A haunting soul? Everyone, you forced the elder of the sorcerer tribe to death, and even spoke rudely. Aren't you being too rude? A little girl's voice sounded. Everyone was startled as they turned their heads to look. They saw that the sorcerer chi in the coffin had been sucked into Ingo's stomach. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked at everyone coldly. Chapter 1060. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked coldly at the people around him. Although she only had the appearance of a little girl, this little girl's appearance gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Meow. Ho Qing, he is a zombie ancestor. You are also a zombie ancestor. Why are you so much weaker than him? Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end as he scolded Ho Qing. Ho Qing was already weak. Under the suppression of the zombie ancestor's aura, his face turned pale. He was speechless. When Yua died, Ho Qing felt Ingo's aura in Jiang Lianshan's palace. At that time, Jiang Lianshan covered it. However, Ingo did not have such a terrifying aura then. They were both zombie ancestors, but he was the weakest. Ho Qing was also depressed. Long Wanqing's face darkened. The new commander of the sorcerer tribe, Jiang Lianshan, and the great elder of the blood witches created a monster to deal with Jiang Qin? Long Wanyu frowned. Kong Xian stood beside Guhai. It seemed that he would attack as soon as Guhai gave the order. Ingo. Although he did not move, his aura reminded Guhai of Chio's aura. Was Ingo's aura not weaker than his? Jiang Lianshan, you have so many plans. Guhai's face darkened. Guhai looked coldly at Ingo. Why? Do you want to take revenge for the great elder of the blood witches? Sizzle. Guhai pulled out his life slayer sword and was ready to attack. Kong Xian was also ready to fight. Revenge? Ha ha ha. There is no need. He is not dead. Why should I? Ingo sneered. Huh. Guhai frowned. In the shaman tribe, as long as you are not dead, you will take your own revenge. You will not let others interfere. He has not been completely destroyed yet. A strand of his soul escaped. That is enough. Just wait. He will come and find you, Ingo said coldly. Oh, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I won't attack you. It's meaningless. Perhaps one day you will also become a member of my shaman tribe. At that time, you will respect me as if I am the heavens, Ingo said indifferently. With that, Ingo waved his hand. The coffin under his feet was instantly sucked into Ingo's sleeve. Respect you as the heavens? You think too much. Skeleton Guhai sneered. Taking a deep breath, Ingo looked up at the sky. The birth of the shaman tribe is great. It is a new era. Although Jiang Chen brought a group of people to create the shaman tribe, Jiang Chen himself could not stop its development. The appearance of the shaman tribe will last forever. Jiang Chen was afraid of the shaman tribe's power, so before the arrival of the great shaman tribe, he killed the shaman tribe in its cradle. However, he could not stop it. I am here. This world will belong to the shaman tribe. Ha, 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 ha. Ingo suddenly burst out laughing. As he laughed, he stepped forward and shot toward the south. Your Majesty! Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai, as if he wanted to stop him. Gu Hai shook his head. Let her go. I also want to see what is so special about the shaman tribe. But I feel that she is a lunatic who is immersed in the past achievements of the shaman tribe. Kong Xian frowned. Lunatic? Maybe. Gu Hai shook his head. He did not stop Ingo. Gu Hai had his own plans. Let's go. It's time to return to the court. Gu Hai said. Okay. Everyone followed Gu Hai and immediately flew toward the south. Not long after, they arrived at the area of the Myriad Bone Mountain. At this moment, there were hundreds of millions of skeletons walking in the Myriad Bone Mountain. It was a world of skeletons. Gu Hai's body stopped for a moment. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The sky-covering skeleton soldiers were suddenly taken out from the immortal dome of antiquity. It was the skeleton army that the bone god had brought to the immortal dome of antiquity not long ago. At this moment, when the army came out, they were at a loss. We are back. We are really back. We have been trapped in that place for so long. We are finally out. They didn't kill us. Countless skeleton soldiers rejoiced. I remember that the bone god is dead. Suddenly, a skeleton said, Yes, the bone god is dead. The mark of the bone god in my body is gone. The bone god is dead. Then what about my Myriad Bone Mountain? What do you mean, what to do? The bone god is dead. Let's each occupy a mountain and be king. While the skeleton soldiers were in an uproar, Gu Hai stood on the top of a mountain. Suddenly, a strange aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to have a great suppression on the skeleton tribe. The endless skeleton army suddenly trembled instinctively, and then most of them instinctively knelt down. What's going on? What's wrong with me? This aura is so familiar, so familiar. This is the bone ancestor. The bone ancestor is back. The endless skeletons suddenly showed a look of horror. The bone ancestor? This was the existence that had commanded the Myriad Bone Mountain for 800,000 years. In the depths of the skeleton tribe's soul, the majesty of the bone ancestor was there. It was just that the bone god had successfully rebelled against the bone ancestor decades ago. However, the bone ancestor's mark was something that the skeleton tribe would never dare to forget. Countless skeletons looked at the top of a mountain according to this aura. Gu Hai stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking coldly at the skeleton tribe around him. Is it really the bone ancestor? The bone ancestor is back. He killed the bone god. He is back. Greetings to the bone ancestor. We will die 10,000 deaths. Countless skeletons were trembling in fear. There was no need to say anything at all. Gu Hai was now the bone ancestor, the god that commanded the skeleton tribe in the world. All the skeletons knelt down. The skeletons that had betrayed in the past were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Gu Hai, the skeleton, took control of the skeleton tribe almost instantly. Okay, let's go, Gu Hai said. The skeleton clone and the main body had the same consciousness. The skeleton clone naturally had to stay. The Myriad Bone Mountain was naturally the best base to command the skeleton tribe. Gu Hai didn't leave. He stayed to sort out the forces here. The others looked at him blankly, and nodded. They followed Gu Hai's main body and continued to fly south. After everyone had left, Gu Hai said coldly, "Gather all the skeleton tribe and report to the Bone Ancestors' Hall." Yes, all the skeletons answered. Gu Hai's main body led everyone out of the Myriad Bone Mountain and arrived at the place where they used to travel between the two worlds, because this was the only place where they could return to the infinite celestial capital. Moreover, the unborn man had set up a lifespan formation here. Only the unborn man could bring people to travel between the two worlds. From now on, open a passage between the two worlds here. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. Yes, the unborn man answered. Ancient Emperor, please spare us. Dongfang Shou and Chunchen Shu still wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Hai didn't even look at them. At this moment, a large number of bats were flying in the distance. They seemed to be extremely anxious. What's wrong? Gu Hai shouted coldly. Ah, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a member of the blood race saw Gu Hai and flew over in surprise. Blood Robe Guard Baihu greets Your Majesty, a member of the blood race said respectfully. Where's Chongming? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, just a moment ago, the commander was still in seclusion. I don't know where a blood-colored evil wind came from, but it carried the smell of blood and rushed into the commander's hall. Then, the commander's cry for help came from the hall. The Baihu said anxiously, "Oh." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Blood-colored evil wind. Could it be the blood which Grand Elder? Mosquito Dorn's expression changed. It's possible. You said that Chongming obtained the god of the blood, which Grand Elder's spirit. All these years, the blood which Grand Elder has not shown himself to search for the other half of his vengeful spirit. He must be hiding it from Jiangchun. Now that the vengeful spirit is no longer in the corpse tomb world, he must know that he can get it back. So he came to find Chongming? Long Wan Yu analyzed. How's Chongming? Gu Hai looked at the Baihu. Your Majesty, the commander suddenly rushed out crazily, hugging his head as if he was in great pain. He spoke strangely for a while. If it's as everyone said, then the soul of the blood, which Grand Elder, must have entered his body. The commander argued with himself for a while. He only said a few words before leaving. The Baihu recalled. What did he say? Gu Hai asked. The commander said, I won't be your puppet. Then let's see who can refine who. During this time, I won't let you destroy the Dahan imperial dynasty. I'll take you away, and you can forget about destroying the Dahan's arrangements. All blood-robed guards, listen up. From now on, all blood-robed guards are not to listen to my orders. If you find me anywhere, you are not to recognize me. You are to report to His Majesty immediately. Without His Majesty's orders, you are not to contact me. The Baihu said. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Your Majesty, Lord Chongming is concerned about the Dahan. Kong Xian said with a frown. Gu Hai said in a low voice, the blood which Grand Elder? I should have killed him before this. Your Majesty, we don't know where the commander is. What should we do now? The Baihu asked anxiously. Your Majesty, you must save the commander. Another group of blood race members said anxiously. Gu Hai nodded. Go to the Myriad Bone Mountain immediately and find the bone ancestor. He will take care of everything. Seeing him is like seeing me in person. The group of blood race members looked at Gu Hai in shock. Finally, they said respectfully, yes. Gu Hai's main body did not want to stay in the netherworld any longer since he had his skeleton clone. Unborn man, open the passage to the netherworld. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. A crack appeared in the void. Long Wanqing held Gu Hai's right hand nervously. Wanqing, don't worry. Xian is easy to get along with. I've been waiting for you, Gu Hai said with a smile. Sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Even that Chun. Long Wanyu patted her chest. Wanyu, Long Wanqing shouted. Huh. When you see elder sister Chun later, don't be impudent. Long Wanqing shouted. Long Wanyu was speechless. I'm helping you, okay? Why is it my fault? Gu Hai smiled and held Long Wanqing's hand. He was the first to enter the netherworld. The netherworld corresponded to the upper study room. As soon as they entered the upper study room, several palace maids in white mourning clothes were standing in the room as if they had been waiting for Gu Hai's return. Seeing Gu Hai enter the room, the palace maids' eyes lit up. Your Majesty? Your Majesty is back. Greetings, Your Majesty. That's great. The Empress has been asking us to wait here and report as soon as there is news. Your Majesty is finally back. The group of palace maids bowed in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. The palace maids were wearing white mourning clothes. In Dahan, although Gu Hai was very tolerant of the harem, it was not to the extent that the palace maids were wearing mourning clothes. The palace maids must be wearing mourning clothes because a very important person had died. And the person who died was a very important person to him. What happened? Why are you wearing mourning clothes? Gu Hai's face darkened. The faces of the nervous Long Wanqing and the others behind him also sank. It's the ninely great emperor, Qi Yu. He was killed by matriarch Ji and dismembered. The empress said that Qi Yu was Your Majesty's elder brother. The younger brother's family must wear mourning clothes to pay respect to brother emperor and remember this grudge. A palace maid said respectfully, Qi Yu, big brother, was dismembered by matriarch Ji. Gu Hai's face turned cold. How could this be? Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Goding, and the unborn man were also shocked. After all, Qi Yu was a consummate God Legion expert. He was killed and dismembered. This news was too shocking. Chapter 1061. Qi Yu, big brother, was dismembered by Empress Ji. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Gu Hai couldn't believe it. This was impossible. He had left for less than a year. Before he left, Qi Yu killed his way to Xianyuan City. How could he be killed in the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty? It's true, Your Majesty. Shangguan Jizun, Ao Sheng Jizun, and the second prince are all heavily injured. Furthermore, our limitless celestial capital is surrounded by Empress Ji's people. The palace maid said anxiously, Quam. Gu Hai pushed open the door of the upper study room and looked outside. In the outside world, a layer of green fog shrouded the limitless celestial capital. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were terrified as they looked at the rolling green fog. Outside the fog, there seemed to be black insects flying around, completely surrounding the limitless celestial capital. However, these insects didn't dare to barge in because of the rolling poisonous fog. Where's Gu Hai? Why doesn't he dare to come out? Is he not in the limitless celestial capital? Little Gu Hai, Dahan is finished. Surrender. No one can save you. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Your stubborn resistance is useless. Outside the green fog, battle cries could be heard. Impudent! How dare you speak in the limitless celestial capital? Kong Xian glared and was about to rush out. Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Kong Xian. There's a layer of poisonous fog outside. It was set up by Xian Air. These people can't enter and can only shout. Gu Hai shook his head. What a powerful poisonous fog. This is the poison of the great Tao of poison, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Is this poison very powerful? Long Wanqing asked. That's right. This poisonous fog barrier will kill anyone who doesn't have the great Tao. No one can enter. Once. Long Wanyu didn't finish her sentence. Boom. Suddenly, a huge whip emerged from the poisonous fog and rushed towards the plaza of the soaring heavenly hall. "How is that possible?" Long Wanyu exclaimed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened as he turned to look at the soaring sky hall's plaza. When he looked over, his expression immediately changed. It was actually Chen Xian'er and Gu Qin, leading all the civil and military officials to confront the enemy outside. The long whip was heading straight for Chen Xian'er. "Xian'er, be careful!" Gu Hai immediately shouted. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing went to block the whip almost at the same time. However, the long whip was too fast. It arrived in front of Chen Xian in an instant. At the tip of the whip was a black hook. The tip of the hook cut through the void. Chen Xian'er did not move. Mahavarakana immediately stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Boom! The Tathagata divine palm and the black hook collided. The hook returned, but Mahavarakana's palm suddenly turned black. "He's poisoned?" Gu Qin and the others were shocked. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed as well. Whoosh! The huge hook swung as if to hook another person. "Life entrapment saber, turn!" Gu Hai extended his hand and waved. The chess formation of the infinite celestial capital immediately changed. Fog rose everywhere, and the space changed. In an instant, the hook could not find anyone else. 9 cycles of time. The life-extinguishing saber suddenly struck. Boom! There was a loud sound. The long whip and the hook at the tip of the whip instantly retreated out of the infinite celestial capital. 9 cycles of time? Gu Hai? Outside the poison mist barrier, a cold, shocked, and angry voice suddenly rang out. "Husband!" Chen Xian'er in the distance was overjoyed. Mahavarakana's palm had turned black, and his entire body was tinged with purple. He sat cross-legged and began to expel the poison. Gu Hai stepped forward and instantly arrived at the square of the soaring palace hall. Following the appearance of Kong Xian and the others, the Dahan's ministers were overjoyed. "Welcome back, Your Majesty!" the ministers exclaimed in surprise. The ministers and even the citizens were at a loss after being harassed every day. If not for Empress Chun and the Crown Prince, the infinite celestial capital would have been in chaos. "His Majesty has come out of seclusion," the citizens in the city exclaimed. "That's great. His Majesty has come out of seclusion. These rascals are done for. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years." The citizens in the city cheered wildly. Gu Hai went to Mahavarakana's place. Chen Xian'er extended her hand and waved. Traces of black liquid seeped out of the wound on Mahavarakana's palm. The black liquid dripped onto the ground. Sizzle! 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 The floor corroded and emitted poisonous smoke. Fortunately, Chen Xian'er was skilled in the art of poison and neutralized it in the blink of an eye. Phew! Mahavarakana exhaled deeply. "Thank you, Empress Chun." "Thank you, Mr. Good," Mahavarakana exclaimed. "What was that? Even you couldn't stop Mahavarakana?" Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Mahavarakana's strength was obvious to all. But just now, a long whip and a poisonous hook almost crippled Mahavarakana. "Poisonous hitching post," Mahavarakana said in a low voice. "Poisonous hitching post. What's that?" Mosquito Daoren exclaimed in surprise. "Scorpion's tail," Chen Xian'er said. As she spoke, Chen Xian'er glanced at Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. Chen Xian'er suddenly smiled and said, "Your sister Wanqing, you're really pretty. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I finally get to see you. Greetings, elder sister Chun." Long Wanqing smiled and bowed slightly. "Humph, hypocrite." Long Wanyu looked coldly at Chen Xian'er. After all, Gu Hai was her brother-in-law, so he should be her husband. Now, Another woman had appeared to compete with her sister for her husband. Long Wanyu was naturally very uncomfortable. Your sister Wanyu, right? Chen Xian'er asked with a smile. I'm not your sister. I only have one elder sister. Long Wanyu didn't have a pleasant expression. Wanyu, did you forget what I said? Long Wanqing immediately frowned. Humph. Long Wanyu didn't say anything, but she still turned her head away, refusing to look at Chen Xian'er. Clearly, she was very repulsed by Chen Xian'er. Wanyu, you promised me earlier. Long Wanqing said somewhat anxiously. However, Chen Xian'er shook her head and stopped Long Wanqing, saying, It's fine. Wanyu has a childish heart. I like it very much when you put your thoughts on your face. Don't worry. I'll say something to Wanyu. Sigh. Wanyu has been spoiled since young. Please forgive me, elder sister Chen. Long Wanqing sighed. Clearly, Long Wanyu couldn't change Long Wanqing's attitude. However, Chen Xian'er walked in front of Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu frowned and said, What are you doing? I have something to say to you, but this sentence can't be heard by anyone. Sister Wanyu, if you still don't like me after hearing what I have to say, then I don't need you to call me elder sister. Chen Xian'er said with a smile. Humph, you said it. My elder sister wants me to call you elder sister, but I just don't like it. Just say one sentence. Don't regret it later. Long Wanyu immediately said with a sullen face. Chen Xian'er nodded. She leaned over to Long Wanyu's ear and softly whispered a few words. She lowered her voice so that no one could hear what she said. This sentence was very short. In the instant that Gu Hai was worried, Chen Xian'er had already finished speaking. Long Wanqing was also worried that Long Wanyu would speak rudely and was about to stop Long Wanyu from speaking wildly. However, she saw Long Wanyu's eyes widen as she looked at Chen Xian'er in surprise. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten to speak. Chen Xian'er looked at Long Wanyu and smiled slightly. Long Wanyu glanced at Gu Hai at the side and blushed slightly. She was in disbelief, and then looked at Chen Xian'er. What you said, is it true? Long Wanyu's face was a little red as she asked in surprise. Chen Xian'er smiled slightly and nodded. In an instant, Long Wanyu's eyes softened. She immediately bowed to Chen Xian'er incomparably intimately, and then said somewhat bashfully, Elder Sister Chen, please don't blame me. Just now, We're family. You don't have to be so reserved. Chen Xian'er said with a smile. Elder Sister Chen, you are indeed my good elder sister. Why didn't I meet you before? Long Wanyu immediately leaned forward and pulled Chen Xian'er intimately. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanyu, Goddess Hutu, all the officials in the imperial court. What exactly did Chen Xian'er say to Long Wanyu? Just one sentence. Long Wanyu changed so much. So much. Wasn't she looking like she wanted to eat a fire? Well, just now, they almost fought. In the blink of an eye, why did she become so good? Even Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai was extremely worried just now, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't know what to say. Forget it, I won't say it. I'll just pretend that I didn't see it. Gu Hai turned his head away and didn't look at the three women. Many officials looked at each other in confusion. At the same time, they couldn't help but think to themselves, this Empress Chun is indeed powerful. Mahavarakana, did you just say the poisonous hitching post? It's so powerful. You can't even stand it. Gu Hai frowned and asked. Mahavarakana nodded. It's indeed powerful. This is the second time I've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. There's also a poison expert outside. Just now, his scorpion tail passed through my poisonous fog. He also used the power of the great Tao to wrap around the scorpion tail. Although he didn't master as many poisons as I did, he used the scorpion poison to perfection. Other than me, it would be very difficult for others to deal with this scorpion poison. Chen Xianer said with a frown. That's the fourth of the heavenly devil holy land, Scorpio. I heard that his cultivation is close to perfection of the gods. Mosquito Darren suddenly recalled. Scorpio? Fourth? Guhai's face darkened. A scorpion spirit at perfection of the heavenly palace. He's indeed powerful, Mahavarakana said in a deep voice. By the way, Mahavarakana Buddha, you said that this is the second time you've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. How did you get rid of the poison the first time? Chen Xianer asked curiously. This was because in Chen Xianer's opinion, no one could get rid of this poison except for herself. Last time, it wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. A female scorpion spirit. Actually, Mr. Good knows about this too, Mahavarakana said with a bitter smile. Mahavarakana's words had a hidden meaning. Guhai's expression changed, and he instantly understood. In the past on Earth, Guhai had read a book, Journey to the West, which recorded that Tripitaka and his disciples had encountered a scorpion spirit on the way. Sun Wukong had been defeated by the poisonous hitching post several times. After several inquiries, he found out that the scorpion spirit was listening to Mahavarakana at Spirited Mountain. Even Mahavarakana was stung by the scorpion spirit's poisonous hitching post. At that time, Mahavarakana was in unbearable pain and sent Vajra to capture it. In the end, the scorpion spirit escaped. This showed how powerful the scorpion's poison was. That wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. Now, this perfection of the heavenly palace was much more powerful than before. No wonder Mahavarakana was only seventh in the past, and this Scorpio is fourth. Guhai's expression was gloomy. Chapter 1062. Outside, the infinite celestial capital. The super-huge scorpion tail returned in an instant and entered the sleeves of a black-robed man with golden rims. Zhou Qianjiu? Guhai? That black-robed man with golden rims suddenly said in a deep voice. A group of black-robed men surrounded them at this moment. All of them looked at the black-robed man with golden rims with extreme respect. Scorpio, what did you say? Guhai is back. One of the black-robed men said in surprise. That's right. It's definitely Guhai. He actually came back at this time. Scorpio said in a deep voice. Isn't that perfect? Scorpio can show off his skills and kill Guhai? That black-robed man immediately said with a smile. Scorpio looked at that black-robed man coldly. Fengbo, do you want me to continue? Of course. Your Excellency's poisonous hitching post just now already explained everything. The poison fog formation outside the infinite celestial capital can't stop you at all. With your strength, isn't it easy to kill Guhai? Fengbo said with a smile. Ha, you overestimate me. Scorpio said indifferently. How can that be? Scorpio, His Holiness has already given instructions. This time, you assisted His Holiness to kill Chiyu. His Holiness has already allowed you to enter the world of the living. This Dahan imperial dynasty is your place to stay. I will assist you in controlling everything later, Fengbo said with a smile. Scorpio stared at Fengbo and finally smiled coldly. I remember that amethyst also fell for your tricks back then. Huh. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. Borrowing my hand to help you deal with Guhai? Ha 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 ha. Scorpio showed a trace of disdain. Scorpio, didn't you say that old 6, old 8, and old 9 of the heavenly demon Holy Land died at Guhai's hands? Are you not going to avenge such a huge grudge? Fengbo asked. It's precisely because old 6th and the others are dead that I have to be even more careful. Guhai hasn't returned, and there's a poison expert in the boundless celestial capital. Someone even blocked my poison hitching post. Ha! Do you think I'll continue to show off at this time? Scorpio sneered. Fumbo frowned slightly. The enmity between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty is already irreconcilable. You want me to perish together with the Dahan imperial dynasty? In my opinion, why don't I wait until you and the Dahan imperial dynasty perish together before coming back? Scorpio sneered. You don't care about old 6, old 8, and old 9? Fumbo asked in a low voice. You can't blame anyone for being inferior. Besides, won't your Great Yellow Dynasty avenge them? Scorpio sneered. You also had a part in Chiyo's death. You can't avoid it. Fumbo said in a low voice. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. I don't care about this anymore. Scorpio said with a smile. Divine, Scorpion, Heavenly Devil, are you really afraid? Are you afraid of that Guhai? Fumbo said in a low voice. Provoke me? It's useless. I'm not idiots like Old 6 and the others. Farewell, Scorpio said coldly. With a cold snort, he rolled up his sleeves and flew away with the group of black-robed men. When Fong Bo saw the divine Scorpion Skyfiend leave, his expression turned ugly. My lord, isn't this Scorpio too cowardly? A black-robed subordinate said. He's not cowardly, he's vicious. The nature of a scorpion is to hide in the dark and sting people without being seen. Humph. He wants to watch us fight with the Dahan imperial dynasty and reap the benefits. It's still early. Let's go. Fumbo said in a low voice. Fumbo waved his sleeves and left quickly with everyone. In the blink of an eye, the people surrounding the infinite celestial capital all left. The countless scorpions that were crawling around the infinite celestial capital also disappeared. Soaring Palace Square. Qinxian frowned. Husband, that group of people seems to have left. Left? Guhai said in surprise. Whoosh. Qinxian waved her sleeves. The poisonous fog around the infinite celestial capital instantly dispersed. Everyone looked outside, and sure enough, it had already disappeared. Scorpio? He left so quickly. I just thought of how to deal with him, Guhai said in a low voice. Mahavairakana smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you're not thinking of summoning the Pleiades Sun official, are you? On Earth. Back then, Sun Wukong had invited the Pleiades Sun official, who specialized in restraining the scorpion spirit, to exterminate it. Guhai wanted to invite him to. What's wrong? Guhai looked at Mahavairakana. This scorpion demon shouldn't be something that the Pleiades Sun official can subdue. This scorpion demon is too powerful. It has already reached the peak of the celestial palace and is no longer afraid of the rooster's crow. Mahavairakana exclaimed. Guhai frowned and nodded. Everyone, you still need to continue to be careful of this scorpion demon. Scorpions are sinister. They spit smoke and fire, and their poisonous hooks are invincible. What's even rarer is that the scorpion demon is exceptionally vicious. It hides very deeply and is very patient. It will only deliver a fatal blow when its opponent lets down their guard. Mahavairakana said. Thank you, Mahavairakana Buddha. Everyone nodded and became exceptionally vigilant. His Majesty is mighty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The people in the city suddenly shouted. In the past few days, they had been under heavy pressure due to the invasion of foreign enemies. Now that Guhai suddenly appeared, those foreign enemies fled in fright. Naturally, they rejoiced and worshipped Guhai even more. The people shouted, "Long live His Majesty," to express their gratitude and excitement. Guhai didn't explain anything. He only used the life entrapment blade to strengthen the infinite celestial capital's formation. Instantly, the fog and the void surrounded them. It was hard to fathom. Where are Shangguan Hen and the rest? Guhai looked at Qinxian Er, in the Hall of Great Strength. Their injuries have stabilized. Mr. Good can come and take a look, Mahavarakana said. Guhai nodded. He followed Mahavarakana slowly to the Hall of Great Strength. All of you wait outside, Guhai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. The officials waited outside. Chen Xian was talking to Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. Only Guhai and Mahavarakana stepped into the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, there was a huge alchemy cauldron. Guhai looked at the alchemy cauldron in surprise. This alchemy cauldron was given to me by Mr. Good. Did Mr. Good forget? Mahavarakana said with a smile. The world incinerating fire cauldron, that was Amethyst's alchemy cauldron. At that time, the South Sea Dragon King used it to refine Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen. Ao Shun died because of it, and Shanghai Hen became a golden egg. Because of it, Guhai was puzzled. That's the world incinerating fire cauldron. This is a type of 8 trigrams cauldron. It can be used to refine pills and save people. The 3 of them came back in time. Fortunately, we saved them in time. Mahavarakana said solemnly. Quam. The alchemy cauldron opened, and Guhai immediately saw 3 people. Guhan, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun. At this moment, the 3 of them were seriously injured. Their bodies were almost shattered, and there were a lot of cracks on their skin. Fortunately, the alchemy cauldron kept pouring in power, and the cracks were slowly mending, but the speed was very slow. Guhai waved his hand. Boom! A surge of sky-mending power rushed into the alchemy cauldron. It instantly flowed into the cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies were slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were quickly recovering. Mr. Good, your secret method of saving people is really amazing. The 3 of them are recovering at double the speed. It shouldn't be long before they recover, right? Mahavarakana said in surprise. Mahavarakana was even more amazed by the power of sky mending. Guhai nodded, but he was still a little worried when he looked at the 3 people. Mr. Good, don't worry. With their recovery speed, they should be able to wake up soon, right? Mahavarakana said. It's good that they can wake up. Their serious injuries were caused by Matriarch Ji? Guhai asked with a frown. Mahavarakana shook his head. Guhai showed a trace of doubt. I don't know the details. That day, something happened in Chiyu City, and the 3 of them went there immediately. At that time, there was a thick fog outside Chiyu City, and no one knew what was happening inside. Ho-I and Xing Tian also went to help. I thought that Chiyu was more than enough to defend, but I didn't expect. I couldn't see through that battle. Shangguan Hen and the other 2 people seemed to have been thrown into the infinite celestial capital by a great force. It was the same for Ho-I and Xing Tian. They were all seriously injured. When Shangguan Hen and the other 2 returned, they were unconscious and on their last breaths. I could only keep them alive over the past few days. However, no one knew anything about the battle that day. Mahavarakana added. Guhai was silent for a moment. His eyes changed. Chiyo's death was full of doubts. It seemed that he could only know what happened when Shangguan Hen and the others woke up. Mr. Good, you asked everyone to wait outside the Hall of Great Strength and came in alone with me. Do you have something to say? Mahavarakana asked curiously. Guhai nodded and waved his hand. Whoosh! Guhai and Mahavarakana entered the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Mahavarakana saw that Guhai was so serious, and his expression turned serious. Try not to mention the things on earth in the divine continent, just in case, Guhai said. Oh, Mr. Good wants to ask about the things on earth? Mahavarakana asked curiously. That's right. On earth, the 30 immortal domes control the entire immortal dome. Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana nodded. This is not a secret. Mr. Good should have known about it long ago. But I recently received news that 30 was once a creature of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. No, he controlled the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the past. After that, he was tired of the weakness of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and entered the void to find the other immortal domes. 30 is on Earth. Is he an outsider? Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. What? Mahavarakana was shocked. But it's the truth? Guhai asked. No wonder. No wonder 30 is so heartless and cruel to the people on our side. He kills all who have attained the Tao. He is emotionless, like a dog or a pig. He is not from our immortal dome. Mahavarakana was shocked. 30 immortal dome. You didn't know he was an outsider? Guhai frowned. We didn't know. The group of powerful beings who came before him all died at his hands. We should have thought of it. We should have thought of it. We were still thinking of how to move him. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Mahavarakana said bitterly, 30 immortal dome. 30 is also killing the heavens to seize the position? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, Mahavarakana sighed. Killing the heavens? 30 immortal dome. Who was the previous heavens? Did they not reincarnate? The previous heavens must have countless secret techniques. Were they really all killed? Did they not leave behind any backup plans? Guhai asked curiously. I'm not sure if there were any backup plans. However, you should have heard of the 30 immortal dome. The previous heavens. Mahavarakana sighed. Oh, his name is Pangu. Mahavarakana said in awe. Pangu? Guhai's expression turned solemn. Back on Earth, who didn't know that Pangu was the first living being in the world when he created the world? Later on, he supported the world and prevented it from closing. It's Pangu. However, the legend is not that simple. The immortal dome was formed, and naturally it would not close. He was 30, sigh. Mahavarakana sighed, softly. Chapter 1063. It's Pangu. However, legends aren't that simple. The celestial dome was formed, so it naturally wouldn't close. He was 30, sigh. Mahavarakana sighed, softly. Guhai frowned. If that's the case, 30 is really the 30 of the Six Paths Celestial Dome. The Six Paths Celestial Dome and 30 of the Celestial Dome, one positive and one negative. If that's the case, 30 has a way to travel between the two celestial domes. Mahavarakana's expression turned serious. Mr. Good, are you saying that 30 can come back whenever he wants to? If 30 could come and go as he pleased, then wouldn't the Six Paths Celestial Dome be? Guhai shook his head. I'm guessing that's not the case. Oh, I'm guessing that 30's way to travel between the two celestial domes is gone. Guhai said, solemnly. What do you mean? Mahavarakana was confused. 800,000 years ago, Fushi fought 30's will and blocked him outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. What does that mean? It means that 30 didn't come back the way he came, but came back in another form. And it's just a will. Guhai said, solemnly. But think about it, Amit Ba. Even when he discovered the Six Paths Celestial Dome, he couldn't enter. He wasn't simply in the void outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. He was in another dimension, and he could only pass on Buddhism to the Six Paths Celestial Dome. His body couldn't come until he died in the void. Then he was recited by generations of Buddhist cultivators, and his will was reincarnated. The two celestial domes are in different dimensions, and it's almost impossible to reach the other side. 800,000 years ago, when his will came back, it was the same as Amit Ba. Guhai said, solemnly. But didn't I come back? Can't you travel back? Is Ichio really more powerful than 30? Amit Ba? Mahavarakana frowned. Guhai shook his head. Ichio is my senior, and I shouldn't be saying that. However, this concerns the lives of the two celestial domes, so I can only make a guess. Oh, Ichio didn't open up two passageways to the immortal firmament. Instead, he found the passageway that 30 had broken through back then. Solemnly, Guhai said, Guhai. Mahavairocana was surprised. I'm guessing that this passageway between the two immortal firmament realms was actually left behind by 30. However, 30 was careless and lost it. The two entrances were found by Senior Ichio and the Taishang sect master of the Six Paths Immortal Firmament. Thus, the two of them set a password on the passageway and hid it in a place where 30 could not find it. I obtained it later. Guhai guessed. You're saying that this passageway of yours belongs to 30? Without this passageway, 30 won't be able to come back at will. We can only find other paths in the void. Mahavairocana asked with a frown. That's what I'm guessing. Guhai nodded. Perhaps you're right. I remember now. When Ichio died, 30 seemed to have gone berserk. He slaughtered many living beings in many galaxies. In the universe on Earth's side, many living beings were destroyed, and many immortals were killed. For a long time, many immortals did not dare to show their faces. It was during that time Mahavairocana's expression changed. 30 lost something and was enraged. That's why he is angry. Guhai said seriously. Mahavairocana nodded. In that case, 30 won't be able to come back. This place is relatively safe. Guhai shook his head. No, I feel that it's getting more and more dangerous. 30 invaded once 800,000 years ago. This means that he has never given up on finding a second path. It's been 800,000 years. I'm guessing that his second invasion won't be too far away. Mahavairocana's expression darkened. Forget it. 30's matter is still a little far away. Let's get through this. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty are about to fight to the death. The heavenly demon Holy Land is also involved. Guhai said solemnly. Mahavairocana exhaled and nodded. I've said so much so that you know what to do. In the boundless celestial capital, no matter when, if the Long Wanyu is in danger, please help. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Mahavairocana was puzzled. The Long Wanyu is the key to resolving the calamity. Guhai said solemnly. She is, could it be? Mahavairocana's pupils constricted. Guhai nodded. It's enough that you know. There's no need to say it. Mahavairocana nodded. The two stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. They entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength, in the furnace, Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched as if he was going to wake up first. Quam. Guhai waved his sleeve, and the door of the Hall of Great Strength opened with a bang. Outside the hall, Qinxian, and the others saw the door open and immediately filed in. Husband, how is Han? Qinxian asked anxiously. He's about to wake up. Guhai looked into the furnace. Buzz. Under everyone's gaze, Guhan and Ao Sheng's eyelids twitched for a while. Finally, the three of them opened their eyes one after another. They're awake. That's great, Guqin said in surprise. The injuries on their bodies are all shattered. How strange. Long Wanyu frowned slightly as if she had thought of something. The three of them woke up and immediately saw Guhai and the others. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Shangguan Hen's eyes immediately turned red. Imperial Father, this child is useless. I could only watch Uncle Chiyu die, Guhan said with reddened eyes. Your Majesty, this subject is useless. Cough, cough, cough. Ao Sheng also said bitterly. Guhai channeled another surge of energy into the three of them. Following that, Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowren, and Long Shenying slowly helped the three of them out of the furnace. Sit, Guhai ordered. This child does not dare. Guhan immediately refused. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng also did not dare to sit. Sit, your bodies are weak. Sit down and talk, Guhai ordered. Yes, the three of them slowly sat down. What happened that day? How did Chiyu die? How did Empress Ji kill him? Guhai looked at the three of them and asked. That day, an alarm suddenly sounded in Chiyu City. Rolling fog instantly enveloped Chiyu City. We heard Chiyo's shout resounding throughout the boundless celestial capital. Prince Guhan, Supreme Ao Sheng, and I rushed over without hesitation. Ao Sheng has not reached the peak of Heavenly Palace, so I brought him along. Shangguan Hen said, Oh, what did you see when you went? Guhai said solemnly, The moment we entered the fog, we were ambushed. Ambushed? Guhai said with a frown. Yes, it seemed that Empress Ji had long set up an ambush. I encountered a scorpion tail. It was very powerful. That scorpion tail poked my head, and I immediately felt dizzy. Shangguan Hen said in shock as he recalled. Scorpion tail? That was the poison hitching horse stake. Guhai's face sank. Guhan nodded. That's right. Fourth brother from the heavenly devil, Holy Land, launched a sneak attack on Paragon Shangguan. Paragon Shangguan's fleshly body is incredible. You should know that the power of that poison hook is so strong that it can threaten even the great circle of the God Legion. Only Prime Shangguan, with his invincible Vajra body, could barely block it. If it were me, I would have lost my life. And then, Guhai asked, I encountered the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Ing. I was incompetent and was suppressed by him. Ao Sheng said with a bitter smile, that Ao Ing is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. It's not simple for you to be able to withstand his attacks. Guhai nodded. I met Mr. Wu Xing. Guhan said with a complicated expression, Mr. Wu Xing? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Wasn't Mr. Wu Xing Guming? His fourth son. Guhan definitely knew him. Yes, that Mr. Wu Xing set up a formation long ago and blocked me. What a strange formation. Guhan said with a frown. In other words, you were blocked by someone? What about Hou-Yi and Xing Tian? Guhai asked. They were also stopped by others. At that time, the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and this child also couldn't see clearly. However, if they weren't from the Grand Yellow Celestial Dynasty, then they were from the Heavenly Devil, Holy Land. In any case, those who went to help were all stopped, and at the center of a turbid storm, Matriarch Ji fought against Chiyu. In the end, she defeated Chiyu. Guhan said bitterly, Defeated Chiyu? What kind of ability is Chiyu? He is a peak god. Moreover, he cultivates one of the 5 branches of the sorcerer race. He can swallow the world and eat everything. He is invulnerable. His physical body is even stronger than Shangguan Hen's. Guhai said with a frown, That's right. However, Uncle Chiyu still lost. At the last moment of the battle, we remember that an eye appeared in the sky. It was a golden eye that looked like the eye of heaven. That eye emitted several beams of golden light that struck our bodies. Our bodies were instantly injured, and countless cracks appeared on them. Guhan recalled, Eye of heaven. Guhai's pupils constricted. Long Wan Qing, Long Wan Yu, and the others were also shocked. Eye of heaven, this is one of the 5 sets of talents. Could it be that Empress Ji also has a set of talents? However, after that Eye of Heaven released the golden light, it seemed to be tired. It closed and disappeared. Guhan recalled. Tired? Guhai, and the others were even more shocked. It looked like this Eye of Heaven was not as good as Immortal 6 Paths or Yuanshi Tianzuan's. The Uncle Chiyu, that Father mentioned might not have that invulnerable physical body and the ability to swallow everything, Guhan recalled. What do you mean? At that time, we were severely injured by that eye of heaven. We were already on the verge of death. However, Chiyu suddenly appeared. He looked at us bitterly and said, "My ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth is gone. My physical body has become mortal. I lost again. However, I'm sorry. I hope you can escape. Take care." Guhan recalled. Chiyu said goodbye. Guhai's face sank. Yes. Then Chiyu threw me Crown Prince Guhan, Ao Sheng, Ho-I, and Xing Tian out. We flew back to the infinite celestial capital. When we flew back, we saw Matriarch Ji's Xian Yuan sword coming out of the fog and stabbing into the back of Chiyu's neck, coming out of his throat. Shangguan Hen said bitterly, "Big brother Chi, you really lost? How could it be gone? He is invulnerable to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. How could the Xian Yuan sword cut through his body?" Guhai said with a frown, "The 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe." Long Wanyu's face sank. What? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu, Chiyu's powerful physical body, and the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth might really be gone. Long Wanyu said with an ugly expression, "You said the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe. What do you mean?" "The 4 great zombies, the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, the divine blood duplication, and the mind control." "What's the other one?" "Empress Ji has the divine Tao sorcerer book. She definitely has the 5th main bloodline." "What is it? Is it related to Chi Yu's death?" Guhai said with a deep voice, "Yes. If Empress Ji controlled the last main bloodline, Chi Yu might have been careless. Everything was taken away by Empress Ji." Long Wanyu said with a frown, "What's the 5th main bloodline? It's so mysterious. Why didn't we find anything about it?" Chen Xian asked curiously. "The 5th main bloodline is called Divine Tao Deprivation." Long Wanyu said with a frown, "Divine Tao Deprivation?" Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. "Yes, it is to deprive the opponent of their divine Tao secret technique and refine it. Matriarch Ji took the Devour the Heavens and Earth divine technique from Chi Yu's body and placed it in her own body, devouring all things, invulnerable, impervious to fire and water. All these abilities were stripped away by Empress Ji. Chi Yu lost all these abilities except for his cultivation. So," Long Wanyu said with a frown, "Divine Tao Deprivation?" In the main hall, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying main bloodline of the sorcerer tribe. Chapter 1064. Divine Tao Deprivation? If that's the case, wouldn't Matriarch Ji be invincible? Wasn't the sorcerer tribe invincible in the past as well? Guhai asked with a frown. No, they weren't invincible. Actually, there are drawbacks as well. After depriving the opponent of their divine Tao secret art, they would need to refine it themselves. Furthermore, if they didn't refine it well, they would be devoured by the divine Tao secret art instead. Right now, Matriarch Ji is still in seclusion, right? Long Wanyu asked. The embroidered uniform guards sent news that Matriarch Ji had been in seclusion ever since she killed Chi Yu. After coming out a few times, she went back into seclusion. Montez immediately said, "Hence, Matriarch Ji is still refining the Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art. The Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art is one of the 5 main veins along with the divine Tao deprivation. Its divinity is extremely strong, and it isn't that easy to refine." Long Wanyu explained, "No wonder she only sent the heavenly demon Holy Grounds to find trouble with us." Chen Xian said with a frown, "Divine Tao sorcerer books. How many of them does Matriarch Ji possess? It's so terrifying. Kong Xian said with a frown. Divine Tao sorcerer books. The others are all minor Taos. The most powerful ones are the 5 main veins, the 4 great zombies, divine blood duplication, devour the heavens and earth, mind control, and divine Tao deprivation. The 4 great zombies required the zombie progenitor's seed. This was definitely not something that could be obtained easily. Back then, the shaman race only had 4 seeds, and they also required Jiangshan's blood. Clearly, Matriarch Ji could not do anything about the 4 great zombies. Divine blood duplication. This was even more difficult to complete. It required poison and the collection of all poisonous insects in the world. Many of the poisonous insects in the ancient era had already gone extinct. Hence, Matriarch Ji couldn't do it. Although she had taken away Qi Yu's devour the heavens and earth's secret art, others couldn't cultivate it. Qi Yu had spent a lot of effort and Jiang Lianshan's plan to succeed. Others couldn't do it in a short time. Matriarch Ji could only use her divine Tao deprivation and heart manipulation. Seizing the divine Tao was simply too tyrannical and heaven-defying. Matriarch Ji would definitely hold it in her hands. As for the mind manipulation, there should be flaws. After all, Dahong couldn't control Yuanshi, Tianzuan back then. Guhai said in a low voice, "But even so, this Empress Ji is still extremely dangerous." Mo Yike frowned. Guhai nodded and then shook his head. Divine Tao deprivation, no matter how powerful it is, it can't escape the circle of divine cultivators. Longevity and divine literature spirit. The world is the 5 cultivators. Yes, everyone nodded. Matriarch Ji is a cautious person. Since she wants to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire, she naturally wouldn't place all her bets on Scorpio. She definitely has other methods. Guhai said solemnly, "Your Majesty is wise." Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, "Oh." Guhai looked at Mo Yike. "Your Majesty, I have already sorted out the battle plans of the Great Yellow Dynasty and the marching plans against the Dahan Imperial Empire. I am waiting for your Majesty to take a look." Mo Yike suddenly stepped forward and handed over a memorial. Many officials were stunned. These days, everyone was busy dealing with the invaders. After all, if they weren't careful, the boundless celestial capital would be wiped out. Yet, Mo Yike still had the time to prepare a memorial. Guhai took the memorial, but didn't open it. Instead, he looked at the officials. "My dear officials, you have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Wait for my summons." Guhai said in a low voice, "Yes, we will take our leave." The officials replied. Most of the officials slowly left. Only Guhai's family, the army commanders Montez, Virokana, the unborn man, and Hutu were left in the hall. Montez take goddess Hutu, Mao Tianyan, Gaochen, Changsheng, Ziwei, Hoqing, and Mu Chenfeng to rest first. Guhai looked at Montez. Whoosh! Immediately, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changsheng, and Mu Chenfeng were sent out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Although Gaochen and the others were in the Immortal Dome of Ancients, Guhai didn't hide anything outside. Gaochen and the others saw everything clearly. "Master, there is no need for Montez to take care of you. I will do it. This is my home. Since they are here, I will take care of them." Gaochen immediately volunteered. "As long as there is food." Changsheng and Ziwei smiled. "Many thanks, ancient emperor." Goddess Huda nodded. Hoqing was heavily injured and naturally didn't have the right to speak. Mao Tianyan scratched his itch and didn't mind. "Yes, Hall Master." Mu Chenfeng said respectfully. Montez accepted the order and sent the group away. Unborn man, organize the materials and requirements for the passage between the 2 worlds. "Write it down," and give it to me. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The unborn man looked at everyone and finally nodded. Chun Xian also guessed that Gu Hai might want to discuss matters of state. She immediately grabbed Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu and said, Sisters, your husband is handling some matters. We are returning to the palace. I have also prepared some gifts for you. Would you like to come with me to take a look? Okay. Long Wanqing also saw that Gu Hai was busy and nodded. Okay. What gifts? Long Wanyu said, as if they were close friends. Han, Shangguan Hen, Ao Sheng, heal your injuries first. Here are 3 bottles of medicine to heal your injuries. Treat them according to the symptoms and heal your injuries. Gu Hai took out 3 bottles of heaven replenishing power. Yes, the 3 of them nodded. Vairocana, the 3 of them, I'll leave them to you, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Mr. Good, don't worry. I will help them heal. Vairocana nodded. Gu Hai also nodded and looked at the others. Let's go to the upper study. Yes, Gu Qin and the other army commanders replied. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. The crown prince and the other army commanders stood in 2 rows. Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Sima Chongkong, and Dragon Goding. Your Majesty, there are also my memorials on your desk. They are letters of support from the 3 imperial empires and the 3 middle sects. Sima Chongkong also said. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong in surprise. Apart from Mo Yike, Sima Chongkong also didn't let the dangers of the outside world get to his head. Gu Hai nodded. There was a pile of information on the desk. Gu Hai quickly flipped through it. As for the 8 of them, they waited patiently. After a full 2 hours, Gu Hai finally finished reading all the information, including the information on Sima Chongkong and Mo Yike. At this moment, Gu Hai had a better understanding of the major events that had happened in the past year. At the same time, he also knew about the dangers that the Dahan Imperial Empire was facing. Empress Ji killed Qiyu and occupied Qiyu City. She spread the word that all the major forces in the world are at odds with the Dahan Imperial Empire. Anyone who dares to help the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as an enemy of the Great Yellow Dynasty. She won't rest until one of them is dead. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Yes, Your Majesty. The 9 Li Imperial Empire occupies the center of the Divine Continent. The Great Yellow Dynasty even sent a message to all the forces in the center of the Divine Continent, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. They are to cooperate with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Otherwise, the flames of fury will burn them. NNLY Mo Yike said, Oh, all the forces from the center to the north of the Divine Continent. How are they coming to terms? Gu Hai asked. From the center to the north of the Divine Continent, there are a total of 15 imperial empires, 16 mid-tier sects, countless imperial empires, and lower-tier sections. Of these 15 imperial empires, 4 of them are willing to give up 5 cities each. 3 mid-tier sects are also willing to give up 4 cities each. These cities that are given to the Great Yellow Dynasty are in a straight line, forming a long and narrow territory for the Great Yellow Dynasty. From the Great Yellow Dynasty all the way to the north, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. Mo Yike said solemnly, a long and narrow territory from Xianyuan City all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire? Mr. Mo, what do you think Empress Ji intends to do? Gu Hai asked, Draw on the power of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Mo Yike said, Oh, Empress Ji seems to have seen that the potential of the Dahan Imperial Empire is too great. Therefore, between the Great Yen Heavenly Empire and the Dahan Imperial Empire, he chose to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire first. Although it is only a small territory, as long as the territory extends to the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire, he can move his capital there. He can then mobilize the fate energy at the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire and then send troops to the Dahan Imperial Empire. This will be more effective with half the effort. Empress Ji is very cautious. Mo Yike said solemnly. What cautious? Empress Ji is just picking on the weak. Gu Hai sneered. Mo Yike didn't say a word. Does he think that the Dahan Imperial Empire is still the same as before? If he dares to take a bite, he should be prepared to have his teeth broken. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Yes, Mo Yike nodded. The Dahan Imperial Empire is now fully fledged. It is about time for it to enter the Celestial Empire. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Celestial Empire? Everyone's eyes lit up. The Great Yellow Dynasty is threatening those powers. I naturally can't be behind them. Mo Yike, draft an edict and tell the world that the Great Yellow Dynasty's Empress Ji used despicable means to kill my brother, Chiyu. This hatred is irreconcilable. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Empire will not rest until one of them is dead. All the powers in the world who helped the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as the enemy of the Dahan Imperial Empire. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. All the generals smiled knowingly. Empress Ji threatened those powers, and His Majesty also threatened those powers. They wondered what those powers were thinking. Was the Dahan Imperial Empire really going head-to-head with Great Yellow? No one was afraid. Instead, they felt excited. After all, they had been here for so many years. What had they not seen before? The Great Yellow Dynasty was strong, but it was not strong enough to suppress the Divine Continent. If the Dahan Imperial Empire won this battle, the Dahan Imperial Empire would definitely advance to the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire? Thinking about it, everyone's hearts trembled. Battle flames flashed in their eyes. Once this edict is out, the various powers will definitely panic and be caught in a dilemma. Chun Tianshan said with a smile. Not necessarily. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Mo Yike nodded. In the end, the Great Yellow Dynasty is still the Celestial Empire. Although my Dahan Imperial Empire has been very strong in recent years, it is still an Imperial Empire. Most of those powers might still side with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, if those powers remain stubborn and continue to help the Great Yellow Dynasty, how should my Dahan Imperial Empire deal with them? Destroy them at lightning speed. Gu Hai said. Yes. All the generals answered. Chapter 1065. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai sat behind his desk, discussing the Great Yellow Dynasty's aggression with his officials. Mr. Sima, is your information reliable? Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong. Mo Yike returned to his seat, and Sima Chongkong stepped forward. Your Majesty is also aware of these 6 factions. Their crown princes and sect master sons are all hostages in the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. Not long ago, a sect master delivered a request for surrender. Your Majesty has instructed us that while Your Majesty is not around, we should prioritize the important matters of the nation based on their severity. We can handle them on Your Majesty's behalf. When we received the request for surrender, we also sought the approval of the Crown Prince and Empress Chun to take charge of this matter. We even met with the sect master. When I found out that the 6 forces had different opinions, I asked Lord Meng's embroidered uniform guards to cooperate and do some small tricks within the 6 forces to make them completely surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The specifics of how it was done were all in the memorial. Your Majesty has already read it, and I think it should be reliable. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled. I've read your memorial, and it's indeed a psychological attack. Not only the 3 sect masters, but even the 3 emperors also agreed. You're not simple. You've done the most to subdue the 6 forces. Mr. Sima Changkong shook his head. Actually, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. The one who made the 3 emperors surrender to the Dahan imperial dynasty was not me, but your majesty. Oh, Sima Changkong shook his head. Back then, when the leaders of the 6 forces were preparing to ambush your majesty in 3 Mountain City, your majesty could have killed them, but your majesty suppressed them and destroyed their arrogance. Then, your majesty was magnanimous and released the tiger back to the mountain, showing them your majesty's benevolence. After that, they witnessed the destruction of the holy land of Spiritual Mountain and Chiyo's attack on Xianyuan City, which also showed them the strength of the Dahan imperial dynasty. All of their reliance was destroyed. That's why I took advantage of the situation. What I did is not worth mentioning. Mr. Sima Changkong, you're too humble. Do you think I'll compete with you for credit, taking advantage of the situation? I still hope that your actions can affect the whole world. Gu Hai said with a smile. I dare not. Sima Changkong smiled respectfully. Gu Hai gave all the credit to Sima Changkong, which warmed Sima Changkong's heart. Since the 6 major forces are willing to join Dahan, then Mr. Sima needs to be careful. This is the most dangerous moment. The Great Yellow Dynasty is eyeing us covetously. We need to be careful. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty sends out an imperial edict, the 6 great powers will definitely join the Dahan imperial dynasty. Sima Changkong promised. That's fine. A long delay may lead to many problems. It's not good to delay. Sima Changkong, draft the edict. After I've read it, I'll immediately issue the edict. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Sima Changkong answered. However, Your Majesty, what should we do with the leaders of the 6 forces? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. However, even though the 6 great powers are large, they are not something our Dahan imperial dynasty can compare to. Using the name of their former country, they are bestowed with the title of Marquis, even though their trusted subordinates cannot forget their former country and have the possibility of causing trouble. The Dahan imperial dynasty is also in urgent need of talents. They can continue to hold power, but they will be separated from each other and go to other places to govern. The 6 great forces will have their subordinates scattered to prevent them from forming cliques for personal gain. The masters of the 6 great forces will have to go to the infinite celestial capital and serve as their subjects. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Sima Changkong answered. Mo Yike, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said respectfully. In your memorial, you placed great importance on the overall situation. You have unified all the forces from the north to the center of the divine continent. Just now, I've made it clear that most of these forces will choose to support the Great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, we must dispatch troops with thunderous force to show our might. From now on, prepare the country's stabilizing army. With Mo Yike as the commander-in-chief, we will mobilize the entire nation's military forces to face the various battlefields. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Your Majesty. Mo Yike answered. Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan answered. Appoint Qin Tianshan as the deputy commander-in-chief of the country's stabilizing army. He will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike. After we open up the territory, we must make arrangements for the handover of officials and the transfer of troops. We must ensure that every city is conquered and new blood is exchanged in the shortest time possible. Gu Hai instructed. Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan answered. Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon Goding, Guhai said, solemnly, Your Majesty, Gao Xianji as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 1st Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Kong Xian as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 5th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Mosquito Daoren as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the Legio 6 to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Dragon God Ing as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 8th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Your Majesty, the 4 commanders answered. Sima Changkong, solemnly, Guhai said, Guhai. Your Majesty, Sima Changkong as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 7th Legion to lobby the various major powers to move south, instigate the various powers to form an alliance, and disintegrate the unity within the various powers to aid the battlefield. Guhai instructed. Your Majesty, Sima Changkong answered. It's enough for all of you to know about the country's stabilizing army. We won't announce it publicly for the time being, so as to facilitate Sima Changkong's plans on the battlefield. When necessary, you can leak some information. When the time is right, we will announce it to the world in the imperial court. When we announce it to the world, it will be time for Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing to lead the troops to battle. Guhai said, solemnly, Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered. Why can't I see any information about Chiyo's corpse in these memorials? Guhai asked solemnly. Guqin stepped forward and said, Father, I didn't allow anyone to write down Uncle Chiyo's location. I didn't want you to see it. Guhai frowned. I wanted to report to you personally that Empress Ji had dismembered Chiyu into 4 parts and placed them in 4 different places. Furthermore, I want to announce to the world that he is a demon. I'm worried, Guqin said with a frown. You're worried that I will disregard everything and try to snatch the corpse? Guhai said, solemnly. I'm worried too much. Guqin smiled bitterly. Guhai took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will definitely take care of Chiyo's corpse. But, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Empress Ji used Chiyo's corpse to set a trap for Your Majesty, Chen Tianshan said anxiously. I know, but I have to go. Chiyo's corpse shouldn't be wasted by Empress Ji. He doesn't deserve it. Guhai said solemnly. Father, actually, the Great Yellow Dynasty also sent news. When you were in the Netherworld, your whereabouts were found out by the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Guqin said with a frown. What? All the generals looked at Guqin in surprise. I didn't tell anyone about this. I was worried that the people would be distracted, so I only reported it to my mother, Guqin said solemnly. Guhai stared at Guqin and didn't blame him. After all, when the infinite celestial capital's fate collapsed, everyone was in a panic. This kind of news should be kept a secret. Crown Prince, where did you get this news? Mo Yike asked curiously. Mo Yike, Montez, and the others had put in a lot of effort into the Great Yellow Dynasty. Many spies had entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, this kind of decisive news couldn't be obtained easily. It had to be obtained from Empress Ji's most trusted people. Empress Ji was so suspicious that even Mo Yike couldn't do anything about it. However, the Crown Prince got the news. Could it be that the crown prince had a spy who became Empress Ji's trusted aide? Father, do you know who sent the news? Guqin looked at Gu Hai and said, Guqin was talking about Mr. Wu Xing, who was also Gu Ming. However, this matter couldn't be revealed to anyone other than Gu Hai. Otherwise, Gu Ming would be doomed. Gu Hai looked at Guqin. There's news that Empress Ji has a subordinate called Song Jia. When father left the infinite celestial capital, he created 2 treasures that could be used to track father's whereabouts. He gave one to Minister to Hong, and the other to the heavenly demon, Holy Land. During this period of time, Mother and I have been very anxious. However, we can't do anything about it. Guqin said bitterly, Song Jia. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Song Jia has a method that can find the location of anyone in the world. During the plan to destroy the luck, he was the one who leaked my location to Jiang Rulai. Later on, he was the one who found the location of Tang Bingyao's soul. This time, he was the one who found father's location. I want to say that Song Jia is definitely watching our dynasty's every move, especially father's location. Guqin said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Right now, Empress Ji is using Chio's corpse to set a trap to lure father out of the infinite celestial capital. As long as father leaves the infinite celestial capital, Song Jia will definitely know. At that time, Empress Ji will use all her strength to ambush him. Guqin said anxiously. The expressions of all the Legion commanders changed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's words are not without reason. Empress Ji is eyeing us covetously now. Qiyu, Heavenly Emperor, is already dead. If he is still alive, he definitely won't want to see your Majesty risk your life for him. Mo Yike immediately said. Gu Hai knocked on the table with his finger. In the end, he shook his head and said, When I was in danger, Qiyu came to save me without hesitation. He didn't even hesitate to become enemies with the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Now, Big Brother Chio's head is separated from his body. Should I just watch? I can't do that. I can't just leave him be. Your Majesty, please reconsider. All the Legion commanders immediately said. I understand your considerations, but everything has a solution. Since I know that it's a trap, I naturally won't let Empress Ji succeed. However, I must retrieve Chio's corpse. As for how to retrieve it, it's not something you should be concerned about. Settle the matters at hand, and don't be scared by Empress Ji. In these years, I might not have met opponents as strong as Empress Ji, but facing the great Yellow Dynasty isn't the most dangerous thing. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty is no longer the Imperial Dynasty it used to be. Didn't the spiritual mountain, holy ground perish? So what if it's the great Yellow Dynasty? Those who offend my Dahan must pay the price. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. Where is Chio's corpse? Gu Hai looked at Guqin. Chapter 1066. Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, primitive city, in a large hall. Zhao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Xing Tian and Ho Yi, who were resting with their eyes closed. There was a purple aura above their heads, and their faces were flushed. There were some cracks on their bodies, but they had all recovered. Zhao waved his hand. 1. 2 rays of red light shot into their bodies, and in an instant, their bodies shone with red light. Soon, the scars on their faces disappeared completely. Phew! The 2 of them let out a long breath and opened their eyes. Thank you for His Holiness's treatment. I have recovered 80% of my injuries. Ho Yi exclaimed. I have also recovered 80%. I can take care of the rest of my injuries. Xing Tian said gratefully. It's good that you have recovered. Zhao nodded. I am useless. Please forgive me for my incompetence. Ho Yi stood up and immediately bowed in shame. am useless. I couldn't help Qiyu, causing Qiyu to... Xing Tian also had a guilty look. Forget it. Everything happened too quickly. Empress Ji set up a trap and covered it with thick fog. I didn't expect everything to change so quickly. Zhao said, yes, but I wonder how Qiyu's corpse is now. Hou said bitterly. Qiyu's corpse was split into 4 parts. His hands, legs, head, and body were split into 4 parts to intimidate the world. Ha! He set up 4 traps and waited for me to jump into them. Zhao squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His Holiness cannot take the risk. Empress Ji is sinister and cunning. Furthermore, she is much more powerful than before. She obtained the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book and learned the Divine Path Deprivation. She is vicious. Hou said, anxiously. You lightly shook his head. Although I don't recognize that old man Jiang Lianshan, I still recognize Jing Wei because she is my younger sister. Jiang Rulai? He is just a speculator. I don't care about his life. However, Qiyu, although I didn't treat him well in the past, he is of the same blood as me. I can't ignore his corpse. But Xing Tian was worried and wanted to say something. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall, reporting to His Holiness Dahan Imperial Dynasty's 5th Army Commander. Kong Xian requests an audience. Oh, you raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai is finally back. Xing Tian's expression changed. Although Gu Hai had announced that he was in closed-door cultivation, many discerning people could tell that he was not in the limitless celestial capital at all, as the limitless celestial capital's sea of providence clouds had disappeared. Kong Xian and the others disappeared together, obviously following Gu Hai. Bring him here, Bai said in a deep voice. Yes, a response came from outside the hall. Bai also slowly stepped out of the hall. Xing Tian and Hou Yi followed closely behind. Soon, Kong Xian was brought in front of Zhua. Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Kong Xian greets Dayan, His Holiness. Kong Xian bowed slightly. Oh, Kong Xian, you've reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? Bai's expression changed, and he was quite surprised. Kong Xian didn't hide it. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, for helping me break through the shackles. Oh, War God Marquis and Arrow God Marquis have recovered from their injuries too? Kong Xian looked at the two in surprise. After all, Kong Xian knew that the two's injuries were the same as Shangguan Hen's and the others, extremely miserable. Yet, they already recovered. 2. It seems that Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, and Ao Sheng's injuries have also recovered, Bai said in a deep voice. Thank you for Dayan's concern for His Holiness. Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan, Supreme Martial Artist Ao, and Crown Prince Gu Han have already awakened and are recovering quickly. Kong Xian nodded. Gu Hai's healing skills are also quite impressive. Bai said lightly. Yes, Kong Xian wasn't modest. After all, he was praising Gu Hai. Kong Xian accepted it all. When did Gu Hai return? Bai asked in a deep voice. Just yesterday, Your Majesty returned. Today, I'm here to deliver a message on Your Majesty's behalf. I didn't expect Dayan's His Holiness to not know about it. Kong Xian smiled lightly. Not know? The embroidered uniform guards of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty are indeed worthy of their reputation. A while ago, they thoroughly investigated the infinite celestial capital and actually removed all the scouts from the world. Bai said lightly, I had no choice. Kong Xian nodded. Tell me, what message did Gu Hai want you to deliver? Bai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty wants to ask why Dayan's His Holiness hasn't fulfilled his promise to return Your Majesty Lin Wan heir to a whole body when the time is up. Kong Xian said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. I've already helped Jing Wei form a new body. I'm only waiting for the day when I'll separate the two of them. Only then can they be separated without suffering any losses. Bai said lightly. Kong Xian looked at Bai and finally nodded. Thank you for Dian's His Holiness integrity. Before we left, Your Majesty told us that Dian's His Holiness would keep his promise. Naturally, we have to return the favor and provide a piece of information to Dian's His Holiness. Oh, Bai was puzzled. Just yesterday, before we returned, we saw Jingwei's corpse in the netherworld. Kong Xian said solemnly. Jingwei's corpse? Bai's expression froze. Impossible. The little princess's corpse has been eaten by the fishes and shrimps. How can there still be one? Kong Xian, don't talk nonsense. Xing Tian glared at him. Kong Xian shook his head. He did not hide anything and told them about his encounter with Ingo in the netherworld. Ingo? How could this be? Xing Tian was shocked. The new commander of the witch tribe. This is His Holiness's plan? Using his own daughter as an experiment. He was also in disbelief. Ha ha ha. This is Zhang Lianshan style. Bai's eyes turned cold. Obviously, his anger towards Zhang Lianshan had not subsided. Using his own family as an experiment. If it failed, it would be gone. If it succeeded, it would be used by him. He did not care about his family, and only cared about himself, causing his children to be neither human nor ghost. No wonder Bai hated Zhang Lianshan so much. However, speaking of which, Ingo's aura is indeed strong. I feel that she is not weaker than you. Moreover, she only has the same bloodline as you. She does not have the memory of Jingwei. Solemnly Kong Xian said, I understand. Thank Guhai for telling me. Bai said solemnly. All right, I will report to His Majesty. Before we leave, His Majesty has one more thing to say about taking back Qi Yu's corpse. Kong Xian said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai knows about Empress Ji's current strength, and he wants to interfere? Now, the great Yellow Dynasty is targeting him. Does he dare to leave the limitless celestial capital? Bai said solemnly. Yes, His Majesty wants me to say that Qi Yu's corpse will be divided into 4 parts. His Majesty will be in charge of Qi Yu's head and body. Solemnly Kong Xian said. He will be in charge of taking back Qi Yu's head and body? If he has the guts. I will be in charge of Qi Yu's arms and legs. Bai said solemnly. That is His Majesty's intention. Soon, His Majesty will make a move. I also wish great Yen, His Holiness, a victory. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Bai looked coldly at Kong Xian and did not say anything. Farewell. Kong Xian stood up and flew into the distance. Swish. In an instant, Kong Xian disappeared into the horizon. Xing Tian and Yi looked at each other. Is Gu Hai really going to take the risk and take back Qi Yu's head and body? Xing Tian said in shock. Qi Yu became sworn brothers with this Gu Hai. It was worth it. Gu Hai is indeed not a heartless person. Yi praised. Bai looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance and sneered. Empress Ji is a sly old fox. Gu Hai? It's hard to say if he can handle it. Before Kong Xian came to deliver the letter, the Dahan imperial dynasty's threatening edict had begun to spread to all the major forces in the world. In the study of an imperial dynasty's emperor, the emperor was looking at the edict from the Dahan imperial dynasty. The great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan imperial dynasty will not rest until one of them is dead. All the forces in the world who helped the Dahan imperial dynasty will be regarded as the enemy of the Dahan imperial dynasty. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This Gu Hai is so arrogant. Help the great Yellow Dynasty? Is he learning from Empress Ji and threatening the world? That emperor sneered. Your Majesty, this Gu Hai is very strange. We must guard against him. No matter how strange he is still an imperial dynasty. What can he do? The Great Yellow Dynasty is about to arrive, and the Dahan imperial dynasty is about to be destroyed. What is there to worry about? Let's see how he dies. That emperor sneered. From the center to the north of the divine continent, the various major forces had different attitudes. Some were disdainful, while others were fearful. After all, Gu Hai's battle record was extremely terrifying. Once this threatening edict was released, it did not affect the decisions of the various major forces. At the very least, the various major forces started to feel a heavy weight in their hearts. The edict was ultimately from the Dahan imperial dynasty. Outside of the Dahan imperial dynasty, it naturally had no effect. After the initial nervousness, the various major forces quickly returned to normal. At the same time, some of the forces that were threatened by Empress Ji also gave up a few cities to allow the Great Yellow Dynasty to extend its territory to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Until half a month later, an earth-shattering piece of news came. It was still in the emperor's study. A group of important officials were listening to orders. Along with the emperor, they looked at an official in front of them in shock. "What did you say?" "Say it again." The emperor said coldly. "Yes, the Nanyang Imperial Dynasty, Cloud Pavilion Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Tsang Imperial Dynasty, Lulan Sect, War Mulberry Sect, and Howling Sky Sect have all submitted the proclamation of accession to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty today. The 3 emperors and 3 sect masters seem to have agreed to hand over their imperial dynasties and sects at the same time. Their 600 cities will be renamed to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In other words, the 6 major forces have been recruited," the official said with a bitter smile. "What? Impossible." They did not resist at all. Didn't the 6 major forces want to destroy Gu Hai? Had he been recruited? Did they not resist at all? Not at all. The emperor said coldly. "No, although there was some chaos, there was no rebellion. The 6 major forces worked together with the Dahan officials to take over the 600 cities. At the same time, the imperial family will enter the limitless celestial capital." The officials said. "How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? They gave up everything and became prisoners?" The emperor said in disbelief. They were not prisoners. They were all conferred the title of Marquis. Nanyang Marquis, Cloud Pavilion Marquis, Di Tsang Marquis, Lulan Marquis, War Mulberry Marquis, War Mulberry Marquis, and Howling Sky Marquis. The official said. There was a brief moment of dead silence in the study. After a while, an important official said, "Your Majesty," this official said before that we have to be wary of Gu Hai. Although he is the ruler of the imperial dynasty, he is even more ruthless than the ruler of the heavenly dynasty, Matriarch Ji. "What do you mean?" The emperor said with a frown. In Matriarch Ji's threatening edict, the various factions would at most hand over a few cities. However, Gu Hai's threatening edict is an edict to exterminate sects and nations. That official exclaimed in shock. Annihilation of sects and countries? The emperor's eyes narrowed. "I feel that this is just the beginning. According to my research on Gu Hai, this is the mildest. It will become more and more ruthless. Sai, our dynasty is also helpless to be sandwiched between the Huang and the Dahan," the official said bitterly. Chapter 1067. The Infinite Celestial Capital. Although the National Army wasn't announced publicly, Mo Yike had already started to mobilize the elite troops of Dahan under Gu Hai's command. The various movements were quickly transmitted to the other factions. The other factions all received the news, but they only guessed that Gu Hai was preparing a counterattack. They didn't expect Gu Hai to dare to attack the south. After all, Gu Hai had to face too many factions, and the Great Yellow Dynasty was also eyeing him covetously. The other factions were prepared to watch the fierce battle between the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. That was until the six great powers suddenly submitted to the Great Han Dynasty. This scene was like a wake-up call to everyone. The three medium sects and three imperial dynasties were on the same level as the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, they were taken down without shedding a drop of blood. How many preparations did the Dahan Imperial Dynasty have? As a result, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's army instantly increased. They had more than one heavenly palace in the peak Great Perfection stage and 2,000 cities. This was comparable to the Celestial Dynasty. The factions sandwiched between Great Yellow Dynasty and Dahan suddenly became anxious. Sima Chongkong's envoys began to make their way to the various imperial empires. They were extremely fast. They weren't flying boats, but were led by a group of medium and high celestial palace cultivators. In just a few days, they arrived at the various imperial dynasties and sects and started to interact with each other. The Great Yellow Dynasty and Dahan Imperial Dynasty hadn't started the war yet, but the situation in the world had already started to boil. The infinite celestial capital. After half a month of recuperation, Ho Qing's injuries were more or less healed. Standing at the entrance of a large hall and looking in the direction of Gu Hai's upper study, Ho Qing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Ho Qing, your injuries have healed? Goddess Hutu asked. Sister, my injuries are more or less healed. Also, I can't stay in the infinite celestial capital anymore. Sister, come with me. Ho Qing looked at Goddess Hutu. What did you say? Goddess Hutu frowned. Sis, can't you tell? That Gu Hai was obviously courting death. Not only did he have the Great Yellow Dynasty as his mortal enemy, but now he even issued a threatening edict. Wasn't this going against the entire world? The six major powers are pledging their loyalty not to intimidate the other powers, but to infuriate them. This Gu Hai has gone mad. Ho Qing said anxiously, What do you mean by crazy? Gu Hai established the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, taking one step at a time to reach the state it is today. Is it not as good as your judgment? Ho Qing, are you still holding a grudge against Gu Hai and unable to let go of your resentment? Don't forget that when you were trapped in the Yellow Springs weak water array, it was Gu Hai who saved you. Goddess Hutu said solemnly. Sister, all right, I still have some resentment in my heart, but when I was saved, it wasn't all because of Gu Hai. Sister was there too. Sister would have saved me too. I'm not grateful to Gu Hai. I'm grateful to Sister. Sister, you heard it that day. Matriarch Ji has grasped the divine Tao deprivation and the mind manipulation. How can Gu Hai fight her? Matriarch Ji even has the help of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Didn't Chiyu lose too? Gu Hai can't compare to Chiyu. No, Chiyu's devour the heavens and earth was also taken away by Matriarch Ji. This means that Matriarch Ji has Chiyu's help. In this world, no one can suppress Matriarch Ji. Ho Qing said anxiously. Meow, so you're running away? Becoming a deserter? Suddenly, Mao Tianyan walked out from nearby. I'm talking to my sister. Why are you interrupting? Ho Qing glared at him. Humph, so what if I interrupt? Ho Qing, you can't be thinking of joining Matriarch Ji, right? Mao Tianyan sneered. How can I join Matriarch Ji? Sister, I want to go to the Great Yen Sky Dynasty to find Jiang Yen. Sister, come with me. If you stay here, you'll only be waiting for death. That Gu Hai is playing with fire. He won't have a good ending. Ho Qing advised. Enough. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Sister, Ho Qing, I won't stop you if you want to leave. I know that I can't stop you. You have your own thoughts, and no one can change them. No, maybe Jiang Yen can change your mind. However, I'll make it clear to you. You're not allowed to leak anything about the Long Wanyu. Even if it's Jiang Yen, you can't tell anyone. If I find out that you leaked the information, we'll cut off all ties. I'll hunt you down, no matter what. Goddess Ho-Tu said coldly. Sister, you can't. Ho-Ching said anxiously. Goddess Ho-Tu looked at Ho-Ching with a cold expression, forcing Ho-Ching to swallow the words he was about to say. Sister, are you really not leaving? Even if you take the Long Wanyu with you, Ho-Ching still wanted to persuade her. Goddess Ho-Tu's gaze was still cold. All right, sister. Take care of yourself. Ho-Ching sighed. Mao Tianyan looked at the pair of siblings and frowned, but he didn't say anything. Goodbye, Ho-Ching said in a low voice. Whoosh! Ho-Ching didn't care about the others and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Sigh. Goddess Ho-Tu sighed softly. Ho-Tu, Ho-Ching's words aren't unreasonable. Should we all stay? Gu-Hai seems to be in the center of the storm. His position is very dangerous, Mao Tianyan said with a frown. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. Our mission is to protect the Long Wanyu. Isn't that right? But Gu-Hai? Mao Tianyan said with a frown. Speaking of which, Gu-Hai is surrounded by danger. But because of the danger, aren't there also many opportunities around him? Staying here may not be a bad thing. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. Are you talking about Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, and Chun Xian, or reaching the complete level of the Heavenly Palace? Mao Tianyan asked in confusion. Not only them. Did Mosquito Daoran and Ao Sheng also reach a certain level? Goddess Ho-Tu said. But we are all at the complete level of the Heavenly Palace. What's the point of staying? Besides, if we accidentally hurt the Long Wanyu, wouldn't it be? Mao Tianyan said with a frown. No, it won't. Gu-Hai is a person who values friendship. He will protect the Long Wanyu with all his might. Long Wanyu won't be in danger here. On the other hand, once we leave the infinite celestial capital, can the two of us protect the Long Wanyu? Things are no longer the same as they were in the past. Goddess Earth Mother sighed. You mean to say that being with Gu-Hai is the safest place? Mao Tianyan asked in surprise. Goddess Ho-Tu nodded. All right, if you say so, then so be it. You guys are much smarter than me when it comes to scheming. But it's a pity that Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng are useless. Their memories of their past lives are useless. Their intelligence is also worrying. Plus, their cultivation is only at the middle level of the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that. Mao Tianyan sighed. You're wrong. Their current achievements are already higher than ours. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. What? Are you kidding me? Goddess Ho-Tu? The three of them are weirdos? They just mastered the source of Guqin Dao, calligraphy Dao, and painting Dao. They can only use some of them passively. They are far worse than us. Mao Tianyan said in disbelief. The 5 divine messengers mastered the 5 great Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were metal, wood, and earth. But in this life, they are Guqin, calligraphy, and painting. Do you think that Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are just 4 simple great Daos? Goddess Ho-Tu sneered. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting belong to the cultivation of literature. Life, fortune, divine literature, and spirit. Every cultivation covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. You understand? Cultivation of literature. You underestimate it. It doesn't just consist of 4 heavenly Daos. It uses these 4 great Daos as its foundation and covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting can use some kind of power from 750 great Daos. Goddess Ho-Tu said. Are you kidding? That's impossible. Mao Tianyan said with a glare. That is the truth. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all cultivation of literature. They are different from the other great Daos. They can use some of the power from 749 great Daos. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi relied on comprehension and hard work to master most of chess. Gauchen, longevity, and Purple Micro were born with it, although they only grasped the source of laws. Do you think they are useless? In fact, they have already washed away all the glamour and reached another level. They don't scheme against each other because their temperaments have changed. Goddess Ho-Tu said, "Why can these four great Daos command the 3,000 great Daos?" Mao Tianyan asked in confusion. It's because of the person who created the cultivation of literature. With the four great Daos as the foundation, they can use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. It's like how heaven used the golden dragon of luck to use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. Gauchen, and the others have just started to transform, but they are already ahead of us. Don't underestimate them or be arrogant. The three of them, together with Gu Hai's chess Dao, are a complete cultivation of literature. So, do you still think that Gu Hai is dangerous here? Goddess Ho-Tu asked. Mao Tianyan was slightly stunned. In the end, he nodded and said, "It's really strange." Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head and looked in the direction of the upper study. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Guqin and the legion commanders stood on his left. 6 people stood on his right. They were the leaders of the 6 factions that had just joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. They had all been conferred the title of Marquis. They were now part of the Dahan imperial dynasty's imperial court. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 factions looked at Gu Hai with a trace of confusion. I have already said in the imperial court that it is thanks to the 6 of you that the Dahan imperial dynasty can grow stronger in peace. Gu Hai said to the 6. The 6 of them smiled bitterly. In the past, they had indeed promised Sima Changkong, but when the great yellow celestial empire attacked, the 6 great forces hesitated for a while. However, at that time, Sima Changkong had spread the news everywhere in their imperial court, using public opinion to force the 6 of them to take sides. In the end, they reluctantly joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, at this time, no one would say it out loud. The title of Marquis is naturally not as honorable as the former emperors and sect leaders. However, the Dahan imperial dynasty is fair in its rewards and punishments. I wonder if you are willing to contribute to the Dahan imperial dynasty and expand its territory. Gu Hai looked at the 6 of them. The 6 of them were slightly stunned and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Logically speaking, these emperors and sect leaders who submitted would at most be raised in the imperial court. They would not be given any power. After all, this was necessary for the country's long-term stability. However, what did Gu Hai mean by this? I am a person who appreciates talents. I am not worried about you rebelling. Gu Hai said calmly. We dare not. The 6 of them bowed at almost the same time. There's no need to worry. I already said that I am not worried about you rebelling. However, you just need to think about the price of rebelling. Most of the commanders to your right were my opponents in the past, my enemies. Now, they are also nobles and princes. Why would I worry about people who submit to me? Gu Hai smiled. That's right. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Gao Xianji, Dragon Goding, Mo Yike, and Sima Changkong all laughed. In the past, they were indeed Gu Hai's opponents. The 6 of them were slightly stunned. Then, their eyes lit up. Solemnly, one of them said, Your Majesty's breadth of mind is admirable. The Dahan imperial dynasty will soon be promoted to the celestial dynasty. The nobles of the celestial dynasty are comparable to the emperors of the imperial dynasties. They are also comparable to the sect leaders of the middle sex. The 6 of you were able to establish the imperial dynasties and middle sex. You are not ordinary people and have your own methods. How can I waste your talents and let you achieve nothing? Guhai said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The 6 of them said with a trace of gratitude. This is a critical moment for the Dahan. I have a share of the merit of opening up the country and establishing a new empire. I want to share it with you. You can show your talents. When the matter is settled and the Dahan ascends to the celestial dynasty, it is not impossible for you to obtain nobility. Guhai said solemnly, Your Majesty, please arrange it. The 6 of them immediately took a deep breath and said with a trace of excitement, it was definitely a blessing for them to meet such an open-minded emperor. Guhai looked at Mo Yike and nodded. Mo Yike, who was on the side, understood that these 6 people were going to be included in the list of the National Army. Chapter 1068. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was an all-encompassing force. Guhai did not feel that he could use anyone. As long as it was beneficial to the Dahan and he could suppress them, they were all useful talents. To outsiders, the leaders of the 6 factions were very dangerous. After all, the 6 had deep roots and involved too many things. However, to Guhai, this was not a big deal. As long as there were enough defenses, the Dahan needed to make the best use of their talents. Although the legion commanders were strong, they had to face a group of powerful experts. Naturally, they would need help. Guhai did not hide much about the National Army. He had Mo Yike explain it to the 6. After the 6 heard it, their eyes widened. At the same time, they were shocked. This Guhai's appetite was even greater than that of the war dragon warring state back then. 2,000 cities were not enough. Was he trying to unify the northern part of the divine continent, half the world? However, shock was shock. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the 6. After careful comparison, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty did indeed have a huge capital. They had many capable people and many experts. They had a tight organization and good management. Perhaps they could succeed. From Matriarch Ji's actions, they could see the great Yellow Dynasty's ambition. Now, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty wanted to clash head-on with them. What do the 6 of you think? Guhai looked at the 6. We are willing to listen to your Majesty's orders, the 6 said at the same time. At this moment, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they let it go? With such a contribution, once the Dahan Imperial Dynasty ascended to the Heavenly Dynasty, their authority might not be any less than before. Good. Then the 6 of you will enter the National Army and listen to the orders of Commander Mo Yike. What do you think? Guhai looked at the 6. Yes. Greetings, Commander Mo. The 6 said. Mo Yike nodded in satisfaction. At the side, Sima Chongkong also revealed a slight smile. Everyone trusted the 6 of them, not only because of their bearing, but also because of their control. All of the families of the 6 leaders were moved to the limitless celestial capital as a form of restraint. In order to show their loyalty to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty would naturally protect their families with all its might. However, if he were to be two-faced, it would also cause them to hesitate in taking action. Furthermore, with the identities of the 6 of them, they could bewitch the leaders of the other forces, making the other forces unable to see through them. After assigning the tasks to everyone, Guhai also dismissed his ministers, leaving only Guqin to accompany him. Have you investigated everything about Chiyo's corpse? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Yes, Chiyo's corpse is in 4 places. Master Kong has already received Kuei's confirmation. Kuei is in charge of Chiyu's arms and legs, while Father is in charge of Chiyu's head and body. Chiyu's head is suppressed in Blood Maple Forest, while Chiyu's body is suppressed in 8 Trigrams Mountain. Guqin said, As he spoke, Guqin took out a huge map. On the map, there was Blood Maple Forest and 8 Trigrams Mountain. These 2 places are not far from the former Chiyu city, one in the west and one in the north. Now, they are both shrouded in fog, clearly a huge trap. Father, be careful, Guqin said worriedly. Yes, you can leave. I will take a look, Guhai said, solemnly. Guqin nodded and left. After Guqin left, Guhai frowned slightly and carefully looked at the locations of Blood Maple Forest and 8 Trigrams Mountain. After a while, Guhai sighed. This was because Guhai understood that if Matriarch Ji was setting up an ambush, the terrain was only secondary. The most important thing was the people, formations, and troops. Guhai had some understanding of the 2 ambushes, but he still had many doubts. Taking a deep breath, Guhai waved his hand, and the door to the study opened. The life entrapment saber flew over from afar. Holding the life entrapment saber, Guhai turned it gently. Whoosh! The void in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and a black hole slowly appeared. Guhai had set up countless chess formations in the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, he used the life entrapment saber to adjust them slightly and instantly opened a passage to Earth's immortal realm. At the same time, the outside of the study was covered by the chess formation, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Although the people outside were confused, no one dared to barge in. Guhai stood at the entrance of the black hole and looked at the other side. I am Guhai, and I have something to ask. Please see the Yellow Emperor of the Human Imperial Palace. His voice traveled to the depths of the black hole. The black hole trembled slightly. There was a moment of silence inside. After a while, a yellow figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The man had a dignified appearance, and when he stepped out, there was an extremely unusual calmness. When the man saw Guhai, he was neither happy nor sad. He only bowed slightly. Greetings, Mr. Good. Greetings, Senior Yellow Emperor. Guhai bowed, solemnly. Whoosh! The black hole disappeared in an instant. This is your 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Mr. Good actually invited me here, the Yellow Emperor said with a smile. Senior Yellow Emperor, you must be joking. It is Guhai's honor to have you here. Also, this time, I have something to ask of you. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. Guhai said with a smile. The Yellow Emperor nodded. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. However, may I take a look at the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Senior, please. Guhai invited. Whoosh! Outside, the formation of the upper study was suddenly removed. Guqin and the others, who had not gone far, revealed curious expressions. The next moment, they saw Guhai step out of the upper study, and, at the same time, an extraordinary man stepped out of the study. Who is that? Guqin was shocked. There was no one else in the upper study just now. Moreover, from the looks of it, Father was extremely polite to him. Amoyike and the others were slightly taken aback. Although they were curious, they did not say anything. In the Hall of Great Strength, Mahavarakana was originally helping Shangguanhen and the others to recover from their injuries. Suddenly, Mahavarakana raised an eyebrow. He immediately left the group behind and stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. From afar, he saw a man in a yellow robe at the entrance of the upper study. He followed Guhai and gazed into the distance. Yellow? Mahavarakana was shocked. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He stepped forward and arrived at the entrance of the upper study in an instant. Mr. Good, you invited someone here again? Mahavarakana asked with a smile. The Yellow Emperor looked at Mahavarakana. His expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and nodded lightly. Mahavarakana put his palms together and returned the greeting. Mahavarakana, I remember that your Buddhism has the thought steal technique. Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. That's right. It's a small technique. Mahavarakana nodded. A small technique has its benefits. Senior is very curious about the situation in the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Can you use the thought steal technique and pass on what you know to him? Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana nodded. Of course. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. A spot of light appeared on his fingertip. Then what seemed like a large number of words and pictures appeared around him and surged into the spot of light. It was all the information that Mahavarakana knew gathered in this spot. He extended his hand and placed it in front of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor seemed to know about the thought steal technique. He did not reject it and allowed the spot of light to enter between his eyebrows. It was as if countless pieces of information had exploded in the Yellow Emperor's mind. The Yellow Emperor immediately closed his eyes and accepted this huge database of information. After a while, the Yellow Emperor opened his eyes. What a Six Paths Immortal Dome! The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Everyone has their own strengths. Guhai smiled. Matriarch Jihong? The great Yellow Dynasty? He did everything that I couldn't do. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Senior, please don't blame me. I know that there's something between the two of you. Guhai said, embarrassedly. Mr. Good, you don't have to be like this. He is him, and I am me. We're not the same person. Besides, didn't Mahavarakana help you against Jiang, Rulai, Tathagata Run, and Tathagata Tian? The Tongtian sect master also fought against the Tongtian sect master. Matriarch Ji and I have some connections. If he is of the same mind as me, I can be friends with him. However, if he is disloyal, he will be my enemy. Mr. Good is on the same side as us. I will naturally stand on your side. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Thank you, Senior, Guhai said gratefully. However, he's stronger than me. He's really stronger than me. I'm only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. I won't be able to break through to the peak of the Heavenly Palace. However, he's different. Not only is he at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, but he's also at the peak of the God Legion. Furthermore, your shaman race's secret arts are hard to defend against. Moreover, his political skills are superb, and his character is tenacious. I can't compare to him. Why are you looking for me? The Yellow Emperor asked. Senior, don't worry. I'm not asking you to help me. I've invited you here to ask you about something. It's about Matriarch Jihong, Guhai said with a smile. Mr. Good, we're not the same person. Are you asking the wrong person about him? I don't know much about him. Why are you asking me about him? The Yellow Emperor asked with a smile. Not necessarily. Some things have similarities. For example, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. For example, the Buddha's palm and the Buddha's kingdom in a palm, Guhai said solemnly. The two Tongtian sect masters' Immortal Vanquishing Sword existed even though they were separated by two immortal skies. It was the same for Mahavairocana's Buddha's palm and Jiang Rulai's Buddha's palm. Oh, what do you want to ask? The Yellow Emperor asked curiously. The Xianyuan sword. Guhai said solemnly. The Yellow Emperor was surprised. Matriarch Jihong's Xianyuan sword was able to kill Qiyu. Regardless of whether Qiyu had the shaman race's secret arts, the Xianyuan sword was the key. There's very little information about the Xianyuan sword, and it's very difficult for me to find any information about it. There are only 2 records of the Xianyuan sword being used, and both of them were extremely shocking. The first time was 800,000 years ago, when the Xianyuan sword killed Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body. At that time, the golden god body wielded the sage sword and was the best swordsman in the world. However, the Xianyuan sword won. The second time was when it killed Qiyu. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword is ranked 5th among the 16 great Dharma treasures. One has to know that the 7 immortal slaying swords is only ranked 7th. Both are swords, but to be ranked above the 7 immortal slaying swords means that the essence of the sword is superior to the 7 immortal slaying swords. I have never been confident about the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword is known as the sword of the king, and it has the protection of righteousness. I remember that your Xianyuan sword is the same, right? Although I don't know the strength of your Xianyuan sword and Matriarch Jihong's Xianyuan sword, they should have something in common. I want to know the secret of the Xianyuan sword, Gu Hai said, solemnly. At the side, Mahavarakana revealed a curious expression. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. He then sighed slightly. Mr. Good is really sharp. The Xianyuan sword is indeed different from other swords. My Xianyuan sword is definitely not as good as his because the Xianyuan sword is related to the fate of a nation. His great yellow dynasty is much stronger than mine. Oh, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You want to know about the Xianyuan sword? Sure, I will tell you everything I know. I only hope that it will be useful to you. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Chapter 10:69. The Yellow Emperor flipped his hand and took out a golden longsword. The Xianyuan sword? Gu Hai was surprised. Mr. Good, take a look. The Yellow Emperor handed him the Xianyuan sword. Gu Hai reached out and received it. Then he read it carefully. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, previously, Mahavarakana had helped Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Sheng treat their injuries. The 3 of them had already recovered by 80%. However, Mahavarakana had suddenly left in a hurry, causing the 3 of them to feel suspicious. They stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them saw Gu Hai, and the other 2 standing at the entrance of the study. The Xianyuan sword? Shangguan Hen's eyes widened in shock. Gu Han and Ao Sheng were also shocked. The others might not have seen it, but the 3 of them had. Back in Qiyu City, it was the Xianyuan sword that beheaded Qiyu. The 3 of them had seen it with their own eyes before they left. But now, how did the Xianyuan sword end up in the hands of the yellow-robed man? How did he pass it to the emperor? The 3 of them were confused. They wanted to take a look, but when they saw Guqin and the others standing in the distance, they knew that Gu Hai did not want to be disturbed. Let's go. Gu Han flew toward Guqin. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng followed closely behind. Big brother. Gu Han shouted, "How are your injuries?" Guqin asked, "Much better." "Who's that person? Why does he have the Xianyuan sword?" Gu Han asked curiously. Guqin shook his head. "I don't know him either, but Vairocana seems to be familiar with him." Oh, everyone was stunned. Vairocana seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew him. How could he be familiar with someone? "Why don't we go over?" Ao Sheng asked curiously. "Wouldn't it be fine to go over and ask clearly?" Guqin shook his head and said, "This is my father's secret. Starting from the Tongtian sect master. No, there was also son Wukong Mahavarakana, and now this yellow-robed man. My father has never told us, because he didn't want to. If Imperial Father doesn't want to say it, why are you asking?" Huh. Everyone nodded, thinking of the Tongtian sect master's fairy-slaying sword. Everyone felt strange. In the distance, Gu Hai took the Xianyuan sword. Who? The Xianyuan sword vibrated slightly, vaguely. It seemed to be rejecting Gu Hai. Furthermore, it was pulsating slightly as if it was alive. This is alive, Gu Hai said in surprise. Was the sword alive? What a strange feeling. Mr. Good is very sharp. This is indeed a living sword. The Yellow Emperor laughed. Oh, Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. He then extended his hand and sent a stream of energy into the Xian Yuan sword. Roar. The Xian Yuan sword actually let out a dragon's roar, forcing back all of Gu Hai's energy. It also emitted a dragon's aura. This aura is so familiar. Let me think. It's similar to the Earth Dragon vein. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the Yellow Emperor. Earth Dragon vein, Mahavairakana revealed a look of surprise. The Earth Dragon vein. The Dahan Empire also had an Earth Dragon vein. It was the Earth Dragon vein that the Dahan used to establish the empire. Later on, Gu Hai raised it under the Dahan Empire to guard the earth and nourish all living things. It also prevented natural disasters such as earthquakes and other natural disasters to bring peace to the people. The aura on the Xianyuan sword was the aura of the Earth Dragon vein. Mr. Good is wise. This Xianyuan sword is my Earth Dragon vein. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. That's why I said that the strength of the Xianyuan sword lies in the fate of the empire. The stronger the empire, the larger the territory. The stronger the Earth Dragon vein, the stronger the Xianyuan sword. My empire naturally couldn't compare to Empress Ji's great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, his Xianyuan sword is definitely much stronger than mine. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Then what about the righteous aura? Gu Hai asked curiously. Righteous aura? That's the righteous aura of the empire. The Xianyuan sword is used to slay demons and eliminate evil. It sweeps away all evil aura and destroys evil aura to obtain righteous aura. With righteous aura in one's heart, it will continuously increase. The Yellow Emperor explained. I don't understand. Evil aura? Where did so much evil aura come from? Why don't I know about evil aura? Where does the evil aura on demons come from? Mahavairakana asked curiously. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Mr. Good, do you understand? Evil aura is ethereal. Whether a person has evil aura or not depends on the perspective of others. Only people with different perspectives can differentiate between good and evil. Evil demons? If you look at yourself from the perspective of an evil demon, you don't have evil aura. It's just that your cultivation technique is different, or your way of doing things is different. Gu Hai frowned. Mr. Good is right. In this world, there is no such thing as good or evil. It's only in the human heart. Moreover, it's subjective. If you think he's good, he's good. If you think he's evil, he's evil. Evil aura is only the subjective view of others. The Yellow Emperor explained. Similarly, righteous aura is the same. As long as you think that everything you do is righteous, fighting against evil forces, slaying demons, and killing evil, then righteous aura will naturally be born. Gu Hai said in shock. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. He seemed to have some doubts. So, the righteous aura on the Xianyuan sword comes from Empress Ji's heart. He has a strong and narcissistic heart, Gu Hai said in surprise. Narcissistic? The Yellow Emperor smiled bitterly. Senior, I'm not talking about you. I'm just surprised by the way he worshipped the sword. Gu Hai immediately corrected himself. After all, the Yellow Emperor also had a Xianyuan sword. It's definitely not enough for him to do it alone. He used the dragon vein to forge the Xianyuan sword. Not only did he think that he was slaying evil, but the people of the country also thought so. The people think that the Xianyuan sword is the sword of the right. Every time the Xianyuan sword appears, it slays evil. In the hearts of the people, it is righteous and righteous. Mr. Good, you should know that although the dragon vein doesn't mobilize the power of the people like the golden dragon of luck, it can still gather the minds of the people. The Yellow Emperor explained. That righteous aura is the accumulation of all the righteous aura in the hearts of the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Hundreds of billions of righteous auras gathered in one country. Gu Hai's expression darkened as he gasped. The Yellow Emperor nodded. What if the Xianyuan sword doesn't support righteousness? What if it's used to do something against its will? Mahavairakana frowned. Before the Yellow Emperor spoke, Gu Hai could already explain. Against its will? What is against its will? As long as Matriarch Ji strongly believes that it's righteous, then it's still righteous. As for going against its will, that's what others think. So what if others think the Xianyuan sword is only connected to Matriarch Ji? Even if it does something against reason and nature, as long as Matriarch Ji believes that it's righteous, then it's righteous. The righteousness in the hearts of the people will also enter the sword. What a righteous aura! Mahavairakana was slightly shocked. Justice is the most important thing in a country. It's the sharpest weapon. Justice is the heavenly Tao. Once a divine weapon has justice attached to it, it will be successful. Not only does it have the divine weapon itself, but it also has the faith of the people. This faith can pierce through all obstacles in the world. This is the sword of the right, the sword of the heavenly Tao, and the sword of righteousness. The Yellow Emperor explained. No wonder Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword can suppress the 7 immortal slaying swords. Gu Hai frowned. The 7 immortal slaying swords were extremely sharp, but could the sharpest sword be compared to the heart of the people? Could it be compared to the heavenly Tao? Weapons? The righteousness of the Xianyuan sword specialized in breaking weapons and evil weapons. Then, is there a way to break the Xianyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked. The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Yellow Emperor smiled again. You know the theory behind the Xianyuan sword. I can't say how to break it because, in my heart, the Xianyuan sword is the sword of righteousness. I can't do anything about it. However, I believe Mr. Good already has a way to break it, right? Gu Hai looked at the Yellow Emperor and gently returned the Xianyuan sword. Solemnly, he bowed to the Yellow Emperor. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Oh, Mr. Good, you can break the Xianyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Senior Yellow Emperor has already given me away. Whether I succeed or not will depend on my luck. Gu Hai smiled. The Yellow Emperor nodded. All right, I've said what I need to say. Mr. Good, send me back. Go back. Senior, don't you want to stay a little longer and see everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? And what about Matriarch Ji's achievements? Gu Hai was confused. No, Matriarch Ji is Matriarch Ji, and I am me. Let's see what he can do. Moreover, it doesn't feel good to see him as an enemy. As for everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Mahavairakana has already used his heart to describe it to me. I understand almost everything. Moreover, the master of the Immortal Dome is very important. I have to tell Laozi and the others as soon as possible. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Obviously, Mahavairakana had just told the Yellow Emperor about the origin of 30. 30 was still in the 30 Immortal Dome. It would be easier for Laozi and the others to deal with him in the future. All right. Gu Hai's expression turned serious. He invited the Yellow Emperor to the study. Mahavairakana stood guard outside. Bang! The door to the study slammed shut. Gu Hai used the life entrapment blade to open the entrance to the 30 Immortal Dome again. Mr. Good, farewell. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said, "Thank you, Senior." Gu Hai bowed, slightly again. The Yellow Emperor smiled and stepped into the passageway. He returned to the 30 Immortal Dome. 1. The entrance closed and disappeared. Looking at the place where the entrance disappeared, Gu Hai already understood the principle of the Xianyuan sword. However, his heart was heavy now. Xianyuan sword? He had to be more careful. Great Yen, Celestial Court. Ho Qing left limitless celestial capital and went to Antiquity City. Ho Qing had always liked Qi now that he was free. He naturally went to find Qi inside a large hall. Qi looked coldly at Ho Qing opposite him. "Jiang Yan, I have a lot to tell you. I'll stay with you from now on. I know a lot about Gu Hai's secrets. I can tell you all about them." Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhao looked at Ho Qing for a while and said in a low voice, "Ho Qing, I welcome you if you want to stay in Great Yen. It's up to you whether you want to tell me about Gu Hai. However, if you stay in Great Yen, you have to do your duty as a subject. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. I don't want you to have any improper thoughts and mess up my court." Ho Qing's expression froze. "Jiang Yan, can't you see my feelings for you? Remember, my name is Qi, not Jiang Yan. Also, your feelings? It's all your wishful thinking. I never promised you anything. I met you alone to save you some face. Don't think that you're not worthy to meet with me in private," she said coldly. Qi's cold words chilled Ho Qing's heart. Chapter 1070. Ho Qing was filled with passion for Zhua, but Zhua gave him a bucket of cold water instead. "No, Zhua, have you forgotten? Back then, when Matriarch Ji attacked Qiyu, you were sent by Jiang Lianshan to join Matriarch Ji's army. Qiyu looked for my elder sister and borrowed me to fight on the battlefield. At that time, when I saw how valiant you were, I was mesmerized by you. You also fell for me, right? We fought a few times together, and you won the last time. Not only did you not kill me, you even gave me the wind zombie progenitor's seed and let me leave. Don't you have me in your heart? If you don't, why did you let me go and give me the seed?" Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhua looked at Ho Qing with narrowed eyes. "I didn't kill you not because I was mesmerized by you, but because I wanted to leave some people for Qiyu. Apart from the heinous ones who harmed the people, I let go of all of Qiyu's subordinates. Get through it with you? That's because I saved you. I saved you every time. Your cowardice and incompetence almost dragged me down. Why would I like you? The reason I gave you the zombie ancestor seed was because I didn't want Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji to obtain it. They were already plotting against me, preparing to turn me into a fire element zombie. I won't let them off so easily. At that time, you were coincidentally beside me, so I gave you the chance to take it away." "Impossible. You must have me in your heart," Ho Qing said anxiously. "Humph. Ho Qing, you only reached peak Heavenly Palace because you turned into a wind zombie progenitor. If it wasn't for the seed, what are you? You're too weak and stubborn. You think I would like you? You're not strong enough, be it in terms of strength or personality. You're not even qualified to be my gigolo," Zhua said coldly. "Not even qualified to be your gigolo. Ha. Do you know? When I heard what happened to you, I was willing to turn into a zombie for you. I didn't hesitate. When you turned into a fire zombie, the zombie fire burned the sky and angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. I apologized to the Immortal of the Six Paths on your behalf. I was even willing to guard the door for the Immortal of the Six Paths for 3,000 years in hopes of the Immortal of the Six Paths' forgiveness. Everything I did was for you. And you're telling me that I'm not even qualified to be your gigolo?" Zhua's expression was calm. He looked at Ho Qing and said with certainty, "That's right, you're not qualified." Roar. Ho Qing roared at the sky. With a loud roar, a strong gust of wind swept up from the ground in the hall and blew the door open. Boom! The wind blew the door open, and many guards rushed in. His Holiness, what happened? Who dares? How dare you? When the guards saw Ho Ching's explosive aura, they immediately raised their weapons. Get out! Out! The group of aggressive guards immediately paused and replied, Yes, sir. They all retreated. Zhuo looked at Ho Ching coldly. Ho Ching, don't say that I'm belittling you. We both got the zombie ancestor seed, but you're only at peak Celestial Palace now. You're only at peak Celestial Palace because of the seed. To be more precise, I gave you your current cultivation. If you enter the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, I will welcome you. However, if you wish to have such unrealistic dreams, then you are courting death. I'm not afraid of being slandered, but you're not qualified. Ha, 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 I'm not qualified. Okay, Joie, I'll remember. I'll remember what you said today. You should also remember what you said to me right here and right now. One day, I'll make you look at me in a different light. Ho Ching said resentfully. With a hateful expression, Ho Ching charged into the sky. He wanted to help his lover, but he was humiliated like this. Ho Ching couldn't accept it. He couldn't take it lying down, and he went crazy. Ho Ching flew away. Zhuo watched coldly as Ho Ching left. He sneered. Ho Ching? What the hell? He flung his sleeves and left. Zhuo didn't feel sorry for scolding Ho Ching away. First of all, Zhuo looked down on Ho Ching. Even though his cultivation had reached such a level, it was still the same. Second, love? This kind of person said he loved her all day, but it was disgusting. He wanted to marry her? In this world, no one had the right to marry her. Only she could marry others. No one could marry her. Ho Ching flew away from Primitive City as fast as he could. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. The resentment was the most terrifying thing when the woman he loved said that he was so unbearable. He was very far away from Primitive City. Only then did Ho Ching stop, looking at the distant, primeval desolation city. Ho Ching's eyes were filled with resentment. Joie, you look down on me? You think I'm useless? Humph, I'll make a name for myself. I want you to look at me differently. I want you to regret what you said today. Ho Ching clenched his fists and said, hatefully. Turning his head, Ho Ching looked to the north. You say I'm useless? Humph, I can see the situation clearly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is like the sun in the sky. In the past, the Great Yen, Dahan, and Ninely dynasties couldn't suppress Matriarch Ji. Now, Chiyu is dead, and all his secret techniques are in Matriarch Ji's hands. What can Gu Hai and Zhuo use to fight Matriarch Ji? Ho Ching's face darkened. Humph, you look down on me? Then I'll destroy you. Zhuo, I'll make you regret it. One day, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg me. Ho Ching's face was twisted. After that, Ho Ching looked to the southwest of the Divine Continent, where Xianyuan City was. Whoosh! Ho Ching flew in the direction of Xianyuan City. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, Upper Study. Matriarch Ji was dealing with a pile of memorials. His Holiness has finally come out of seclusion. During this period, Gu Hai has been up to no good. We don't know what to do. Luckily, His Holiness has come out of seclusion. Emperor Kong said, My seclusion is not over yet. I just came out halfway. Matriarch Ji said, Yes, His Holiness. These are Gu Hai's actions. Emperor Kong said solemnly. Matriarch Ji finished reading the memorials and frowned. Gu Hai? 3 imperial empires and 3 medial sects? He's mobilizing troops everywhere. Is he going to go all out against my Great Yellow Dynasty? Yes, Sai, that Gu Hai is also lucky. Originally, the divine scorpion heavenly demon was about to break into the infinite celestial capital, but that Gu Hai actually returned. The divine scorpion heavenly demon is also a coward, actually hiding at this time. Emperor Kong had a resentful expression. Scorpio? That's his true nature. He's just hiding. Soon, he will come out, Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes, Emperor Kong nodded. His Holiness, the Sorcerer Tribe's secret technique, mind control, has made some progress, Emperor Kong suddenly said with a smile. The group of great Yellow Dynasty's ministers behind immediately pricked up their ears. Especially Mr. Wu Xing, who was in the last row, raised his eyebrows. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. She looked at the ministers and said indifferently, "Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about Gu Hai first." "Yes," Emperor Kong replied. Clearly, although this group of people were her trusted aides, Matriarch Ji was still very cautious. She did not reveal what she should not reveal. His Holiness, this Gu Hai has left the infinite celestial capital for almost a year. I wonder if his cultivation has improved. I wonder if he has reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. Emperor Kong said with a frown. Peak of Heavenly Palace? It's not that easy. Matriarch Ji shook her head lightly. Yes, but every time Gu Hai disappears and reappears, he has improved. We have to be careful, Emperor Kong said with a frown. It's all right. I have already made arrangements for Mr. Tsang Jia, Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong looked at Tsang Jia. Tsang Jia nodded. Rest assured, Lord Kong, I have already done my best to monitor Gu Hai's whereabouts. This time, as long as Gu Hai leaves the infinite celestial capital, I will be the first to know. I will not make the same mistake again. With Mister's prediction, I am naturally assured. As long as Gu Hai leaves the infinite celestial capital again, I will kill him at all costs. Emperor Kong said with a cold expression. All right, we have said so much. Is there any news about Gu Hai's whereabouts and the situation in the infinite celestial capital? Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. When the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's fate energy dissipated, the infinite celestial capital's embroidered uniform guards were too ruthless. They eliminated all the spies. Therefore, we do not know anything about Gu Hai. Do not know. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes, Emperor Kong said bitterly. I do not wish to hear this. No matter what method you use, you must find out for me. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes, Emperor Kong nodded helplessly. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Hai, a guard's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to His Holiness, a person called Ho Qing said that he brought news about Gu Hai and wants to see His Holiness. The guard shouted outside the hall. Ho Qing? Everyone was stunned. Even Matriarch Ji was surprised. Ho Qing? All of you are dismissed. Mr. Tsang Jia, Emperor Kong, stay behind. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Yes, everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. However, Ho Qing was invited to the study. Ho Qing, you said that you brought news about Gu Hai. How did you know? Why are you here? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Tsang Jia and Emperor Kong stood at the side. They seemed to be very suspicious of Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing. I am here to seek refuge with His Holiness. I wonder if His Holiness will accept me, Ho Qing solemnly said. Seek refuge? Emperor Kong and Tsang Jia looked at each other in dismay, showing astonishment. They turned to look at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji's eyes were also uncertain. She did not know if Ho Qing was sincere. However, on the surface, Matriarch Ji immediately responded. I am naturally happy that Mr. Ho Qing is here. However, I do not understand why Mr. Ho Qing suddenly came. This surprise came too suddenly. I can't believe it. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Ho Ching sighed softly. He finally felt relieved after being humiliated in the infinite celestial capital and in the antiquity city. In the end, there was someone who recognized talent. And this person was a wise ruler, the most respected person in the world. You don't need to know why I am here. You only need to know that I am here to seek refuge with you. At the same time, don't you want to deal with Gu Hai? I brought Gu Hai's secret. Ho Ching solemnly said. Oh, Gu Hai's secret? Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. That's right. With Gu Hai's current strength, how many perfection stage heavenly palaces Gu Hai has, and how they are related to Gu Hai, I know all about it. However, I don't know what kind of position I can get with this information in the Great Yellow Dynasty. Ho Ching solemnly said. Chapter 1071. Limitless Celestial Capital. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk, reading a memorial. Gu Qin stood before him. Clap. Gu Hai closed the memorial and frowned. Is this news from Gu Ming? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded gravely. Father, Ho Ching went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Tell Gu Ming to be careful. In the future, if it's not a matter of life and death, don't send any letters. This is to avoid being discovered. Yes, Gu Qin nodded. Father, you saw the news. Chio's corpse was indeed a trap. It was to trick Father into leaving the limitless celestial capital. That Songjia has already locked onto Father. As long as Father leaves the limitless celestial capital, they will know immediately. Furthermore, they will attack with all their might. So, Gu Qin said worriedly, Don't worry. I know the situation. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. However, Ho Ching went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. What should we do? He knows many of our secrets. Furthermore, Gu Ming said that Ho Ching sold out our information in exchange for a high position. Gu Qin said worriedly. Secrets? So be it. I'm worried about the manipulation of people's hearts. Did Emperor Kong find a replacement for De Hong? Then, De Huang's expert is extremely dangerous. Gu Hai said with a frown. The manipulation of people's hearts is powerful. However, as long as our people are careful, we should be able to avoid it, right? Gu Qin said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. If you were Matriarch Ji and had the ability to manipulate people's hearts, what would you do? Huh. Gu Qin frowned slightly. In the past, he had to hide his abilities. Now, he doesn't need to. What would happen if he chose to manipulate the emperors of the various dynasties? Gu Hai said. Huh. Gu Qin's expression changed. Now, announce Matriarch Ji's mind manipulation to the world. Let the various great imperial empires be on guard. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes. Gu Qin replied. Father, what about Ho Ching? Gu Qin asked anxiously. Actually, he does not know many secrets. Although these secrets cost us some losses, they did not injure us severely, Gu Hai said after recalling what happened. But Gu Qin was still frustrated. Forget it. I'll let the Lady of Earth know about this. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shenyuan City, in the upper study. Matriarch Ji stared at Ho Ching and frowned slightly. You said earlier that Gu Hai has another clone? Yeah, that doppelganger is weird. Even though we haven't fought, I feel like he's at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. Ho Ching recalled. You haven't fought before. Where did you see it? Matriarch Ji frowned and asked. The first time was in the flawed Immortal Dome. At that time, he was with Kong Xian. I don't know how he came out, but he didn't make a move. Then, outside the Yellow Springs Sea, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder was just a straw bag. He was just scared off, and he ran away. Skeleton doppelganger? Ancestor bone? Matriarch Ji frowned. It should be. I was heavily injured, so I didn't see it clearly. However, his cultivation is really weak. I can beat him up with one hand, Ho Qing said confidently. Matriarch Ji, Songjia, and Emperor Kong looked at each other with a serious expression. At the same time, they frowned at Ho Qing's words. You can beat Gu Hai's doppelganger with one hand? What a joke. Mr. Ho Qing, who do you think is the strongest in the boundless celestial capital? Songjia asked solemnly. It should be the unborn man. Ho Qing frowned. Oh, at that time, in the flawed Immortal Dome, the unborn man fought against 3 great perfection celestial palace experts at the same time. However, he was only in the 9th level of the heavenly palace. Ho Qing recalled. Impossible, Emperor Kong said in disbelief. Song Jie shook his head and said, No, not necessarily. He is Master Show. You don't know what Master Show is capable of, but don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Oh. Ho Qing was stunned. Then, Ho Qing let out a sigh of relief. The stronger the Great Yellow Dynasty was, the wiser it was for him to join them. You know, the origin of Virokana? Matriarch Ji asked again. Virokana? I don't know about that. Ho Qing shook his head. Guhan, Shangguanhen, Virokana, Kongxian, Qinxian, Long Wanqing, Goddess Ho Tu, Mao Tianyan? Ha! I didn't expect that in such a short time, Gu Hai had already recruited 8 great perfection celestial palace experts. 8. Matriarch Ji's face darkened. 8 great perfection celestial palace experts. What kind of scene was that? His Holiness, even if the Dahan imperial dynasty has 8 great perfection celestial palace experts, it is still too many, just like the heavenly demon's sacred ground. Although they have more than 10 great perfection celestial palace experts, most of them are not worth mentioning. Emperor Kong said immediately. Matriarch Ji nodded. Matriarch Ji, I have said what I should say. What did I say before? Ho Qing frowned and said, It is my honor to have Mr. come to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If you don't mind, please stay in the Great Yellow Dynasty. Just today's news is of great help to us. How about I give you the title of Fengjiang Duke? Matriarch Ji looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's eyes lit up. Fengjiang Duke. Dukes of the Heavenly Empire. Fengjiang Gong. Ho Qing greets your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Ho Qing immediately bowed in excitement. Matriarch Ji immediately stood up and helped Ho Qing up personally. Mister's help is like having an arm. Ho Qing's heart immediately felt warm. Right, Ho Qing, you said that Ho Tu and Mao Tianyan stayed in the limitless celestial capital. Why? Do they have a good relationship with Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. Ho Qing frowned slightly. He thought about what his sister said before he left, but he did not mention Long Wanyu in the end. Yes, it is because of Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei. You know that the 5 divine envoys have a good relationship. Now, that Gaochen and the other 2 are staying in the limitless celestial capital. They are also staying. But don't worry, my sister, Mao Tianyun, and Gu Hai are not close. They are not loyal to Gu Hai, Ho Qing immediately said. Oh, they are not loyal to Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji's expression changed slightly. That's right. So, if you want to deal with Gu Hai in the future, His Holiness, please be merciful to my sister, Ho Qing immediately said. Mister, don't worry. Since Ho Tu is your sister, I will naturally treat her differently. Matriarch Ji nodded. Thank you for His Holiness, Ho Qing immediately said happily. Mister, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first, and I will personally welcome you tomorrow, Matriarch Ji said with a smile. His Holiness, You don't have to be so polite. Of course. Ha ha ha. With Mister's help, what can I do? Emperor Kong, bring Ho Ching to the traversing Jadewater Palace. That will be Ho Ching's residence in the future. Matriarch Ji instructed. Traversing Jadewater Palace? His Holiness, that is the palace you are going to live in. Emperor Kong said in surprise. Ho Ching was also stunned. His Holiness's palace? Only by letting Mr. Ho Ching live in it can we live in the traversing Jadewater Palace. This is my first gift to Mr. Don't say too much, Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes, Emperor Kong said solemnly. Thank you for His Holiness, Ho Ching said happily. Ho Ching felt that coming to the Great Yellow Dynasty was too worth it. Mr. Ho Ching, please, Emperor Kong said with a smile. I will take my leave. Ho Ching looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled as she watched Ho Ching leave. After Ho Ching left the study room, Matriarch Ji's smile suddenly disappeared and her face became gloomy. Mr. Tsang Jia, what do you think? Matriarch Ji said in a deep voice. His Holiness is suspecting that Ho Ching was purposely sent by Gu Hai? Tsang Jia said with a smile. Matriarch Ji nodded. If what Ho Ching said is true, then he is exaggerating too much. If what he said is false, then Gu Hai is really scheming. This scheme is too superficial and doesn't seem like Gu Hai's style. Didn't His Holiness already confer him the title of Duke? Tsang Jia said with a smile. Duke. He is just a duke with a title but no power. I can confer as many perfect sovereigns as Gu Hai sends over. Matriarch Ji sneered. Actually, if His Holiness wants to check on Ho Ching, it is not impossible, Tsang Jia said with a smile. Oh, Matriarch Ji was confused. Goddess Ho too. Starting from there, we can... Tsang Jia stopped halfway through his words, because Matriarch Ji already understood. Boundless celestial capital, Goddess Ho Tu's palace entrance. Goddess Ho Tu sent away Gu Hai. Seeing Gu Hai leave, the Lady of Earth felt vexed. Meow. Ho Ching really joined Matriarch Ji. Mao Tianyan walked out from the side. Gu Hai said it himself, so it should be true. This troublemaker, he knows that De Han and Da Huang are at odds, but he still went to Da Huang at this time? These days, I have investigated Gu Hai's growth. This Gu Hai is such a ruthless person. Is Ho Ching crazy? What if? Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. Didn't Gu Hai just tell you? He will do his best to take care of Ho Ching, as long as he doesn't cross the line. Mao Tianyan said. Cross the line? What do you mean by going overboard? It's not like you don't know my little brother. Back then, when he went to help Chi Yu, he was also hot-headed and didn't remember north, south, east, west, and west. I would rather his cultivation base be lower than him causing trouble with his current cultivation base. If he were to cause trouble with his current cultivation base, it would be fatal. Moreover, he is under the control of the cunning Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression, Everyone has their own fortune. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe De Han will be defeated by Da Huang? Mao Tianyun persuaded. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed slightly. 2 days later, Goddess Ho Tu held a letter in her hand and frowned deeply. Who sent the letter? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. Ho Ching, Goddess Ho Tu said with a frown. Ho Ching? He dares to send a letter? What did he say? Mao Tianyan asked in surprise. He asked me to meet him, Goddess Ho Tu said with a frown. Meeting? Is he trying to persuade you to side with the Great Yellow Dynasty? Mao Tianyan asked in surprise. Although he didn't mention it in the letter, I am very clear about his style of writing. He is already being praised by Matriarch Ji. He must be trying to get me to join Big Yellow. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed. Then what should we do? No, I have to persuade him. Can you persuade him? I don't know. I couldn't persuade him when he participated in the battle for supremacy between Chiyu and Yellow Emperor. However, I have to persuade him this time. Shall I go with you? No need. Ho Ching said that this time. He is the only one who wants to talk to me in private. You don't have to interfere in the matter between us. Goddess Hotu shook her head. Are you sure this is Ho Ching's letter? Don't worry. I can tell if he wrote it or not. I want to help him again. Don't tell anyone. Goddess Hotu said. All right. Be careful. Mao Tianyan nodded. Goddess Hotu put away the letter, sighed, and quietly left the infinite celestial capital. Not long after Goddess Hotu left, Gaochen hurried to Gu Hai's study. Master, you asked me to keep an eye on Ho Ching. He really did write a letter to invite Goddess Hotu to leave. My ears are good. I heard everything. Gaochen reported. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1072. Divine Continent, West Ocean. Hotu stealthily arrived at an island. This was the place she had agreed to meet Ho Ching. From afar, she could see Ho Ching standing on the peak of a mountain. Hotu landed on the cloud. Ho Ching also sensed Hotu's arrival, and his eyes brightened. Sister. Ho Ching immediately smiled. Hotu landed on the cloud and said coldly, You still remember me? Sister, why are you talking about me? Ho Ching said gloomily. Let me ask you, did you join the Great Yellow Dynasty? Hotu glared at him. Ah, sister, how did you know? Ho Ching said in surprise. It was so obvious in your letter. How could I not know? Hotu said angrily. I only said I joined a faction in the letter. I didn't say the Great Yellow Dynasty. Ho Ching frowned. You still dare to say that? Didn't you say you were going to the Great Yen Dynasty? Why did you go to the Great Yellow Dynasty? Hotu said in a low voice. Great Yen Dynasty? Ho Ching was annoyed. The humiliation at the primordial city was still fresh in his mind. Every time Ho Ching thought about it, he would feel a stab of pain. Sister, the Great Yen Dynasty? Ha ha ha, I'll make her look at me in a different light one day. Ho Ching said gloomily. Hotu immediately sensed Ho Ching's emotions and guessed that he was rejected. She couldn't bear to scold him, so she sighed and said, I told you before. Ha, you can't suppress her. Sigh. Sister, I'll surpass her one day. Ho Ching clenched his fists and said, All right, let's not talk about her. Come back with me. If you really don't want to, then leave the Great Yellow Dynasty first. De Huang and De Han are about to go to war. What are you doing now? Hotu said in a low voice. No, I think the Great Yellow Dynasty is great. His Holiness gave me a place to show off my talents. He's fair in his rewards and punishments. Ho Ching said immediately. Hotu's face darkened. Are you blind? He's fair in his rewards and punishments. Empress Ji is such a gloomy person. Have you forgotten the Battle of Zhuolu that year? You will be eaten by him until not even your bones are left. Sis, that's because you misunderstood His Holiness. I'm already the Feng Jianggong. Once we destroy the De Han Empire with my help, I might even be crowned as a king. Sis, come with me to Xianyuan City. You're my only family in this world. Ho Ching immediately persuaded. Hotu glared at Ho Ching. What did Matriarch Ji feed you? You want to be crowned king? Ha ha ha. You really dare to dream. Sis, it's true. You've misunderstood His Holiness. Ho Ching tried to persuade her again. Hotu looked at Ho Ching gloomily. There was no turning back. Fine, I know I can't stop you. I'll ask Gu Hai to show you mercy in the future. Sigh. Hotu sighed. Plead for mercy? Sis, you don't have to beg Gu Hai for mercy. He's nothing. Ho Ching said disdainfully. Hotu looked at Ho Ching with a complicated expression. How did her brother become like this? All right, take care of yourself. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Huda smiled bitterly. Sis, it took me a lot of effort to convince His Holiness. This is your chance. Don't make any more mistakes. With Gu Hai. Ho Ching said again. Wait, what did you say? It took you a lot of effort to convince Matriarch Ji? What did you convince him for? Huta narrowed her eyes and looked at Ho Ching. Convince His Holiness to accept you. His Holiness already said that as long as you go, he'll make you a duke. Mao Tianyan can do it too. You 5 emissaries can also become dukes. At most, you can bring her over too. Ho Ching said. This her was naturally referring to Long Wanyu. Huta's eyes widened. You said that? No, I didn't mention anything about her. I only said that you 5 emissaries have a good relationship. His Holiness asked me to persuade you, sis. Otherwise, if you fight, it'll be hard to avoid hurting you. Ho Ching said. Huta stared at Ho Ching in disbelief. Do you need to worry about my safety? Sis, Ho Ching said anxiously. Matriarch Ji sent you to persuade me? Persuade me to surrender? Did you suggest it, or did he suggest it? Huta glared at him. His Holiness arranged a banquet for me and mentioned you. At that time, His Holiness kept sighing. What if he hurt you in a fight with the Dahan? He even asked me many times if I should intervene, if I had to face you. Of course, I begged His Holiness. His Holiness was also in a difficult position. He was stuck between you and me and didn't know what to do. At that time, Kong Di suggested that it would be great if he could bring you over so that they wouldn't have to worry about fighting. Even if you didn't do anything, His Holiness would still make you a duke. Of course, I volunteered. Sis, listen to me. His Holiness is definitely a wise ruler. Ho Ching said again. Huda stared at Ho Ching in a daze for a long time before she revealed a wry smile. What's wrong? Ho Ching asked. Why do I have such an unlucky brother like you? You're hopelessly stupid. Can't you see that this is a trap set by Matriarch Ji? Why did you volunteer? Hutu had a bitter expression. Ho Ching, on the other hand, was depressed. I saved you out of kindness. Why am I an idiot? Sis, I remember that you weren't this stupid in the past. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Huda said gloomily. Sis, Ho Ching was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Sigh, I told you before that you can't have a high cultivation. You should just be normal. At least when others scheme against you, you won't be so arrogant as to think that you're so strong. Huda sighed. Sis, what did I do wrong? You're the one who did wrong. Who is that Gu Hai? He's the emperor of Imperial Dynasty, someone who hasn't even reached peak Heavenly Palace. Why do you think so highly of him? It's because of the dragon. Ho Ching yelled, but just as he was about to mention the Long Wanyu, Hudu suddenly glared at him. Shut up. Ho Ching stopped talking. Ho Ching, I don't care about your business anymore. I can't care about whether I live or die in Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Just as you were about to say, if you dare to say anything, then don't call me your sister. I'll hunt you down in heaven and earth, in the mortal world and in the netherworld. I won't rest until I'm dead, Huda said with a chilling expression. Ho Ching shivered when he saw his sister's cold eyes. Fine, I won't say anything, Ho Ching said gloomily. All right, that's all I have to say. I wish you good luck in your career. Take care of yourself. Sigh. Huda sighed. Sis, Ho Ching said gloomily. Huda waved her sleeves and ignored Ho Ching. She was about to leave. Just as Ho Ching was about to leave, boom, a huge wave suddenly surged above the West Sea. Following that, a gigantic barrier enveloped the entire West Sea. What? Ho Ching, you want to use force against me? Huta suddenly glared at Ho Ching. Huh, I didn't know. Ho Ching's expression also changed. It wasn't prepared by Ho Ching. Huta's expression suddenly sank. However, at this moment, A burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from afar. Ha 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 ha, Goddess Hutu, long time no see. How are you? A deep voice sounded. East Ocean Dragon King, Ao Ing. Huta's expression sank. At this moment, 3 figures slowly flew out from the sea. Ao Ing, Xiongyu, and Fengbua. The great yellow celestial dynasty had 3 peerless experts at the peak of the heavenly palace. The 3 of them appeared and blocked Huta's path of escape. You. Ho Qing's expression changed as he said, angrily, "Greetings, Lord Feng Jiang." The 3 of them bowed at the same time. This greeting made Ho Qing feel a sense of relief, and his anger dissipated by a large amount. Why are the 3 of you following me? Ho Qing asked with a glare. Lord Feng Jiang, please forgive us. His Holiness understands your relationship with your brother and doesn't want to hurt Goddess Hutu. However, the battle between Da Huang and Da Han is about to start. It's a battle of life and death, so it's inevitable that someone will get hurt. That's why I sent Duke Feng Jiang to persuade Goddess Hutu. It would be best if he could persuade her, but unfortunately, Goddess Hutu doesn't seem to be able to see the situation clearly. You tried to persuade her out of goodwill, but she doesn't seem to appreciate it. That's why I was sent here to ask for Duke Feng Jiang's forgiveness. His Majesty has already prepared a banquet. When we return, we will apologize to Duke Feng Jiang. Ho Qing's anger had completely dissipated. He could only smile bitterly and said, I'm useless. I've disappointed His Holiness. No, Lord Feng Jiang is only loyal and righteous. His Holiness values people who are loyal and righteous. He's worried that you won't be able to save Goddess Hutu because of your loyalty, so he sent the 3 of us to help you. Fengbua said, Ha ha ha, what a lousy excuse. Loyal and righteous? He sent the 3 of you to help. Help with what? Hutu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Even though he hated Ho Qing for not fighting back, he was even more furious that his younger brother was being played around by someone else. Fengbua looked at Ho Qing and said, Lord Feng Jiang, we've already set up a barrier to prevent unnecessary harm to Goddess Hutu in the future. Why don't we invite Goddess Hutu to Xianyuan City? Ho Qing frowned slightly. Although it wasn't his sister's intention, she was already fooled by Gu Hai. He could only save his sister as the younger brother. In the end, Ho Qing nodded. Ho Qing, I'm not going. You won't force me to go with them, right? Huta said angrily. Sister, I don't want to do it. Don't make it difficult for me. Ho Qing said bitterly. Ho Qing's attitude was clear. He was really going to force Goddess Hutu to go to Xianyuan City. Bastard, I've raised you for nothing all these years. You asked me to meet you alone, just to trap me? Huta said gloomily. Right now, for great perfection, heavenly palace cultivators were surrounding her. This was a remote place and was very far away from the continent. No one knew where she was. Moreover, she had the help of a formation. Was she going to die to Ho Qing's stupidity today? This bastard, this younger brother. Why did she have such an unlucky younger brother? Sister, you're foolish now. You'll be grateful to me in the future. Ho Qing was still unrepentant. Hutu, Fengbua, Ao Ing, and Xiongyu were celebrating when a voice came from behind the barrier. Meow, Hutu, you're the most cunning of the 5 divine envoys, but you fell to your stupid younger brother. This is unbelievable. Ha 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 ha. Mount Tianyun's laughter came from outside the barrier. Oh, sister, you didn't come alone? Ho Qing said in surprise. Xiongyu, Ao Ing, and Fengbua's expressions darkened. Huta's eyes lit up. However, he saw that there were 5 figures standing outside the barrier. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, Mao Tianyun, and Kong Xian. They were all great perfection heavenly palace cultivators from the Da Han Empire. Empress Hutu, my husband heard that you were meeting Ho Qing and was worried about your safety. That's why he asked us to follow you. Please forgive us for our rudeness." Long Wanqing bowed, slightly. "Meow, I didn't tell on you. It was Gao Chen. I scolded him, but it seems that I was wrong. Ho Qing is more annoying than Gao Chen eavesdropping." Mao Tianyun shouted, "Thank you, ancient emperor. Why would I blame you?" Huda smiled bitterly. Huda didn't have to worry now. They had 6 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators. The other side had 4. The result was obvious. Chapter 10:73. Bam! Kong Xian took a step forward, and the enchantment above the West Sea shattered. The barrier that trapped Hutu was broken from the outside, but it could not withstand a single blow. The arrival of Long Wanqing made Fengbo and the others' faces fall. However, they did not despair. Fengbo looked at the crowd, and then looked around. "Oh, Gu Hai did not come with you?" Fengbo's eyes suddenly lit up. "So what if my husband is not here? Do you think you can stop Goddess Hutu?" Long Wanqing said coldly, "Sister, don't be so stubborn." Ho Qing shouted. Huda stared at Ho Qing and said, "Ho Qing, you better behave yourself." Then Huda flew towards Long Wanqing. "Stop right there." Xiongyu stared and stopped Hutu. "Ha ha, Big Bear, shall I spar with you?" Kong Xian stared, and a 6-colored divine light shot out. The void was torn apart, and the 6-colored divine light arrived in front of Xiongyu. Xiongyu's face fell, and he struck with his palm. Bam! With a loud sound, the void was torn apart, and huge waves surged in the West Sea. "Ho Qing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop Hutu!" Fengbo yelled. But Ho Qing was anxious. "Don't worry. His Holiness will be here soon. After a while, none of them will be able to escape." Fengbo shouted, "Okay." Ho Qing's eyes lit up, and he pounced towards Hutu. On the other hand, Shangguan Hen pounced towards Aoing. Bam! The 2 demonic beast supremes clashed, and the black hole in the void became bigger. Ho Qing stopped Hutu, and she was disappointed. "Ho Qing, one day you will be killed by your own stupidity." Hutu was disappointed. Meow! Mao Tianyun appeared in front of Fengbo in an instant. Not only Mao Tianyun, but Long Wanqing and Gu Han also surrounded Fengbo. Fengbo's expression changed. 1 versus 3? Did this group of people make an agreement? "Meow, Fengbo, I've realized that you're the worst here." Mao Tianyun took a step forward, and the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in flames. "Mother, be careful. Leave Fengbo to me." And Mao Tianyun, Gu Han said. Gu Han put his palms together, and a huge virtuous light will suddenly appeared behind him. Shao Chen extended his hand, and Buddhist chanting came from the Buddhist nation in his palm. "No, this is not the time to care so much. Kill Fengbo as quickly as possible. Go all out and don't show any mercy." Long Wanqing said coldly. Matriarch Ji wanted to capture Hutu to wear down the Dahan Empress. Long Wanqing was one of the empresses of the Dahan Empire. She naturally understood that breaking one finger was better than injuring all 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Wanqing extended her hand, and through 18 underworld rivers at Fengbo Whoosh, tornadoes appeared around Fengbo. However, how could he compare to the power of 3 consummation heavenly palaces, underworld rivers, fire dragons, Buddhist nation in palm? They instantly clashed with the tornadoes around Fengbo. Hung! At the center of the tornadoes, Fengbo's face flushed red. Clearly, he was injured. The battle between 10 consummation heavenly palaces was huge. In almost an instant, it caused the world to explode, shattering the void. All the powerful experts of the divine continent were shocked. "Why isn't His Holiness here?" Aoing asked anxiously. Ao Ing could not do anything to Shangguan Hen at the moment. Xiong Yu could not do anything to Kong Xian either. Kong Xian's combat power was shocking. Although he had just reached the consummation heavenly palaces, he had already attacked more than 100 times in a short time. He even opened his mouth and inhaled. A black wind swirled around Xiongyu. Roar! Xiongyu roared, and a huge force blocked Kong Xian's devouring. However, a 5-colored divine light cut off a large amount of flesh on his back. On the other side, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive attacks landed on Fumbua's body. Puff! Fumbua spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he could not hold on for much longer under the combined attacks of the 3. The battle lasted only 20 breaths of time. However, 20 breaths of time was enough for a consummation heavenly palace's cultivator to cross the divine continent. Let's go, let's go. Fumbua did not dare to force himself. After being hit 3 times, Fumbua finally broke out of the encirclement. However, the price he had to pay was extremely high. All the bones in Fumbua's body were about to shatter. Boom, boom. Ao Ing and Xiongyu also took the risk of being hit, and immediately fled with foam. Bo, big sister, you'll regret this. Ho Qing cried out before he fled. What I regret the most is having a brother like you. Hota replied gloomily. Meow, where are you going? Mao Tianyan wanted to stop them. Stop chasing. This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Swish. Everyone turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Almost. Meow. If we had fought just now, we could have stopped Fumbua. Mao Tianyan said gloomily. It's too late. My husband only helped us to buy some time. Once Matriarch Ji comes, we will be in danger. Long Wanqing explained. Fumbua is really lucky. With 2 more attacks, we could have killed him. However, Mao Tianyan said gloomily, don't worry. He is not much better. Before we left, Sister Chen gave me something. When I attacked just now, I had already injected it into Fumbua's body. Long Wanqing said with a smile. Oh. Everyone was stunned. Shenyuan City. At the entrance of the imperial court. Bam. Xiongyu, Ao Ing, Fumbua, and Ho Qing landed on the square. What's going on? Didn't His Holiness say that he would come to our aid? Why didn't His Holiness come? Ao Ing asked. Puff. Fumbua spat out another mouthful of blood. Fumbua, how are you? Xiongyu placed his palm on Fumbua's back and injected some energy into Fumbua's body. No, Fumbua's blood is blue. Is he poisoned? Ao Ying's expression changed. Puff. Xiongyu also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned blue. I am poisoned too. Poison? This is contagious poison. Xiongyu exclaimed. Guhai? That despicable man. He poisoned us? Ho Qing said angrily. At this moment, a large number of officials came over to help Fumbua and Xiongyu. Don't touch them. Mr. Tsang Jia, who came in a hurry, suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a yellow figure descended from the sky. It was Matriarch Ji. His Holiness. Everyone said respectfully, His Holiness, I am useless. Fumbua said bitterly, Inform Scorpio and ask him to detoxify us. Hurry up. Matriarch Ji said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Emperor Kong answered and left. Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. His Holiness, why didn't you come? Ao Ying's expression was ugly. Tsang Jia smiled bitterly and said, It's my fault. Ao Ying looked at Tsang Jia in confusion. It's also Guhai's fault. Guhai played a trick. Just now, he went to Qi Yu's corpse. I thought he wanted to take Qi Yu's corpse. So I reported it to His Holiness. I told His Holiness that killing Gu Hai was the most important thing. The four of you are in the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. Even if you couldn't stop him, you could escape. But who would have thought? Song Jie smiled bitterly. Mister, you don't have to blame yourself. This is also my intention. Matriarch Ji shook her head. Gu Hai? Did His Holiness kill Gu Hai? Ao Ing looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji shook her head and said, Gu Hai leaving the limitless celestial capital was just a pretense. When I arrived, he had already escaped to the netherworld. He should have returned to the limitless celestial capital by now. Gu Hai? How treacherous! Ho Qing's face was filled with resentment. Matriarch Ji glanced at Ho Qing and shook her head. This isn't treachery. This is strategy. Gu Hai seems to have seen through our abilities. Perhaps he has already found out about Mr. Song Jie's abilities. As she spoke, Matriarch Ji glanced at all of her trusted aides. Suspicion rose in her heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar. It was Scorpio. When Scorpio arrived, two scorpion tails flew out from his sleeves and pierced into Fengbo and Xiongyu's bodies. What a powerful poison! If I came a little later, they would be in trouble, Scorpio said in surprise. Scorpio, you came from the limitless celestial capital. Song Jie frowned and looked at Scorpio. That's right. During this time, I have been hiding outside the limitless celestial capital. What's wrong? Scorpio said indifferently. Then why didn't you make a move when I sent you a message and told you that the limitless celestial capital's defenses were empty? Song Jie said coldly. Why should I make a move? Scorpio said indifferently. Song Jie paused and didn't say anything else. At the side, Emperor Kong glared and said, This is such a good opportunity. If you destroy the limitless celestial capital, the fate of the Dahan Imperial Empire will collapse. If you want to kill Gu Hai, do it yourself. I'm not going to play with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Besides, do you think the limitless celestial capital isn't on guard? I saw the battle at the West Sea just now. Gu Hai didn't send all of his men out. Scorpio sneered. Emperor Kong was depressed. Matriarch Ji didn't blame him. Instead, she bowed slightly and said, Scorpio, I'll leave the poison in Fengbo and Xionyu's bodies to you. Don't worry, the heavenly demon Holy Land and the great Yellow Dynasty are allies. I'll do my best to detoxify the poison. However, the poison this time is more powerful than before. I have to take a good look, Scorpio said indifferently. Thank you. Matriarch Ji nodded. Chapter 1074. Mystical Mountain, Godly Seizing Palace. Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyen, who was kneeling on one knee, and his expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said, You know about the 4 zombie ancestor seeds? Yes, I know a little. The seeds of the ancestor zombie are divided into earth, fire, wind, and water. Jiang Yi is the fire, Ho Qing is the wind, Ingo is the water. There is also the earth zombie, the ancestor of the earth zombies. During the ancient times, he shone brightly in the sorcerer tribe. Unfortunately, he did not cherish it and dared to disobey the true Lord. Yes, he was a rare talent with the earth zombie seed. In the sorcerer tribe, he was only below me and above 10,000 sorcerer tribe members. His strength was monstrous, and he was at the complete deity stage. What a pity, what a pity. He could have gone further. Jiang Chen said, Everything in the sorcerer tribe was given to us by you, and the zombie ancestor was also born because of you. That person did not know what was good for him. His death is not to be regretted. Long Outyen said, What would you do if you were him? Jiang Chen smiled. Long Outyen's eyes lit up. Is the true Lord going to help me? Rest assured, true lord, no matter what my achievements are, you will always be my true lord, and I will never betray you. Long Outyen immediately expressed his loyalty. Jiang Chun looked at Long Outyen and took a sip of the tea. He said, "Do you know why I looked for you in the past? So that you can follow me, and I can give you a drop of blood essence? True lord, you saw my talent? You think I'm a talent?" Long Outyen was confused. Jiang Chun shook his head. "There are many people who are more talented than you in this world. Please enlighten me, true lord." Long Outyen said, "Because you are his reincarnation." Jiang Chun said, "Him? Who is he?" Suddenly, Long Outyen recalled what Jiang Chun had just said. He immediately knelt on the ground and said in fear, "True lord, I am loyal to you. Please believe me, I am not the reincarnation of the Earth zombie. Back then, the Earth zombie betrayed me and was killed by me. I purposely let go of his Earth soul to reincarnate. How could I be wrong? Among your 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal forms, the Earth soul is him." Jiang Chun said coolly, "Allah, I will never betray you." Long Outyen's face was filled with fear. "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped you." Jiang Chun said calmly. "Yes." Cold sweat broke out on Long Outyen's forehead. "Your talent is not enough, and your intelligence is not enough. However, you are his reincarnation. That is enough. Although you only have one earthly spirit, the heart of a strong cultivator has not disappeared. That is enough." Jiang Chun said indifferently. "Yes." Long Outyen did not dare to say anything. "Do you still want that wind-type zombie ancestor seed?" Jiang Chun looked at Long Outyen. Long Outyen was silent for a while. After a while, he said, "Yes, I still want it." "That's right. It's this kind of greedy look," Jiang Chun said with a smile. "I dare not." Long Outyen lowered his head and said, "If you want it, then get it with your own strength. I will give you something." Jiang Chun said indifferently. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A bronze coffin landed in the hall. The coffin was covered with talismans. With a wave of Jiang Chun's hand, all the talismans were burned to ashes. The coffin's lid opened. Quang. The moment the coffin lid opened, a male corpse in a yellow robe was revealed. The corpse was full of cracks, as if it was made of broken porcelain. However, these cracks were filled with streams of green liquid, allowing the fragmented body to remain intact. A corpse that was glued together. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Long Outyen looked at the corpse in the coffin and said, "The previous body of your Earth soul." Jiang Chun looked at Long Outyen and said, "It's him." Long Outyen exclaimed, "That's right. He is the ancestor of the Earth zombies, also known as Di Jiang. He was the one that I killed. His heavenly soul, human soul, 7 souls, and zombie ancestor seed were all broken, but I merged them together and kept them." Jiang Chun recalled, "True Lord Di Jiang is Di Jiang, and I am me. I will always be loyal to True Lord." Long Outyen immediately expressed his loyalty again. Di Jiang is dead, but even so, it still has the power of a heavenly palace great perfection realm expert. You can use it as a weapon. After all, it was originally your body. Jiang Chun said indifferently, "Yes, thank you, True Lord. I will definitely get the wind zombie ancestor seed." Long Outyen was overjoyed. Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Take it with you and refine it. Your Earth soul should be able to use it." Yes. Long Outyen happily brought Di Jiang's corpse out of the hall. Jiang Chun looked at Long Outyen's back as he disappeared from the hall. His expression darkened. "Di Jiang? What a pity. I should have kept you. Now, Long Outyen is still too weak. It all depends on your luck. Infinite Celestial Capital. In the upper study room, Gu-hai sat behind the desk with a memorial in his hand. Sima Chongkong was standing in front of him. The plan to split Ho Qing and Matriarch Ji? Gu-hai frowned. Yes, Ho Qing is a heavenly palace, great perfection, realm expert after all. If he joins Matriarch Ji, it will be disadvantageous to the Dahan. Fortunately, Matriarch Ji doesn't trust Ho Qing. We can use this plan to make Matriarch Ji completely reject Ho Qing. Please take a look, Your Majesty, Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu-hai looked at it carefully for a while and frowned slightly. You mean to ask Goddess Ho Tu to write a letter to Ho Qing and secretly send it to him? Then, accidentally, let Matriarch Ji find out and make some changes to the letter to make Matriarch Ji more suspicious of Ho Qing? Yes, let Matriarch Ji think that we sent Ho Qing over. Let Ho Qing have nothing to say. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu-hai was silent for a while and finally shook his head. What? Sima Chongkong was confused. Matriarch Ji is a suspicious person, but she is not ordinary to be able to reach this stage. Others may not see through your plan, but Matriarch Ji will definitely see through it. Not only will it not split them, but it will also make Matriarch Ji trust Ho Qing more. Gu-hai said in a low voice. Sima Chongkong thought carefully, and his expression changed. Yes, His Holiness. I didn't think it through. Don't worry. Gu-hai comforted with a smile. Your Majesty, Matriarch Ho Tu wishes to see you. A guard's voice came from outside the upper study. Let her in, Gu-hai said. Once they entered the upper study, Matriarch Ho Tu immediately bowed to Gu-hai respectfully. Thank you for saving me, Ancient Emperor. Otherwise, I might have been killed by my unlucky brother. Matriarch Ho Tu, you are too polite. You have worked hard for 800,000 years to revive the heavens. You even saved Wanyu and protected her. Saving you is the obligation of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu-hai stood up and said, Thank you, Ancient Emperor. Even the Empress personally. Matriarch Ho Tu said emotionally. When I told Wan Qing was the first to come out and wanted to save you personally. She is more grateful to you than I am. You don't have to do this, Gu-hai said with a smile. Matriarch Ho Tu opened her mouth with a complicated expression. Matriarch Ho Tu, just tell me what you need. There's no need to be afraid of anything, Gu-hai said with a smile. Matriarch Ho Tu fell silent for a while and said with a bitter smile, Although my brother doesn't know what's good for him, he is still my brother. Ancient Emperor, can you let him live if you meet him in the future? Gu-hai fell silent for a while and then said with a sigh, Okay. Gu-hai turned to Sima Chongkong and said, Mr. Sima, you can carry out your plan now. Oh, in that case, I need Matriarch Ho Tu to write a letter for me. Sima Chongkong nodded. Write a letter? Matriarch Ho Tu was slightly surprised. Sima Chongkong told her the plan to split Ho Qing and Matriarch Ji that he had discussed with Gu-hai. Matriarch Ho Tu was speechless. Then she heard Sima Chongkong's explanation. Matriarch Ho Tu was touched. Thank you, Ancient Emperor. You have made Matriarch Ji trust Ho Qing and won't hurt him. But Matriarch Ho Tu felt guilty towards the Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor, I have one more request. Matriarch Ho Tu bit her lips and said, Please speak, Matriarch Ho Tu, Gu-hai said in a low voice. The Wind Ancestor Zombie Seed is the source of Ho Qing's misfortune. Ancient Emperor, you just need to keep him alive. If there's a chance, please help me pluck the Zombie Ancestor Seed. Is that all right? Matriarch Ho Tu bowed to Gu-hai. Let his cultivation fall. Gu-hai asked doubtfully. Yes, he can only see clearly without his cultivation. The Zombie Ancestor Seed has blinded his eyes. Sooner or later, he will die under the zombie ancestor seed. Matriarch Ho-Tu said, anxiously. Okay, Guhai nodded. Great Yellow Dynasty, traversing Jade Water Palace. Ho-Ching was holding a letter in his hand. Matriarch Ho-Tu had sent someone to secretly deliver it. He poured out the letter. It was a complete piece of paper with some irrelevant things written on it. Other than this piece of paper, there were many shredded pieces of paper. The shredded pieces of paper were covered in ink, and he couldn't see anything. Sister, why did you send this letter to me? Is it about some old and worthless things? And these shredded pieces of paper covered in ink? Ho-Ching was puzzled. Quam. The door to the hall that Ho-Ching was in was knocked open. Who is it? Ho-Ching's expression changed. He saw Matriarch Ji leading Great Yellow and the other officials in. His Holiness, why are you here? Ho-Ching said in surprise. Before Matriarch Ji could speak, Emperor Kong glared and said, Ho-Ching, someone reported that you were secretly communicating with Guhai. It's not Guhai. This is a letter from my sister. Ho-Ching said. A letter? Everyone's expression darkened. They looked at the letter in Ho-Ching's hand. Other than that piece of paper, there was a pile of shredded pieces of paper. What was on it? Did Ho-Ching tear it apart? Ho-Ching's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. This was too much evidence of him secretly communicating with Guhai. His Holiness, listen to me. It's not what you think. This is framing me. My sister, why would she frame me? Ho-Ching was very anxious. Ho-Ching wanted to grab the shredded pieces. Don't move. Emperor Kong glared and immediately rushed forward. Ho-Ching wanted to stop him, but if he did, it would be even harder to explain. However, Emperor Kong quickly put the shredded pieces together. There was a layer of ink on them. Emperor Kong had many methods and quickly removed the ink, revealing some faint words. Haha, no wonder. His Holiness. Look, the letter says that poisoning Fengbo was a trap set up by Ho-Ching and Guhai. They wanted to poison Fengbo and the others. What a sinister plan. Guhai, Ho-Ching, how long are you going to lie to us? Emperor Kong said angrily, His Holiness, I will take Ho-Ching down. The officials were furious. I didn't. It's not like that. Ho-Ching shouted. The hall was in chaos. Everyone, wait. Song Jie suddenly said, Sir, you're not pleading for mercy for this traitor, right? Emperor Kong glared. Song Jie shook his head and looked at the letter. He smiled and said, I believe that Ho-Ching is innocent. This letter is Guhai's scheme. What? Everyone was shocked. Thank you, Sir Song Jie. Ho-Ching was very touched. How is that possible? If we didn't come in time, he would have destroyed the evidence. Emperor Kong glared. His Holiness, what do you think? Song Jie looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and nodded. I also believe in Ho-Ching. When Matriarch Ji spoke, the officials did not dare to refute. Thank you, His Holiness. Ho-Ching shed tears of gratitude. Matriarch Ji nodded. At this moment, she finally accepted Ho-Ching. At the same time, she looked at the letter and frowned as if she had guessed something. Chapter 10, 75. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. A group of Dahan officials stood in front of Guhai's desk. Your Majesty, according to the report from the Imperial Secret Guards, Ho-Ching has been attending some of Matriarch Ji's core meetings. Ho-Ching should have gained Matriarch Ji's trust. Montez said respectfully. Guhai and Sima Chongkong looked at each other and nodded. Guhai didn't tell everyone about Hudu's request, but the others were depressed. Has Matriarch Ji's mind control been told to all the major forces? Guhai looked at Sima Chongkong. Reporting to Your Majesty, we have already sent envoys to all the major forces and explained everything to them. Most of the major forces have warmly accepted our envoys. However, there are a few sects and imperial dynasties that... Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. How is it? Guhai asked in a low voice. Perhaps we were a step too late. 2 middle sects and 1 imperial dynasty have been controlled. Sima Chongkong said with a complicated expression. Are you sure? Guhai frowned. Yes, we are almost sure. Although they hid it well, the investigation methods Your Majesty gave us last time were still effective. However, these 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty suddenly slandered us, saying that we are exaggerating. At the same time, they are colluding with other forces to form an alliance. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice, Where are the 3 major forces? Guhai asked in a low voice. They are all close to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Sima Chongkong explained. Since it is confirmed, then there is no need to wait. National Army, start the battle. Guhai said with a smile. Huh. The officials were slightly stunned. If it weren't for mind control, I would have waited, but we can't do that now. Although mind control is done secretly, it means that the Great Yellow Dynasty has already sent troops. Since that is the case, there is no need to hide it. Guhai said in a low voice, Father, although the 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty have been controlled, they have not publicly declared war on the Dahan. What excuse will they use to send troops? Guqin asked worriedly. Don't worry. Mr. Mo and Mr. Sima will definitely think of a good reason. Guhai said. The next day, news from the Dahan imperial dynasty shocked the world. 3 groups of envoys from the Dahan imperial dynasty were killed by the 2 sects, and 1 imperial dynasty was the emperor. Guhai was furious. He accused the 2 sects and 1 imperial emperor of colluded with Matriarch Yellow to kill the envoys imperial dynasty killed. Offing Dahan's killed emperor was emperor. At this point, the National Army was established. Mo Yike was the commander-in-chief of the National Army. Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Sima Chongkong, Chun Tianshan, and Long Shenying were the deputy commander-in-chief of the National Army. From today onwards, troops were sent to the 3 factions. The army quickly attacked. The world was in an uproar. The 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty immediately stood up and shouted that the Dahan envoys disappeared when they left. They did not die tragically. Moreover, they did not collude with the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Dahan imperial dynasty was slandering them. Unfortunately, the truth was the truth, although there was no evidence in the eyes of outsiders, and the Dahan imperial dynasty sent troops was too strange. These 3 factions had already become the wings of the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were definitely going to invade the Dahan imperial dynasty. Since there was already the truth, Guhai did not need to find evidence. As long as the truth was confirmed, and he could not find evidence that could convince everyone, he would create evidence that could convince everyone. Attack! Attack the 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty with lightning speed. Shenyuan City, upper study room. How preposterous. Guhai didn't play by the rules. He just sent out his troops. Our De Huang's army hasn't even entered the 3 major powers yet, and before the 3 major powers had the time to deploy their troops, he already started fighting. What evidence does Guhai have that he dares to risk universal condemnation and be an invader? Emperor Kong said angrily. Song Jia said in a low voice, Emperor Kong, it seems that Guhai has already discovered the abnormalities of the 3 factions. Since he has discovered it, why does he need to show evidence to the world? Evidence? Sometimes it is very important, but sometimes it is very laughable. He sent his troops early so that he can intimidate the other factions. Guhai also told all the factions about the mind manipulation. With this, it will be very difficult for us to control the other factions. Emperor Kong said angrily. This means that the Dahan imperial dynasty is not as powerful as we thought. Song Jie said with a smile. Huh. Gu Hai told all the factions because he does not want to be enemies with all the factions. Song Jie explained. So what? Now, that so-called National Protector Army is extremely sinister. They don't enter the sect's encampment or the capital. Instead, they attack the cities one by one, first destroying the luck of the three factions. Emperor Kong said with a frown. National Army? They are really reliable. Moreover, they are forcing us to attack. Song Jie said in a low voice. Why? Not only will they have to pay a huge price to enter the capital and the sects, but they will also provoke strong resistance from the other factions. Because if a sect or a country is destroyed in an instant, what will they do in the future? The various factions will definitely be anxious. They will resist and fight back against the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, it is different now. Although it is slower to take the cities one by one, it will not make the other factions panic. At the same time, it will make it easier for the other factions to investigate the truth of the mind manipulation. Song Jie explained. I told the leaders of the three factions to immediately send envoys to the other factions to ask for help, slandering the Dahan imperial dynasty, saying that there is no mind manipulation. Gu Hai, had no evidence at all. Are you accusing a deer of a horse? Emperor Kong said with a glare. Send envoys? Do you think that Mo Yike will not send envoys? Mo Yike is very resourceful. He must have thought ahead of you in this regard. If the two sides fight for a long time, the three factions will only lose more. Song Jie said in a low voice. But what if there are factions that believe us? Emperor Kong said. You are right. Perhaps there will be factions that believe us. After all, Gu Hai only said that the three factions are allied with the Great Yellow Dynasty. It does not prove the existence of mind manipulation. Since Gu Hai said, so, then we will follow his wishes. The Great Yellow Dynasty will directly send troops to the three factions. Emperor Kong, you can also start slandering Gu Hai in front of the other factions. Song Jie nodded. Yes, since the National Army has made their move, we don't need to hide anymore. His Holiness. Emperor Kong looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers lightly on the table. After a moment of silence, she said, Let's do as Mr. Tsang Jie says. On the second day, the Great Huang Celestial Empire sent out a message saying that the Great Han Imperial Dynasty had slandered the Great Huang Celestial Empire. This was a provocation to the Great Huang Celestial Empire. The two sects and one emperor were slandered and invaded by the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. The Great Huang Celestial Empire was willing to uphold justice for the three great factions by punishing valiant generals and suppressing the evildoers. A large group of soldiers from the Great Yellow Dynasty boarded the flying boats and arrived at the three factions. From this moment on, the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty officially met each other on the battlefield. Although it was only the initial contact, it still shocked the world. The Great Yellow Dynasty was one of the two strongest empires in the world. No, there was no other. In everyone's eyes, the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty was inferior to the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was the strongest imperial dynasty in the world. Although it was called an imperial dynasty, it was actually a celestial dynasty. Even the Great Yellow Dynasty couldn't compare to the 2,000 cities. In the past, it had only stopped at the stage of rumors, conversations, and conspiracies. Now, it was using the three factions as the battlefield to officially compete. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji really knows how to take advantage of loopholes. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Your Majesty, previously, the leaders of the 6 factions of the Xian country and Xian sect led their troops to the borders of the 3 factions. This greatly shocked the other factions. Matriarch Ji wanted to muddy the waters, but she couldn't do so. However, another faction leader might have been manipulated. Sima Chongkong said with a frown, "There's nothing to be said. Strike quickly. My divine demon army has been handed over to you. In a personal battle, it depends on one's cultivation. In a war between countries, although one's cultivation is important, a large number of core forces are equally important. They can defend 1 city, 10 cities, but can they defend 100 cities or 1,000 cities?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "Your Majesty is wise. The Dahan has already walked ahead of everyone, not to mention the 4 factions. Even if all the factions in the north of the Divine Continent were to go against the Dahan at the same time, the country guarding army would be able to suppress them all." Mo Yike said solemnly, "If that's the case, then speed up the process and strike quickly," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes," the 2 of them replied. In the north of the Divine Continent, in the study of an emperor of an imperial dynasty, the emperor looked at the officials in front of him. 2 sects and 1 emperor? No, early this morning, the Dahan imperial dynasty said that another sect was controlled by the Great Yellow Dynasty. Moreover, the Dahan envoy died tragically at the hands of that faction. They see the Dahan as an enemy and have started to send troops to this 4th faction. One of the officials said, "This Dahan imperial dynasty is too outrageous." The Great Yellow Dynasty said that Gu Hai was lawless and unbridled. "It seems like it's true. He's making a deer out of a horse. He will destroy whoever he catches. Sooner or later, it will fall on our heads, Your Majesty." "No, what if there's really someone controlling him?" "Ridiculous. My lords, have you ever heard of people controlling others? But the Great Yellow Dynasty's army is assisting the 4 factions. It's too strange. No matter what, we have to protect the envoy from the Dahan imperial dynasty well. Don't let anything happen to them." All the ministers were restless and looked at the emperor, who was sitting behind the desk. The emperor looked at a minister beside him. "Minister Lu," between Empress Ji and Gu Hai, "who do you think is telling the truth, and who is lying?" Everyone looked at Minister Lu. He was the emperor's #1 strategist. The emperor would ask for his opinion on many things that he couldn't solve. "I think that Gu Hai and Empress Ji are already at war. We can't believe the words of Empress Ji and Empress Ji." Minister Lu said in a deep voice, "Oh, Your Majesty, you underestimated the Dahan imperial dynasty. Do you think that the Dahan imperial dynasty is trying to appease us? However, I think that even if they fight all the factions in the north at the same time, the Dahan Empire is still fearless. We do not fear the Great Han imperial dynasty." Lu Aiqing said solemnly. "What?" The officials were shocked. "Do you still remember the Long Zhanghua of the Deqian celestial dynasty?" Minister Lu asked. "Huh." Everyone's expression changed. "How do you think the Dahan imperial dynasty compares to the Deqian celestial dynasty?" Minister Lu asked. "The Dahan imperial dynasty, although it is an imperial dynasty, it is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Only Gu Hai's cultivation is weaker." The officials said with a frown, "Gu Hai's cultivation is weaker. How many years has it been? Gu Hai can already defeat the Tongtian sect master and kill Jiang Rulai. You think that he is weaker? After so long, if Gu Hai is weaker, why doesn't Empress Ji dare to kill him personally? Not long ago at the Western Sea, when the 10 heavenly palace consummation cultivators fought, everyone knows why Empress Ji did not appear. She must have been held back by Gu Hai. Minister Lu said, "Very well. We admit that the Dahan imperial dynasty is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Perhaps it has some shortcomings, but it is stronger overall." One of the officials said, "Does the Deqian celestial dynasty fear factions like us?" Minister Lu asked indifferently. Everyone was slightly stunned. Does the Deqian celestial dynasty fear us? In the past, the Deqian celestial dynasty looked down on everything. It did not care about the 3 holy lands and 2 celestial dynasties. Long Zhanghua even dared to kill heaven. However, the current Dahan imperial dynasty is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Does it fear us? The officials were shocked that they made such a mistake. "Then what should our dynasty do?" the emperor asked seriously. "Your Majesty, this official feels that we should not be disturbed at this time. We should just wait and see." Minister Lu said solemnly, "Why? Since the birth of the Dahan imperial dynasty, it has always stood on the side of justice. Although there is no proof this time, this official believes so. Gu Hai is a broad-minded person. Look at the borders of the 3 major factions. Who did the Dahan send to fight? The leaders of the 6 major factions who joined Gu Hai not long ago. That's right. Your Majesty, this is Gu Hai telling us all that the Dahan imperial dynasty is not insatiably greedy. It does not care about the leaders of the 6 major factions. This shows how broad-minded Gu Hai is. If you carefully study Gu Hai's history, you will find that Montez Kongxian, Dragon God Ing, Sima Chongkong, Mo Yike Gao Xianji, Mosquito Daoran, and Ao Sheng were all enemies of Gu Hai in the past. However, Gu Hai still accepted them. Gu Hai is a broad-minded person. He is not an evil person. The leaders of the 6 major factions are the same. Gu Hai will not do anything to achieve his goals." Lu Aiqing said solemnly. As for Matriarch Ji, although she seems to be broad-minded, this official feels that she is not as good as Gu Hai. Not allying with the Great Yellow Dynasty is already helping the Dahan imperial dynasty. Hence, as long as we wait and see, the Dahan will not make things difficult for us. The Great Yellow Dynasty is too far away to deal with us. They have Gu Hai as their most troublesome opponent. Even if they want to deal with us, we can ask for help from Gu Hai. This official believes that Gu Hai is broad-minded and will help us. Minister Lu said. The officials were shocked. Then they looked at the emperor. The emperor was silent for a while before nodding. Wait and see. Chapter 1076. It did not mean that the city would be yours just because you broke the city gates. The Dahan imperial dynasty's army was indeed strong and had experts of all levels. However, they still had their shortcomings. They grew too quickly and did not have a strong foundation. Talents. An endless supply of management talents. This was the Dahan imperial dynasty's urgency. Breaking into a city was easy, not to mention the strength of the army commanders. The masters of the 6 factions were all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace, which city gate could not be broken. Secondly, there was a large number of the Dragon race and the Xuanwu race. As far as the Broken City and Pejuan were concerned, they did not need too much intelligence to be invincible. When an army was strong enough, some schemes and tricks were not very useful. Moreover, there were many strategists in the national army. They were always on guard. However, what about after breaking into the city? How would they recruit the enemy? How would they pacify the people? How would they prevent chaos? The most important thing was how to make the original city run as usual. A city did not just need people. It also needed managers and officials of all levels. Only then could a city develop in an orderly manner. Only then could it be a lively city. The Dahan imperial dynasty did not have enough management talents. Even with the help of the 6 factions, it was impossible to take over the entire world. Therefore, to prevent accidents, although the army sent out troops at lightning speed, they did not immediately enter the imperial capital and the sect's encampments. Instead, they slowly moved toward the political center of the 4 factions. Bit by bit, they quickly ate up the cities. Even though the speed was slow in the eyes of Kong Xian and the others, it was terrifyingly fast in the eyes of outsiders. In just 1 month, they had already taken down 180 cities of the 4 factions. Moreover, everything was sorted out. In this 1 month, other than the sect masters and emperors who were controlled, the ministers and sect elders were all in a state of panic and trepidation. In 1 month, the army of the Great Yellow Dynasty came one after another. The experts also began to take over the armies of the 4 factions. Kong Xian was on the battlefield. From far away, they could see the enemy camp in the distance. The original commander flag had changed, and there was a large strength written on it. Kong Xian stood on the high platform and looked coldly at the Grand Marshal Li Mu, a minister from the Great Yellow Dynasty. For others, the distance was too far, but for the 2 of them, no matter how far it was, they could still see it clearly. I have long heard of Kong Xian's great name. He alone can fight against millions of troops. Who would have thought that he would need the help of other soldiers? Li Mu sneered from afar. "Ha, Li Mu, if you want to be eaten by me, you can try it yourself." Kong Xian sneered. Although Li Mu didn't reveal his talents, Kong Xian knew that he was a minister on par with Feng Bo. However, Kong Xian wasn't afraid because Kong Xian was confident that he was better than him. Now that the show had just begun, Kong Xian naturally wouldn't rush forward recklessly. "Then, are you willing to watch others kill while you hide in the back?" Li Mu said, "You want me to go to your camp? Ha! There is no need to provoke me. It's useless. Why should I be angry with someone who is not as good as me? Now, I like the feeling of going step by step. Isn't it satisfying to watch the cities being conquered every day?" Kong Xian sneered. Li Mu's face sank. "Humph, then we will meet on the battlefield." Kong Xian sneered and ignored him. Dragon God Ying's battlefield had a new commander's platform with the word "wind" written on it. On the distant platform, Feng Bo's face was pale as he looked coldly at Dragon God Ying. Mao Tianyan stood beside Long Shening. He looked at Feng Bo in the distance without fear. On Mosquito Dorn's platform, Gu Han was beside him, looking at Xiong Yu, who was on the opposite platform. On Gao Xianji's platform, Shang Guanhen and Ao Sheng were there, looking coldly at the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Ying on the opposite platform. The war was no longer that easy. As the Great Yellow Dynasty's experts entered, the 2 sides entered a stalemate for a time. However, despite the stalemate, the Dahan Dynasty's army continued to advance. The group of peak experts did not make a move. Only the middle-level experts continued to send troops. However, Pujuan was more than enough. The Dahan Dynasty's understanding of the surrounding factions was much better than the Great Yellow Dynasty's. Just like that, another half a month passed. The Dahan Dynasty's army conquered another 20 cities. For a time, no faction participated in the war. Everyone just watched quietly. As the Dahan Dynasty slowly conquered the cities, the officials and elders of the 4 opposing factions were terrified. In just 1.5 months, they had already lost half of their territory. If this continued, what would they do? Perhaps the Great Yellow Dynasty came from another world. However, in this battle, they discovered that the Great Yellow Dynasty's military strength was actually inferior to the Dahan Dynasty's. The Celestial Dynasty was inferior to the Imperial Dynasty. When this situation was revealed, the world was in an uproar. However, it was a fact. The Dahan Dynasty's growth had exceeded everyone's expectations. The peak experts of the two dynasties had yet to make a move. The two dynasties had yet to reveal their trump cards. Even so, it was enough for countless people to look up to. Boundless celestial capital, upper study room. Mosquito Darren received Guhai's order and quietly came. Mo Yike, Guchin, Montez, and Sima Chongkong stood in the upper study room. Greetings, Your Majesty, and Marshal Mo. Why did you summon me back? What about the front lines? Mosquito Darren bowed with a trace of doubt. Guhai smiled. Everyone in the upper study room laughed. Mosquito Darren was confused. Your Majesty, Marshal Mo, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Sima Chongkong, you tell them, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, Sima Chongkong nodded. Mosquito Darren looked at Sima Chongkong. Lord Sima, what's the matter? Mosquito Darren, you've obtained good results in the past 1.5 months. You've frightened the people of the 4 factions. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Speaking of war, Mosquito Darren immediately smiled. Of course, the army of gods and demons is enough to destroy any city. How could those 4 factions defeat our army? If not for Marshal Mo's repeated orders to slow down, we would have already reached their capital and the center of their sex. There are several reasons why Marshal Mo asked you to slow down. One of them is because of you, Mosquito Darren. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Me? Because of me? What do you mean? Mosquito Darren didn't understand. Your Majesty said that the resentment of those who cultivate mind control will be of great help to you? Sima Chongkong asked. Oh, yes. Did you find someone? Mosquito Darren's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. Lord Meng's embroidered uniform guard monitors the world. During this period of time, the 4 major factions have been forced to retreat repeatedly. Even when the Great Huang Celestial Empire sent out troops, it was of no use. Apart from their sect masters and kings being controlled, there is also a group of ministers and elders who are extremely anxious. You guys are slow and victorious, but you have given them a strong influence. This influence is pressuring them to the point of suffocation, and they are incomparably terrified. The embroidered uniform guard is taking advantage of this opportunity, and many of them are already willing to submit to my Great Han Imperial Dynasty. Similarly, there is also progress regarding the matter of mind control. Really? Mosquito, Darren said with surprise. It's still Da Hong. Sima Chongkong said with a deep voice. Da Hong? Isn't he already dead? Or did I devour his flesh and blood? Mosquito Darren said with a frown. To be precise, it's a clone of Da Hong. In the past, Jiang Lianshan helped Empress Ji to make some clones of Da Hong. These clones naturally can't compare to Da Hong himself. They only have the cultivation of the 5th tier of Heavenly Palace. However, their temperament isn't much different from Da Hong's. Therefore, they can cultivate the mind control. However, their strength naturally can't compare to the original, and they can only control a limited number of people. They also have to continuously use the power of control. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Was it confirmed by the ministers and elders who betrayed the 4 factions? Mosquito Darren asked. That's right. Da Hong's clone roamed the palace and was seen by some of the ministers. The portrait has been sent over. It's definitely correct. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. That's great. Mosquito Darren said excitedly. In at most half a month, the various Grand Marshal will meet. Kong Xian and Li Mu, Shang Wanhen and Ao Ying, Mao Tianyun and Feng Bua, the second prince and Xiong Yu. A great war is about to break out. Therefore, during this chaos, I'm preparing for you to quietly attack the enemy and destroy Da Hong's clone. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Good, that's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Marshal Mo. Thank you, Lord Sima. Mosquito Darren said excitedly. Dahong's resentment was the key to him reaching the peak of Heavenly Palace. There shouldn't be many clones of Dahong. Otherwise, he wouldn't only control the four factions. When the time comes, be careful. Lord Meng will get the embroidered uniform guards to guide you, Sima Chongkong said. Yes, Mosquito Darren answered. For this battle cry, I need you to master the mind control. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mind control? I can master it? Mosquito Darren said in shock. You don't really need to master it. You just need to make Matriarch Ji think that you have mastered the mind control. I want to lure Matriarch Ji into battle, Gu Hai said solemnly. Is the final battle already? Mosquito Darren asked blankly. Not yet. These are not Matriarch Ji's trump cards. There is still a long way to go before the final battle. However, using this opportunity, it's time to take back Chio's corpse. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I am at your disposal. Mosquito Darren answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty is at a disadvantage this time. They must be planning something new. Therefore, we have to be quick. We have to settle everything before they use their new methods. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 1077. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In Xianyuan City, Ji Matriarch stood at the entrance of the study and looked coldly at the battlefield in the distance. Feng Bo, Xiongyu, Ao Ing, Li Mu, and the others are finally going to battle against the Great Han Imperial Dynasty's great perfection, Heavenly Palace cultivators. Matriarch Ji stood with her hands behind her back as she spoke. Behind her stood a group of officials. Yes, His Holiness. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has the advantage of time and place, but it has dragged on until today. They are weaker than we expected, Emperor Kong said with a smile. Ji Matriarch shook her head lightly. This is Mo Yike deliberately controlling the pace. Deliberately controlling the pace. They are stalling for time, Emperor Kong said in surprise. That's good. I have also convinced the Heavenly Demon Holy Land to cooperate with Big Yellow and destroy the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Ji Matriarch said with certainty. Scorpio and the others are willing to cooperate? Emperor Kong was delighted. Ji Matriarch looked at the battlefield in the distance and frowned. However, I feel like there is something missing. His Holiness is worried about Master Show. Unborn man. His Holiness is not worried. Master Show? If he attacks, I can deal with him. Song Jie said with a smile. Ji Matriarch nodded, but she did not relax her frown. His Holiness, you are too careful of Gu Hai, Emperor Kong said with a smile. Ji Matriarch nodded. I hope so. Hung. A loud sound came from the battlefield in the distance. It was the first battle of the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Imperial Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital, Soaring Palace Entrance. Gu Hai also looked into the distance with his officials. Without using his heavenly eye, Gu Hai controlled the Golden Dragon of Luck. The Golden Dragon of Luck's eyes released a trace of golden light, and everything in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty could be seen clearly. In the distance, the captured territory was the territory of the Dahan. The front line of the battlefield was also within the Golden Dragon of Luck's sight. With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai's Golden Dragon of Luck displayed the images that it saw in front of the ministers. Immediately, everyone could see everything on the battlefield clearly. Your Majesty, everything is going according to plan. Only Matriarch Ji is in the great circle of the gods. Your Majesty, Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry, we have our own ways to deal with it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Mo Yike nodded. Although everything had been arranged, he was still a little worried. Right at this moment, hung. A loud sound came from the battlefield. Everyone looked at the battlefield. That was Kong Xian's battlefield. After half a month of fighting, the Dahan imperial dynasty had taken down another 50 cities. The commanders of the two armies were slowly facing each other. It was a huge desert. Kong Xian stood on the commander's platform. The Kong flag fluttered in the wind. Behind him stood the Dahan army. Each of them looked ferocious. On the other side, Li Mu stood on the commander's platform. The Li flag fluttered in the wind. Behind him stood Da Huang's army and the troops of the four superpowers. Each of them was filled with fighting spirit. In the end, we still meet. Kong Xian, you are so slow. Li Mu sneered. Who is retreating? Kong Xian said coldly. It's useless to say more. Kong Xian, let's see what happens. Li Mu said coldly. I think so too. Kong Xian said coldly. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill. Li Mu shouted. I am invincible. Kill. Kong Xian shouted. As they shouted, Li Mu and Kong Xian charged at each other at the same time. Both of them flew up at the same time. They didn't use any weapons and just exchanged a simple punch. Li Mu's eyes widened as he punched out. Suddenly, a violent shadow of a black bull appeared in the air. Mu. The black ox roared at the sky. It seemed to have the power to suppress the world. As Li Mu threw a punch, the black ox shadow shattered the void and smashed toward Kong Xian. So you are an ox demon. Kong Xian looked ferocious. Screech. A giant peacock shadow with a fierce aura came with Kong Xian's punch. As the peacock screeched, a large part of the void was torn apart. The two ferocious fists collided as they approached the starry sky. Hung. With a head-on collision, the stars in the sky instantly exploded into countless pieces. A large part of the star system was destroyed by this punch. Down below, the two armies roared and began to fight. Rumble. This was the first battle between the two armies. At the second army, Feng Bo and Mao Tianyun also led their armies to fight. Where is Dragon Godding? He is hiding behind you. Mao Tianyun, have you really submitted to the Dahan imperial dynasty? Feng Bo sneered as he fought with Mao Tianyun. Miao, submit? I don't submit to anyone. It is all your fault. You want to harm Hutu. I am seeking justice for her. Miao. Mao Tianyun shouted. Seeking justice for Hutu? Why is she not here? Why are you so proactive? Don't tell me you're interested in her, but it is not bad. Hutu is still attractive. So many people want to marry her and climb up the social ladder. Feng Bo sneered. Mao Tianyun bared his fangs and said, It's not up to you to talk about my business. Also, don't even think about slandering Hutu. Feng Bo, you've completely angered me. Miao. Dry spring. Rumble. Mao Tianyun's fire seemed to have a pink color as it surged towards Feng Bo, who was wrapped in wind. At the third army, Guhan put his palms together. Amateus Buddha. Golden light shone around Guhan. Buddha Liansheng and Zibai Buddha stood beside him. The three Buddhas appeared, and the sound of Buddha chanted for thousands of miles. Boundless Buddha light shone on the opposing army. Under the Buddha light, the battle will of the opposing army was quickly worn down. Brat, how dare you? Xiongyu roared. With a palm strike, only a huge bear paw was left in the world. Buddha's palm. Guhan extended his hand and struck. Hung. The third army immediately started fighting. At this moment, the fourth army was also engaged in battle. Gao Xianji was protected in the center by a group of experts. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng soared into the sky. Roar! Ao Ing waved his hand, and a huge green dragon that was close to 10,000 feet long appeared behind him. The dragon's eyes were white, and it emitted an ancient aura. The moment the green dragon appeared, it suppressed the North Sea dragons and made them unable to move. This is the ancestor dragon, the Azure Dragon's corpse? Ao Sheng's expression changed. The Azure Dragon's corpse came from the corpse mound realm. However, Ao Ing refined it into a puppet. The moment it appeared, it gave off an overwhelming might. The battle situation is tricky. Ao Sheng, can you handle it? Shang Guanhen asked. However, Ao Sheng showed a cold expression as he said, "Don't worry. Although the ancestor dragon's corpse is strong, it died long ago. I'll give it a try." Ao Sheng roared. Suddenly, he turned into a black dragon that was 4 kilometers long. Strangely, the surface of the black dragon gave off an azure light. "Huh, didn't you obtain the Northern Sea Dragon God, the Western Sea Dragon God, and the Southern Sea Dragon God? Why is your light of the gods azure?" Ao Ing exclaimed in shock. Ao Sheng reared his head and roared. As he roared, his body remained 4 kilometers long. However, a 30-kilometer-long azure dragon image wrapped around his body, looking identical to the ancestor dragon's corpse. "The ancestor dragon's dragon pearl? You have the dragon pearl!" Ao Ing suddenly exclaimed. Then greed appeared in his eyes. "Roar!" Ao Sheng let out a loud roar and pounced forward. "Ha ha ha, I've been looking for it. It turns out that it's with you. You don't deserve to have the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. It's mine." Ao Ing roared excitedly. "Roar!" The ancestor dragon's corpse roared and pounced at Ao Sheng. Ao Ing also pounced over, wanting to snatch the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. However, at this moment, he was greeted with a golden fist. Ao Ying's eyes widened as he punched out. Hong! The void exploded into countless pieces. Ao Ing paused and looked at Shang Guanhen. "Now your opponent is me." Shang Guanhen sneered. As he sneered, he pounced over again. Rumble! From the sky to the ground, the 4 armies started fighting for the Grand Marshal. The 8 great perfection, heavenly palaces, fought with all their might. They did not use any tricks, and only fought with all their might. Under the gaze of the entire world, they fought ferociously. Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji looked at each other from afar, supervising the battle. The battle was tragic. It was also the first full-scale battle between the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty. This battle was a fair and square battle for the world to see. Not only was it a battle of strength, but it was also a battle of prestige. This battle would determine who was the #1 imperial dynasty in the hearts of the world. Under the chaotic battlefield, there were surging undercurrents. The Enlightenment sect was one of the 4 factions controlled by the Great Yellow Dynasty. After 2 months of war, less than a quarter of the cities controlled by the Enlightenment sect were left. They had lost a lot of luck, not to mention the imperial dynasty's luck. Even the sovereign dynasty's luck was running out. At this moment, the Enlightenment sect's elders were very anxious. At the peak of a mountain outside the Enlightenment sect, there were 10 people standing. They were Mosquito Dauran, Dragon Deity Ing, Mahavarakana, Goddess Hutu, and the 6 fallen marquises. The 6 fallen marquises were the masters of the 6 factions in the past. They were all peerless experts in the 8th and 9th levels of the heavenly palaces. Now they had come to sneak attack the Enlightenment sect, which had almost lost all of its luck. It was almost a one-sided battle. His Majesty is too careful. We are going to sneak attack the Enlightenment sect. The army is sending troops everywhere. The Enlightenment sect's headquarters must be very empty. Aren't we being too extravagant? Mosquito Dauran said with a smile. Dragon deity Ing shook his head. Mosquito Dauren, I find that you are not as careful as before. Oh, you used to be on guard for everything. Ha ha ha. That was because I was alone and had to be careful. It is different now. With His Majesty as my back, what do I have to worry about? But haven't you thought about why His Majesty sent us to follow you? There are even 2 peak heavenly palaces. Huh. Mosquito Dauren was stunned. Then his expression changed. Mosquito Dauren was only proud for a moment. He was not stupid. Dragon deity Ing realized something, and his face sank. You are saying that Matriarch G is also on guard against us, and there might be an ambush here? Matriarch G also has a group of strategists. If you and I can think of it, Matriarch G will definitely think of it too. His Majesty and Matriarch G seem to be using their own methods. In fact, they are fighting openly without any tricks. Dragon deity Ing said in a deep voice, Huh. If His Majesty can think of the composition of the forces on the surface, Matriarch G will also think of it. If Matriarch G can think of it, His Majesty can also think of it. Therefore, many times, all kinds of undercurrent arrangements are obvious to both of them. It is a competition of strength. Just like now, Matriarch G has already prepared an ambush here. His Majesty also knows about the ambush, so he is already prepared for us to follow. You understand? Dragon deity Ing explained. Mosquito Dauren smiled bitterly. All right, the stupid will be schemed against by the smart. There are no secrets between the smart and the smart. Besides competing in strength, what else can there be? There are also hidden methods. What trump cards are hidden that the other party doesn't know? This is the only way to catch them off guard. Dragon deity Ing explained. Mosquito Dauren nodded. All right, let's hurry up. Goddess Hotu said. All right, let's go. Mosquito Dauren's face sank as he replied. The group of 10 followed Mosquito Dauren and walked towards Daming's sect. Chapter 1078. The Enlightenment sect's array formation was strange and powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from a perfected heavenly palace cultivator. Boom! Mahavairocana's palm shattered the sect's array formation. Who is it? Instantly, a large number of Enlightenment sect disciples rushed out in anger. Mosquito Dauren waved his hand, and black mosquitoes instantly filled the area. No matter who it was, they were instantly drowned by the black mosquitoes. That's Mosquito Dauren. Suddenly, someone shouted in horror, "Over there!" Suddenly, a different voice sounded. It was a spy from the Enlightenment sect. Everyone immediately rushed toward a large hall. Those who came to stop them couldn't do so at all. Mahavairocana waved his hand, and a storm blew all of them away. Who dares to be impudent in my Enlightenment sect? A yellow-robed man shouted. Sect master, it's someone from the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Someone immediately shouted. The yellow-robed Enlightenment sect master glared. Citizens of the Enlightenment sect, I urgently need your help. Please raise your right hand and help me destroy the enemy. The Providence cloud churned, and a dragon roared. It looked like he was about to mobilize the remaining citizens. However, Dragon Shennying instantly rushed forward. With your remaining Providence, how much power can you borrow? Break. Dragon Shennying glared and struck out with his palm. The palm was too fast, and it arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. A portion of the citizen's power had already entered the Enlightenment sect master's body. In a hurry, he could only receive the attack with his palm. Hung! With a loud sound, the entire large hall instantly exploded. Dragon Shennying's palm strength was too strong, and it instantly suppressed the Enlightenment sect master. It's him. The spy from before pointed at a black-robed man in the distance and shouted, "Bastard, you dare to betray the sect?" The Enlightenment sect master was shocked and angry. Boom! Black mosquitoes instantly rushed toward the black-robed man in the distance. The black-robed man's hood was lifted, revealing Dahong's face. Dahong's clone's eyes instantly turned red. "Don't look at his eyes!" "Mosquito," Darren exclaimed. Boom! The rolling black mosquitoes enveloped Dahong's clone, covering his eyes. "Ah!" Dahong's clone cried out in pain, but it was useless. After all, the difference in cultivation level was too great. No one could help at all. At this moment, more and more power of the common people entered the Daming sect master's body. The Daming sect master's strength rapidly soared, but even so, with Mahavairakana and Goddess Hutu, everything seemed insufficient. Just when everyone thought that victory was in their hands, the stars in the heavens are mine alone. Star Orbit, 9-dragon heavenly fire pillar. A loud shout resounded in the sky. In the sky above their heads, countless stars suddenly lit up. The starlight connected with each other and immediately formed 9 huge starlight fire dragons. They seemed to have traversed through space and time and instantly arrived where everyone was. Matriarch G's ambush. Dragon Sheniying's expression sank. "I'll do it!" Goddess Earth Mother harumphed coldly. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, and 9 heavenly rivers appeared out of thin air. They soared into the sky and crashed into the 9 fire dragons. Hung! The fire dragon and the celestial river collided in the sky, shattering the void into countless pieces. "Mr. Wuxing?" Dragon Shenying's face sank. Apart from Guhai's family, no one knew who Mr. Wuxing was. They only knew that he was Matriarch Ji's subordinate and had listened to her orders to ambush here. Goddess Earth Mother's expression sank. What a good Mr. Wuxing. He mobilized the power of several galaxies, and the 9-dragon heavenly fire pillar. However, the 9 fire dragons collided with the celestial river and seemed to be slowly suppressing the celestial river. Goddess Earth Mother's expression turned cold. She waved her hand, and another 9 heavenly rivers soared into the sky, forming a huge pushing force in the sky. Far away in Xianyuan City, Matriarch Ji's expression sank. "I understand now. I know what is making me uncomfortable. Not only did Gu Hai ambush the Daming sect's headquarters, but his target is also Dahong's clone. Is there a traitor in the Daming sect? His Holiness killed Dahong's clone. That person's mind manipulation is now useless. Furthermore, it will take a long time to find a suitable person." The Archkong said with an ugly expression, "Inform all Dahong's clones to be careful. Try to avoid them." Matriarch Ji said coldly, "Yes, Daming sect." Mosquito Darren pounced toward Dahong's clone. Under the suction force of countless black mosquitoes and himself, Dahong's clone turned into a piece of human skin in just a short while. He was completely silent. The Daming sect's sect master became more and more powerful. However, the moment Dahong's clone was destroyed, the Daming sect's sect master shuddered. It was as if he had woken up from a long sleep. "What's going on? Who are you?" The Daming sect's sect master exclaimed. "Sect master?" The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. "He's awake." Dragon Sheniying's expression changed. On the other side, Goddess Earth Mother shouted, "Leave Mr. Wuxing to me. Hurry up and go to the next place." Mahavairakana nodded. "Time is of the essence. Please stay and protect Goddess Earth Mother. Also, explain this to the Daming sect's sect master." Dragon Sheniying said to the 2 surrendered marquises. The 2 surrendered marquises were once the emperors of the imperial dynasty. It was not difficult for them to protect Goddess Earth Mother now. Moreover, the Daming sect master had woken up. His attitude toward them would definitely be different. Okay, the two responded. Let's go. Mosquito Dowran shouted. Mahavarakana led Mosquito Dowran, Dragon Shennying, and the 4 surrendered marquises, and instantly shot towards the next sect. During the flight, Mosquito Dowran refined one of Dahong's clones. His entire body trembled, and he felt very uncomfortable. Swish! Mahavarakana's speed was extremely fast. In just 3 breaths of time, he arrived at the second sect. Emperor Kong's message had yet to reach the group of Dahong's clones. Boom! With one palm strike, Mahavarakana shattered the sect's array formation. The same situation happened again. However, Mahavarakana's attack was extremely fast and instantly injured the sect master. The spy instantly pointed out the location of Dahong's clones. Mosquito Dowran pounced forward. The black straw instantly pierced through the body of Dahong's clones. Ah! Dahong's clones screamed. However, at that moment, a black sword beam appeared behind Mosquito Dowran like a ghost, to thwag a divine palm. Boom! Mahavarakana struck out with his palm and clashed with the black sword in the air. Heavenly Palace consummation. Mahavarakana said in shock. Who was this person holding the sword? Why had there been no news of him before? Great Yellow Dynasty's secret guard commander. Please enlighten me, Mahavarakana, the black figure said coldly as he stabbed his sword again. Secret guard? Empress Ji's secret faction? The Spectre guards in charge of collecting intelligence and assassinating all enemies? A secret guard, like the embroidered uniform guards and blood-robed guards? Dragon Shennying's face sank. SSSS. Boom! The secret guard commander's sword attacks were extremely tricky. The assassin's techniques were extremely powerful. Mahavarakana was not afraid, but it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. Shing! Suddenly, a sword beam descended from the sky and instantly knocked away the secret guard's sword. Huh! Everyone's face sank, including Empress Ji, who was far away. A green sword lotus bloomed in the air, and a man in white clothes stood on it. Wherever the man stepped, the void was filled with boundless sword chi. Wancho Taoism? Ho! He actually condensed a sword soul and entered Heavenly Palace consummation? Empress Ji's face sank. Ho! Was Ho invited by Gu Hai? This Gu Hai is really important. Song Jie's face sank. Far away in the boundless celestial capital, Gu Hai sighed softly, and his eyes flashed with emotion. When he asked Ho for help, Ho agreed without hesitation. Heavenly Palace consummation, Ho obtained the Tongtian sect master's sword Dao and condensed a sword soul. Now, in Wancho Taoism, Ho was the strongest existence besides Yuanshi Tianzuan. Now that he met the secret guard commander, Ho naturally attacked. Your 7th soul is not a sword soul. Ho looked at the secret guard commander in confusion. Sword soul? A sword soul does not exist. How did you condense it? The secret guard commander was shocked. Humph, since it's not a sword soul, you are not worthy to see my sword Dao. Ho said coldly. Wang. The sword chi in the surroundings instantly disappeared. The sword lotus also disappeared as Ho looked coldly at the secret guard commander. Many thanks, young Master Green Lotus. Dragon Shennying said solemnly, I promised Gu Hai that I would help him stop a Heavenly Palace consummation. Just stop him. You guys can leave now. Ho said indifferently. Yes. Mosquito Dowran said as he sucked in another Dahong clone. The 2 of you, please help young Master Green Lotus. Dragon Shennying looked at the 2 surrendered nobles. No need. Ho said indifferently. All right. Dragon Shennying nodded. Let's go. Mahavarakana waved his hand. Swish! The group of people went to the third sect. Stop! The secret guard commander wanted to stop them. Shing! Suddenly, two sword chi shot out from Ho's eyes and went straight for the secret guard commander's glabella. What? Boom! The secret guard commander immediately swung his sword to block. On the other side, the sect master's face darkened. What's going on? What happened to me? Sect master, are you really being controlled? The disciples of the various sects were shocked. Mosquito Dowrin and the rest arrived at the third sect in an instant. Mahavairakana was about to attack. Swish! A huge whip went straight for Mahavairakana. It was Scorpio's poison hitching post. You again. Mahavairakana punched out. Boom! The void shattered. The scorpion tail did not poison Mahavairakana, but Mahavairakana grabbed the scorpion tail and swung it. Boom! A scorpion that was 1,000 feet long was smashed into the ground. In an instant, the scorpion turned into a black-robed man. It was Scorpio. What's going on, Mahavairakana? Aren't you afraid of my poison? Scorpio said angrily. Your poison has been thoroughly studied by Mr. Good and his wife. Of course, it's useless to me. Mahavairakana sneered. Hurry up! Mahavairakana shouted. Okay. The group immediately rushed into the sect. Soon, they caught the third copy of Dahong. The copy of Dahong seemed to want to escape, but unfortunately, he could not escape in front of the swarm of mosquitoes. The others stopped the sect master. Soon, the copy of Dahong was sucked into Mosquito Doran's stomach. Mosquito Doran's body was trembling violently. The two of you stay behind to protect Mahavairakana. Dragon Shennying looked at the two surrendered Marquis. Okay. The two surrendered Marquis answered. Scorpio was powerful. Although the poison was useless against Mahavairakana, his strength somewhat suppressed Mahavairakana. Don't worry about me. Go to the next place. Mahavairakana shouted. Let's go. Mosquito Dowrin, Dragon Shennying, and the two surrendered Marquis rushed toward the last imperial dynasty. At that moment, Mosquito Doran's aura changed. It was as if he could break through to the peak of Heavenly Palace at any moment. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Mosquito Doran's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Far away in Xianyuan City, Mosquito Doran's aura is that the sign of breaking through to the peak of Heavenly Palace? No, Guhai's target is the copy of Dahong, not to destroy him, but to let Mosquito Doran devour him. Dihong's face darkened. She realized Guhai's scheme. However, it was too late, as there was only one copy of Dahong left. At that moment, Mosquito Doran had already arrived at the fourth ambush point, where the imperial dynasty's capital was located. Chapter 1079. He was the last Dahong clone. After receiving the news, he started to flee. However, he didn't know how many officials in the imperial dynasty had been bribed to keep an eye on his movements. When Mosquito Doran and the other three arrived, the great emperor of the imperial dynasty had learned his lesson and mobilized the power of the dynasty in advance. Although he had lost more than half of his territory and mobilized less than a quarter, his strength had increased. He ran that way. A traitorous official suddenly rushed out and shouted while pointing in a direction. Stay here. Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he instantly pounced over. You should be the one to stay. The emperor shouted coldly and grabbed at Mosquito Doran with a fist. The emperor was ferocious and had the power of a country. However, Dragon Shennying and the other two weren't to be trifled with. Dragon Shennying stepped forward and met the emperor's fist with a punch. With a loud boom, Dragon Shennying was knocked back by the heavy blow. However, he didn't show any signs of defeat. Attack together. Dragon Sheniying shouted. Okay. The two surrendered nobles answered. The three peerless experts surrounded the great emperor, and the battle was chaotic. On the other side, Mosquito Darren was clearly faster than Dahong's clone. You're the only one left. Mosquito Darren said with a sinister expression. The black mosquitoes that blotted out the sky instantly enveloped Dahong's clone. His Holiness, save me! Dahong's clone cried out in alarm. Ha 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 ha, no one can save you. What other trump cards does the Great Yellow Dynasty have? Mosquito Darren roared in disbelief. However, at that moment, the void trembled. A huge 8 trigrams pattern suddenly appeared around the two of them. The 8 trigrams pattern surrounded the two of them. Following that, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, all the black mosquitoes were incinerated. Furthermore, the rolling flames were headed for Mosquito Darren. What kind of fire is this? Mosquito, Darren exclaimed. At this moment, in a square in Xianyuan City, Songjie was activating an 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace had the pattern of the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams furnace rotated slowly, corresponding to the 8 trigrams sea of fire that trapped Mosquito Darren in the distance. Mr. Songjie, your mystic technique is really powerful. You can control the battlefield from millions of miles away. Emperor Kong said with a smile. Songjie didn't say anything and continued to stimulate the pill furnace in front of him. The infinite celestial capital. The unborn man was taken aback. Impossible. Is this Master Show's doing? He wasn't among the 8 Meridian's longevity masters. 8 trigrams furnace? Unborn man, what are you waiting for? Guhai asked worriedly. Yes. The unborn man immediately waved his hand. Buzz. An alchemy furnace appeared in front of the unborn man. He gently stimulated it. Inside the alchemy furnace, 2 forces, one black and one white, instantly formed the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish and started to rotate slowly. At the same time, the Mosquito Darren had just been burned by the fire. Just as the heat was about to dissipate, a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish energy circle suddenly appeared around him and quickly avoided the fire. The unborn man actually comprehended the intent of life and death at the same time. Solitary Yin can't be born, and solitary Yang can't grow? Songjie, who was far away, was slightly surprised. Master Shou. That's right. That's Master Shou, and he has surpassed the 8 meridians. The unborn man was also surprised. The 2 masters of Shou were separated by the entire divine land. They quickly activated the Master Shou's mystic technique and battled from afar. It was hard to tell who was superior. However, the Mosquito Darren didn't dare to hesitate. He pounced on the last Dahong clone and instantly covered it with black mosquitoes. Countless suction tubes were inserted into its body. The Dahong clone let out a miserable cry, but he couldn't block the Mosquito Darren at all. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Darren sucked until only a layer of skin was left. The Mosquito Darren's body suddenly emitted rolling black gas. The black gas quickly formed a cocoon net and wrapped the Mosquito Darren inside. The aura of transformation was emitted from the cocoon net. Songjie, who was activating the 8 trigrams furnace, suddenly said in a deep voice, "Not good. The Mosquito Darren is transforming. He is going to break through to the Heavenly Palace perfection stage." What? Kong Di and the others were shocked. At this critical moment, was the Dahan Imperial Dynasty going to have another Heavenly Palace perfection stage expert? Do your best to stop him from breaking through. G Matriarch's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said in a deep voice. Yes, Songjie answered. The 8 trigrams furnace was activated, and the flames in the distance emitted a black color and surged towards the Mosquito Darren. In the boundless celestial capital, the unborn man also revealed a trace of astonishment. 8 trigrams. That Sangjia is really a longevity master, and a longevity master who has surpassed the 8 meridians. Destroying the black flames? This is impossible. Even I can't do it. Protect the mosquito Dauren with all your strength, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, the unborn man was anxious and continued to activate the furnace. In the distance, the mosquito Dauren was protected by the Tai Chi energy. Outside of the Tai Chi energy was the calcination of the 8 trigrams calamity. The surrounding void was burning and melting, and no one dared to go near. However, the emperor who was fighting dragon Shenin quivered. He suddenly woke up. Boom! After slapping dragon Shenin away, the emperor revealed a look of astonishment. What is going on? Your Majesty, are you really being controlled by the human heart? Countless officials asked in astonishment. The emperor turned his head and looked around. The entire north of the divine prefecture was shaking violently. Kongxian versus Limu, Mao Tian Yun versus Fengbua, Guhan versus Xiongyu, Shangguan Hen versus Aoing, Mr. Wu Xing versus Empress Hutu, Ho versus Secret Guard Commander, Virokana versus Scorpio, Song Jia versus Unborn Man. There were almost 16 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts fighting. And this did not include Ao Sheng's battle, the battle between the sect leaders, and the emperors. The huge chaos made the other factions of the divine continent hold their breaths. No matter how they got the news, they were all shocked. The strength displayed by the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Empire was too shocking. Empress Ji did not make a move, because Gu Hai in the distance did not make a move either. No one knew how long this battle would last and how much destruction it would cause. Ho stood in the square of the Flame God Temple and narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai indeed has many helpers. That's right, they are actually on par with Empress Ji, Xingtian said in shock. I feel that this is not their full strength. Empress Ji seems to have not started to reveal her trump cards, and Ho Qing has not made a move either. Gu Hai still has a pair of wives who have not joined the battle either. Ho said in a low voice. They will show. Ho revealed a cold smile. Ho narrowed his eyes and looked to the west of the divine continent at the entrance of the Seizing God Temple on the spiritual mountain. At the entrance of the Seizing God Temple, Jiang Chen also stood with his hands behind his back, watching the shocking battle before him. As he watched, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. This is more like it. Long Out Yen stood behind him and frowned. True Lord, we just received news that the battle in the north of the divine continent is shocking. However, why is Ho Qing not here? Where is he? Wait patiently. You will see him soon. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes, many thanks, True Lord. This subordinate will be loyal to True Lord forever. Long Out Yen immediately said excitedly. It doesn't matter whether you are loyal or not. It all depends on your luck. If you are capable, take it. If you are not, you can't blame anyone. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes, Long Out Yen replied. Jiang Chen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at Dongfang and Ho. Ho stared at Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen also suddenly looked at Ho. The moment he saw Ho, Jiang Chen smiled, faintly. Then, he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Ho frowned slightly and turned to look at the battlefield in the north. Many battles were happening in all directions. Gu Hai and Empress Ji did not move. However, at this moment, the leaders of the 4 forces used their providence to send voice transmissions. People of the Daming sect, this sect master was previously controlled by the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty's demonic art, mind control. Now that I have regained consciousness, I am ashamed to face all of you. The Damingsek's army will immediately retreat. My army beat the gong to withdraw. The great yellow dynasty of the demonic dynasty used the mind to control me. We will immediately retreat. We will immediately retreat. The 3 sects and 1 emperor sent voice transmissions to the world at the same time. In an instant, the people of the 3 sects and 1 emperor dynasty were in an uproar. The forces in the north of the divine continent were all shocked. Is it true? Is it really controlled by the mind? The great yellow dynasty is too scary. Fortunately, it did not control me. If I was controlled, wouldn't it be? The emperors and sect leaders of the various forces felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not participate in the war between Huang and Han. At the same time, they were extremely conflicted with the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, Empress Ji did not care about this. Although the army had retreated, it did not affect the battle between the experts. The army was only used to fight for territory. Those territories were so far away from the Great Yellow Dynasty, so they did not care. What they cared about was this monstrous battlefield. Crack, 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 crack. The black cocoon net suddenly cracked. After the crack, a red light shot up into the sky from the cocoon net. Boom! The red light enveloped the mosquito Dauren as it shot into the sky, instantly rushing out of the 8 trigrams sea of flames. In just an instant, he rushed into the starry sky, escaping from the battlefield where Tsang Jie and the unborn man were casting their techniques. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This Taoist has succeeded as well. The mosquito Dauren suddenly roared in excitement. As he roared, a torrential might spread out from his body, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. Countless black mosquitoes seemed to fill the entire starry sky. His Holiness! Not good. The mosquito Dauren has already broken through. Kangdi exclaimed. Empress Ji's face sank. Something's not right. Huh. Everyone was puzzled. They are gathering toward the mosquito Dauren. Empress Ji frowned. In the 8 battlefields, all the perfection stage Heavenly Palace cultivators seemed to have been guided to the mosquito Dauren during the previous battle. Kongxian, Shangguanhen, Guhan, Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Vairocana, Qi, Fengbua, Limu, Xiongyu, Ao Ing, Scorpio, the secret guard commander, Ao Sheng, the ancestral dragon's corpse, and Mr. Wuxing were all very close to the mosquito Dauren. A large area of the starry sky was constantly exploding. The center of the battlefield was the most dangerous, and no one dared to go near it. However, they were all gathered together, which clearly explained a problem. All of this was deliberately guided by the experts on the Dahan's side. However, why did Gu Hai want to guide the experts to gather together? Empress Ji didn't understand the reason, but she smelled a deep conspiracy. Empress Ji turned her head and looked at Gu Hai of the infinite celestial capital. However, she saw that Gu Hai suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 1080. Matriarch Ji smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy. She knew that Gu Hai definitely had a plan here, but it was too late. She saw that the peerless experts gradually gathered together in the battle. To ordinary cultivators, this land was very far away. However, to the peak Heavenly Palace experts, this distance was not far at all. It was only a distance of 1 or 2 breaths. They could reach it with one attack. Almost at the same time, all the experts suddenly met in the starry sky. Fengbua, Li Mu, Mr. Wuxing, Ao Ing, Xiongyu, Scorpio, and the secret guard commander were shocked at the same time. They also felt that something was wrong. However, everything happened too quickly, and they did not have time to think about it. They saw that in the starry sky. Suddenly, a huge mouth opened in the void. It was a huge mouth, a mouth that swallowed the entire starry sky. When that huge mouth appeared, the entire starry sky was swallowed, including the 17 peerless experts. "What is that?" Songjie said in surprise. Emperor Kong and the others could see the starry sky because of the screen that Songjie set up earlier. They also widened their eyes in disbelief. "Is that the immortal dome of the ancients?" Emperor Kong said in surprise. Boom! That huge mouth suddenly closed, as if swallowing all 17 experts in one gulp. They were swallowed in one gulp. The entire starry sky suddenly fell silent. The entire divine continent also fell silent. This silence was very strange. The commotion that shook the entire world just now disappeared. Everyone was gone. "This is impossible," the emperors and sect masters below exclaimed. The void was silent as if it was a dream. If not for the destruction left by the previous battle, everyone would have thought that it was a dream. All the experts were gone just like that. No, there was one more place. It was the battle between the unborn man and Songjie. Although the mosquito Darren disappeared, the two were still fighting. Perhaps because of Master Show's special fighting style, the two did not stop. But what about the people before? Gone. Ancient Immortal Dome. No, the small Immortal Dome can't withstand the destruction of so many heavenly palaces, and the ancient Immortal Dome can't either. Even if it's 100 times stronger, the ancient Immortal Dome can't hold them. Songjie said solemnly. Matriarch Ji's face turned gloomy, and her eyelids twitched as she said, "It's not the ancient celestial vault. It's the 6 paths reincarnation." 6 paths of reincarnation? Yes, it seems to be the reincarnation cycle of the Tao of Hell. They have entered the 18th level of Hell. Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. Wasn't the 18 levels of Hell sealed by the immortal of the 6 paths? Wasn't it forbidden to enter again? Emperor Kong said in astonishment. Gu Hai definitely has a special method. Furthermore, to be able to open such a huge entrance in one go, we have indeed underestimated this Gu Hai, Ji Empress said with a gloomy expression. But even if that's the case, what can we do inside the 18 levels of Hell? They might not win. Emperor Kong comforted himself. No, they have an additional mosquito Darren, a heavenly palace's consummate mosquito Darren. Matriarch Ji's expression sank. Among the peerless experts, the Dahan imperial dynasty had an additional mosquito Darren. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. His Holiness, not only that mosquito Doran's eyes seemed to have turned red before he was swallowed. Songjie recalled. Matriarch Ji's expression sank. She suddenly closed her eyes and quickly recalled. When she closed her eyes, the earlier scene seemed to be replaying in her mind. Suddenly, she saw the final mosquito Darren. Mosquito Darren revealed a sinister smile, and his eyes turned scarlet. That scene was exactly the same as when Dahong used mind control. At that moment, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Sheng, Hutu, Mao Tianyan, Virokana, and Guhan all looked at Mosquito Darren. Everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. It was as if all their hopes were placed on Mosquito Darren. Everyone was looking forward to Mosquito Darren. Did they know the abilities of Mosquito Doran's eyes? Mosquito Doran's eyes, could it be? Not good. No wonder Mosquito Darren wanted to swallow Dahong's clone. Moreover, after swallowing Dahong's clone, he broke through because he needed the resentment in Dahong's body. After swallowing Dahong's heart source, Mosquito Darren could also use mind control. Songjie's expression changed. Obviously, Songjie also recalled the scene at that moment. Mosquito Darren grasped mind control. Moreover, the experts on Gu Hai's side had the advantage. All the officials trembled as they thought of the terrifying consequences. His Holiness. Songjie looked at Matriarch Ji anxiously. His Holiness, You said that we also have a chance to enter the 18 levels of hell. Emperor Kong said anxiously, "It's too late. I didn't expect Guhai to be able to open the 18 levels of hell." Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. Guhai was able to open the 18 levels of hell because of the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death recorded the 4 paths of reincarnation. Although it couldn't appear in the Immortal Dome, it could open the entrance to the 4 paths of reincarnation like the reincarnation pool. Just now, Guhai had opened that entrance. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. At the entrance of the Flame God Palace, Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai in the distance. He frowned and said, "This is Guhai's first step? It is indeed strange." At the entrance of the Flame God Palace, Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Guhai in the distance with admiration. He revealed a faint smile and said, "Interesting, interesting. Did you lie to the whole world?" The previous battles had all stopped. The group of emperors and sect masters swallowed their saliva. Many people in the world were watching this battle and were stunned. What happened just now? Was it Guhai or Matriarch Ji? The moment he made a move, all the supreme experts were gone. How could this be? Everyone's heart trembled. In Xianyuan City, the officials were anxious. "His Holiness, what should we do now?" Emperor Kong asked anxiously. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and said, "Guhai's preparation is indeed brilliant. However, I am also prepared." "His Holiness, what if?" Song Jie said worriedly. "Don't worry. We can't allow them to hesitate. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Since Guhai has played this trick, I will let everything end." Matriarch Ji said coldly. Matriarch Ji stepped forward. As she stepped forward, golden light shone brightly. A suppressive aura burst forth. At this moment, almost every place in the divine continent felt a sense of Xianyuan City. They looked in the direction of Xianyuan City unconsciously, although they couldn't see anything. Matriarch Ji stepped forward. In just an instant, she was outside the limitless celestial capital like a meteor. At this moment, Guhai in the limitless celestial capital turned serious. Xian Air, Wan Qing, Matriarch Ji definitely has a backup plan. Remember what I told you before. Be careful and do as I say. Guhai said in a low voice. "Yes." The 2 girls answered. "Citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, today the Demon Dynasty is attacking. I implore all citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to lend me your strength. Please raise your right hand and help me." Guhai shouted. "Roar!" The 40,000 li-long golden dragon of luck let out a deafening roar. Its voice instantly spread to the 2,300 cities of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Perhaps the citizens of the cities that had just been conquered didn't lend their strength. However, there were still 2,000 cities that raised their right hands. Billowing energy rushed towards the golden dragon of luck. The 40,000 li-long golden dragon of luck instantly swooped down with endless energy. It rushed into Guhai's body. Boom! Guhai's dragon robe expanded. Guhai's power also instantly reached the horizon. With the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Guhai's power was overwhelming. Not daring to stay at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Guhai instantly rushed out of the limitless celestial capital. He stepped into the void and faced Matriarch Ji from a distance. Guhai, with the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, his strength had reached the pinnacle. Matriarch Ji, with the power of the perfected gods, was 1 level higher than the perfected heavenly palace. She had even killed Chiyu, a peerless expert of the same level. Her strength was overwhelming. Guhai versus Matriarch Ji, Countless emperors, sect masters, and countless experts in the world were all shocked at this moment. So fast, the battle between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the Great Yellow dynasty had already started. Although they were shocked, the emperors and sect masters were still filled with anticipation. Many emperors and sect masters even flew out of their own dynasties and sects to the periphery of the limitless celestial capital to watch the upcoming battle. Matriarch Ji didn't call for any other subordinates. Guhai didn't ask anyone to watch the battle either. Just like that, the two of them faced each other, their auras reaching the pinnacle. A shocking battle was about to begin. Ha! Ha ha ha! Guhai, good plan. I was careless and fooled you. However, this is also good. Without their interference, I can attack to my heart's content. Your two empresses haven't made a move yet. Do they need to watch the battle for you? Matriarch Ji looked coldly at Guhai. No need. In my Dahan imperial dynasty, there are hundreds of billions of people helping me. It's enough to deal with you, Matriarch Ji. Guhai said confidently. With confidence, Guhai reached out and pulled out a blood-red long saber. The life-slaying saber. Everyone knew that Guhai had 4 divine sabers. Each of them had unfathomable power. Guhai would take out a different saber to deal with his opponent. The moment the life-slaying saber appeared, a scarlet light filled the surroundings. Under the dazzling light, there was a terrifying, murderous illusion. Looking at the world of red light, everyone suddenly saw a hell of slaughter. They couldn't help but shiver. 2,000 people is indeed a lot. However, it depends on whether you have the ability to withstand the power of all the people. Unless you're in the great perfection realm, you won't be able to withstand the power of all the people in the heavenly palace. Do you have a lot of people's power that you can't use? Only a great perfection realm expert in the heavenly palace can use the power of 2,000 people to fight against me. You haven't reached the great perfection realm yet, right? Matriarch Ji sneered. Humph! How do you know that I haven't? Guhai retorted coldly. It's useless to be stubborn. Mosquito Darren is a chess piece that you carefully prepared. Unfortunately, as long as you die, he won't be able to cause much trouble. Let's see how powerful you are, Matriarch Ji said coldly. After saying that, Matriarch Ji waved her hand. Boom! Immediately, boundless righteous energy appeared in the air. The righteous energy's white light instantly lit up the entire place. It was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. The boundless righteous energy wrapped around a huge golden manifested sword and slashed at Guhai. The Xianyuan sword manifested sword. Humph! 10 heavenly cycles. Guhai shouted. Boom! The life-slaying saber slashed out with the 10 heavenly cycles. However, the red light from before intensified by more than 10,000 times. It was so bright that many people had to close their eyes. Only the red and white lights remained in the world. The Xianyuan sword and the life-slaying saber clashed in the air. Hung. Chapter 1081. The emperors and sect masters who were rushing to the outskirts of the limitless celestial capital suddenly narrowed their eyes. They couldn't see anything. The only thing they could see was endless white light and endless red light. Everyone knew of Matriarch Ji's strength. She was in the great circle of the deity legion. Would Guhai be able to stop her? Many people felt uneasy. Boom! A super loud sound rang out, and the void for thousands of miles was instantly torn apart. Outside the black hole, Guhai stood with the life-slaying saber in his hand, and Matriarch Ji standing with her hands behind her back. The battle between the two emperors couldn't determine a victor. Can that Guhai really fight Matriarch Ji to a draw? No wonder Matriarch Ji is so afraid of him. Even a great circle of the gods can't do anything to him? What a terrifying Dahan imperial dynasty. Imperial dynasty? No, this is the power of the heavenly dynasty, right? Countless shocked voices sounded in all directions. This battle attracted the attention of almost all the experts in the divine continent. In this battle, they were evenly matched. The void was torn apart. Many experts were shocked. In the northern part of the divine continent, countless emperors and sect masters had thoughts of competing with the Dahan imperial dynasty, but now all of them were gone. Not to mention Guhai's strength. Just his subordinates in the great circle of the heavenly palace were enough to make others look up to him. Matriarch Ji stood in the distance and looked at Guhai. Ha! With your strength, you can actually withstand the strength of 2,000 citizens. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Things in the world don't develop according to your expectations. Guhai said coldly. Humph! Things don't develop according to my expectations? That's right, that's true. However, today, you will definitely develop according to my expectations. Again, Matriarch Ji said coldly. As she said that, millions of sword chi appeared around Matriarch Ji. White sword chi surged into the sky as though it was carrying all the justice in the world. The overwhelming righteous sword chi covered the sky and earth. It gave people the feeling that Matriarch Ji was justice. Matriarch Ji's body was filled with righteous energy. He represented the heavenly Tao. Guhai stood on the opposite side of the heavenly Tao, and that was evil, incomparably evil. It felt like a battle between good and evil. If it was anyone else, they might have already surrendered in shame upon seeing Empress Ji's righteous aura. However, Guhai wouldn't, and Guhai wasn't afraid of Empress Ji. Now that he had activated the might of the dynasty and executed the 10 cycles of heavenly cycle, his might was already sufficient to fight against Matriarch Ji. What was there to be afraid of? 10 cycles, overwhelming righteous energy sword. The two of them drew their swords and sabers again. For a moment, the world was once again filled with red and white. Boom! The sword and saber clashed once again. This time, the two of them did not stop. Instead, they continued to attack one saber after another, one sword after another. A fierce battle ensued. Rumble! The huge tremor was even greater than the previous battle between the great fulfillment of the heavenly palace. The void was torn apart thousands of miles away. Strong light shone on heaven and earth. The sun and the moon changed color, and the starlight dimmed. The huge tremor rushed into the galaxy, and large patches of stars quickly turned into dust. In order not to harm the limitless celestial capital, Guhai flew higher and higher. The more they fought, the higher they went. Empress Ji seemed to want to fly into the stars too. The two of them slowly entered the depths of the starry sky. They saw that all the stars in the starry sky where the two of them were at had been shattered. It was as if two blazing suns were colliding with each other again and again. Slash, slash, slash. The battle in the starry sky was getting further and further away, and the tremors on the ground were getting lesser and lesser. No, no, Guhai fell into a trap, an emperor exclaimed. What's wrong? Guhai flew into the starry sky to protect the civilians, but what about Empress Ji? Does Empress Ji care so much about the people of Dahan? No, she doesn't care about the people of Dahan. She's digging a hole for Guhai. They entered the starry sky to fight. With their strength and speed, how far can they be from the end of space-time? That emperor said. When that emperor said that, the surrounding sect masters and emperors were shocked. The end of space-time, beyond the 6 paths immortal dome, someone exclaimed. That's right. Guhai has the strength of the civilians in the limitless celestial capital, and his strength is comparable to the Tongtian. However, what if Empress G forces him out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome? That emperor exclaimed. Outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome, it's not the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's territory. Once Gu Hai leaves the Six Paths Immortal Dome, the strength that the civilians lent to him will quickly disappear. Gu Hai's strength will be greatly reduced. However, Empress Ji won't. Her strength is her own strength, and she won't lose it. Someone said, Empress Ji is a good schemer. She wants to force Gu Hai into the void, so that Gu Hai won't be able to borrow anything. If Gu Hai is forced out, it's over. If he can hold on to his position, there's still a chance for him to turn the tables. Countless people had a look of bewilderment on their faces. The battle between Gu Hai and Empress Ji had indeed reached the end of space-time. It was a place where space and time were distorted and slowed down. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to have realized something. Empress Ji, you don't dare to face me head-on, so you came up with such a lousy move? Void, do you think I'll do as you wish? Gu Hai said coldly. Now that you're here, everything is no longer up to you. Gu Hai? Empress Ji revealed a cold smile. Boom! The huge saber and sword collided once again. This time, they didn't collide. Empress Ji used force to bind Gu Hai, making it impossible for him to withdraw his saber. Otherwise, Gu Hai would definitely be injured. Gu Hai's face sank, as though he felt that something was wrong. It's too late. You already have no way out. Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji sneered, and a sinister expression appeared on her face as she exerted force. Boom! Under the huge force, Gu Hai and the life-slaying saber were blasted out of the distorted region of stars. What Gu Hai was able to avoid was that he could form an arc in the distance. He retreated and change his direction by using the arc. However, that was under the premise that there was a large space behind him. Now, there was no time to use it. In just an instant, he rushed out of the distorted space. In an instant, he was slashed into the void by Empress Ji. Bang! When he flew out of the Six Paths Celestial Dome, he brought along more than 10 stars with him. However, when these stars flew into the void, they were instantly broken down and disappeared. There was nothing left at all. On the surface of Gu Hai's body, a large amount of power suddenly leaked out in a strange manner. It was like an inflated balloon that suddenly deflated. The rolling golden power dissipated into the void, just like that. It wasn't that the void was breaking down. It was that outside the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, the power of the commoners was useless. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, your power is disappearing, right? Now that you're here, let's see what else you can do to fight me. Here, there's only disintegration, only dissipation. Everything about you will dissipate. Your strength will dissipate. Your flesh body, your consciousness will slowly turn into nothingness, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Empress Ji sneered. The dissipation of power did not make Gu Hai panic. Instead, he stared at Empress Ji. My power will dissipate, but your power won't. Gu Hai said coldly, I will too, but I will be slower than you. Moreover, my power is huge, so it doesn't matter if some of it dissipates. Unlike you, you dissipate rapidly. Empress Ji sneered. Nothingness? Empress Ji, you are so calculating. Nothingness is very harmful to me, but don't forget that it is also harmful to you. Gu Hai said coldly, Humph, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Your power will disappear in an instant, and it is enough for me to kill you immediately. Once I kill you, I can return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. What can you do? You can only die. Empress Ji sneered. Die? You think that the earlier I die, the better it is for you, right? But what if I don't die so easily? Gu Hai laughed. Empress Ji revealed a trace of doubt. Nothingness, it is boundless, right? If you want to kill me, then come. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed loudly. He slammed his hand against Empress Ji's sword and rushed into the void. What? Empress Ji's expression changed. You want to escape? You won't be able to escape. Once you enter, you will die. Empress Ji shouted in shock and anger. Entering the void means death. I know. However, at the very least, I won't die now. If you return to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, I can return as well. Unless you chase after me, if you don't make a move, I won't make a move. If you return, I will return as well. At that time, your plan will be for naught. Gu Hai laughed. I won't allow you to return. Empress Ji said coldly. Then come at me. Let's see who will waste more time. You, Empress Ji, or me? Gu Hai said coldly. Empress Ji's face sank. She slashed her sword down again. Swish! Gu Hai flew into the void again. Her sword slashed through the air. Seeing that Gu Hai was about to disappear from her sight, Empress Ji felt a trace of frustration. If she didn't chase after him, Gu Hai would return to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. If she chased after him, he would be further and further away from the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Humph, I don't believe that you can outlast me. In the void, everything depends on accumulation. How much accumulation can you accumulate? Empress Ji chased after Gu Hai. One fled, one chased. At this moment, the people who were escaping were full of confidence and were becoming calmer and calmer. However, the people who were chasing after them were becoming more and more anxious, and their hearts were becoming heavier and heavier. Run. If you continue to run, you will be lost in the void and won't be able to return. Empress Ji said anxiously. Empress Ji felt that she was getting further and further away from the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Once she lost her direction, she wouldn't be able to find the way back. She would be in trouble. It's better than dying in your hands, right? Gu Hai sneered. Empress Ji's expression turned cold, and she continued to chase after him. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them continued to chase after each other in the void. Gu Hai's strength had indeed decreased greatly, and he could only defend himself. But that was enough. Empress Ji felt that Gu Hai wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, the void energy was too terrifying. But what Empress Ji didn't know was that Gu Hai wasn't weakened by the void energy. On the contrary, the void energy was the source of Gu Hai's strength. Chapter 1082, 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Divine Continent. Many experts were paying attention to the battle between Empress Ji and Gu Hai. However, the two were too strong, and their speed was too fast. Even their speed in battle was not something many could compare to. However, some experts had already flown into the stars or had special abilities that allowed them to see the end of time and space above the stars. Everyone saw the final clash between Empress Ji and Gu Hai. As long as they left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Gu Hai would be dead for sure. Even though they had all sorts of expectations, they still went out in the end. The moment they went out, countless experts exclaimed. At the same time, they looked at the infinite celestial capital with pity, because leaving the 6 Paths Immortal Dome meant that Gu Hai had lost. Of course, this was only the opinion of many. The actual result was still unknown. Long Wan Qing and Chen Xianer exchanged glances. A trace of worry flashed in their eyes. However, Gu Hai had already given them instructions, so they were not too anxious. After all, Gu Hai had said that he would enter the void with Matriarch Ji. Xianyuan City, Emperor Kong, and the others were overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai is dead for sure. Out of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, the power of destiny is useless. No matter how powerful he is no match for his holiness. Emperor Kong said excitedly. Everyone was excited. It was as though the outcome of this battle was already decided. The battle between Cangjie and the unborn man was not over yet. However, Cangjie also sighed in relief. Perhaps His Holiness is already confident of victory, even without the other side's arrangement. Cangjie said with a smile. The other side's arrangement? What arrangement? Emperor Kong asked curiously. Cangjie shook his head, but did not explain. With a light flick of his finger, a blue light screen appeared in front of him. At the center of the blue light screen was a small red dot. What? Impossible! Cangjie suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the screen of light, Cangjie suddenly lost his composure. In the instant that he lost his composure, the unborn man in the distance found an opportunity. He suddenly activated his technique and used it on Cangjie. Pooh! Cangjie suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Cangjie, how are you? Emperor Kong asked in surprise. Cangjie steadied himself and shook his head. I'm fine. I was distracted and was ambushed by the unborn man. It's nothing serious. Cangjie was fine, but he stared at the screen in front of him, feeling extremely anxious. Emperor Kong looked curiously at the blue screen. This is a map of the divine continent. Was that red dot the 8 trigrams mountain? The place where Chiyo's corpse was sealed? What happened? Cangjie shook his head. There was no explanation. He was worried about upsetting the officials. The blue light screen was a map of the divine continent. The red dot was not the 8 trigrams mountain, but a person, and that person should have left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Why was he still in the divine continent? How could this be? Guhai is really strange. His Holiness, luckily you set up a tight plan. Otherwise, luckily His Holiness had a backup plan. Cangjie sighed softly. 8 Trigrams Mountain was located west of Chiyu City. It was a place shrouded in fog. A part of Chiyo's corpse was sealed inside. At this moment, not only did Cangjie look over, but at the entrance of the shrine, Jiang Chen also looked over. Long Aotian, you asked me. I can give you the answer now. You can go take a look at Chiyo's seal. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes, thank you, true lord. Long Aotian said excitedly. 8 Trigrams Mountain, outside the fog. At this moment, a man in a black dragon robe appeared. He was none other than Guhai. Another Guhai? No, this was the real Guhai. The one who fought with Empress Ji was Guhai's skeleton avatar. The real body wielded the life-extinguishing saber. The skeleton avatar wielded the life-extinguishing saber. Moreover, the skeleton avatar had broken through to the peak of Heavenly Palace with the help of the void. It was like a fish in water in the void. No one realized that the person who opened the entrance to the 18 levels of hell was Guhai's real body. Everyone was paying attention to Guhai's skeleton avatar, but they did not know that the real culprit was here. Guhai's real body arrived at the foot of 8 Trigrams Mountain. Right now, nearly all of Matriarch Ji's elites were pinned down. Even Matriarch Ji was pinned down. To Guhai, the current 8 Trigrams Mountain was at its weakest. Chiyu's corpse was suppressed here. Although this big brother of his had forced him to become sworn brothers, he had always been good to him. He was even willing to become enemies with the heavenly demon Holy Land to save him. How could he forget such a huge favor? Guhai stood at the entrance of the fog, looking at the battle in the sky. His eyes flashed with determination. No matter what the trap was, he had to get Chiyu's corpse back. Who? Turning his head, Guhai stepped into the fog without hesitation. He also stepped into Empress Ji's trap without hesitation. This place was surrounded by the longevity array, and the 2 realms of Yin and Yang could not cross. Guhai had already let the unborn man test it, so he was extra careful. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai disappeared into the fog. Except for a few people, no one in the divine continent knew about the two Gu Hai. Everyone's eyes were focused on the infinite celestial capital. The seemingly peaceful infinite celestial capital seemed to be waiting for the final judgment. Countless experts looked at the Dahan subjects in the infinite celestial capital with pity, especially Gu Hai's family. Everyone knew that if Empress Ji won this battle, the people in the infinite celestial capital were finished. They thought that they would have to wait for a few more days. However, at this moment, a man with a Dao bun suddenly appeared outside the infinite celestial capital. He was wearing a wide golden Dao robe. His appearance was rough, and his expression was cold. He stepped in the void, under the gazes of thousands. It seemed like he was going to destroy the entire infinite celestial capital. Who is this person? Is he here to barge into the infinite celestial capital? Could he be sent by Empress Ji? Empress Ji has too many backup plans. It's not enough to force Gu Hai into a dead end. And now she wants to eliminate him. Countless experts revealed looks of shock. In the distance, in Xianyuan City, Song Jie saw the man in the golden Dao robe and sighed. He's here. His Holiness is indeed right. The people from the heavenly devil Holy Land are finally here. Is that the people from the heavenly devil Holy Land? Who is it? Emperor Kong looked at the image that Song Jie activated and asked curiously, "Who do you think it is?" Song Jie smiled. In the distance, not everyone recognized the man in the Dao robe. Some people recognized him. The third brother of the heavenly devil Holy Land, Wushang Demon, that poison maniac, someone exclaimed. After exclaiming, he immediately covered his mouth, afraid that Wushang Demon would hear him. He quickly hid behind in fear. Of course, Wushang Demon didn't have the time to care about the noise around him. Instead, he looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in front of him. The third brother of the heavenly devil Holy Land, Wushang Demon, Er's face sank. After all, she had her son Gu Hai. Gu Han had some understanding of the heavenly devil Holy Land. He reported the group of heavenly devil's portraits to Gu Hai. Wushang Demon, the third brother of the heavenly devil Holy Land, was several times more powerful than Scorpio. At this moment, he suddenly appeared at the entrance of the infinite celestial capital. Was this Matriarch Ji's trump card? Be careful. Wushang Demon is the person closest to the perfection stage of the gods in the heavenly devil Holy Land. Said solemnly, closest to the perfection stage of the gods. Long Wanching's face sank. That's right. He's only a step away from the perfection stage of the gods. Little Han told us to be careful. He's a centipede demon. His body is invulnerable, and his poison Dao is tyrannical. He even created countless kinds of poison. Even Scorpio's poison is not his match. Moreover, I heard from Little Han that he has some strange methods that he has never used before. Explained. Long Wanching's face sank. She knew that this was an extremely dangerous enemy. Guqin grabbed the life entrapment blade. Mother, Father told me to use the life entrapment blade to cooperate with you. Good. Nodded. In the outside world, Wushang Demon looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital. In the end, his gaze turned to Chen. Looking at Chen, Wushang Demon revealed a trace of a cold smile. Little Four said that the infinite celestial capital has a poison Dao grandmaster. It's you, right? In the distance, Chen looked coldly and did not reply. Wushang Demon twisted his head and sneered. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. After today, there will be no more infinite celestial capital. If you have a poison technique, you should use it quickly. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. After Wushang Demon finished speaking, waves of black poisonous gas suddenly emitted from his body. As soon as the poisonous gas appeared, the surrounding void emitted a sizzling sound. In the periphery of the infinite celestial capital, regardless of whether it was plants or animals, were instantly poisoned to death. Then it quickly corroded. The black gas was the most poisonous. Just a trace of it leaked out, and many experts who were watching felt uncomfortable. They did not even have time to escape. After taking 2 steps, they all fell to the ground. In the center of the black gas, even the void was corroded by the poisonous gas. Even space could not withstand the poisonous gas. It was clear that the poison was very strong. The poisonous gas enveloped the entire limitless celestial capital. Many people, as if they had seen the end of the world, revealed terrified expressions. In just a moment, the infinite celestial capital was drowned by the black, poisonous gas. In the distance, in Xianyuan City, a group of Great Huang's officials immediately revealed excited expressions. "So, this is Wushang Demon. He is indeed powerful," Kongdi said excitedly. "I hope so." Song Jie nodded and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance with anticipation. Before the first battle had even ended, another terrifying battle had begun. Countless experts who were watching from afar felt a chill in their hearts. The Great Yellow Dynasty's attack was devastating. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was really going to be finished this time. At this moment, at the entrance of the Flame God's Palace in the Antiquity City, looking at the infinite celestial capital in the distance, Bai said indifferently, "All right, it's time for us to go. His Holiness and Wushang Demon have made their move. Are we not going to help the Dahan Imperial Dynasty?" Xingtian asked worriedly. Guhai did not ask for help. This means that he is confident. Let's do as we said. Let's begin. I will go and retrieve Chiyo's corpse. You guys go straight to Xianyuan City and destroy it, Bai said coldly. Yes. The 3 of them immediately stepped into the sky. Whoosh! Bai instantly turned into a stream of light and shot to the south of Chiyu City, where Chiyo's corpse was lying in ambush. Xingtian and Hoi stepped forward and rushed to Xianyuan City. Whoosh! 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 The moment the 3 streams of light flew out of the Antiquity City, Song Jian noticed them. He suddenly turned his head and saw the direction in which Bai and the other 2 were flying. His expression changed immediately. "Oh no," Song Jie said in surprise.